At the border between the southern region and the western desert, there exists a single passageway Mo-Earth. In history, a catastrophic war had erupted between the two lands, resulting in a devastating loss for both sides. A massive seal was then formed between the two lands. A southern region cultivator Meng Hao encountered a western desert cultivator in the maze, burning him to ashes. As time passed, cultivators from various sects in the maze appeared one after another, fighting or forming alliances, in a state of chaos. Meanwhile, the ancestors of various sects outside anxiously awaited. But after a month had passed, no one had returned. They discovered a protective light barrier around a corpse that isolated it from the outside world, speculating that the corpse still had life force, making this perhaps an opportunity rather than a crisis. Inside the maze, the talented disciples of various sects searched for the exit to no avail, but gained some fortuitous encounters, personally experiencing the legendary sights that had once appeared in the maze. However, Meng Hao entered a vast starry sky, a sight completely different from what the others had seen. Underneath this unfamiliar starry sky, Meng Hao felt a summoning force that drew him towards a star. As he landed on the star, he discovered a vast, boundless land, and the starry sky was also vastly different from the southern region, appearing clearer and more expansive. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared behind Meng Hao, inviting him to sit down. The man was clad in an elegant long robe, with an evilish yet handsome countenance, similar to the elder Meng Hao had met in the Tang building world. In front of him was a campfire, roasting a snake-like creature with horns and claws. The man cut the snake in half, asking Meng Hao to choose the head or the tail. Meng Hao hesitated before choosing the head, and learned that the snake was a white dragon with cultivation close to the immortal realm. The man also bit off and ate the white dragon's tail, seemingly satisfied with the sight of Meng Hao relishing the dragon's head. He told Meng Hao that the taste of a yin dragon was more delicious than that of a white dragon. But unfortunately, they were rare and hard to find. That one glance caused the yin dragon's inner pellet in Meng Hao's dantian to tremble in fear. On the mysterious South Celestial Star, Meng Hao meets a senior self-proclaimed as Xu Mintai, an immortal from Tiger Jail Star beyond the seventh mountain. Xu Mintai has suffered severe injuries during a Dao war and survived to this day. Due to being seen by Meng Hao in the past, Xu Mintai gives him a star mark that will assist in his cultivation. Recognizing Meng Hao's unique bloodline and the potential to return his legacy to his home, Tiger Jail Star, in exchange, he presents Meng Hao with 3 generous gifts. First gift: guidance of the immortal. This treasure was refined from Xu Mintai's insights upon becoming an immortal, which increases Meng Hao's chances of achieving immortality by 30 while directly guiding the descent of the starry sky. Xu Mintai values this gift highly, willing to sacrifice his cultivation level to bestow it upon Meng Hao. Second gift: Dao Spirit Scripture Spiritual Awareness Tome. Xu Mintai imparts to Meng Hao a spiritual awareness tome of the Dao Spirit Scripture, which helps him advance his spiritual awareness significantly. By cultivating this tome, Meng Hao's spiritual awareness can reach triple that of his peers, greatly enhancing his divination abilities and the potency of his Dan Qi. Third gift: Immortal Spirit Qi and Legacy Tablet. Xu Mintai grants Meng Hao a portion of the immortal spirit Qi from his body, containing his legacy within. He places the legacy tablet on Meng Hao's abdomen, and as the immortal spirit Qi disperses, it aids Meng Hao in forming a golden core. Meanwhile, the legacy tablet merges with Meng Hao's 10 Dao platforms, indicating he will inherit the legacy of Xu Mintai. Xu Mintai cautions Meng Hao to beware of the Azure Luo sect and an ancient force in the east, concealing his speculation about Meng Hao's unique bloodline and origin within the immortal spirit Qi. He subsequently retreats into the Samsara cave in search of the Dao Sea beneath the 9th mountain. Meng Hao receives these 3 significant gifts and proceeds to form his golden core. However, he is disrupted by the arrival of a young man from the Azure Luo sect, Ji, who discovers Meng Hao. Meng Hao realizes his bounty has been targeted, leading to an impending confrontation. A surly young man surnamed Ji Hongdong, accosts Meng Hao, claiming that Meng Hao has discovered a treasure trove. Meng Hao denies it and feigns avarice to try to trick information out of Ji. Ji sees through Meng Hao's clumsy act and surmises that someone else got there first. As Ji questions Meng Hao, Fang Yu, a woman in green dress, suddenly appears and demands Ji to surrender the immortal repository. Ji and Fang Yu engage in a fight. giving Meng Hao a chance to escape in the chaos. Ji realizes that Meng Hao has a white rhombus inside his body and has murderous intent, but holds back for now due to Fang Yu's presence. The walls crack, and Meng Hao finds that the Ruyi seal can't teleport, so he decides to risk forming a golden core. Ji sees Meng Hao's intention and sends Li Dao to stop him. Meng Hao fights back with all his might, and just when Li Dao is about to strike, Xu Qing shows up and attacks Li Dao with a white light, saving Meng Hao. Xu Qing tells Meng Hao to focus on forming the golden core while she deals with Li Dao. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity to expedite the process, preparing for the upcoming crisis. Years after his defeat at the hands of Xu Qing's in the Battle of Nanyu Daojing, Li Daoyi encounters her again at the ruins of the Nine-Death Profound Sect, determined to avenge his loss. However, Xu Qing has since integrated the Divine Phoenix power, granting her far superior cultivation than Li Daoyi. Despite her incomplete control over this power, she retains the upper hand. Meanwhile, under Xu Qing's protection, Meng Hao employs the Ying Long's demon core to refine celestial spirit qi, approaching the unprecedented achievement of a perfect violet pill. As the battle between Xu Qing and Li Daoyi rages, Ji Hongdong arrives, his cultivation far eclipsing Li Daoyi's, and forces him to retreat. Li Daoyi proposes that Ji Hongdong take Xu Qing away, which Ji Hongdong readily accepts. To safeguard Meng Hao, Xu Qing is forced to unleash the Divine Phoenix power, matching Ji Hongdong's nascent soul-level cultivation, but at a great cost, sustaining significant injuries that leave her bloodied. Witnessing this, Ji Hongdong produces a damaged jade pendant and reveals a sinister smile, having recognized the power Xu Qing wields as that of remnant soul strength. Sensing Xu Qing's injuries and the ensuing danger, Meng Hao's fury intensifies, and violet mist within him rapidly condenses. Approaching the 10th layer, Xu Qing carries the severely injured Meng Hao and flees, pursued by Ji Hongdong. At a critical moment, Xu Qing employs the Black Phoenix Remnant Soul technique, confronting Ji Hongdong directly. At the moment Ji Hongdong spoke, the Dark Phoenix, made up of countless vengeful souls, began to tremble. Their expressions changed from ferociousness to terror, as if encountering a supreme being. Ji Hongdong snorted coldly and declared that these souls, who all died at the hands of the Ji family, were nothing but ants before his bloodline. The Dark Phoenix took on the face of a woman Xu Qing who had been possessed by the souls but now controlled them. Sealed underground, Ji Hongdong exposed Xu Qing's secret and threatened her with dire consequences should it be revealed. Xu Qing's face paled as she realized the precariousness of her situation. Ji Hongdong discovered a seal Xu Qing used to absorb the souls, which greatly interested the Ji clan. As Ji Hongdong prepared to attack Xu Qing, Meng Hao suddenly opened his eyes, his powerful cultivation erupting into a whirlwind that swept through the area. Li Daoyi was horrified to realize that Meng Hao was the enemy he had been searching for years, and that Meng Hao had now reached the core formation realm. A purple, fist-sized core appeared on Meng Hao's forehead, exuding an aura that surpassed the Foundation Establishment realm. Li Daoyi tried to escape, but Meng Hao instantly appeared before him and pointed a finger, reducing Li Daoyi to dust and bones. Meng Hao turned towards Ji Hongdong, sighed softly, and crushed the Violet Furnace token, severing his connection to the Violet Fate Sect. From that moment on, he was no longer Fang Mu, the inheritor of the Violet Furnace lineage, but Meng Hao of the Grand Mountain in the Zhao Kingdom, on the short mountain of the Dan Dong lineage of the Violet Fate Sect. Fang Mu's jade slip suddenly exploded, symbolizing Meng Hao's abandonment of the Fang Mu identity. At the same time, the Li and Wang clans in the southern domain also received news that their Dao child, Li Daoyi, along with their clan patriarch, had died. They pointed the finger directly at Meng Hao. Outside the Samsara cave, Meng Hao knew all too well that killing Li Daoyi was the only way to preserve Xu Qing's safety and the secret of the monster sealer. To this end, he cast aside his identity as Fang Mu, severed ties with the Violet Fate Sect, and prepared to bear the consequences of the Ji clan's pursuit. When Ji Hongdong learned of Meng Hao's identity, he flew into a rage and summoned the Starry Sky to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao's blood clone emerged to block the Starry Sky, but Ji Hongdong cast the Sky Prison Seal, trapping Meng Hao within a blue sky and summoning the Heavenly Tribulation to punish him. Faced with the Heavenly Tribulation, Ji Hongdong took out a silver bell, using the bloodline of the Ji clan as a guide to summon the will of heaven to judge Meng Hao. Meng Hao refused to back down, loudly declaring that Ji Hongdong had no right to kill him. Both sides reached a stalemate, and a fierce battle became inevitable. Ji Hongdong attempts to kill Meng Hao using 2 lightning bolts, but Meng Hao resists using his purple pill and lightning mist. Ji Hongdong summons 3 more lightning bolts. Meng Hao assesses that he can withstand a battle with an early nascent soul cultivator but can win. Meng Hao wears the mask of the blood immortal inheritance in desperation. The mask bites into his face, and he enters a frenzied state. His flourishing Meng Hao cultivation level surges, forming a ball of crimson pill energy. The crimson energy transforms into a massive bloody fist, crushing the 3 lightning bolts. Ji Hongdong shakes his bell, unleashing 9 lightning bolts imbued with heavenly might. Meng Hao uses the blood immortal divine ability Faceless to summon a giant face that nullifies the 9 bolts. Meng Hao grabs Ji Hongdong by the neck, but Ji remains unafraid due to his Ji clan bloodline. Meng Hao eventually kills Ji Hongdong and obtains his Ji clan bloodline. Meng Hao takes off his mask, revealing a pale face as he has lost half a Jiazi of life essence. He assures Xu Qing that to protect her, he must leave their sect, wander the world, and avoid the pursuit of the Ji clan. Xu Qing tearfully says she will wait for Meng Hao to return. Meng Hao turns away, and Xu Qing embraces him from behind, promising to await his return. On a snowy mountain at the border of the eastern land, an emaciated elder was fishing by a pool. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened, and the elder pulled it up, revealing a glowing ball with a terrified middle-aged man, Ji Hongdong, inside. The elder swallowed him, savoring the taste of karma and bowing towards the sky. Later, he found a broken jade slip, learned that Ji Hongdong was killed in the southern region by Meng Hao of the Purple Fate Sect, and became furious, deciding to go to the southern region for revenge. Meanwhile, Ji clan members outside the Samsara cave received news of Ji Hongdong's death and were filled with sorrow. They used the jade slip fragments to piece together Meng Hao's image and reported it to the Li clan. The Li clan realized that Meng Hao was their missing Taoist, Li Daoyi, and also identified Meng Hao as the murderer. Thus, the Ji and Li clans joined forces, blocked the area, forbade teleportation, and sent experts to capture Meng Hao. At this moment, the strongest member of the Ji clan, a spirit-severing cultivator, appeared, announced Meng Hao's crime, and informed that ancestor Ji Fang was on his way. The news shocked the sects of the southern region, especially the Purple Fate Sect, where the atmosphere became tense. Zhao Sect met with an unexpected event when disciple Fang Mu betrayed the sect and killed members of the Ji family. To distance themselves, the 2 slashing spirit ancestors of Zhao Sect were forced to declare before the cultivation world of the southern region that Fang Mu was no longer affiliated with the sect. This implied that Fang Mu willingly renounced his Zilu token and severed his ties with Zhao Sect to avoid implicating them. The 2 ancestors were deeply saddened by this, but due to threats from the Ji family, they could not offer him protection. Meanwhile, to track down Fang Mu, the Ji family placed restrictions on the various sects of the southern region, blocking teleportation. However, Purple Luo ancestor of the Qingla sect revealed to the Ji family that Fang Mu possessed the Ruyi seal, which could potentially break the restrictions. The Ji family became wary and began taking measures to neutralize the effects of the Ruyi seal. At this juncture, Fang Mu's master, Dan Gui, learned of his disciple's plight and rushed to his aid. He engaged in a fierce battle with Ji family ancestor Ji Fang on the edge of the southern region, vowing to protect Fang Mu at all costs. Meanwhile, Fang Mu resumed his original appearance, escaped the labyrinth, and fled towards the cave of the Rebirth Lord. On his way, he encountered Zhao Sect disciples, including Chu Yuyan and Yi Feimu, who were being besieged by cultivators from the western desert. Fang Mu intervened, repelled the western desert cultivators, and rescued the Zhao Sect disciples. In a perilous cave, disciples of the Purple Luck Sect desperately fend off attacks from western wasteland cultivators. Faced with parasitic, grotesque bugs, their lives hang in the balance. In the nick of time, a masked man, Meng Hao, materializes and repels the western wasteland cultivators with an astonishing barrage of violet chi. The leader of the western wasteland cultivators, a formidable core formation mid-stage cultivator, attempts to flee but is intercepted by Meng Hao, who forcefully demands an antidote. The man reluctantly hands it over and escapes. As he departs, Yi Fei utters Meng Hao's name with astonishment, recognizing him as the long-lost Fang Mu. With the cave on the verge of collapse, Meng Hao parts ways with the Purple Lux Sect disciples. While observing a void fissure, a young woman in a green robe emerges from the void and shatters Meng Hao's violet chi with a single punch. To his horror, Meng Hao realizes her strength far exceeds the core formation early stage realm. And her physical power is terrifying. Mustering all his might, Meng Hao deploys his blood slaughter realm and blood mask, barely holding off the young woman's attacks. As she prepares to strike again, Meng Hao's hand reveals a flickering azure core formation mark. The woman reacts with disbelief and fury, retracting her fist and slamming it into the ground, injuring herself. Meng Hao is perplexed by this self-destructive behavior. As the cave's collapse intensifies, he cautiously chooses a void fissure to escape. However, the young woman relentlessly pursues him, unleashing a fist imbued with azure lightning that threatens Meng Hao's life. In a misty basin, an astonishingly strong and beautiful woman smashes the ground into pieces with her bare hands. Meng Hao is entangled in her frenzy, watching as she cries out in anguish when a mark on her body does not turn the color she expects. Meng Hao realizes the woman is a madwoman, and his seal of the mountain and sea has no effect on her. Desperate, he decides to make a risky attempt and rushes towards the reincarnation cauldron, which seems like a dead end but is his only hope of escape. Meanwhile, a group of nascent soul cultivators and a mysterious old man enter the fog. Among them is a middle-aged man from the Ji clan with spirit-severing cultivation. But he is stunned by a mysterious coughing sound and forced to sit down in meditation for an incense stick's time. The mysterious old man helps Meng Hao deal with this greatest threat, but warns him that he must grow powerful as soon as possible. Meng Hao runs as fast as he can and gets closer to the reincarnation cauldron. However, his silhouette disperses the fog and attracts the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Chen Fan, Han Bei, Chu Yuyan, Li Shiki, and Xu Qing see Meng Hao and their emotions become complicated. Chu Yuyan realizes that Meng Hao is Fang Mu, and the two people who have left deep marks on her life have merged into one. Meng Hao's appearance is like a blazing sun, dazzling and dazzling. He rushes fearlessly towards the reincarnation cauldron, pursued by the nascent soul cultivators, while his fate is about to be revealed in the reincarnation cauldron. Meng Hao's face darkened. Amidst the swirling fog, he bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, which formed into a blood mist that wrapped around his feet and teleported him at an astounding speed above the corpse of the immortal. Simultaneously, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, causing some of his hair to instantly turn white. He had used a motley forbidden technique inherited from the blood spirit to obtain a speed beyond his limitations. At the place where the previous restriction had dissipated, the void instantly collapsed. If Meng Hao had not decisively used the forbidden technique, he would have undoubtedly died. He used his life essence and lifespan to heal his injuries and recover, overdrawing his lifespan. At this moment, over 10 nascent soul cultivators from House Ji and House Li, who had been suppressed to the great perfection of core formation, arrived at high speed, bewildered by Meng Hao's reaction. Han Bei and the others were stunned, but Meng Hao stopped them from attacking. An elder from House Li ridiculed Meng Hao, but Meng Hao remained unmoved. He took out the blood-colored mask and put it on his face. In an instant, a bloody aura permeated the surroundings, shocking the people present. Meng Hao now resembled the blood spirit of the Tai race as described in the ancient records, exuding a strong killing intent and malevolence. As a great amount of thick spiritual energy roiled, Meng Hao made the immortal corpse rapidly shrink. One of the 8 elders of House Ji was the first to attack Meng Hao. But Meng Hao used the faceless technique to create a large spiritual energy face to counterattack. With a deafening roar, Meng Hao's face shattered and collapsed, causing him serious injuries. However, the elder from House Ji was unharmed. Realizing the power of the blood-colored mask, the other nascent soul cultivators also rushed at Meng Hao. Meng Hao once again consumed his lifespan to heal his injuries, and he appeared emaciated with white hair. He was covered in blood, resembling a scarlet robe. His eyes emitted a purplish red light, filled with crazy stubbornness. Meng Hao fought against more than 10 nascent soul cultivators, displaying astounding strength. Facing a desperate situation, he remained unyielding, laughing at the heavens and exuding boundless passion. His image became an eternal mark in the hearts of the geniuses present. representing the passion and tenacity that cultivators should possess. At that moment, everyone understood that this was a true cultivator, who would never bow his head, fight to the bitter end, march forward bravely, and proudly laugh in the face of the world. Amidst the chaos, Meng Hao's red hair swirled as he consumed a purple pill. Its energy surged through him as a purple liquid, causing immense pain and turmoil. As if his body was being torn apart, Meng Hao's consciousness shattered, replaced by a torrent of murderous intent that consumed his sanity. His cultivation soared uncontrollably, reaching middle, late, and then great perfection core formation. Astonishing all present, no longer relying on his burning soul, Meng Hao ignited his will in essence, becoming a desperate madman. His eyes blazed with madness and bloodlust. His aged face etched into the minds of all. A dozen or so nascent soul cultivators surrounded Meng Hao, their killing intent palpable. But Meng Hao fearlessly unleashed the divine abilities of the blood immortal legacy faceless, wordless, and conflagration. Masks surged forth, unleashing a soundless roar that shook the old cultivators' hearts. A pillar of flames erupted, carrying Meng Hao away and injuring 3 of them. However, Meng Hao's flesh and essence were nearing collapse. As his life force waned, he touched the blood-colored mask, summoning his slumbering mastiff. At Meng Hao's call, the mask trembled, rising into the air and releasing 100-foot blood-colored light screen. A deafening canine bark echoed from it, causing the old cultivators' faces to contort as a sense of impending doom washed over them. Suddenly, the light screen warped and bulged as something tore furiously from within, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Trapped in a desperate situation, Meng Hao faces imminent death as over 10 nascent soul cultivators close in on him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoes as a crimson light barrier is torn apart, revealing a massive crimson claw exuding a terrifying aura. The claw belongs to Meng Hao's summoned severing spirit blood mastiff, possessing the ability to sever spirits. In a lightning-fast attack, it annihilates 7 nascent soul cultivators with devastating force. The remaining elders flee in panic. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity to consume healing pills, concealing his weakened state. However, the blood mastiff returns to slumber, unable to fight further. His only path to survival lies in the Samsara cave. As he approaches, a sigh reverberates from within, causing the entire area to tremble. The source of the sigh is a woman whose voice sends the nascent soul cultivators reeling with internal injuries. She bestows upon Meng Hao the power of a kunpeng, enabling his escape. Meng Hao transforms into a meteor, fueled by confusion and bewilderment, and shoots out of the basin. Meng Hao realizes that the woman who sighed is the kunpeng he had witnessed in the sky earlier. He speculates that her rescue is an act of repaying a debt, but wonders when this debt was incurred. The woman warns Meng Hao of the ruthlessness of the monster seal lineage and advises him to be cautious. With newfound protection from the kunpeng's power, Meng Hao escapes with a mind filled with unanswered questions. The crisis has been averted temporarily, but the threat from the nascent soul cultivators still looms. Meng Hao must race against time to find a way out, with the Samsara cave offering his only hope. Outside the rebirth cave basin, numerous cultivators witnessed as a shooting star emerged from the mist, releasing trails of unforgettable flames and radiance. The star was none other than Meng Hao, the inheritor of the Violet Fate Sect, the third Grand Master Pill Cauldron of the Southern Domain, possessor of the scripture of the vast expanse, and a descendant of the Blood Demon legacy. Meng Hao's appearance was akin to a legend. Despite his meager cultivation, backed by the silhouette of the Kun Peng, he broke through the blockade of the Ji and Li families, vanishing into the horizon thousands of miles away. The Violet Fate Sect cultivators watched Meng Hao depart with a mixture of relief and solemnness. Borrowing the power of the Kun Peng, Meng Hao teleported through the void vortex and arrived on the plains bordering the Southern Domain and the Blacklands. Disorientation washed over him momentarily, but he swiftly retrieved a jade slip to confirm his location. With a respectful bow toward the direction of the Violet Fate Sect, he resolutely embarked on his journey to the Blacklands. Meng Hao's injuries were severe, and his lifespan was dwindling to less than a third of a cycle. He needed to heal with utmost urgency, urging his vine tendrils to propel him forward. He simultaneously tended to his wounds while retrieving Ji Hongdong's storage pouch. The instant he stepped into the Blacklands, the ancient seal demon Jade transmitted an unexpected message, guiding him to cultivate his unique divine ability, the sealing technique, capable of sealing all beings as demons. Meng Hao was filled with astonishment. He retrieved the ancient seal demon Jade and comprehended its incantation, unlocking the divine ability of the sealing lineage. And so, the journey of the fourth volume commenced. Twilight descended upon the land of black ink, painting a desolate and somber landscape. As Meng Hao ventured into this territory, he sensed an intangible thread veiling his presence. Speculating within his mind, he realized that the thread had appeared only after he entered black ink, suggesting that black ink had the ability to obscure its traces. Riding his vine, Meng Hao sped across black ink, witnessing the fierce and solitary nature of its cultivators. Unlike the camaraderie he had encountered in the southern domain, they rarely formed alliances. Despite the formidable cultivation levels of some, they shied away from Meng Hao, recognizing his distinctive white hair and menacing vine. Along his journey, Meng Hao observed countless brutal battles between cultivators, gaining first-hand knowledge of the perilous nature of black ink. However, to his bewilderment, despite spending a month in the region, the Ji clan had not pursued him. Meng Hao speculated that the intangible thread might have played a role. 2 months later, Meng Hao stumbled upon an abandoned cave that served as a hidden haven for his recovery. While the cave lacked abundant spiritual energy, its secluded location provided him with the privacy he needed. Meng Hao cast protective runes around the entrance and commenced his healing process. With the aid of his alchemy, his wounds gradually healed, and his mind drifted back to his past encounters with the Violet Fate sect. 3 months into his seclusion, his injuries had recovered by 80%. Yet the Ji clan remained elusive. Meng Hao pondered the possibility of his master's intervention. At that moment, a gaunt, middle-aged man approached the cave entrance. His cultivation base was unremarkable, but his eyes held a piercing intensity. The man introduced himself as Yellow Immortal, claiming to be the cave's former owner. Having been trapped outside for 2 years, he had returned only to find his abode occupied. Yellow Immortal's fury erupted as he demanded Meng Hao vacate the cave. However, upon meeting Meng Hao's pale countenance and fathomless gaze, a shudder ran through him. A wave of awe-inspiring majesty washed over him, forcing Yellow Immortal to suppress his arrogance and address Meng Hao as fellow Taoist instead. In the depths of the mountains, the Yellow Immortal fearfully begs for mercy from the unfamiliar Meng Hao. Meng Hao's overwhelming aura terrifies him, leading him to believe that his demise is imminent. At this crucial moment, the Yellow Immortal uses his wit to lavishly praise Meng Hao's cave, extolling its rich spiritual energy and ethereal atmosphere. Meng Hao is amused by the Yellow Immortal's flattery but appreciates his cleverness. He proposes to rent the Yellow Immortal's cave in exchange for a Qi condensation pill. The Yellow Immortal is overjoyed and his awe for Meng Hao intensifies. From the Yellow Immortal, Meng Hao learns about the scarcity of the ink earth and its limited cultivation resources. He decides to use the pills in his storage bag sparingly to alleviate his shortage of spirit stones. Simultaneously, he plans to awaken the spirit within the copper mirror during his core formation stage, allowing it to accompany him on a path of greater strength. Meng Hao closes his eyes to heal, anticipating the arrival of his core formation stage. Meanwhile, the Yellow Immortal eagerly leaves the cave, intending to dilute the Qi condensation pill into liquid form for his prolonged cultivation. Meng Hao's copper mirror holds a profound secret. An ancient immortal bird's artifact spirit is sealed within. To quell this squawking poltergeist, Meng Hao awakens the artifact spirit. As cultivation energy pours in, the mirror's surface reveals a projection of a multicolored parrot. As the parrot opens its eyes, an aura of immortal spirit emanates. The poltergeist assumes it's its sworn enemy and attempts to convert it. However, the parrot snorts in disdain, boasting of its status as an ancient sovereign, calling itself Fifth Lord and claiming to possess supreme powers. It also slyly targets the poltergeist's weakness of curiosity to blackmail it. Meng Hao notices the parrot's behavior deviates from the poltergeist's memories, revealing a more arrogant and self-important nature. Suddenly, the parrot senses an unusual aura from the inkstone and proclaims knowledge of its secret. Meng Hao inquires about the anomaly, but the parrot initially dismisses the question. However, Meng Hao's commanding tone startles it. The parrot claims to be an ancient immortal bird who knows everything in an attempt to cover its ignorance. Yet, Meng Hao's disbelieving response enrages the parrot, prompting it to assert its omniscience. In a desolate low mountain range, a parrot claims to be an ancient immortal bird and boasts of its omniscience. It extracts a purplish-blue lump of soil from the depths of the mountain. declaring it to be immortal soul soil created from the burning of runes by ancient masters. Meng Hao pretends to disdain the parrot, but secretly believes its words. He discovers that the soil contains fragmented golden runes that are drawing in the void. Using his eye technique, Meng Hao witnesses the inspiring will of the immortal runes. Experiencing an intense sense of awe, the parrot proudly informs Meng Hao that the dark earth in the area contains many such fragments. If he collects enough, he may comprehend the divine runes of a powerful master. Meng Hao recalls the words of the ancient jade and realizes that he can cultivate the art of sealing here. He immerses himself in studying the soil and occasionally inspects Ji Hongdong's storage pouch, noticing that the imprinted runes are weakening. However, Meng Hao's cultivation is interrupted by a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. The leader is Huang Daxian, who appears with a bruised and spiteful face. It turns out that Huang Daxian, influenced by others, intended to seize Meng Hao's Heaven Square pill but was captured instead. Upon learning this, Meng Hao decides to use Huang Daxian to attract more cultivators and thus obtain more immortal soul soil. He seals his cave, closes his eyes, and senses the soil, awaiting his visitors. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators approach Meng Hao's cave. They greedily desire his pills and plan to kill him instantly to prevent him from destroying his storage pouch. However, Meng Hao is prepared and lies in wait. During a protracted journey, Meng Hao immersed himself in cultivation, growing adept in sealing techniques while contemplating the immortal soil in preparation for igniting his alchemical flame. However, he remained vigilant against the Ji family. One day, 4 Foundation establishment cultivators accompanied by Huang Daxian arrived outside Meng Hao's cave dwelling in search of the final ingredient for the perfect golden core. Upon approaching the crevice, they witnessed Meng Hao's open cave entrance and his lifeless, pale visage, seated cross-legged inside. An oppressive aura emanated from Meng Hao, captivating their minds and rendering them immobile. Meng Hao's icy gaze swept over them, instantly plummeting the surrounding temperature, sending shivers down their spines and inducing cold sweat. Sensing imminent death, a Foundation establishment cultivator attempted to escape but was instantly slain by Meng Hao's finger, leaving a bloody hole in his glabella. Fear consumed the remaining trio. Realizing that Meng Hao was a core formation expert, with chilling eyes, Meng Hao uttered, "Rabble." Time passed excruciatingly slowly, and under the immense pressure, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators collapsed mentally. One desperately attempted to flee but was promptly devoured by dozens of crimson vines that erupted from the rock formations. The vines sealed the crevice exit, their tendrils pointing menacingly at Huang Daxian and the other 2 cultivators. Huang Daxian's face turned ashen, while the other 2 Foundation establishment cultivators trembled, not daring to beg for mercy. Meng Hao opened his eyes and calmly inquired about their purpose for coming. Upon learning that they sought a type of soil, he punished them with 2 poisonous pills and ordered them to find it. Meng Hao demonstrated the power of his sealing techniques, transforming his cave into a monstrosity and extending his spiritual senses through it, expanding his field of vision. Abruptly, he detected an ancient voice originating from a rocky wasteland 400 miles away, recounting a harrowing past. Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat as he realized it belonged to Ji Kang. Simultaneously, Ji Kang seemed to sense Meng Hao's existence, and a gaze like heavenly might descended upon him. Meng Hao sensed an unusual aura outside his cave and emerged to investigate, but found nothing after careful examination. He realized that someone with animosity towards the Ji family was lurking nearby, but the individual was alert, making them difficult to detect. To avoid any risks, Meng Hao abandoned his pursuit and instead practiced the Zheng seal technique from the Tao scripture. Discovering that his spiritual sense had expanded several times over, he speculated that if this technique was cultivated to completion, he could perhaps manifest his consciousness and blend it with the aura. A month later, more than a dozen cultivators gathered outside the cave, kneeling respectfully and presenting purple clay soil. Meng Hao realized that these cultivators had formed a small force, led by Huang Daxian. Meng Hao rewarded them with pills, cured their poison, and gained their loyalty. Under the protection of Meng Hao's powerful spiritual energy, these cultivators established a residential area around the low mountain, forming a sanctuary. Meanwhile, Meng Hao noticed that the Mo2 cultivators generally established their foundations with the help of totem power. But he had reservations about this technique, feeling that there were hidden dangers. 3 months later, Meng Hao ignited the imperishable fire of the East Cauldron. Advancing his cultivation, his spiritual sense swept through the cave, discovering that the surrounding faction had expanded into a medium-sized force. With numerous buildings and a large number of cultivators, Meng Hao surmised that the cultivators in this area relied on totem power to establish their foundations. But there were potential issues that needed further investigation. In an ethereal realm resides the land of Parrot and Jelly. Parrot, self-proclaimed Fifth Lord, asserts to be an ancient divine bird with omniscient powers, garnering a cult following of cultivators. Jelly, an indestructible creature of colossal size, proves to be an unyielding force. Meng Hao, a formidable cultivator, arrives on this land. He discovers it harbors the essence of sacred soil, enabling the comprehension of archaic runes. In quest of this soil, Meng Hao forms an alliance with Parrot and Jelly. Parrot, despite its arrogance, commands respect with its formidable abilities. Jelly, with its immortal nature, becomes Meng Hao's invaluable ally. To safeguard the land, Meng Hao infuses a fountain with immortal pills, imbuing it with potent spiritual energy. He establishes rules, permitting only a daily sip for each person. Meng Hao cultivates relentlessly, deciphering the fragmentary runes within the sacred soil. Concurrently, he practices the art of verification, exploring the surrounding environment. During one such verification, Meng Hao encounters an enigmatic old man. The elder reveals that Meng Hao bears a karmic debt to the Ji family, warning him of their insidious pursuit of ninth astral originators. Stricken with shock, Meng Hao delves into the profound significance of the ninth astral origin and the genesis of the Ji family. The lead character stamped with heaven, representing the Ji family's occupation of the celestial palace, hunting the ages, and reshaping the cosmos. As Meng Hao absorbs this revelation, he grasps the inextricable link between GTN and the Tao of immortality, embarking on an uncharted quest for the ninth astral origin. Upon waking, Meng Hao remembers the elder's words in the lands of devastation. His worldview crumbling, he realizes that there are 9 indescribable mountains and seas, each containing 4 stars. His ugly gate platform is the southern sky star of the 9th mountain. While the Ji family, using the 9th mountain and sea source, has become a formidable force with the power of 9 stars. Meng Hao also learns that, as the NINTH generation monster sealer, his sealing techniques come from a being above the 9 mountains and seas. Confusing as this is, Meng Hao knows that becoming an immortal is his only way out. He immerses himself in perfecting his golden elixir method. Months later, Meng Hao senses the runes on Ji Hongdong's storage pouch vanish, revealing 50 supreme spirit stones. This immense wealth stuns him, realizing it will increase his power exponentially. To his further astonishment, he finds he can absorb the world's natural energy again. With the supreme spirit stones, Meng Hao's cultivation and combat power skyrocket, filling him with hope for the future. Meng Hao put away the silver rune that emanated a terrifying aura, realizing that he needed to kill his enemy swiftly, giving him no chance to cast spells. He also discovered other valuable items. He found the legendary one-colored nascent soul pill, one of the 3 ancient supreme elixirs, which could elevate a nascent soul cultivator's 5-colored 5 elements into 6 colors, making it incredibly valuable. He also acquired a fishing rod that could hear the voices of all living beings, containing a mysterious and unfathomable power. The most striking item was a pitch-dark box with the character Fang engraved on it. Meng Hao opened the box and found a featherlight glove inside. When he wore the glove, a vast force surged into his right hand, enabling him to absorb air and objects, making him formidable. Meng Hao realized that these items might be related to the annihilation of the Ji family, but he couldn't confirm it. However, these items provided him with the capital to rise up in this unfamiliar land. Meng Hao copied a primordial mending heaven pill, restoring his lifespan, and suppressed his cultivation, aiming for the perfect golden core. Soon after, he detected Luo Chong and Fairy Doran leading Ink Earth cultivators towards him. Fairy Doran was exceptionally beautiful and charming. Meng Hao sealed off the surrounding area, discovering their whereabouts. As Mo2 cultivator Luo Chong leads his group to the foothill where Meng Hao resides, Meng Hao senses their distorted figures with his enhanced perception, thanks to his fusion of demonic spirit with the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the beautiful woman from the western desert, Duolin, appears distinct. Duolin also notices Meng Hao, but she sees a towering, hazy peak exuding an oppressive aura. Duolin recognizes Meng Hao as a demon and feels alarmed, but is surprised when he withdraws his demon aura. Meng Hao then identifies the connection between the totem on Duolin's forehead and the demon aura. Soon, Luo Chong and his group arrive. Meng Hao observes that Luo Chong is accompanied by 2 blue-faced and 2 western desert cultivators, all in the core formation realm. Luo Chong arrogantly asserts his claim to the nearby spirit lake and intends to enslave the cultivators to search for Duolin's desires. As Luo Chong attempts to absorb the spirit lake, Meng Hao, hidden within the foothill, takes action. A surge of demon aura erupts from the foothill, forming a hazy black silhouette. Duolin is astonished to note its resemblance to a totem worshipped by her western desert tribe. Meng Hao's manifested form engages in a fierce battle with Luo Chong and his group, with Duolin assisting them. However, Meng Hao's manifested form is shattered in an instant. Just as Duolin and the others breathe a sigh of relief, Meng Hao emerges from the cave enveloped in black smoke. He unleashes a devastating attack on one of the western desert cultivators, showcasing his formidable power. Meng Hao, a formidable cultivator, faces a challenge in his territory from Luo Chong and other western desert cultivators. In an intense battle, Meng Hao overwhelms the western desert cultivators with his astonishing power, absorbing their totem powers and manifesting a shimmering illusion on his right arm. With 3 consecutive punches, Meng Hao defeats 3 more western desert cultivators and raises Luo Chong high in front of his eyes. Luo Chong and his companion, Duolin, are terrified and beg for mercy. Meng Hao demands that they consume a refined demon pill to escape death, to which Luo Chong and Duolin reluctantly agree. However, after the green-faced cultivator consumes the demon pill, Meng Hao employs the sealing art, demonizing him and exploding his head. Luo Chong and Duolin witness this and flee in fear. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Meng Hao realizes that his strength has increased significantly, but he still needs to find one last herb to achieve perfect golden core. However, the heavenly tribulation that follows becomes a significant concern. Just then, Meng Hao's spirit parrot flies back, and Meng Hao inquires about methods to overcome the tribulation. The parrot informs him of a rare mother and son treasure that can counter the tribulation using its leaves and delay its arrival. Meng Hao recalls a strange Inkearth treasure that fits this description, giving him a glimmer of hope. Confronted with the imminent tribulation, Meng Hao contemplated his countermeasures, and accidentally discovered that he had multiple peculiar attributes bound to his life and death. He first considered the legendary immortal silkworm, which could endlessly molt to achieve immortality. Then, he thought about his blood body, which might not be advanced but possessed amazing tenacity and regeneration powers. However, Meng Hao realized that these methods were still inadequate. Then, he remembered the thunder soul that the parrot had mentioned. He focused his attention on the Li family's ancestor that he imprisoned, constantly refining his soul with thunderbolts, hoping that the ancestor would progressively adapt to the thunderbolts and eventually become a thunder soul to help combat the tribulation. In order to refine the true gold core that was needed to progress, Meng Hao sought out the final herb, the coiling orchid stem. When he learned that this herb would be available at an auction in Dongla City, Meng Hao set off with meat jelly and the parrot. On his way, the parrot scorned Meng Hao's aspirations to cultivate 9 generations of blood and merge them into 10th generation blood, and offered suggestions on cultivating a thunder soul. Meat jelly had a huge row with the parrot, who finally subdued Meat Jelly using his trump card. Do you want to know? He then tied Meat Jelly to his leg. As the group neared Dongla City, Meng Hao noticed a giant crimson peacock in the city that emanated an unmistakable presence. He was immediately wary. However, before he could react, the parrot let out a strange cry and vanished. A multicolored light burst forth, heading straight for the peacock, which surprised Meng Hao greatly. In the city of Dongluo, Meng Hao witnessed a shocking event. In mid-air, colorful lights flickered, a mysterious force assaulting a graceful crimson peacock. Disturbingly, the parrot's eyes betrayed an unusual excitement and zest. In an instant, the peacock let out a mournful cry, the anguished sound reaching across the city. Its feathers stood on end, its beauty fading in an instant, replaced by agony and dread. It struggled within a blaze, trying to escape an unseen entity. The cultivators within the city watched in stunned silence, speculating on the peacock's fate. The Dongluo clan's cultivators were anxious, wanting to save it, but they were held back by the peacock's torment. It was then that the colored light shot out again, plunging into the peacock's posterior. Its origin revealed to the crowd. Fury and shock filled the city, with the Dong Luo clan launching a full city search, vowing to find the mysterious force. However, Meng Hao knew the truth: the colored light was the parrot he had brought with him. Afraid of raising suspicions, he could only watch silently. As night fell, the parrot materialized before Meng Hao. Its expression smug and full of self-satisfaction. The parrot proudly recounted its triumph, detailing its experiments on various colorful birds. Meng Hao sighed inwardly, knowing that the parrot's mischievous nature could not be changed. The Dong Luo clan's search continued for 3 days. Yet they found nothing. Meng Hao learned that an auction would be held in 10 days. And among the items was the spirit orchid leaf that he needed. Priced at tens of thousands of spirit stones, he decided to use the spirit stones from Ji Hongdong's storage pouch to purchase it. On the evening of the 4th day, the door to Meng Hao's room was shattered. He knew that trouble had found him as he looked up towards the entrance. As the door shattered, a parrot escaped. Meng Hao, the occupant, sat cross-legged and impassively pointed his right hand into the void. A scream echoed as a corpse flew out the window. Simultaneously, Meng Hao gripped the neck of another black-robed cultivator, whose cultivation was instantly sealed. Faced with over a dozen invading cultivators from the Donla Ling, Meng Hao stood his ground, coldly asking, "Is this how the Donla family treats its guests?" Donla Ling appeared, demanding the release of his subordinate. Meng Hao sneered and crushed the cultivator's neck before heading towards the door. 2 core formation mid-stage elders behind Donla Ling stepped forward to obstruct him. But Meng Hao's speed was astonishing. A gust of wind roared, knocking back all the black-robed cultivators. Confronting the elders' spells, Meng Hao displayed an air of arrogance, punching one back and pointing a finger at the other, causing his eyes to lose focus. Meng Hao closed in on Donla Ling, about to capture him, when a black spear surged towards him. Meng Hao easily blocked it, the spearhead dissipating. Donla Ling seized the opportunity to retreat. But after Meng Hao uttered the word return, Donla Ling found himself unable to move and was brought back by an elder controlled by Meng Hao. On a distant rooftop, a thin, middle-aged man watched with a grave expression, engaging in a spiritual sense duel with Meng Hao. Meng Hao remained calm and composed while blood trickled from the middle-aged man's mouth. Admitting it was a misunderstanding, he explained that Donla Ling was searching for an injured vermilion sparrow and suspected Meng Hao of being involved. Meng Hao firmly denied the accusation and accepted a black token given by Donla Han, indicating his understanding. Donla Ling was unwilling, but the Donla family's patriarch emerged, cautioning them against provoking a powerful enemy at this moment. Donlo Han and Donlo Ling are astounded to learn that Mo Tu Palace has invaded the Saturn clan and slain Tu Mo, a great spirit severer. The Donlo family strictly suppresses the news, expecting it to spread through Mo Tu quickly. Meanwhile, the Donlo family is disrupted by the shrill cry of the vermilion bird. Subsequently, a vague figure emerges in the air and identifies himself as Fifth Master. He claims to be an esteemed celestial with supreme authority. Fifth Master wantonly damages the Donlo family's ancestral home, declaring his intention to kill nascent soul elders. When 3 nascent soul cultivators attempt to intervene, Fifth Master employs Asura fire and celestial slaughter, summoning a colossal black crow that causes a deafening explosion and a massive crater. After the turmoil subsides, Meng Hao uncovers that Fifth Master is, in fact, a transformed parrot pudding. Meng Hao suspects a greater reason behind the Donlo family's silence. 3 days later, Meng Hao learns that Mo Tu Palace has presented a threat to consume all of Mo Tu. 9 alliances and 1 city have changed allegiances, and spirit-severing ancestors have fallen. A major conflict is about to erupt in Mo Tu. On the day of the auction, Meng Hao observes the hurried movements of cultivators in the streets, reflecting the turmoil about to befall Mo Tu. Parrot Pudding rests confidently on Meng Hao's shoulder, seemingly ready to create chaos within Mo Tu. Dongla City's auction house is located near the central abyss. The character 5 is still clearly visible on a large tree there. When Meng Hao arrived at the auction house, he found that only a few hundred people were present, creating a tense atmosphere. With his black token, he obtained a spacious seat. Donla Han and his sister Donla Ling were present in the auction hall. Donla Han expressed his admiration for Meng Hao's strength and offered to recruit him. However, Donla Ling treated Meng Hao with disdain and clearly refused the possibility of becoming his Dao partner. Realizing that his recruitment attempt had been thwarted by Donghua Ling, Donghua Han switched to inviting Meng Hao to join the Nine Alliances League. Meng Hao thought for a moment but declined to make a decision at that time. When the auction began, Meng Hao realized that 3 groups had the right to bid preferentially on the auction items. He purchased a branch of orchid spirit leaf, only to find that someone was glaring at him greedily. When the auction presented a core formation magic item called the Motian Banner, the parrot on Meng Hao's shoulder became agitated and conveyed through its consciousness that the item held great destiny for Meng Hao, urging him to acquire it. At an auction in East Glow City, Meng Hao is drawn to a parrot and discovers that the banner at the auction is no ordinary item. Despite 2 groups of cultivators bidding for it, Meng Hao does not give up and outbids them. When the other 2 groups of cultivators hold back, a cultivator from the Han River Sect offers a high price of 20,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao shows no intention of backing down and presents a black token indicating his ample financial resources. The Han River Sect's core formation mid-stage elder bids 150,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao remains silent for a moment, then confirms the banner's significance with the parrot. The parrot insists that the banner is a fragment of a celestial rune from years ago and that it can greatly assist with understanding runes. Meng Hao immediately gets up, rushes to the auction stage, and seizes the banner. 2 core formation late-stage elders from the auction house attempt to stop Meng Hao but are unable to withstand the parrot's sonic attack. Meng Hao bursts out of the auction house, turning into a rainbow and soaring into the sky. Cultivators from 3 major sects fly after Meng Hao in pursuit. Filled with rage, the cultivators inside the auction house are stunned by Meng Hao's bold move. And Dongluo Han is taken aback by Meng Hao's ferocity. Meng Hao seizes a treasure during an auction and, under the parrot's influence, experiences the thrill of theft for the first time. When pursued by the Han Shui sect cultivators, the parrot casts the technique of extreme repulsion, diverting attention using an abundance of spirit stones. After learning that Meng Hao is an elder of the Han Shui sect, the pockmarked elder pursues him with all his might. Meng Hao resists using his Ruyi seal, but due to its damaged state, the parrot prevents him from using it. The parrot exploits the extreme repulsion, transforming into spirit stones to disorient the pursuers, and Meng Hao seizes the opportunity to escape. The Han Shui sect cultivators and onlookers are absorbed by the spirit stones, neglecting the fact that Meng Hao had previously robbed the auction house. Inspired by the parrot, Meng Hao realizes that manipulating the extreme repulsion can grant him vast wealth and agrees to continue seeking beautiful, furry beasts in the future. While evading the Han Shui sect cultivators, Meng Hao reflects upon his actions and realizes that he has been swayed by the parrot. He resolves to employ a more restrained approach to future thefts to avoid creating a commotion. The parrot downplays this concern, stating that it will continue helping Meng Hao accumulate wealth so long as he takes it to find more furry, beautiful beasts. The radiance of 1,000,000 spirit stones illuminated the twilight expanse, inciting a frenzy among hundreds of cultivators. Disciples of the Han Shui sect and 2 other sects pursued Meng Hao relentlessly, unaware that their storage pouches had been mysteriously emptied. Roars of rage shook the heavens as the cultivators realized Meng Hao was the culprit. They pursued him with manic determination, even summoning fellow cultivators from all directions to exact revenge. Meanwhile, Meng Hao strolled leisurely, his parrot spewing forth a torrent of treasures, spirit stones, and jade slips. Unbeknownst to the cultivators, the wealth had been transferred into his bag of holding by the parrot's incredible ability. The cultivators' belongings were instantly vaporized, dealing them a grievous blow. The patriarchs of the 3 sects were particularly incensed. Having lost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and precious artifacts, Meng Hao reveled in the spoils, particularly a trove worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. He also discovered an enigmatic golden tablet inscribed with sword array diagrams, piquing his curiosity. With each passing moment, the cultivators closed in on Meng Hao. Their murderous intensifies. However, Meng Hao and his parrot remained unfazed, their eyes gleaming with avarice. They seemed like kindred spirits, planning future plundering adventures together. Meanwhile, the red-haired elder vowed to pursue Meng Hao relentlessly, his venomous gaze fixed on the horizon. Meng Hao, a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, is being pursued by thousands of cultivators after he stole an auction item and plundered the finances of others. During his escape, he encounters a parrot who calls itself Fifth Lord. The parrot tells Meng Hao about a method to delay his heavenly tribulation, which involves using chaotic aura to conceal himself. Meng Hao and the parrot use the parrot's strong wind to hinder the pursuers and lure them to Meng Hao's cave abode. Meanwhile, Meng Hao secretly enters the cave abode to prepare for refining a perfect golden core, intending to increase his cultivation to deal with the pursuers. Outside the cave abode, the parrot commands the local cultivators to run, forming a vague formation to conceal Meng Hao's aura. When the pursuers arrive outside the cave abode, they find that Meng Hao has vanished, and only a group of cultivators are running. They assume that Meng Hao has lost his mind. Pockmarked old man, a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, orders the killing of all the local cultivators to vent his anger. Hundreds of cultivators rush to the ground, ready to unleash a massacre. At this moment, the parrot activates the formation, releasing a blurred gust of wind, making everything within 100 miles hazy. Meng Hao, inside the cave abode, immerses himself in refining the perfect golden core. He decides to wait until he breaks through to the mid-stage of perfect golden core before leaving the cave abode and taking revenge on his pursuers. As the Han Shui sect and the cultivators pursuing Meng Hao drew near to the ground, a gentle draft erupted from Meng Hao's group, holding them back. The draft swiftly transformed into a fierce gale, howling earth-shatteringly. Within the tempestuous winds, the voices of Meng Hao's group intermingled, becoming a terrifying suppression that instantly tore apart the clothes, hair, and skin of over 10 low-level cultivators, transforming them into skeletons that disintegrated into dust in the wind. The violent force of the wind caused the pursuers to recoil in horror. But 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators refused to yield and charged towards the company of more than 100 people. However, their attacks passed right through a towering wind silhouette that appeared in the wind, while the silhouette surged straight through them, causing them to vomit blood and collapse to the ground, severely injured. As more and more silhouettes materialized, a nascent soul cultivator of the Han Shui sect attempted to block them with a blood sigil. But he was still pierced by the silhouettes and died a gruesome death when he was trampled upon. The pursuers were completely engulfed by fear, trapped in a swirling mist of wind. These wind silhouettes were none other than Meng Hao and his companions, who ran rings around the cultivators, shouting, "Believe in the fifth Lord, and you shall have eternal life." Their cries echoed through the air, striking terror into the hearts of the cultivators. The patriarch of the House of Treasures recognized this as the lost ancient human immortal formation and believed that it could be broken. The crimson-haired elder, the pockmarked cultivator, and the patriarch of the House of Treasures conferred, deciding to break the formation and kill the enemy, while also divvying up the spoils, including Meng Hao's belongings and the parrot. Outside the foggy, low mountain cave, 3 vicious cultivators released rice grains that quickly turned black, absorbing the cultivation of hundreds of cultivators. The big-headed cultivator muttered, casting a secret art, and the rice grains transformed into hundreds of sinister evil spirits. Inside the cave, the parrot witnessed everything and found that the evil spirits posed a threat to its body. Meanwhile, in the cave, Meng Hao was refining a purple-colored alchemy furnace. There was the face of a youth on the alchemy furnace, but Meng Hao suppressed it with demonic energy. The parrot asked Meng Hao for help, requesting 3 days' time. Meng Hao decided to refine a perfect gold elixir within 3 days. No matter the cost, he took out a large amount of medicinal herbs, lit the purple fire, and began refining. Outside the cave, the evil spirits fought fiercely with the cultivators of the 3 major sects. The evil spirits kept falling, but the cultivators also gradually fell. The big-headed cultivator released rice grains again, summoning the phantom of the yellow springs. Both the parrot and the hide soup felt it was difficult. Suddenly, there was a roar from the cave, releasing golden light. Meng Hao was covered in blood, with his hair disheveled, but his eyes revealed an unwavering bloodlust. He was refining the perfect gold elixir with the pill fire, and the tribulation cloud of the pill descended. Meng Hao knew that if the refining was successful, he would face an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. Bathed in the golden radiance of the alchemical furnace, Meng Hao felt a golden liquid rapidly condensing within, signaling the imminent arrival of the pill tribulation. Simultaneously, deafening thunderbolts crashed outside, and tribulation clouds billowed. The phenomenon from the furnace alarmed 3 late-stage core formation grandmasters from major sects. They realized that Meng Hao was concocting a pill that would trigger a heavenly tribulation. Just as everyone anticipated the tribulation to shatter Meng Hao's abode, a massive bolt of lightning mysteriously dispersed, striking the surrounding malicious spirits. The tribulation had been diverted by the malignant spirits in the formation, making them the target. Meng Hao's furnace remained unaffected by the tribulation. Golden light erupted, piercing through the ground and the low mountains, emitting a blinding brilliance. The remaining spirits were eradicated by the combined onslaught of the golden light and the tribulation. At that moment, the mountain where Meng Hao resided transformed into a golden lake. He sat cross-legged, with an eerie glow from his forehead. In his right hand lay a golden pill, a perfect golden core. Upon the pill's emergence, the Grand Masters from the 3 major sects and hundreds of cultivators felt a surge of excitement. Their spiritual energy yearned to merge with the pill. Over 100 cultivators recklessly charged towards Meng Hao, intending to seize the golden core. However, another lightning bolt descended from the sky, defying everything. Meng Hao swallowed the perfect golden core, embarking on the path of the golden core Dao. As Meng Hao ingested the pill, the golden core Dao expanded within him, while the tribulation clouds above dissipated, marking the end of the pill tribulation. In the midst of a turbulent sky filled with celestial lightning, Meng Hao consumed an elixir. Within his body, true energy surged and his purple elixir shattered, revealing a golden elixir. The tribulation clouds churned violently, covering an expanse of 10,000 miles. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, shaking the void. Inside Meng Hao's body, the golden elixir radiated with an effulgent glow, absorbing the fragments of the shattered purple elixir and emitting brilliant golden light. His body became suffused with golden radiance. His muscles tightened, his bones strengthened, his spirit expanded, and his cultivation skyrocketed. With a deathly pale yet hauntingly beautiful face, Meng Hao opened his eyes, their golden brilliance illuminating him like a deity of war. The parrot and the jelly were dumbstruck, amazed by Meng Hao's flawless immortal body. Meng Hao felt the surge of power with joy. His golden elixir spun incessantly, unleashing a torrent of cultivation that transformed into a golden hurricane, sweeping through all directions. Within the hurricane's vortex appeared Meng Hao's face, exerting a pressure that caused hundreds of cultivators to recoil in retreat. Having broken through the early stage of golden core to enter the mid-stage, Meng Hao felt the perfect fusion of his golden elixir with his essence. Like a newborn, he closed his eyes and summoned his memories, realizing that the ancient starry sky he had witnessed within the reincarnation grotto was the very foundation of his elixir chi. As Meng Hao reopened his eyes, the golden sun above his head exploded, transforming into surging golden elixir chi. Then, a boundless black night sky condensed, scattered with countless golden stars, emanating an AWE-inspiring aura. The ancient sky formed from starry elixir chi astounded everyone present. The ancestors of the 3 great sects gasped in horror. They had never witnessed anyone whose elixir chi foundation was the starry sky. Realizing that the young man before them was extraordinary, as Meng Hao prepared to break through, dark clouds roiled in the sky, and thunderbolts roared, bringing with them an aura of apocalypse. Meng Hao looked up and saw boundless tribulation clouds churning, threatening to annihilate him. The parrot was furious and risked its life to delay the heavenly tribulation. It used its conceal the heavens ability to hide Meng Hao's aura and summoned hundreds of cultivators to weave a massive net to withstand the thunderbolts. Pai Dong reluctantly transformed the net into a void, creating a second net to resist the tribulation lightning. However, instead of striking Meng Hao, the thunderbolts targeted the net. Hundreds of cultivators were instantly shattered, and the 3 major ancestors were severely injured. The parrot was enraged and used its unruly hair and a mad dash to disrupt the tribulation clouds, turning them into a fluffy ball of fur. Lightning raged within the fur ball, and the parrot relentlessly charged, provoking the lightning to bombard Pai Dong's net. The net could not withstand the onslaught, and lightning flashed. Meng Hao was alarmed but noticed the tribulation clouds gradually dissipating. However, the crisis was not over. Exhausted, the parrot pounded its chest, revealing cracks. It had bought Meng Hao time from the tribulation, but at a great cost. Pai Dong was also tattered and fell into Meng Hao's storage bag. Meng Hao was grateful for the parrot's help. He immediately dispensed pills to heal the cultivators protected by the parrot and Pai Dong and promised to reclaim their cave abodes and spirit springs. Upon hearing Meng Hao's willingness to seek revenge with them, the cultivators' eyes burned with determination. Meng Hao used his spiritual sense to locate the fleeing figures of the 3 major ancestors and led the cultivators in pursuit. Meng Hao led over 100 cultivators in pursuit of the fleeing ancestors of the three major sects. His spiritual sense detected the enemies scattering to escape. He merged his demonic qi and blood body, creating external incarnations. One of these incarnations pursued the crimson-haired elder. The crimson-haired elder was heavily injured. His cultivation base greatly diminished. While desperately fleeing, he encountered Meng Hao's incarnation's ambush, instantly receiving severe injuries but barely surviving the encounter. Meanwhile, another incarnation chased after the pockmarked elder. The pockmarked elder was not as powerful and was also badly injured. Under the cover of the incarnation's crimson mist, he was captured in his despair. Meng Hao's main body pursued the big-headed cultivator, but his opponent used a secret technique. Moving extremely quickly, Meng Hao cast the monster sealing technique, but it was ineffective. The big-headed cultivator spat out blood and cast the phantom ghost technique, attempting to obstruct Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's pill qi transformed into golden stars, easily dissipating the phantom ghosts. The big-headed cultivator was forced to desperately fight back. During the heavenly tribulation, Meng Hao's had absorbed a strange lightning bolt. The big-headed cultivator seized the opportunity to escape and hid in an earthen town, trying to use the help of the town cultivators to block Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's divine sense keenly detected that the big-headed cultivator was using a special concealment technique that greatly increased his speed. Even more astounding was the big-headed cultivator's premonition of danger, as he was always able to avoid Meng Hao's attacks before they landed. Meanwhile, the big-headed cultivator asked for help from the nascent soul cultivators in the earthen town, claiming that Meng Hao had attacked him and promising to help them form their nascent souls. However, Meng Hao's cold gaze terrified the earthen town cultivators, and they dared not obstruct him. Meng Hao even killed the earthen town's leader in front of everyone and warned them that those who surrendered would be spared. Meng Hao continued to pursue the big-headed cultivator, and although the latter's speed was astonishing, he was still unable to shake off Meng Hao's pursuit. Meng Hao discovered that the big-headed cultivator's secret technique not only increased his speed but also allowed him to foresee danger. This made him very curious about the big-headed cultivator's identity and inheritance and made him determined to capture him. 2 days later, in a valley, Ouyang's support emerged, ready to assist Ouyang against Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao punched him in an instant, killing him. The boss witnessed all of this and was horrified as he hurriedly escaped. On the 4th day, the boss went to find the 9 Moshan cultivators, hoping for their help, but they treated him with disdain. Suddenly, a starry sky appeared on the distant battlefield, causing Ouyang's secret method to fail while all 9 Moshan cultivators were wiped out. The boss realized how dangerous the situation was and sought help from various forces. However, due to Meng Hao's brutal methods, all the forces avoided him and closed their formations to avoid being implicated. The boss had no choice but to escape on his own. On the 7th day, Meng Hao led over 400 surrendering cultivators to chase the boss. The boss fled in a sorry state. When he arrived at a high mountain a day later, he hoped that 3 elderly men would provide him with shelter. But when the elderly man in the 7-colored robe saw Meng Hao, he immediately said that he would not interfere. The boss was filled with grief and despair, and he could only continue his escape. 2 days later, the boss found himself with nowhere to go, and all his friends avoided him. He turned around in sorrow, facing the oncoming Meng Hao, and asked with resignation, not escaping. After several days of fleeing, pleading for help, and despair, Datu is forced to confront Meng Hao's pursuit. Unwilling to succumb, he growls with resentment. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning strikes Meng Hao from the sky. Shocked and furious, Datu witnesses Meng Hao being struck by lightning 3 times in a row, leading him to wonder if Meng Hao is facing divine punishment. At the same time, Datu recalls Pai Dong's mention of his own and the parrot's tribulation experience. Suspecting that these lightning strikes could be aftereffects of tribulation, dark clouds gather again in the sky. And to resist the lightning, Meng Hao extracts the soul of the Li family's ancestor to use as a substitute. Under the bombardment of lightning, the Li family ancestor's soul is on the verge of shattering. But Meng Hao uses his own vitality to mend its wounds. Datu witnesses the entire process, his heart seized with fear as he realizes the extreme cruelty of Meng Hao's soul-torturing methods. In despair, Datu retracts his earlier boasts and hastily offers to surrender himself and his sect. Begging for clemency, Meng Hao recognizes Datu's transformation, and after a moment of contemplation, accepts Datu's surrender, demanding that he reveal his sect's strange inheritance technique. To save his own life, Datu makes a quick decision to offer his soul blood and take a poisonous oath. Meng Hao accepts the soul blood and agrees to spare Datu's life. Thus, Datu hands over his inheritance technique, and with Datu's assistance, Meng Hao learns of the locations of the three major sects. Meng Hao and the Great Head cultivator who has pledged himself to him arrive at a ruin. Great Head takes out a small jar, which he claims to have acquired from the body of a one-horned demon cultivator. The jar is covered in runes and emits an eerie black light, accompanied by a mournful wailing sound. Great Head explains that the jar contains the demon cultivator's legacy from the legendary Fourth Mountain. Hearing the name Fourth Mountain, Meng Hao is deeply affected, for it is a name that few know. He takes the jar and, with Great Head, heads to the treasure pavilion of one of the three great sects. Great Head and a bald giant forcefully breach the treasure pavilion, overwhelmed by hundreds of cultivators within the span of less than an incense stick's time. The Han Shu sect's cultivators choose to submit, offering their accumulated wealth and their pavilion. Meng Hao's force grows to nearly 600 people, and they continue to the next sect. There, a middle-aged man bearing 3 totems on his body resists and attempts to flee. But Meng Hao knocks him unconscious with a single punch. The Curious Objects sect is the most welcoming, and under Great Head's guidance, everyone in the sect greets Meng Hao with respect. Meng Hao temporarily stays there and questions the parrot and the skin jelly about the falling sky lightning. But they evade his questions. Meng Hao notices that for nearly half a month, lightning has been striking the location of his seclusion in the middle of the night. Under the training of the parrot and the skin jelly, nearly 1,000 cultivators join Meng Hao's force, including nascent soul cultivators, with the attack on the 9 cities alliance families by the Ink Earth Palace 10 days ago. Everyone is apprehensive, and Meng Hao's force becomes a haven, growing ever stronger. The Donghua family watches eagerly, and the Golden Light sect is on the verge of emerging, becoming the most powerful force in the vicinity of Donghua City, second only to the Donghua family. Amidst the deafening thunder, Meng Hao stands solemnly in the attic of a secluded valley. He has mastered the art of summoning the dying patriarch of the Li clan, who was struck by lightning. To counteract the thunderous assault, within the attic is a captive Western Desert cultivator who Meng Hao studies. On the cultivator, Meng Hao discovers a totem with enigmatic powers, which he believes could aid his breakthrough to the late core formation stage or even the nascent soul realm. Meng Hao's research falters, as he struggles to decipher the totem's nature. However, he remains convinced that with ample time and the use of the ink-like infernal earth soil, he can unravel the runes and harness the totem's power. In addition, Meng Hao continues to refine his temporal treasure, forging a wooden sword imbued with 3 Jiazi cycles of time. By combining this sword with others, he forms a revolving lotus sword formation. As moonlight bathes the 10 wooden swords, they glow in ethereal silver, resembling a blooming lotus, both alluring and macabre. Seated beneath, Meng Hao calmly utters, "This is the sword formation. My temporal sword formation." The spectacle stuns the surrounding cultivators, leaving an unforgettable image etched in their memories. Meng Hao unleashed the lotus sword formation acquired from his pursuers, releasing an astonishing killing aura of time. The formation consisted of 10 swords arranged in a lotus shape, emanating a heart-pounding aura. Led by the nascent soul elder of the Donghua family, the family arrived to forcibly recruit Meng Hao and his companions. The elder cast his domain, temporarily sealing the time sword formation. However, Meng Hao remained unperturbed, summoning back the formation with a wave of his hand and launching an attack on the elder at the cost of his lifespan. The elder, taken aback, sensed the uncanny nature of Meng Hao's sword formation and hesitated. The parrot and the beancurd jelly also realized the formidable power of the formation. Feeling both awe and concern, Meng Hao declined the offer to join the Donghua family, retorting, "Who are you to command me? Does the Donghua family seek a master?" The nascent soul ancestor of the Donghua family flew into a rage, declaring that he would give Meng Hao 3 breaths to reconsider or face the annihilation of the entire basin. Meng Hao responded with composure, forcing the elder to retreat with his every move. On the surrounding peaks, cultivators of the Donghua family lay in wait, releasing their auras. Meng Hao's 1,000+ followers grew tense, but Big Head secretly mocked the Donghua family for their rash actions. Meng Hao's displayed strength and the power of the lotus sword formation caused the nascent soul ancestor of the Donghua family to hesitate. He realized that Meng Hao was no ordinary opponent and, coupled with the revelation of the shapeshifting brute's identity, he was forced to reconsider his plan. An enraged core formation realm elder of the Donghua family threatened to kill Meng Hao for daring to provoke the family. Meng Hao fought back with his lotus sword formation and right-hand power. But the elder's strength far exceeded his expectations. The elder effortlessly dodged the attacks and destroyed his body. However, Meng Hao's body was not real. It was merely a clone. The real Meng Hao was hiding in a secret chamber underground. Meanwhile, at Meng Hao's parrot's command, 1,000 cultivators rushed out according to rehearsed plans. As Meng Hao uttered the word annihilation, dense mist rose and enveloped the entire basin, trapping the core formation realm elder and his entourage within it. The elder attempted to escape with a teleportation spell, but the mist pursued him like a shadow. To break the formation, he summoned a phantom beast. But terrifying figures within the mist tore the beast apart. Other members of the Donghua family were also trapped in the mist. Filled with terror, as time passed, the formation's power grew stronger, and the elder began to despair. Meng Hao revealed himself in the mist. His parrot proclaimed that they would conquer Donghua City and rename it Swift Sparrow City. Meng Hao ignored the bird's ramblings and moved through the mist with ease, searching for a way out. In the foggy battlefield, Meng Hao led 1,000 cultivators to lay down a human immortal formation, powerfully besieging the Donghua clan. Parrot proudly declared that their formation was sufficient to trap nascent soul cultivators. As Meng Hao advanced, he silently subdued Donghua cultivators in the mist, including Donghua Han. As the formation activated, the running cultivators propelled the formation forward, carrying away the unconscious Donghua clansmen one by one. Meng Hao watched coldly and showed no mercy to Donghua Ling, trapping him unconscious. Only the nascent soul elder of the Donghua clan remained desperately fleeing. But Meng Hao had trapped him in the mist, leaving him running in circles. Parrot let out a shrill cry, and the 1,000 cultivators changed direction, carrying the formation slowly but steadily toward Donghua City. The mist churned and roared, causing the earth to tremble and its intimidation to sweep in all directions. Within Donghua City, chaos ensued, and terrified loose cultivators fled. The 3 nascent soul ancestors of the Donghua clan were filled with anxiety, learning that the missing third elder and his followers had disappeared within the Golden Light Sect, and that the surging mist was emerging from the Golden Light Sect. They tried to send people to approach the mist, but all disappeared without a trace. Helpless, the patriarch of the Donghua clan could only order the activation of the clan's grand formation. Preparing to use the formation to confront the mist, a barrier of green leaves formed, enveloping Donghua City as it braced for impact. In the mist, Meng Hao assembled the Donghua cultivators controlled by sealed. He whispered, "Sealers rarely act directly. Those who do are they're sealed." With a wave of Meng Hao's hand, these puppet cultivators charged toward Donghua City, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of itinerant cultivators in the void. An enigmatic mist approached Donghua City. As it drew near, the mist intensified, enveloping the city like a blanket. Although Donghua City's defensive formations appeared impenetrable, colossal figures dozens of meters tall emerged from the mist. Led by Meng Hao, clad in golden robes, these figures began their assault on the city, sending deafening booms into the sky. Within the city, defensive foliage valiantly repelled the mist's assault. However, Meng Hao soon released poison pills into the air, transforming the mist into a deadly gas. Employing his formidable alchemy, he had created 5 lethal poisons that corroded the protective foliage and sowed panic among Donghua City's residents. Simultaneously, the Sword of the Lotus emerged from the mist, unleashing ripples of time that engulfed the area around the city. Whatever these ripples touched withered and decayed, turning living matter into dust. Witnesses were awestruck by the devastating force. The mist had become an invincible army, combining poisons, temporal power, bindings, and an overwhelming force. Its effects were catastrophic, causing grass to wither, turning earth to dust, and accelerating the aging process of anyone unfortunate enough to be near. As the temporal ripples spread, several unsuspecting observers who strayed too close rapidly aged, transforming from middle-aged men into decrepit elders before the astonished onlookers. Terror gripped the onlookers as they hastily retreated, fearing exposure to this deadly force. They recognized Meng Hao as a truly formidable foe. wielding unmatched magic that had them re-evaluating the threats he had made. The advent of the age formation caused the heavens and earth to age, and all things to wither. Amidst the misty fog, Meng Hao witnessed the relentless ravages of time firsthand. As the members of the Donghua clan suffered severe tribulations, their bodies rapidly decaying into dust. As the formation rotated, a colossal, obsidian black raven condensed within the fog, emitting an earth-shattering roar as it plummeted like a comet toward Donghua City. The verdant protective barrier shattered, and a venomous miasma, infused with the power of time, instantly permeated the city. The Yuan Ying elders within the city fell into despair and helplessness as their clansmen were consumed in agonizing screams. After 5 tortuous days, the fog dissipated, revealing a scene of utter devastation within Donghua City. Buildings were reduced to rubble, trees withered to husks, and leaves crumbled to dust. At this juncture, Meng Hao emerged, wielding a formidable treasure and holding hundreds of clansmen hostage for the remnants of Donghua City. The Donghua clan elders begrudgingly accepted his terms. However, the crisis was far from over. Abruptly, the third elder of the Donghua clan seized an opportunity to escape, while the first elder moved to assassinate Meng Hao, only to discover that he had already dispersed into the fog. Subsequently, a dozen Meng Haos emerged from the mist, identical in appearance and expressionless in demeanor. The third elder was enraged and boldly challenged Meng Hao to single combat, but was met with Meng Hao's nonchalant refusal. Meng Hao then exploited the lives of the Donghua clansmen, once again bargaining for the city. Acknowledging their dire situation, the Donghua clan elders had no choice but to surrender. Thus, Meng Hao, through cunning and might, thwarted the Donghua clan's machinations, successfully claiming the remains of Donghua City, while the Donghua clan paid a heavy price in both personnel and dignity. Meng Hao forces the 3 nascent soul elders of Donghua City to release the hundreds of rogue cultivators under their control and hand over Donghua City to him. Although Meng Hao possesses the strength to resist nascent soul cultivators, he uses a clone to respond with caution. The 3 elders of the Donghua clan injure their cultivations to prove their sincerity. Meng Hao then releases the captured members of the Donghua clan but poisons them as a precaution. The Donghua clan exits the 9 alliances, leaves Donghua City, and renames itself as Sparrow City. Meng Hao secures the status of the Gold Light Sect through this battle, attracting a large number of rogue cultivators to join. Sparrow City appears disorderly but has a unique style, featuring a medicinal spring, a green leaf formation, and vine city walls. Meng Hao retreats to study the inheritance of the 4th Mount Yin sect, taking particular interest in Big Head's speed abilities and the divine ability of summoning soldiers by sprinkling beans. After making inquiries, Meng Hao learns about the existence of the Cold Snow Silkworm and decides to travel to Sacred Snow City to obtain it. The Cold Snow Silkworm concerns Meng Hao's tribulation, so he sets off without hesitation. Before leaving, Parrot excitedly announces that he will teach his own creation of the risk-free heavenly punishment formation, while Skin Jelly continues his ideological education. As dusk enveloped the dark lands, Meng Hao sped through, heading towards the Sacred Snow City. Along the way, he witnessed the chaos in the Dark Lands, a war ignited by the Dark Lands Palace's attack on the 9 alliances, where survival of the fittest became a naked law of survival. Meng Hao encountered attacks from various cultivators along the way. For self-preservation, he unleashed a bloody massacre, sending heads flying and deterring all who approached. He witnessed the madness of the Dark Lands, where the strong reigned supreme, and the weak were but ants. A month later, Meng Hao had crossed the Dark Lands, mere 2 days from reaching the Sacred Snow City. As evening fell, he landed in a snow-covered forest, but a scene unfolding within the forest stopped him in his tracks. 2 blood-stained cultivators were protecting a beautiful, white-clad woman. In the woman's hands was an ice crystal silkworm that was spitting silk to repel a group of black gas-emanating wolves that circled them. Behind the wolves, a tattooed cultivator from the western desert stared greedily at the woman. Ignoring the warnings from the Cold Snow clan, the Western Desert cultivator believed that the danger facing the Sacred Snow City would be the main concern for Lord Fang. He led the wolves to attack, seeking to seize the woman's silkworm. As the woman teetered on the brink of despair, Meng Hao appeared, with a glint in his eyes. He saw through the wolves' controller the Western Desert cultivator's silk threads. He repelled the wolves with his blood energy and pointed a finger at the Western Desert cultivator's brow, killing him instantly. With the Western Desert cultivator's death, The wolves too collapsed. Meng Hao collected their storage pouches. His brow wrinkled in thought. The chaos in the Dark Lands had reached its peak, where everyone was in danger, seeking only their own strength. Meng Hao continued his journey, hoping for the sacred Snow City to remain safe. But as time passed, news of the Dark Lands palace besieging the sacred Snow City reached him. Filled with concern, he quickened his pace, reaching the vicinity of sacred Snow City 2 days later. In the desolate West Desert, a secretive cold-blood clan has passed down the bloodline of the Grand Dragon for generations, inheriting the formidable power of beast spirits. However, an ambitious West Desert cultivator covets the cold-blood clan's heritage, plotting to seize the beast spirits to become a powerful Grand Dragon. Han Shui-shan, the cold-blood clan's direct disciple, protected by the snow-cold silk moth, finds herself in an intense battle with 2 fellow disciples, facing hundreds of black wolf beast spirits and a tier 2 lizard dragon beast spirit summoned by the West Desert cultivator. Han Shui-shan's situation is dire. At the critical moment, an elegant and handsome man in a green robe steps forward unhurriedly. The man, named Meng Hao, exudes an extraordinary aura with his every move. With a flick of his hand, he scatters a red medicinal powder that instantly corrodes the black wolf beast spirits upon contact. Then, he points at the black cloud in the sky, unleashing a black rain that transforms the lizard dragon beast spirits into skeletons wherever the raindrops fall. The West Desert cultivator is horrified, realizing that Meng Hao is a highly skilled dragon master, possibly even the legendary Grand Dragon. He gasps in terror, exclaiming, You are the Grand Dragon." Meanwhile, Han Shui-shan and her fellow disciples are stunned, astounded by Meng Hao's immense power that effortlessly neutralizes the West Desert cultivator's beast spirits. Meng Hao stands serenely in the black rain, his green robe and long hair billowing around him, presenting an AWE-inspiring sight. After learning of Meng Hao's formidable power, the Western Desert cultivators revealed to him the identity of the Great Dragon, a title reserved for those stronger than Earth demons. Meng Hao rescued Han Shui-shan and her companions, but they felt indebted to him and offered him a snow crystal silkworm. Han Shui-shan hesitated but eventually agreed to take Meng Hao back to the Holy Snow City to search for a larva. However, the Holy Snow City was under siege by the Ink Palace. Dozens of winged flood dragons, nearly 1,000 ferocious lions, and numerous black wolves surged from all directions, joined by Ink Palace and Western Desert cultivators waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Holy Snow City prepared for battle, with cultivators casting spells and employing magic treasures. But the enemy outnumbered them. Suddenly, a team of dozens of individuals charged out of the Holy Snow City. A 5-star hovered above them, unleashing an arc of white light that separated the flood dragons and beasts. Meng Hao noticed that one group was heading towards them, and Han Shui-shan rejoiced. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Meng Hao rescues a woman named Han Shui-shan, but her distrust disappoints him. On the battlefield, both sides of the cultivators scout the battle, restraining their power. Meng Hao, after observing the situation, decides to join the fray. Meng Hao employs poison from his hand against the fierce beasts, causing black mist and death to those who touch it. His methods shock everyone on the battlefield, especially the Western Desert cultivators, who recognize Meng Hao as a dragon speaker, capable of controlling savage monsters. As the situation on the battlefield changes, the flood dragons in the sky launch an attack on Meng Hao. Meng Hao manifests the ancient Yinglong from within his body, and the Yinglong devours the 3 flood dragons, startling the Western Desert cultivators. The Yinglong emerges from Meng Hao's body and continues to pursue the other flood dragons in the sky. Han Shui-shan and her allies get caught in a siege by fierce beasts and cultivators, putting them in peril. Meng Hao intervenes in the battle, releasing poison fog and eliminating the beasts. Cultivators from Motu Palace and Divine Snow City also join the fight, escalating the battle's intensity. Han Shui-shan witnesses Meng Hao's performance, her disdain turning into regret as she realizes her misjudgment. With Meng Hao's involvement, the battlefield situation undergoes a subtle change, with the tentative approach of both sides evolving into a fierce clash. The poison and phantom Yinglong in Meng Hao's possession further complicate the battle dynamics, setting the stage for the upcoming decisive confrontation. In the dust-covered annals of ancient lore, Meng Hao emerges wielding the mighty power of the archaic Yinglong serpent. Confronted by fierce and formidable flood dragons, the phantom of Yinglong materializes in the heavens. Its deafening roar causing the dragons to tremble in terror as Meng Hao devours one after another. As the Yinglong phantom vanishes, the battlefield falls into an eerie silence. Meng Hao approaches Han Shuishan, saving her from imminent peril. However, at that moment, a gargantuan, sword-wielding giant, towering over 324 feet tall, descends with overwhelming force and an unstoppable sword chi. Undeterred, Meng Hao boldly intercepts the giant's attack, catching the colossal blade with his bare hands and unleashing a surge of formidable power. The giant roars in fury, launching a thunderous blow. With nimble agility, Meng Hao executes the blood collapse flash, evading the assault and subduing the giant, suppressing its defiant spirit. To Meng Hao's astonishment, he discovers that the giant is not a mere mortal but a formidable barbarian giant. He attempts to seal its consciousness, transforming it into a beast. Amidst collective astonishment, Meng Hao succeeds, earning the barbarian giant's allegiance. Accompanied by Han Shuishan, Meng Hao returns to the sacred Snow City, eliciting awe and amazement from the assembled crowd. The city's matriarch acknowledges Meng Hao's repeated rescues of Han Shuishan but demands his service in refining poison for the family for a year in exchange for obtaining the snow silkworms. Meng Hao readily accepts, hinting that he may yet come to save Han Shuishan a third time. Abruptly, a bolt of lightning strikes, illuminating the soul essence of the Li clan's progenitor. Meng Hao remains composed, attributing it to a mere accident. However, the onlookers are astounded by his actions, which seem to conceal a deeper purpose. In the vast holy snow city, Meng Hao was invited to stay in a luxurious mansion in the outer city. The courtyard was full of wonders. The meat-addicted wild giant snored. The bitter-faced western desert commander dragon reluctantly served him, and the blossoming snow lotuses were breathtaking. Meng Hao immersed himself in his research, exploring the secrets of the western desert totem and carefully comprehending the runes of the immortal land. However, the Cold Snow clan remained silent about the Cold Snow silkworm, as if they had forgotten him. Meanwhile, in the inner city of Holy Snow City, the four grand elders of the Cold Snow clan fiercely debated Meng Hao's affiliation. The second elder believed that Meng Hao intended to blackmail them and advocated for his immediate execution, while the third elder opposed rash actions. The grand elder remained silent, reserving his opinion. The situation changed when the black-robed elder Zhao Decan arrived. This alchemist, who was once captured by Meng Hao and thrown into the ink earth, was now arrogant and claimed to be the greatest master of poison in the world, asserting that he could easily neutralize Meng Hao's poison. The four grand elders respected Zhao Decan and took his advice, deciding to wait until he could identify the poisonous blood before making a decision. In the city of Saint Snow, a renowned alchemist Zhao Decan was invited to guide on the art of alchemy. Zhao Decan claimed to be a disciple of the Grandmaster Dan Gui and the senior brother of Grandmaster Dan Ding. With a great deal of arrogance, he declared that he could cure a cultivator from a mysterious poison. But an old woman doubted his claim and proposed a competition to expose his true face. The first elder agreed with the old woman's suggestion and decided to hold an alchemy guidance in 3 days. Zhao Decan readily accepted, intending to demonstrate the essence of the Southern Domain's alchemy. This news spread like wildfire in Saint Snow City, with countless cultivators eager to witness the clash between two masters of the craft. At the same time, Zhao Decan announced that he would select 10 outstanding cultivators with illustrious war achievements and personally refine elixirs for them on the day of the alchemy guidance. This further ignited the enthusiasm of the cultivators and many rushed to sign up for the honor. As Saint Snow City was bustling with excitement for the upcoming alchemy event, Meng Hao received an invitation from Zhao Decan. Upon hearing that the man claimed to be a disciple of Grandmaster Dan Gui and the senior brother of Grandmaster Dan Ding, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Meng Hao had never heard of Grandmaster Dan Ding, so he inquired with Han Shuishan, who delivered the invitation. Han Shuishan spoke highly of Grandmaster Dan Ding, describing him as the #1 prodigy of the Southern Domain's Purple Fate sect, gifted in crafting toxic pills and with a promising career. Meng Hao coughed upon hearing this. Pondering the implications behind Han Shuishan's words, he realized that the moles of ink seemed to be unaware of the events that occurred in the Rebirth Cave. Meng Hao and Han Shuishan meet in the courtyard of the Han Shuishan family. Han Shuishan mistakes Meng Hao's expression of frustration for envy of Master Danding, comforts him, and worries about his inability to obtain the Han Shuishan silkworm. Meng Hao finds this amusing and heartbreaking, but he cannot reveal his true identity. In order to increase Meng Hao's chances of winning the alchemy competition, Han Shuishan secretly obtains an alchemy formula jade slip from master alchemist Zhou Decan. After careful study, Meng Hao believes that Zhou Decan's alchemy skills have actually declined. 3 days later, the day of the competition arrives. Meng Hao rides the barbarian giant and heads for the Holy Snow Plaza in a grand procession. The cultivators of Holy Snow City have already heard about this event and are swarming to watch. While Meng Hao is waiting in the center of the plaza, Zhou Decan arrives late, surrounded by a crowd of supporters. Faced with Zhou Decan's arrogant questioning, Meng Hao gives him the pseudonym Fang. Zhou Decan is confused by this name. At this moment, the 4 great elders of the Han Shuishan family arrive, and the atmosphere in the plaza becomes heavy. In Holy Snow City, Meng Hao's sudden appearance claiming to be Fang caused a stir. Han Shuishan was shocked, while the surrounding cultivators mocked, believing that Meng Hao was insulting Master Zhou Decan of the Pill Cauldron. Enraged, Zhou Decan brought out his toxic blood vial, intending to teach Meng Hao a lesson. To everyone's astonishment, Meng Hao casually crushed the vial, scattering the toxic blood into black mist and condensing it in his palm into a purple pill. Witnessing Meng Hao's skill in condensing pills, Zhou Decan was alarmed but remained skeptical and demanded that Meng Hao personally demonstrate his alchemy. Meng Hao calmly refined a green pill, but the crowd remained scornful and dismissive. Simultaneously, Zhou Decan activated his jade cauldron and refined a white pill that emitted a fragrant aroma. The crowd praised him, believing that Zhou Decan's alchemy skills far surpassed Meng Hao's. However, Meng Hao detected a discrepancy in Zhou Decan's final action of patting the cauldron, causing the pill's effects to spread and deceive the crowd. Meng Hao inwardly mocked himself, recognizing that his proficiency in alchemy had risen above the comprehension of ordinary alchemists. At that moment, the second elder of the Han Shui family announced the cancellation of their agreement with Meng Hao and stated that they would no longer pursue his deception. However, before the decision could be implemented, a harsh laughter echoed, and 3 figures descended from the sky. Upon their arrival, Holy Snow City's defense array activated automatically, and the 4 elders were alarmed. The 3 were from the Dan Sect, to which Zhou Decan previously belonged. The Dan Sect's arrival plunged Holy Snow City into a crisis. Zhou Decan put away his pill cauldron just after he finished speaking. 3 unknown martial artists arrived with a whoosh, and the 4 elders from the Han Shui family turned pale. The middle-aged man with the surname Yan, who took the lead, wore a white robe and exuded the fragrance of medicine. He was handsome and extraordinary, but slightly cold. His words were full of disappointment with the alchemy in the southern region, indicating that he thought this trip would be disappointing. Zhou Decan's face was unsightly, but the elder in a dark green robe had a cultivation level that reached the late stage of the nascent soul, which was great perfection. He also carried a strong totem aura. Although the youth beside him looked young, he had a sense of vicissitudes and also fused the auras of a cultivator and a totem. The eyes of the 4 elders in Han Shui City fell on the youth, with the first elder looking particularly incredible. Meng Hao glanced at the 3 of them, and then he calmly withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, the middle-aged man with the surname Yan exclaimed in surprise. A faint blue, illusory ball of gas appeared in his hand, which was the exact aura of the pill that Meng Hao had refined. He shouted, "Spirit-gathering pill," and exclaimed incoherently, saying that this was a natural pill of heaven and earth, and that the medicinal effects reached as high as 80. It was the work of a true master of alchemy. Mistakenly thinking that the pill was refined by Zhou Decan, the middle-aged man with the surname Yan looked down on the pill that Meng Hao had refined. Thinking it was bullshit, Meng Hao smiled, and the other cultivators around him were also stunned. They realized the sarcasm in the words of the middle-aged man with the surname Yan. The middle-aged man with the surname Yan turned to Zhou Decan, clasped his fists, and apologized. He admitted to his biases against the alchemy and expressed his admiration. For a while, Zhou Decan was in a difficult position. He didn't dare to deny it, and just coughed a few times. The young man suggested an alchemy battle between Zhou Decan and the middle-aged man with the surname Yan to prove who was the better. The middle-aged man with the surname Yan shook his head to decline, but he implored Zhou Decan to bring out the pill to let him study it. Zhou Decan was shocked and didn't know how to respond. Meng Hao remained silent. Martial arts master Zhou Decan is confronted by a middle-aged cultivator named Yan, who requests to examine Zhou's alchemical pills, offering to exchange them for his own superior pills. Zhou hesitates, but Yan earnestly entreats him, even kowtowing repeatedly to demonstrate his sincerity. With no other options, Zhou reluctantly retrieves his pills and hands them to Yan. As Yan examines them closely, his expression sours as he deems Zhou's pills to be crude and inferior. He pleads once more for Zhou to reveal his true, personally crafted pills, but Zhou adamantly denies that the pills Yan saw are his own work. Enraged, Yan accuses Zhou of intentionally humiliating him and challenges him to a pill-refining duel to determine the true alchemy master. Zhou is devastated, having already presented his best pills, yet failing to appease Yan. In that moment, Meng Hao, who had previously lost to Zhou, interjects, revealing that he is the true alchemist who created the pills that Yan had seen. Astonished, Yan immediately demands a duel with Meng Hao. Meng Hao declines, explaining that he has been instructed to leave the city. Zhou Decan and the second elder are dismayed, begrudgingly cursing Meng Hao for failing to expose them. Insisting on a duel with Zhou, Yan hopes to have a chance to witness genuine superior pills upon defeating him. With a heavy heart, Zhou resigns himself to the contest. An uninvited guest, a middle-aged Danist with the surname Yan and a mysterious youth Han Shuizong, arrive in Holy Snow City. Danist Yan requests to observe Zhou Decan's elixirs, but Zhou refuses. Han Shuizong suggests a pill-refining duel with Meng Hao, with a fate or death opportunity at stake, and promises not to attack Holy Snow City for 3 months, to gain breathing room for the city's elders. The Great Elder reluctantly agrees to the duel. Danist Yan claims to be from Dan Mountain and refines elixirs not with herbs, but with powdered 5 elements materials. He uses lightning to temper the elixir, producing a 6-colored pill that draws gasps of astonishment. Meng Hao takes out the myriad refinement furnace, the undying fire of the elixir cauldron in his body burning, his palm warping. He crushes herbs and sends them into the furnace. Danist Yan frowns, believing Meng Hao can't replicate his 5 elements method. However, Elder Zhou Decan's composed demeanor unsettles him. Meng Hao focuses on refining, not imitating Danist Yan, but having created his own 5 elements method. As the furnace roars, 4-colored pill light flickers, and a 4-colored elixir emerges, its fragrance filling the hall. Meng Hao steadied his mind and channeled his energy, the flames in his palms dividing into 2, continuously changing the shape and nature of the medicinal pill. The pill furnace gradually turning red-hot. He kept pressing down on the furnace with his left hand, creating a loud roar, while releasing bursts of medicinal fragrance. Strangely though, despite the fragrance wafting around, the onlookers could not smell it. This phenomenon astounded the entire audience. Even the 4 elders widened their eyes. Yan Song in particular realized that the medicinal pill Meng Hao was refining was not ordinary, its fragrance existing only in an illusion, inviting the gathering of the world's spiritual energy. Meng Hao continued adding herbs, the furnace's temperature and the medicinal fragrance growing stronger. Half an hour later, he abruptly clapped the furnace, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Immediately after, a fierce gale howled, but it was not wind. It was spiritual energy surging forth from all sides, forming a vortex centered around the pill furnace. The elders were dumbfounded, never having seen a pill concoction inducing such a vast fluctuation in spiritual energy. Meng Hao, however, remained calm, as he knew he was still short of the last main ingredient. He looked up at the sky, waiting for the main ingredient to arrive. Zhou Decan maintained a mysterious expression, stroking his beard, pretending to be confident. Inwardly, however, he was extremely nervous, as he realized the presence of 2 formidable pill-concocting masters, and everyone thought him to be the strongest. Suddenly, Meng Hao's expression changed, taking out the Li family ancestor from his bag of holding and tossing it into the air. A bolt of lightning tribulation came crashing down, striking the Li family ancestor. Once the power of the lightning had weakened, Meng Hao recalled the Li family ancestor, absorbing the lightning into the pill furnace. This tribulation lightning was the last main ingredient that Meng Hao had been waiting for. As the lightning merged, the pill furnace roared and lightning bolts danced. The pill furnace's lid flew up and outshot a medicinal pill wreathed in lightning, attracting dark clouds and roaring thunder. The surrounding medicinal fragrance also congregated onto the pill, making it crystal clear and iridescent. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the entire city condensed like a tide, forming a vortex, wrapping the pill and absorbing the lightning from the sky. Meng Hao grabbed the pill. Studying it carefully, he realized that through merging the 5 elements of pill concocting, he had opened up an entirely new approach to pill concocting, allowing him to refine pills out of nothing. Zhou Decan initially believed Meng Hao to be a true master of alchemy. However, upon witnessing Meng Hao's refinement of the Sea of Thunder pill using heavenly lightning as an ingredient, he became envious and resentful. Despite the admiration evoked by Meng Hao's pill among the onlookers, even from Yan Song, Zhou Decan, in an attempt to conceal his jealousy, pretended to be enigmatic in order to divert attention from the praise for Meng Hao. He even went so far as to criticize Meng Hao's pill, believing he had pulled it off flawlessly. However, the pretense was noticed by a young member of the Han Shui clan. Han Shui Zong, along with a nascent soul late-stage elder from the Western Desert, apprehended Zhou Decan and intended to take him to the Western Desert. Zhou Decan, in a panic, claimed he was not a master alchemist and pointed to Meng Hao as the true one. However, Yan Song and Han Shui Zong, deceived by Zhou Decan's performance, remained convinced that he lacked the skills of a master alchemist. Abruptly, an earth-shattering roar echoed outside the Saint Snow City, causing the sky and earth to change color and the ground to tremble. Han Shui Zong and the others were terrified and attempted to teleport away. Yet Zhou Decan's screams could still be heard. The hundreds of cultivators present expressed their anger and concern after learning of Zhou Decan's capture. The 4 elders were helpless and could only watch as Han Shui Zong and his company departed. Meng Hao, taken aback, realized he had unwittingly implicated Zhou Decan, leading to his undeserved misfortune. As the land gradually calmed down, the bustling Saint Snowy City returned to silence. The sudden departure of Zhou Decan had dropped a bombshell in the people's hearts. Amidst the silence, Meng Hao thought over the results of the pill competition, realizing that he might be the one taken away at this moment. He turned to look at Han Xuanzhen, who was standing there in a daze, and nodded to the old woman elder, then slowly left. His actions elicited the attention of the crowd, including the 4 elders. The first elder stepped forward to keep him, pleading with Meng Hao to stay. Meng Hao replied openly that before, someone had not welcomed him. But the 4 elders' explanation and apologies swayed him. The second elder proposed giving Meng Hao a cold snowy silkworm to show their gratitude. The 4th elder also agreed, suggesting that they start the refinement early, and they could obtain a juvenile silkworm half a year later. In light of the repeated entreaties from the elders and the cultivators, Meng Hao reluctantly agreed and temporarily stayed in Saint Snowy City. Meng Hao's fame rose swiftly, replacing Zhou Decan's position. His humility and fine reputation, coupled with his top-notch alchemy skills, brought him much respect. The cultivators within the city often visited him to ask for pills, offering Meng Hao precious lotuses in return, filling his residence with the fragrance of flowers. Although there was the threat from the Ink Soil Palace, the Cold Snowy clan had secured a 3-month buffer period. Meng Hao was able to continue his research on the immortal soil seal and discovered its similarity with the totem from the Western Desert. He realized that the study of the totem was key to reaching the perfect core formation. Hence, he decided to delve deeply into the totem from the Western Desert. On the other hand, Meng Hao also knew the difficulty of the core formation stage, and he needed to find the golden core article of the Great Spirit Scripture or explore other means to enter into the 4-colored core formation. 3 months later, the situation in Mo Yu has gone through drastic changes. With the stubborn resistance of Sacred Snow City and Duo Luo City, the forces of Mo Yu Palace continue to expand. Aside from these 2 cities, the other 9 alliance cities have either collapsed or migrated to other places. However, the progress of Mo Yu Palace was blocked by the Golden Light Sect and Sacred Snow City. Golden Light Sect used a formation composed of 5,000 disciples to resist Mo Yu Palace, while Sacred Snow City relied on its unique geographical position and the Thunder Sea pills refined by Meng Hao to successfully resist the joint attack of Mo Yu Palace and the Western Desert monks. Mo Yu Palace attacked Sacred Snow City again, bringing along 30,000 demonic beasts and thousands of Western Desert monks with overwhelming momentum. Under the leadership of the 4 elders, Sacred Snow City used the formation and Meng Hao's Thunder Sea pill to confront the attack. The city outside was fiercely fought and the cultivators were killed tragically. At this moment, Taro from the Western Desert, a mighty cultivator with 3 totems, yelled to challenge Meng Hao. Meng Hao accepted the challenge. Under the cover of the sky, he used the bloodburst to approach Taro. Before Taro could react, a heavenly tribulation thunder suddenly fell, directly killing Taro. Meng Hao's move shocked everyone and also demoralized the cultivators of Mo Yu Palace in the Western Desert. Sacred Snow City finally resisted the attack of Mo Yu Palace and maintained its independent status, while Meng Hao's reputation also resounded throughout Mo Yu. Summary. On the war-torn city walls, a sudden silence falls when a Western Desert cultivator is struck dead by celestial lightning. Shocking everyone, they realize the terrifying power of lightning, capable of taking lives. The people of Saint Snow City are filled with complex emotions, having witnessed Meng Hao survive multiple lightning strikes. As the storm formation collapses, the cultivators of Black Earth and the Western Desert launch a fierce attack. Meng Hao remains calm, using his crimson light to kill ferocious beasts and obstruct the enemy cultivators. In a critical moment, 2 Western Desert cultivators attempt to attack Han Shuishan. Meng Hao intervenes, sealing one with his fiend seal and beheading the other with his flying sword. Han Shuishan is deeply grateful. Meng Hao senses that the attacks by Black Earth and the Western Desert are merely probing attempts. However, the slashing spirit ancestor of the Saint Snow clan remains conspicuously absent. He learns that Han Shuishan is trying to retrieve the Saint Snowthorns but is restricted by a clan secret method inhibiting their activation. Meng Hao proposes using his alchemy ability to activate the thorns. After some hesitation, Han Shuishan reveals the clan secret method. Meng Hao's mind is flooded with understanding. He realizes that this method is connected to his own concoction and time secret methods, forming a coherent 3-tiered system. With the addition of the dragon control secret method, Meng Hao takes to the city walls, using his fiend chi to fend off enemy attacks and shielding Han Shuishan from the impacts. Han Shuishan informs him that the city is on the brink of collapse. Meng Hao promises to try and activate the Saint Snowthorns, hoping to gain a month's respite for the city. As the battle intensifies, Meng Hao's eyes gleam with determination, resolved to use his 3-tiered secret methods to turn the tide for the Saint Snow clan and the city. Meng Hao's eyes were deep as an abyss, imbued with the passing of 1,000 years, leaving an unforgettable impression. Drawn to the thorn seed in Han Zuchan's hand, Meng Hao's cultivation surged, activating the arcane secret, temporal secret, and dragon controlling secret techniques, instantly infusing the thorn seed with vitality, transforming it into a new bud entwined around his right hand. As the thorns grew rapidly, a dense herbal scent filled the air, attracting the attention of the Western Desert cultivators. Meng Hao remained composed, inserting the thorns into the ground. In an instant, countless sharp thorns erupted from beneath the city walls, piercing the approaching Western Desert cultivators and absorbing their blood and cultivation. The thorns possessed an uncanny ability to spread, forming a realm of thorns centered on Meng Hao. The Western Desert and Ink Earth Palace cultivators fell with screams one after another, and the entire battlefield became a slaughterhouse of thorns. Only the area where Meng Hao stood remained a sanctuary. It was only then that Meng Hao realized that the thorns could not distinguish between friend and foe, and could not be controlled. Just then, a mysterious voice sounded in Meng Hao's ear, revealing the secret to breaking the thorns. Meng Hao decisively extracted a drop of blood infused with his will and merged it with the main stem of the thorns. In an instant, the wounds of the Holy Snow City cultivators pierced by the thorns miraculously healed, while the Ink Earth Palace and Western Desert cultivators outside the city shrieked in agony and withered to dust. Meng Hao's consciousness seemed to merge with the main stem of the thorns, and each thorn became an extension of his will. But at the same time, his spiritual sense was rapidly consumed. At that moment, a voice came from outside the city, calling Meng Hao's name. Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the outcome of this war had been fully placed in his hands. In the chaos, Meng Hao's consciousness connects with Yansong. Yansong reveals Zhou Decan's treachery and offers the recipe for the soul-severing pill in exchange for Meng Hao's help in retrieving it from the Western Desert. Meng Hao remains skeptical but agrees to meet in 3 days. At night, outside Saint Snow City, Yansong informs Meng Hao that his consciousness resides in a wisp of aura. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators outside the city are turned into corpses, and Meng Hao's consciousness temporarily withdraws from the thorns, which stays to protect Saint Snow City. At dawn, Grand Elder and others appear, informing Meng Hao that the thorns can maintain a month's safety and that he spared no effort in refining the go all out to refine. Meng Hao returns to the city to exchange war merits and discovers rare treasures such as the thorn seed, 5-star snow formation, and feeding demon pill recipe. He takes on debt to obtain the 5-star snow formation refining technique and feeding demon pill recipe. Days later, Meng Hao meets Yansong in secret. Yansong reiterates the value of the soul-severing pill and provides a wooden tablet as proof. Meng Hao decides to consider the expedition and will inform Yansong via the tablet if he agrees. Beneath the night sky, Meng Hao meets with the enigmatic Western Desert cultivator, Yansong, and both parties are wary of each other. However, Meng Hao soon finds himself attacked by a cultivator in a cyan cloak with unknown intentions. The moment Meng Hao's right hand touches the cyan light, it pierces through the void, transforming into a cyan whip that strikes at him. Meng Hao notices that the attacker deliberately avoids his right hand and deduces that this person is not connected to Yansong. Realizing this is an unexpected encounter, Meng Hao allows the whip to wrap around him, then grabs it and pulls the attacker out. By this time, Meng Hao's clone has arrived and surrounds the attacker. The attacker is named Wumu, a Western Desert cultivator possessing a totem of the wood attribute. His totem ability allows him to avoid thorns, so he infiltrated the sacred snow city to carry out an assassination mission. However, he mistakenly identifies Meng Hao's clone as the real one and is pursued by Meng Hao's clone. Eventually, Wumu is captured by Meng Hao's real body, and Meng Hao discovers the secret of the wood attribute totem from him. Meng Hao realizes that the power of totems is closely related to the 5 elements. And a vague thought forms in his mind to use alchemy to refine 5-colored nascent souls. This idea stems from Meng Hao's understanding of the Tao of alchemy. He believes that in the alchemy furnace, the mind is the vessel, and by refining heaven and earth into a grand elixir, one can refine 5-colored nascent souls. Meng Hao is confident that no one has ever walked this path of refining infant souls. But it is the only way he can achieve true perfection. After releasing Ebony, Meng Hao realizes he needs more totems to perfect his nascent soul concoction. Meanwhile, outside the saintly snow city, 5,000 cultivators gather, relentlessly bombarding the city with war chariots and fierce beasts. Although the rosethorn shield can withstand the onslaught, it slowly cracks under the sustained attack. Luo Chong, Taoist son of the dark soil, arrives with nearly 2,000 men. He harbors a darkened heart, as the poison Meng Hao planted in him remains incurable, leaving him under Meng Hao's control. Seeking solace from his frustration, he challenges the saintly Snow City cultivators, vowing to let anyone who can withstand 10 breaths of his attack leave freely. A heavy atmosphere descends upon saintly Snow City, as the Chillfrost family and the other cultivators feel ashamed. The Great Elder reluctantly admits that they cannot prevent anyone who wishes to leave. Observing from the city wall, Meng Hao notices a cultivator among Luo Chong's entourage wielding a sword shadow totem, sparking in him thoughts of researching the metal element totem. Subsequently, Meng Hao steps out of the city wall and into the air, his gaze meeting Luo Chong's. Luo Chong recognizes Meng Hao, his eyes glinting with killing intent. The 5 nascent soul cultivators surrounding him all fixate on Meng Hao, ready to attack. However, Meng Hao merely hovers within the rosethorn, avoiding advancing. He reminds Luo Chong of their earlier agreement not to trespass within a 100-mile radius. His demeanor a mixture of laughter and scorn. Within Saint Snow City, Meng Hao's words bewildered everyone, but struck terror into Luo Chong. Once, Meng Hao had told the Ink Soil Demon Master to stay 100 miles away. Recalling this, Luo Chong was horrified, realizing he had encountered this terrifying demon. Luo Chong's guards, anxious to protect him, condemned Meng Hao, but he interrupted them angrily, declaring them slaves. Luo Chong reacted by brutally murdering them, claiming they had disrespected the demon master and kowtowing in apology to Meng Hao. His transformation stunned everyone present, including the Ink Soil Palace cultivators. Outside the city, Luo Chong's master and other nascent soul experts from the eastern lands witnessed the events. Luo Chong was consumed by fear, knowing his life hung in the balance. He regretted leaving the Ink Soil Palace and blamed those around him for Meng Hao's presence. Luo Chong begged for mercy, his terror and desperation palpable. Silence fell over Saint Snow City. Luo Chong's reaction revealed to all the fearsome nature of Meng Hao's identity. while Luo Chong grappled with the edge of life and death, torn between trepidation and desperation. Han Xuanzhen witnesses Meng Hao's heroic performance and develops a stronger admiration for him. Believing that his assistance stemmed from his concern for her, the four elders are deeply impressed by Meng Hao's unfathomable abilities. Realizing that his power far exceeds their expectations, Meng Hao intervenes against Lu Chong, the Taoist of the Ink-Earth sect, and warns him not to disturb him again. Lu Chong is eternally grateful and offers the Western Desert cultivators as a gesture of homage, which Meng Hao accepts and takes with him to study. Lu Chong immediately sends men to apprehend the cultivators. As Lu Chong's party prepares to leave, an old Yuan Ying cultivator from the Western Desert issues a warning, demanding an explanation from the Ink-Earth sect. However, a deafening, earth-shaking roar suddenly fills the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as a spatial rift tears open. All the cultivators present are overwhelmed, and the protective array of Saint Snow City is shattered, resulting in countless injuries. In the sky, a black sun slowly emerges, and a black-robed cultivator appears, exuding an immense aura. He is a severing spirit cultivator capable of wielding 3 severing spirit techniques, granting him profound knowledge of the Tao. The crowd despairs, but Han Xuanzhuang feels a surge of satisfaction. The black-robed cultivator gazes down upon Saint Snow City, his eyes fixed on the Han Snow clan's subterranean chamber where the Han Snow silkworm slumbers. With a wave of his hand, the ground collapses, forming a massive crater. At this moment, Meng Hao hears a weathered voice in his mind, informing him that this farce has run its course and it is time to end it. Saint Shui City collapsed with a loud crash, yet Meng Hao's cultivation was sealed. At this moment, an ancient voice echoed in his mind, urging him to open his mind and communicate with the thorns. Meng Hao hesitated, but seeing that the Ruyi seal could not help him escape, he agreed. His spiritual sense connected with the remaining thorns in the city. In the next moment, a shriveled corpse sitting cross-legged in the underground palace suddenly raised its right hand and formed a seal. The thorns spread out frantically, piercing through the corpse and connecting to Meng Hao. An indescribable shock exploded in Meng Hao's mind, causing him to tremble violently. His body felt like it was tearing apart, and his soul was in excruciating pain. At the same time, an aura of soul carving erupted from him. A roar resounded in Meng Hao's mind. In the vision, the 6th patriarch of the Hanshui clan comprehended the Tao in a storm and cut off his first familial bond, becoming the soul-carving quasi-immortal storm. Strong winds appeared around Meng Hao, filling the crater and dispersing the black mist. The cultivators of the Motu Palace and Western Desert were shocked. The black-clothed cultivator in the sky laughed. He saw that Meng Hao had obtained the soul-carving inheritance of the Hanshui patriarch, but he believed himself to be more capable of inheriting it. Han Shui let out a mouthful of blood, transforming into a crimson youth who attacked Meng Hao. When Meng Hao saw the youth, he felt a sharp pain and sorrow. The voice of the 6th patriarch echoed, filled with regret and sadness. The storm began to collapse, tearing apart the crimson youth. At the same time, the voice of the 5th patriarch resounded in Meng Hao's mind, and the jade pool of 10,000 dragons appeared upside down in the sky. Black dragons roared out, causing the ferocious beasts on the ground to wail and the Western Desert cultivators to tremble. The black-clothed cultivator's expression changed for the first time. Wanlong emerged from the black pool, shaking everything around. The black-clothed cultivator used sorcery to turn him into a black hole. Swallowing Wanlong, Meng Hao, suffering immensely, persisted in acquiring the inheritances of 3 generations as he hoped to avoid the catastrophe. Suddenly, Meng Hao's body quivered, his eyes turned white, and the voice of the 4th generation Cold Snow ancestor rang. A deathly aura spread around Meng Hao, and heaven and earth turned gray. Countless shadows howled as fierce beasts and cultivators resurrected. The Yellow Springs River surged out of the void with an 18-tiered pagoda floating on it. Meng Hao transformed into the Yellow Spring Great Dragon. His eyes were gray and emitted an aura of terror. The black-clothed cultivator looked grim. He used the Black Knight Epiphany Dao to slash down with a black lightning blade. Meng Hao called upon dead creatures, forming a gray bone sphere to block the lightning blade. However, he was outmatched in the end and fell with grave injuries. Just as the black-clothed cultivator was about to capture him, he noticed a strange marking on the back of Meng Hao's right hand. A sudden change occurred. Meng Hao had acquired the inheritance of the 5th generation. The marking moved the black-clothed cultivator, and he was determined to seize it. Meng Hao's handprint reappears on his right hand, bringing scorching heat and vitality, granting him the opportunity to unlock the fourth inheritance of the Han Shui clan. At the same time, an ancient voice echoes in his mind, revealing the secrets of the Han Shui clan. 10,000 years ago, Qin Nan Ning, the third-generation Grand Master of the Qin Nan clan, opened up a path in the long winter plains and established the Han Shui clan. Now, the arrival of Meng Hao's handprint in Mount Qin Nan proves his connection to Qin Nan Ning. Mount Qin Nan descends, shattering the heavens and earth, stunning all present. The black-robed cultivators realize that Meng Hao is activating the Inquiring Dao's imprint, a realm that even those who have severed spirits cannot reach. Faced with the black-robed cultivators' attack, Meng Hao remains fearless. He insists on unlocking the fifth generation or even the first generation's inheritance, incorporating the lifeblood of the Han Shui clan into his body to enhance his power. The black-robed cultivators attack with full force, but Meng Hao transmits a telepathic message, awakening the indomitable inheritance of the Qin Nan lineage. In an instant, a mysterious voice resounds, carrying a non-human rhythm that shakes the heavens and the earth. Meng Hao obtains the power of the exotic beast, Qinan, after inheriting the Qinan bloodline. In a battle against a black-robed cultivator, Meng Hao summons Qinan, whose dual heads, dragon body, and phoenix tail overwhelm the battlefield. Qinan shadow devours 10,000 Dragon Pond, the Yellow Spring, Mount Qinan, and the Four Seasons Heaven, forming an enormous body that launches a lethal attack on the black-robed cultivator. Unable to withstand Qinan's destructive power, the black-robed cultivator is reduced to ashes, and their fate remains uncertain. This battle leaves the cultivators of Holy Snow City in awe of Meng Hao. As Meng Hao falls into a coma due to exhaustion, he sends out a divine thought seeking help from afar. Meanwhile, in the distant East Luo City, the parrot learns of Meng Hao's plight and resolves to deploy his self-invented Zushan formation. Leading his followers to Meng Hao's aid, Meng Hao awakens in ruins amidst the Han Shui family cultivators, including the four Grand Elders and Han Shui-san. According to the Grand Elder, Meng Hao has been unconscious for 7 days, during which he single-handedly defended against an attack by the Demon Clan, saving the Han Shui family and all the cultivators. Han Shuibao, the Han Shui family's 6th generation ancestor, emerges and reveals a shocking secret: he has depleted his cultivation in exchange for 10 years of life. Han Shuibao makes a significant offer to Meng Hao to join the Han Shui family as the current generation's ancestor and to marry Han Shui-san. As conditions for joining the Han Shui family, Han Shuibao promises 3 great opportunities. Firstly, an 80 chance of helping Meng Hao break through to the spirit-severing realm within 500 years. Secondly, teaching him the Great Dragon Codex, a secret technique that surpasses anything Meng Hao has learned, allowing him to tame all beasts under heaven. And thirdly, recommending Meng Hao as a disciple to alchemist demon from the Violet Fate sect in the southern domain, who will provide him with his full support. However, Meng Hao shows little interest in these offers, as he considers the Great Dragon Codex inferior to the 3 major secret techniques he already possesses, and alchemist demon to be his eternal master. Ultimately, Meng Hao declines to join the Han Shui family and chooses to continue pursuing his own path. Amidst the ruins of the Han Shui clan in the city of Divine Snow, Meng Hao met with Han Shui Bao, who revealed that the clan was preparing to depart using an array formation. Han Shui Bao invited Meng Hao to join the clan, but Meng Hao declined due to his involvement in the southern domain. Han Shui Shan was saddened by his decision and left forlornly. As compensation, Han Shui Bao gifted Meng Hao a mutant Han Shui silkworm, informing him that he could use a blood sacrifice to claim it as his own. Meng Hao gladly accepted, intending to cultivate the silkworm into a 9-eyed silkworm, a powerful weapon against heavenly tribulations. To nurture the Han Shui silkworm, Meng Hao spent an enormous amount of spirit stones creating duplicates of mulberry thunder leaves. Draining his storage pouch, over several days, the silkworm consumed the leaves, gradually developing 9 white rings on its body. When Meng Hao ran out of spirit stones, the silkworm's transformation remained incomplete. Desperation drove him to absorb his own high-grade spirit stone. Finally, on the 3rd night, the silkworm spun a cocoon and transformed into a pupa the size of an infant's fist. Using his spiritual awareness, Meng Hao sensed 2 distinct auras within the pupa, one belonging to the Han Shui silkworm, and another far more potent, Realizing that the creature about to emerge was no ordinary silkworm, Meng Hao became filled with excitement. Days later, as the Han Shui clan prepared to depart, Meng Hao encountered Han Shui Shan amid the ruins. She was still heartbroken over his rejection. Feeling remorse, Meng Hao offered to introduce her to a master of the Pill Cauldron lineage. After some hesitation, Han Shui Shan agreed to his request. Amongst the destroyed ruins of Frozen Snow City, Meng Hao encountered Han Xuanchen. Meng Hao teased Han Xuanchen about the rumors regarding her and Grandmaster Dan Ding. Although Han Xuanchen appeared shy, it was evident that she was pleased. Meng Hao claimed to be acquainted with Grandmaster Dan Ding and promised to help facilitate a connection between them. Han Xuanchen explained that she merely admired Grandmaster Dan Ding and had no romantic intentions. Meng Hao then presented her with a pill he had personally refined, assuring her that should she encounter any difficulties, she could use it to seek assistance from Devil Spirit Grandmaster Dan Gui. Han Xuanchen agreed and jokingly mentioned that she would recall Meng Hao when the snow fell. During their conversation, danger suddenly struck. A beam of dim light descended between Meng Hao and Han Xuanchen, instantly leveling the dwelling. Meng Hao swiftly guided Han Xuanchen out of harm's way. Evading the deadly blow, the Han Snow Clan members were alerted and engaged in fierce combat with nearly 1,000 cultivators from outside forces. Meng Hao employed his right eye's ability and discovered a Starry Sky tribe cultivator clad in white robes performing divination. Han Shuibao recognized the individual and indicated that the thorny culmination formation was being severely suppressed. At a crucial moment, the Han Snow Clan's teleportation formation activated. However, the Western Desert cultivators combined their techniques to form a celestial body. Destroying the formation, Han Shuibao fought valiantly but retreated with life-threatening injuries. Meanwhile, Meng Hao detected an expanse of mist permeating the sky's horizon, accompanied by strange noises. A smile appeared on Meng Hao's face as he anticipated the arrival of reinforcements. Amid billowing mists, 5,000 imposing men in strange attire thundered forth, their footsteps shaking the heavens. A swaggering, multicolored parrot led their charge, causing the sky to shudder and the ground to tremble. At that moment, a cough echoed as Meng Hao emerged, clad in golden radiance. Disciples of the Golden Light Sect, hear my command: surround the Kirin Thorns tribe. The Han Shui clan was stunned, recognizing Meng Hao as the illustrious Golden Light Elder. As golden light surged from his body, the four great elders, including Han Zubao, paid him obeisance. Simultaneously, the 5,000 men began an encirclement of the Kirin Thorns tribe, their thunderous cries echoing, "We obey the elder's command, even unto death." The mist swirled, revealing their forms like descending war gods. Outside, the cultivators of the Western Desert and the Han Shui clan witnessed this spectacle with awe. Realizing Meng Hao's true identity as the Golden Light Elder, the Han Shui clan was overjoyed and filled with gratitude. Meng Hao informed the Han Shui clan that he would escort them, destroying the formation once they were safely away. The Han Shui clan thanked Meng Hao's kindness and gifted him with a Kirin Thorns seed. As the formation opened, the Han Shui clan members filed through, expressing their thanks and blessings to Meng Hao. Han Zuer remained last, her eyes conveying her reluctance. Meng Hao smiled in reply, promising to remember each other when the snow fell. Han Zubao left as the final elder. Overwhelmed with emotion, he inquired if Meng Hao would join them in the southern domain. But Meng Hao declined, wishing Han Zubao a safe journey. After their departure, Meng Hao destroyed the formation and released the eyeless silkworm. The snow-white creature emerged, devoid of chill yet exuding an aura of piercing sharpness. Its deafening cry shook the Inklands, Southern Domain, Western Desert, and even the Eastern Lands. When the frost silk moth transformed into the unseen thread moth, the world paused for a brief moment. This rare creature has but one cry in its lifetime, and its call reverberated through the region, reaching as far as the southern celestial heavens. During the pause, the wind ceased, people froze, and the earth fell silent, as if time had been stolen by the unseen thread moth. This theft seemed insignificant, yet unbeknownst to all life forms, they had lost a breath. This breath encompassed the existence of the entire world and spanned 10,000 years. However, besides the celestial realm, no one noticed that their life essence had been taken. This theft was particularly severe for cultivators. The higher their cultivation, the more serious the injury. This breath belonged to both the unseen thread moth and Meng Hao. Intertwined with his very being, Strange phenomena occurred all across the southern region. Western Desert, Eastern Lands, Northern Desert, and the Milky Way Sea. Some lamented, others were shocked, and a select few sensed the presence of the divine moth. Shui Donglio scattered ink, the mountains of the Zhao clan trembled, and extraordinary events unfolded throughout the southern celestial heavens. Meng Hao held the unseen thread moth in his hand, feeling its intense vitality. Its life force was unparalleled, surpassing anything he had ever encountered, rivaling even those at the Tao-seeking realm. This vitality granted the unseen thread moth an astonishing divine ability as long as the moth remained alive. The threads would continue, and as long as the threads existed, the moth would persist. Meng Hao acquires an immortal and indestructible eyeless silkworm and its unbreakable silk. Recognizing its heaven-defying nature, Meng Hao decides to challenge the nascent soul tribulation. The parrot helps him dispel the tribulation's protective measures. Suddenly, earth-shattering thunder roars, and dark tribulation clouds gather. Meng Hao orders his Golden Light Sect disciples to set up an array thousands of miles away to trap the western desert cultivators, making them sacrificial victims for the tribulation. With a wave of his sleeve, he casts the parrot and Fatso aside. Preparing for the tribulation, the first bolt of red lightning strikes down, and Meng Hao redirects it to Fatso, charring it black. Then, the tribulation disperses, and dozens of lightning bolts strike the western desert cultivators near Meng Hao, reducing them to ashes. Meng Hao laughs, finding the tribulation's lightning to be like a tickle. 8 nascent soul cultivators glare and attack Meng Hao simultaneously. However, Meng Hao calmly looks up and softly utters, "What is heavenly might?" As a celestial tribulation descends, 8 nascent soul cultivators team up to attack Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao smirks with disdain, claiming that the will of heaven reigns supreme and no one shall steal his fate. In an instant, the power of the 8 dissipates, replaced by an intense sense of crisis. A thick column of lightning strikes down, splitting into 9 and hitting the 8. Meng Hao uses his skin jelly to withstand the tribulation and further redirects the lightning to nearby cultivators. The pool of lightning expands, unleashing mournful screams. Under the baptism of the tribulation, Meng Hao schemes to kill most of the cultivators within 3,000 miles. Only less than 100 barely survive. Their totems, magical treasures, and protective light barriers all destroyed by the tribulation. As time goes on, the tribulation intensifies, bringing forth the profound black lightning. Meng Hao uses the primordial spirit of the Li family ancestor to resist, causing immense agony for the ancestor. Although Meng Hao's body starts to crack, his laughter remains defiant. After 2 incense sticks, the Li family ancestor's mission is fulfilled, leaving less than 20 survivors. Meng Hao's body crumbles but is protected by purple energy. Beginning a swift recovery, he looks up to the sky with a wild laugh, challenging the tribulation with determination and madness, shocking the surrounding Golden Light Sect cultivators. Amidst the thunderous roar of the heavenly tribulation, a parrot gazes at Meng Hao in astonishment. Dark clouds churn, lightning strikes like torrential rain, and the ground turns to ice crystals. Meng Hao faces the tribulation and laughs defiantly, his mirth echoing that of another unforgettable soul. The might of the tribulation intensifies, and 3-colored lightning descends crimson, black, and azure, along with nearly 20 ordinary bolts. 8 nascent soul cultivators give their all to resist, but only the white-robed man from the Starry Sky tribe survives aside from them. Meng Hao's body is entwined with eyeless silkworm threads that fend off the tribulation's blows. But the aftershocks of the tricolored lightning still strike him. Blood gushes from his mouth and covers his body. Yet his resolve remains unshaken, his eyes flashing purple as he heals his wounds. He no longer fears the tribulation but chooses to confront it head-on. His cultivation breaks through, reaching the peak of golden core, and he absorbs the power of a top-grade spirit stone, concentrating all his strength to charge towards the tribulation. With an earth-shattering boom, Meng Hao is knocked back, spewing blood, but he endures the tribulation's onslaught and heals his wounds once more. The sky darkens, and 10 bolts of lightning descend simultaneously, forming a colossal vortex of thunderclouds. Meng Hao unleashes the 8th restriction of monster sealing, summoning monstrous energy that ascends to the heavens. The monstrous energy collides with the tribulation, producing a deafening roar. Finally, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning strike, reducing Meng Hao's body to charred remains, sending him crashing into a deep pit. The tribulation clouds churn, and four-colored lightning strikes down. But Meng Hao's arm rises from the abyss, punching the tribulation to smithereens. Meng Hao's form ascends, facing the crimson tribulation with his aura soaring. The sky swirls with crimson, black, azure, and white, transforming into a four-colored realm of lightning. Meng Hao's resolve remains firm as he confronts the tribulation. Heaven and earth tremble, and a five-colored sky descends crimson, black, azure, white, and yellow, with the roar of the five-colored tribulation unrelenting. Meng Hao stands tall against it, his instincts telling him that if he can withstand the five-colored lightning, the tribulation will end. In the end, Meng Hao's unwavering will and cunning get him through the five-colored tribulation. His cultivation breaks through, reaching unimaginable heights. During his heavenly tribulation, Meng Hao realizes that the five-colored lightning is related to the five elements. He relies on the blinded silkworm's purple eye technique, and glove on his right hand to withstand the impact of the lightning. In the process, 3 nascent soul elders perish, and the white-robed man from the stellar tribe shows respect. Meng Hao experiences 5 tribulation lightnings, with the final one transforming into a massive palm that aims to destroy him. Unwilling to submit, Meng Hao mobilizes the demon chi within a radius of 30,000 miles. Using the ancient demon sealing jade as the core to condense a 10,000-foot vortex of demon chi. As the revered 9th-generation demon sealer, he exerts all his strength to execute a sealing technique to counter the five-colored palm. Many cultivators, including the Li family ancestor and Pai Dong, take action, and the parrot also joins the battle. With 5 earth-shaking explosions, the 2 palms collide, causing the heavens and earth to crack. In the end, Meng Hao's heaven-sealing demon palm successfully seals the five-colored tribulation lightning. After the ordeal, Meng Hao is severely injured, his aura weak. The parrot, Pai Dong, and others guard him, waiting for him to break out of his cocoon. As time passes, Meng Hao's body is gradually transformed by the lightning energy, emitting bolts of lightning, indicating that he is about to undergo a new metamorphosis. In the southern region's Purple Fate Sect, Han Shuishan and her people of the Han Shui clan have settled on a mountain peak and embarked on a new life. Han Shuishan, with her passion for alchemy, joins the Dandong lineage, but she unexpectedly learns that her mentor, Grandmaster Danding, has betrayed the school. However, Meng Hao's appearance has already captured her heart. One day, the Purple Fate Sect's beautiful cultivator Chu Yuyan approaches Han Shuishan to inquire about Meng Hao. Han Shuishan reveals Meng Hao's extraordinary alchemy abilities. Having seen countless people, Chu Yuyan instantly recognizes Han Shuishan's affection for Meng Hao. She takes a pill that Meng Hao gave Han Shuishan, intending to inspect his alchemy proficiency. Upon seeing the character Shui engraved on the pill, Chu Yuyan's expression changes drastically. She realizes that Meng Hao is the Grandmaster Danding she has been desperately searching for. She is both resentful that he has abandoned her and relieved to know he is safe. Meanwhile, in the depths of the western desert, the Netherkill cultivator in black robes, whom Meng Hao exterminated, has been reborn through a secret technique and seeks revenge. Elsewhere, Meng Hao endures a heavenly tribulation in the ruins of Saint Snow City and successfully overcomes it, raising his cultivation to the peak of the latter stage of the Golden Core realm. His physical body grows incredibly strong, and his resistance to lightning significantly increases. After the tribulation, Meng Hao's aura is astonishing. When he emerges from the whirlwind, over 5,000 cultivators kneel before him, addressing him as an ancestor. Feeling the surge in his cultivation, Meng Hao is filled with ambition and prepares to embark on a new journey. At the border of Motu in West Desert, Meng Hao speeds along, riding the monstrous giant. He has rescued the monstrous giants in a West Desert cultivator, including Gura, who were buried in the collapsed city that day. His green bird stands proudly on his shoulder, lamenting the loss of the Golden Light Sect cultivator. Meng Hao discovers a vine that is absorbing the seeds of thorns but temporarily cannot control its power. He learns that Motu is in chaos, and all the Alliance cities have surrendered to the Motu Palace. However, a greater turmoil is also approaching. 17 West Desert tribes have stepped into Motu, leaving a trail of desolation in their wake. Meng Hao realizes that something is amiss, as the tribes seem to be deliberately creating a sense of ease. He decides to head to West Desert, refine his 5-element totems research, and blend in as a West Desert person. To solve the aura discrepancy, He plans to cooperate with Yan Song. Days later, at the boundary between Motu and West Desert, Yan Song is discussing a dangerous matter with 2 nascent soul initial stage cultivators and an elder at the peak of nascent soul initial stage. Suddenly, a bloody figure emerges, claiming to be faceless, and stuns everyone present. The figure is related to the person Yan Song is planning to cooperate with. Under the veil of night, a crimson figure strolls towards them under the moonlight. Shedding their disguise, they reveal a face masked in blood red. The mask gleams with 2 scarlet lights, exuding a ruthless coldness. This figure is none other than Meng Hao. Draped in a cyan robe with long, flowing hair, Meng Hao's arrival startles Li Tian, Wang, and Mo. They cannot penetrate the mask's mystery but can sense Meng Hao's core formation cultivation, emitting powerful fluctuations comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Yan Song recognizes Meng Hao, his heart pounding with shock. After Meng Hao reveals his identity, Yan Song introduces him as a master of the Tao of Pills, boosting their confidence in this expedition. Despite Meng Hao's seemingly low cultivation, nascent soul cultivators are known for their eccentricities and often conceal their true powers. So the others dismiss their doubts. Yan Song then discloses the true purpose of their mission to search for the ancient land of the Tao of Pills Wushan Mountain. The Wushan tribe of old had ties to the ancient Tao of Pills and is now divided into 5 clans. They can only gain entry to Wushan Mountain as guest elders by joining a clan and earning their trust. To conceal their presence, Li Tian produces a secret treasure that can alter their auras and cultivation levels. However, Li Tian sets a condition, either a trade or an explanation of Meng Hao's role in the ancient Tao of Pills. Meng Hao promptly declares himself responsible for the Tao of Pills, and Li Tian hands him the treasure. The group disperses, each opting to join a different clan. Meng Hao chooses the Wuda clan. Yan Song unveils a teleportation array, and they step into it, arriving on a verdant, desolate mountain, marking the beginning of their journey to find the ancient Tao of Pills. In the still of the night, Meng Hao discreetly emerged, only to find the barbaric titan and Ji Yula missing. A parrot and a bell-shaped jelly bickered ceaselessly, disrupting the tranquility. Meng Hao retrieved a jade slip and studied the map and information on the 5 tribes of the Crow God. After careful analysis, he discovered a slight discrepancy in the map, speculating that Yan Song had deliberately altered it, holding back his trust. Next, Meng Hao meticulously inspected the light sphere gifted by Li Tian and finally noticed a peculiarity. The parrot proudly wiped away the extraneous light, confirming its accuracy. Offended, the jelly proclaimed itself as Sir Third and continued its argument with the parrot. Meng Hao combined the eyeless silkworm with the light sphere, transforming it into a totem that covered the back of his hand. His aura instantly changed, exuding an exclusive aura of a Western Desert cultivator. Recognizing the usefulness of the totem, Meng Hao marveled at Li Tian's abilities. He compressed his cultivation to the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm and transformed into a long, radiant streak, heading straight for the distant Wu Da tribe. As dawn broke, Meng Hao arrived at the basin where the Wu Da tribe resided. Nearly 1,000 people lived there, smoke gently rising, children frolicking, creating a peaceful scene. A gigantic tree sculpture stood at the center of the Wu Da tribe, adorned with intricate runes and decorations. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, its presence imposing. Wu Hai was ordered to recruit guest ministers, yet harbored dissatisfaction. Meng Hao made his appearance, and Wu Hai eyed him with disdain, finding his appearance unimpressive. Surprisingly, the recruitment conditions were remarkably lenient, requiring only a half-year probationary period to obtain a totem and cultivation technique. This leniency puzzled and unsettled Meng Hao, making him suspect an underlying scheme. Meng Hao enters the Western Desert, finding experiences vastly different from his time in the Southern Domain. The people here are inherently simple, contrasting the savagery he had heard from rumors about Western Desert cultivators. He senses vaguely that this place is extraordinary. An elder from the Yuhei tribe seeks to recruit Meng Hao as a guest and offers 2 choices: becoming a battle cultivator or raising exotic beasts. Meng Hao recalls the introduction of Western Desert tribes from the Jade Slip, learning that exotic beasts hold great importance to the tribes. As Meng Hao hesitates, 4 long rainbows streak through the sky, carrying envoys from Ubin, Yudu, Uyan, and Uan tribes. They engage in a so-called Ushan battle of bragging, competing in their skills of blowing their own horns. The Uban tribe claims to be totem beast warriors who control the lands of the Western Desert. The Udu tribe proclaims they are orthodox, with their totem fighting beasts dominating all others. The Uyan tribe states their ancestors burned the Western Desert for 100,000 years, creating the current blazing lands. The Yuan tribe asserts the Western Desert was named after their tribe. Meng Hao is nonplussed by this nonsensical contest. He steps forward and declares his choice to be the Uda tribe, using exaggerated language to praise the Uda tribe's spring and autumn tree, describing it as an eternal tree that controls time and the four seasons of the world. Meng Hao's words shock and stun the people of the Uda tribe, as well as the envoys. Yuhe tribe is filled with shame, while the Uda tribe's clansmen grow ecstatic. Meng Hao senses keenly a subtle atmosphere within the Western Desert tribes, one quite different from his previous understanding. On a mountaintop overlooking the Uda tribe, two elders observed the grand gathering below. They praised Meng Hao's speech, recognizing his potential for attracting more guest elders within the tribe. Meng Hao's impassioned words inspired the Uyan and Uan clans to spread the greatness of the Uda tribe through their own means. Yuhe was deeply moved and took this as a personal challenge. However, Meng Hao had no desire to join the Uda tribe. His sole purpose was to nurture spirit beasts. After some searching, he arrived at a secluded beast-rearing area on the mountain's backside, where he was assigned to care for 5 first-tier wind wolves. An elder instructed him on their care, and Meng Hao accepted the task gladly. Despite the unpleasant odor in the yard, Meng Hao was unfazed. The sight of the young wolves reminded him of his own blood mastiff as a cub, filling him with affection. Meng Hao's arrival was met with hostility from the wolf cubs, but with his overwhelming strength, he subdued them effortlessly. He placed them in a wooden hut, then cleaned and sat down in the room. He retrieved a jade slip and learned about the significance of spirit beasts to the Western Desert tribes. Totem cultivators could control an equal number of spirit beasts to their totems, while beast tamers could control vast numbers, necessitating their ability to nurture and tame them. Meng Hao recalled his experience outside Saint Snow City, deducing that his poison had been mistaken for a beast tamer's, and the dragon eagle projection for a high-level spirit beast. He realized that nurturing spirit beasts was not only an occupation but also a manifestation of one's abilities. In the Western Desert, the unique status of beast tamers and the importance of spirit beasts solidified his resolve in his chosen path. In the dangerous Western Desert, cultivator Meng Hao accidentally obtained a foreign beast totem. Through research, he studied the foreign beast hierarchy and their correspondence to human cultivators. The lowest beasts equated to foundation establishment, while the most powerful heavenly beasts were comparable to legendary immortals. Meng Hao kept 5 newborn azure timberwolves with first-level abilities. At first, he forgot they needed to eat, and after a day of hunger, they howled miserably. Meng Hao realized his mistake and searched for food but found that the Western Desert lacked resources suitable for foreign beasts. To solve this problem, Meng Hao remembered the Han Snow clan's beast-nurturing pills. These pills were refined with the flesh and blood of high-level foreign beasts and could significantly increase a foreign beast's strength. Meng Hao utilized foreign beast corpses gathered in the sacred Snow City battleground to attempt to refine beast-nurturing pills. After a night of effort, Meng Hao refined 2 beast-nurturing pills. One had 80 efficacy, and the other had 100. When he presented the 100 pill to the Timberwolves, they went berserk, desperate to grab it. Furthermore, foreign beast disturbances occurred in other beast-nurturing courts in the Western Desert, with all beasts craving the 100 beast-nurturing pill. Realizing the pill's potency, Meng Hao decided to use this opportunity to explore the secrets of foreign beast cultivation and the dragon-controlling scripture, thus enhancing his power to face unknown challenges. As the pill in Meng Hao's hand released an aura that attracted strange monsters, the monsters of Wuda tribe instantly fell into a frenzy, letting out deafening roars. However, Meng Hao discovered that after a wisp of monster aura fused into the core of the pill, the monsters' reaction became strange. Their frenzy weakened, and their gazes revealed a sense of intimacy. Meng Hao boldly speculated that there was a connection between the monsters and monster aura. So he infused the monster aura into the pills again. In an instant, an even more powerful monster aura erupted, shaking the entire Wuda tribe. Hundreds of strange monsters howled insanely, turning into a monstrous sound wave. At the same time, the tribe members of Wuda tribe were surprised to find that their totems were burning hot. The monsters that recognized them as masters transformed uncontrollably and joined the frenzied group. The elders and tribe masters also appeared one after another, shocked to realize that the monsters were rioting. On the top of the mountain, with an old roar, a withered branch appeared, transforming into a giant tree person. The tree person roared up to the sky, releasing an aura of decay and boundless pressure. The tribe master and priest of Wuda tribe recognized it as the legendary wood ancestor and prostrated themselves in panic. The tree person announced that it had detected the monster aura, and the monsters of the 5 major tribes also roared. The Wubing tribe with the aura of gold and iron produced a giant trident. The Wudu tribe with erupting mud formed hundreds of feet of silt. The Wuyan tribe in a sea of fire transformed into a flaming black horse. And the Wuan tribe, which diffused water vapor, turned into clouds and rain. Meng Hao realized that things were beyond his control. He could only try to seal the pills, but it was ineffective. He estimated that in about 20 breaths, he would be detected by those terrifying existences. Just then, an even greater change came out of nowhere, crushing everything, making the disturbance in Wuda tribe seem insignificant. Beyond the territories of the 5 great tribes under the Dark God, a deafening roar reverberates from the depths of the jungle, shaking the heavens and earth and threatening to tear apart the void. The tribesmen are overwhelmed with horror, their faces turning pale. It is the roar of the Celestial Titan, an extremely powerful alien entity that can grow to level 11 as an adult. The 5 peak alien beasts of the 5 great tribes also let out earth-shattering roars, declaring their territories. At the same time, the ground trembles and a boundless horde of beasts surges toward the 5 great tribes from the surrounding wilderness, intent on destroying them. Suddenly, a 5-colored beam of light emerges from the sanctuary of the 5 great tribes, enveloping the entire area. A black crow flies out of the beam, its voice reverberating through the world. A tempest engulfs the jungle, leaving the corpses of alien beasts scattered everywhere. While the Celestial Titan vanishes, Meng Hao hides in a wooden cabin. His beast spirit pill has triggered the beast horde. He tosses the pill to 5 young timber wolves, and the azure pup with a white mark on its forehead swallows it whole. Suddenly, the beast hordes outside the 5 great tribes let out piercing roars, as vast clouds of darkness emerge in the sky and the Celestial Titan roars again. At this critical moment, the crow unleashes a storm-like sound, creating a gigantic vortex that sweeps the jungle clean. Meng Hao discovers that the timber wolf that swallowed the beast spirit pill, while fierce, is imbued with exuberant life force. The storm rages for a long while, scattering the corpses of alien beasts everywhere as the Celestial Titan vanishes without a trace. The crow and the 5-colored beam of light disappear, and the major tribes conduct thorough searches but find nothing. Meng Hao uses the secret treasure of the Phantom Method ancestor to conceal the existence of the pill. A month later, the searches gradually subside. Meng Hao begins to care for the timber wolves, feeding them beast spirit pills. The timber wolf that swallowed the beast spirit pills gradually becomes leaner yet fiercer, instilling fear in the other pups. Meng Hao finds a way to suppress its beast spirit and names the timber wolf Da Mao, Mao, and so on. 5 months later, the timber wolves have grown into formidable second-level azurewood wolves, with Da Mao being particularly outstanding, possessing strength comparable to a level 4 alien beast. Meng Hao strikes up a friendship with Wu Hai, often engaging in discussions and sparring sessions. The uniqueness of the azurewood wolves also attracts the attention of Wu Hai, making him even more appreciative of Meng Hao. In the Uda tribe, Meng Hao gained a deeper understanding of the tribe, including a respected 7th-rank Long and a barbaric giant under his command. The appearance of this giant caused a great commotion. Meng Hao recalled a comrade who had disappeared upon their return from teleportation Jiula. Over half a year, Meng Hao gained a deeper knowledge of exorcists in the Uda tribe. Learning about the connections between the seals, mending, and totem, he also cultivated a large area of lotuses in his yard, which became key to deducing his lotus sword formation. One evening, Meng Hao observed the gloomy sky and the falling raindrops, understanding an unyielding existence within the fragmented raindrops, and seeing another path for exorcists therein. At dawn, Uali arrived at Meng Hao's yard, intending to take a 2nd-rank forest green wolf that Meng Hao was raising. However, when he approached the yard, he was shocked by the growls of several forest green wolves around Meng Hao. Sensing their intense coercion, Meng Hao spoke, dispelling the coercion, allowing Uali to enter the yard. He found that these forest green wolves were extraordinary. So he changed his mind, planning to take one of the divine and valiant second-rank forest green wolves. Wu Chen pointed at the largest four-haired wolf among the blue moon wolves and asked to take it away. Meng Hao refused, claiming that Wu Chen's cultivation level was insufficient to control it. Unconvinced, Wu Chen displayed his qi condensation 7th layer cultivation, but was still shocked by Four Hair's speed. Wu Chen tried various branding methods, but failed to establish a connection with Four Hair. After Wu Chen's failed attempts, Four Hair suddenly attacked fiercely, but Meng Hao intervened in time. Only then did Wu Chen realize Meng Hao's strength and fled in a hurry. Meng Hao analyzed the similarities and differences between the dragon-controlling secret art and the demon qi seal, concluding that the dragon-controlling secret art was a branch of the demon sealing master's legacy. He decided to attract the attention of the Wuda tribe to obtain a spot to enter the Wushan tribe's sacred place. Although the Wuda tribe had 3 nascent soul cultivators, Meng Hao believed that only the tree spirit at the mountaintop posed a lethal threat to him. He took out the demon sealing jade but found no reaction from it. Speculating that he had not yet touched enough areas related to the demon sealing masters. Before closing his eyes to meditate, Meng Hao put away the jade again, pondering over the clues about the demon sealing masters and his exploration plans for the western desert. In a luxurious building encircled by the mountains of the Wuda tribe, Wu Chen smashes the pottery in the building in anger because of the unfair distribution of totem tokens. His sister comes to comfort him and tells him that he will have a fair beast fight with Wuali. The winner will be awarded the totem token. Although Wu Chen is reluctant, he regains some hope when he learns that his sister has arranged a second tier beast for him. However, Wu Chen finds out that Wuali's beast is a second-tier flying bat personally trained by the 5th-tier dragon envoy, making it difficult for his second-tier beast to win. At this moment, he remembers a mysterious senior named Meng Hao, who is rumored to be a master at training beasts. Wu Chen devises a plan and visits Meng Hao's courtyard. Wu Chen's sister follows him, puzzled by her brother's actions. When the courtyard door opens, and Meng Hao appears, Wu Chen respectfully greets him and asks for his help. Wu Chen's sister shows disapproval of Meng Hao, believing he's just an unknown beast trainer. After listening to Wu Chen's request, Meng Hao stays silent for a while before speaking. I need the totem branding method of the Wuda tribe. Wu Chen's sister becomes furious after hearing this, accusing Meng Hao of having ulterior motives. Wu Chen, however, due to his dissatisfaction with the tribe, agrees to Meng Hao's condition after some hesitation. In response to Wuali's provocation, Wu Chen agreed to make a deal with Meng Hao. With the secret technique of the Wuda tribe as the reward, Wu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, transforming it into a red leaf containing an exotic monster technique that not even the 3 major bloodlines could master. Meng Hao accepted the technique and agreed to fight Wuali 3 days later. However, Wuali's sister, Wuling, was wary of Meng Hao, believing that Wu Chen had been deceived, and she enlisted the help of the Wuda tribe's 3rd order Sima, the Waterwood Master Longshui. Longshui was arrogant and rude, and was reluctant to participate, but only agreed after Wuling's pleas and promises. Everyone arrived at the Mountain Peak Plaza, and Wuling asked the Wuda tribe's Great Earth High Priest to preside over the monster fight. The Great Earth High Priest agreed and asked Longshui Sima to supervise the match. Wuali brought out a 2nd order exotic monster, the Azure Wood Bat, and challenged Wu Chen. Wu Chen took a deep breath and prepared to fight. During the grand ceremony of the Wuda tribe, Wu Chen and Wuali, descendants of the 3 great bloodlines, engage in a monster battle to claim the totem of the Azurewood. Master Shui Mu, invited by Wu Ling, assists Wu Chen in controlling the Azurewood serpent to challenge Wu Ali's Azurewood bat. Master Shui Mu claims to have mutated the Azurewood serpent, increasing its speed. However, at the start of the battle, the Azurewood serpent is easily defeated by the Azurewood bat, leaving Wu Chen in despair. Meng Hao witnesses this and steps forward, claiming to have an 80 chance of victory. He commands his own Azurewood wolf, Wu Mao, to join the battle. Wu Mao's speed suddenly skyrockets, 10 times faster than other similar monsters, instantly killing the Azurewood bat. The crowd is stunned, as they have never witnessed a same-level monster being instantly killed. They realize that Meng Hao must be a high-level beastmaster to be able to cultivate such a powerful monster. Meng Hao's brilliance overshadows all the other beastmasters present, becoming the center of attention. Tears of excitement streamed down Wu Chen's face amidst the astounded gazes of the crowd. His heart filled with extreme emotions he could not express. Wu Ling was filled with disbelief, realizing how absurd her previous mockery and plot to assassinate Meng Hao had been. A verdant wolf at Meng Hao's side swiftly killed the foreign beast of the Wu Da tribe, sparking discussions among the crowd. Undeterred, Wu Ali challenged him with a mutated black bat. However, Meng Hao's second verdant wolf also displayed mutated abilities, swatting away the bat with a single paw. The spectators gasped in amazement, wondering if all 5 of Meng Hao's verdant wolves were mutated. Wu Ali's face turned pale, while the Grand Elder of the Wu Da tribe's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Shui Mu, consumed by envy and madness, feigned composure, claiming to have foreseen some of this. Meng Hao's third verdant wolf let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire venue. Simultaneously, his fourth wolf released a blinding cyan glow that formed an ethereal figure, eliciting roars of awe from all the rank 3 foreign beasts of the Wu Da tribe. Shui Mu, unable to contain his shock, vomited blood and collapsed. At that moment, an authoritative voice echoed from the mountain peak above. These 4 verdant wolves, I will have them. On the peak of Wu Da Mountain, the black-robed middle-aged man, Mo Fang, stepped forward. He was the honored 5th-order dragon controller of the tribe. When he proposed to take away the 4 mutated green timber wolves raised by Meng Hao, he was met with Meng Hao's refusal. Mo Fang dismissed this, believing that Meng Hao's status as a low-level dragon controller made him unqualified to possess them. However, when he displayed his methods of controlling exotic beasts, such as free refined green fragrance, blood-stained deer meat, and blue water, none of them were able to entice the green timber wolves, causing Mo Fang to become furious. He eventually resorted to his ultimate weapon, the beast feeder pill. As soon as the pill was produced, exotic beasts in the vicinity roared, and even Mo Fang himself admitted that any exotic beast within 100-zone radius and below the 5th order would go mad for it. However, to his surprise, Meng Hao's green timber wolves remained indifferent. The Earth Elder looked thoughtfully at Meng Hao's right hand, seemingly discerning something. Meanwhile, Meng Hao watched Mo Fang's embarrassed state and chuckled inwardly. These green timber wolves had long since transformed and shed the defects of their species, so Mo Fang's methods were naturally ineffective. The two sides remained at a stalemate, with sweat beading on Mo Fang's forehead. The tribesmen around them wore strange expressions, and the elders and priests of the Wu Da tribe also frowned. Finally, the Earth Elder recognized Meng Hao's status and couldn't contain his joy. With Mo Fang's failure, Meng Hao became renowned throughout the Wu Da tribe. His green timber wolves remained unyielding to external influences, demonstrating their astonishing potential and causing the Wu Da tribe to realize that Meng Hao was no ordinary individual. Confidently, Mo Fang took out the spirit beast pill, intending to lure Meng Hao's spirit beasts. However, the 5 cyanwood wolves remained indifferent, their composure astonishing Mo Fang. Meng Hao seized this opportunity and revealed his dragon herder status, indicating his lineage from the Han clan. Facing Meng Hao's provocation, Mo Fang summoned his swarm of beasts, including 23 cyanwood wolves, 19 cyanwood snakes, 13 cyanwood bats, and 3 level 5 mutant beasts. He was certain these beasts would be sufficient to withstand Meng Hao's allure. With a mere wisp of beast aura, Meng Hao caused Mo Fang's swarm to madly follow him, leaving only the 3 level 5 mutant beasts struggling to resist. However, even these 3 beasts couldn't resist Meng Hao's call and quickly submitted to him. Mo Fang couldn't accept this outcome, his pride taking a significant blow. He summoned a level 6 mutant beast, a giant ape, intending to take revenge against Meng Hao's beasts. However, Meng Hao's primary beast, Big Hair, exhibited a shockingly ferocious aura and white fur at this critical moment. Ready to face the level 6 giant ape, a white beam shot out, appearing before the giant ape in an instant. It erupted with a deafening roar, knocking the ape back and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Da Mao, an exotic beast with snowy white fur, emerged from the shadows, carrying blood in its mouth and a cold glare in its eyes. Da Mao transformed into a phantom, and a distorted tree appeared behind it, its branches forming into wolf heads. The giant ape was terrified but still charged at Da Mao. Da Mao dodged the attack and bit the ape's neck, seizing the severed head and returning to Meng Hao's side. Its ferocious display instilled fear in the onlookers. The exotic beasts in the square retreated, and the Wuda tribe members were shocked. They recognized Da Mao as the legendary white wolf, a rare sight that only appeared once a century. The Wuda tribe elder's eyes glistened with greed, but the fear in his heart kept him from making any rash moves. Meng Hao demanded an explanation, which the Wuda tribe's earthly priest promised to provide. Meng Hao and his exotic beasts departed, and the Wuda tribe elder attempted to block their path, but the earthly priest's intervention forced him to yield. The Wuda tribe elder and earthly priest speculated on Meng Hao's identity, suspecting him to be a descendant of the Han Shui family with the powerful dragon rider talent. The earthly priest considered offering Meng Hao protection and the opportunity to commune with the tree ancestor. Meng Hao returned to his quarters and discovered a wooden sword hidden within the black bat's body. This discovery stunned him and set the stage for future plot developments. In the moment of Meng Hao's rise, the world seemed to fade. His form descended like a deity, imposing his might upon all. The demon horde trembled, and the black bat in particular was filled with terror, realizing the cultivator before him possessed the terrifying power to shake even the Yuan-Ying realm. Lightning rumbled and spiritual light surged within the courtyard. Meng Hao was enveloped in golden radiance. His scholarly aura vanished, replaced by the indomitable will of an unmatched cultivator. Meng Hao's gaze swept over the black bat, detecting the wooden sword that sealed its cultivation, imprisoning it at the Foundation Establishment realm. Using demon chi as bait, Meng Hao extracted the wooden sword, releasing the bat's shackles. Reborn, the black bat's aura surged to the early core formation realm. Yet before Meng Hao, it remained submissive. Through the deliberate release of demon chi, Meng Hao had gained control over it. A few days later, Meng Hao's battle with Fang's sylph dragon spread throughout the Wuda tribe. Cementing his fame, he became an honored guest of the Wuda tribe, and the earthly priest personally delivered a token offering the opportunity to commune with the azurewood sacred tree. 7 days later, Meng Hao ascended the peak of the Wuda tribe's mountain to receive the priest's guidance and commune with the azurewood sacred tree. An ancient and towering trent manifested, emanating boundless vitality and demon chi. Within the treant's memories, Meng Hao sensed the indescribable weight of time. Just as Meng Hao was about to step onto the treant's palm, a commotion erupted from within his storage pouch. The ancient sealing jade trembled for the first time, and an aged voice boomed, "Ancient path, uphold the intent of sealing the heavens. Benefactor of mountains and rivers, the 9 seas and mountains require the baptism of tribulation. My limitless life is here." Meng Hao received the inheritance of the green wood venerable in the palm of the treeman. Witnessing the vast 9th mountain, the boundless seas, and the desolate lands of the southern sky star. Subsequently, a large cyan tree shattered, a small fragment of which burrowed into Meng Hao's body, taking root as a green wood tree. As time passed, a white wolf, a flower snake, and a bat successively took shelter under the tree. Amidst the rain, a middle-aged man visited, enlightening the green wood and leaving behind his orthodox inheritance. Meng Hao felt that the middle-aged man seemed to have seen his future self and become an enlightenment for posterity. The middle-aged man called himself the 5th-generation monster sealing venerable. Unlike the demonic cultivators of the southern domain, he embarked on the path of the 9 mountain seas. Seeking eternal existence, he bestowed the creation totem of the southern sky and western desert upon Meng Hao, forming a connection with him and leaving an inheritance for posterity. 7 days later, Meng Hao awoke to discover that he had grown branches on his body. Fusing with the altar, the Wuda tribe regarded him as the ancestor green who granted the diagram and dropped their investigation into him. Meng Hao realized the difference between immortals and demons in the world. He understood that alchemy, the path of demons, and totems were all related to monster sealing, and that the 9 mountain seas was a formidable celestial demon. The path of monster sealing lay in sealing and enveloping the auras of the 9 mountain seas, converging with the path of immortals. In the starry world of 9 mountain seas of the blue sky, people are divided into 2 factions. One believes that the 9 mountain seas are nourishment for their own growth and can be devoured to break through the limits of life. The other believes that the 9 mountain seas are great demons of the blue sky, which can be sealed or conferred and become powerful or dominant. Meng Hao, as a ninth generation demon sealing master, understood his path after comprehending the ancestral green wood tree to seal demons and eliminate immortals with the many transformations of demons, or to confer titles on all things. His cultivation also broke through to golden core great perfection, advancing towards the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul realm possesses magical powers such as teleportation and body possession, making it extremely difficult to condense, requiring great opportunities and aptitudes. Meng Hao wants to refine a 5-colored perfect nascent soul and fuse it with the 5 elements totem. To this end, he comes to the West Desert. Meng Hao obtained the green wood totem, which integrated the power of the ancestral green wood tree. According to the information provided by Wu Chen, he began to imprint the totem. He condensed green light, forming an illusory shadow of a large tree, then separated and reduced it, emitting a majestic vitality. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Wu Da tribe, the earthly priest, the sky priest, and the grand elder came forward to protect the Dharma. As the totem continued to shrink, its aura became stronger and stronger, causing changes in the heavens and the earth, attracting the attention of other tribes. Meng Hao concentrated, running his cultivation, and pinching the seals to reduce the illusory shadow of the green wood until it became about 7 to 8 feet in size, emitting an earth-shattering vitality. News of the green totem's appearance in the Udab tribe spreads to other tribes immediately, and the Wying tribe sends 5 long rainbows to investigate. However, the Udab tribe activates its protective light shield, announcing that no outsiders are allowed to enter. At this moment, dark clouds gather in the sky, accompanied by thunderclaps and the roars of many strange beasts. An enormous furball, the Skyfang beast, swoops down, heading straight for the Udab tribe. The 4, including the patriarch of the Udab tribe, struggle to resist with the protection mountain formation. But the Skyfang beast's strength is too great, and the formation is quickly broken. The Skyfang beast charges towards the back mountain of the Udab tribe, where Meng Hao is located. Meng Hao is branding the green totem, which shrinks constantly until it becomes the size of a fingernail and brands Meng Hao's brow. As the branding of the green totem completes, Meng Hao's vitality skyrockets, and his appearance is frozen in time, leaving him only 1 step away from the nascent soul. Meng Hao uses the threadless cocoon shield to resist the Skyfang beast's attacks, but his powers are no match. Meng Hao retreats, coughing up blood. In this moment of crisis, Meng Hao summons the parrot, who excitedly swoops towards the Skyfang beast, staring intently at its fur and displaying a speed that transcends the limits of its life potential. The parrot's peculiar hobby causes Meng Hao to reflect deeply, and he withdraws from the battle, watching the parrot and the Skyfang beast fight, realizing that special hobbies can allow beings to unleash powers that surpass their life potential. The Uda tribesmen witnessed a mottled parrot, transformed from an ordinary item, charging at the formidable celestial beast with astonishing determination. The earthly priest was impressed by the parrot's bravery, and the other tribesmen shared the admiration. However, when the parrot flew behind the celestial beast, people were surprised to find that the parrot's target was the celestial beast's weakness. The earthly priest grew even more impressed, but the tribe chief and sky priest had peculiar expressions. Suddenly, the parrot let out a strange cry, intending to provoke the celestial beast into a rage. The earthly priest was astonished but still praised the parrot's wisdom and courage. The other tribesmen looked at each other in confusion, and the grand elder was dumbfounded. The parrot, without hesitation, charged into the celestial beast's body. The celestial beast roared repeatedly, emitting a shocked bellow. It turned around and fled, no longer minding Meng Hao or the demon spirit. The parrot excitedly chased after it, squawking about demonstrating unprecedented techniques. The Uda tribesmen were dumbstruck, unable to believe that the celestial beast had fled without a fight. They were even more horrified by the parrot's attack method, which was wicked and depraved. The earthly priest chased after the parrot, seemingly to protect its reputation, but suffered serious injuries and went into seclusion. Pale-faced, Meng Hao noticed that the tribesmen treated him with respect bordering on fear. The parrot's wickedness seemed to have transferred to him, and his actions spread throughout the Uda tribe and other tribes, making him a figure of awe and avoidance. Meng Hao is not worried since his parrot has not yet returned. In the meantime, he continues to study the wood totem and feels that his cultivation is close to forming a nascent soul. If he can obtain a second 5 elements totem, his cultivation will still remain at the peak of the golden core realm. But his actual combat power will be able to rival that of an early nascent soul cultivator, and he will even be able to use nascent soul divine abilities. One day, a black giant serpent carrying a black-clothed old man arrives at Meng Hao's residence. The black-clothed old man, a rank 7 paragon, Black Serpent Mo Zi, arrives with a murderous aura. When Mo Zi realizes that Meng Hao's gaze has an intense deterrence on the black serpent, he cannot help but feel fear, and his original hostility dissipates. He says that after a month, there will be a competition held in the sacrificial ceremony of the 5 great tribes for the Black God, at which time he will witness Meng Hao's secret techniques for controlling serpents. Meng Hao sends his group of monsters out to look for food, and sits down cross-legged in the forest, accompanied only by Big Hair. As he gently strokes Big Hair's head, he thinks back to the sleeping Tibetan Mastiff and the powers of the immortal symbol in the black soil. He believes that although he has left the black soil, the immortal symbol's powers can still affect the Ji clan. At this moment, a voice rings out. It is a young man claiming to be the apprentice of rank 7 Paragon, Kula, demanding that Meng Hao hand over the iron-tailed serpent. Meng Hao's heart skips a beat, and he turns to look into the distance. Deep in the seemingly endless mountain ranges, Meng Hao is a distance away from the Wuda tribe. One day, as Meng Hao arrives after leading a group of monsters, he overhears a dispute. Through his spiritual senses, Meng Hao discovers that a conflict is taking place nearby between 7 or 8 members of the Wuda tribe and 3 from the Wubing tribe. Among the Wuda tribe members are Wu Chen and Wu Hai, while the leader of the Wubing tribe's youth has reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. The focus of the argument is an iron-black serpent that had been discovered and captured by the Wuda tribe. Wu Ling, angered by the Wubing tribe's attempt to take it, summons a green wood wolf and totem power. However, the Wubing tribe youth easily neutralizes Wu Ling's attacks and summons a rotten wolf corpse. The Wuda tribe members work together, but they are still no match for the rank 6 monstrous beast, the wolf corpse, and they are all wounded. The youth arrogantly proclaims that the Wubing tribe and the Wuda tribe share the same origin. And if not for that, no one from the Wuda tribe would have survived today. Just as the youth prepares to collect the iron-black serpent, his gaze falls upon Meng Hao, who is standing to the side, and notices an extraordinary green wood wolf Wu Mao. The youth is overjoyed and plans to present Wu Mao to his master. Gula, Wu Chen and the others recognize Wu Mao and are overjoyed. Calling out its name, Wu Mao responds, attracting the wolf corpse's attention. The youth orders 2 of his companions and the wolf corpse to capture Wu Mao, ignoring the protests of the Wuda tribe members. At this moment, Si Mao suddenly appears and stands in front of Wu Mao. However, the wolf corpse's numbers are overwhelming, and the youth summons over 20 rotten wolf corpses. Wu Chen and the others are horrified as the situation becomes critical. Just then, an earth-shattering wolf howl echoes through the forest, and a majestic white wolf of smaller size emerges. The aura of the White Wolf King overwhelms all the monstrous beasts, and the wolf corpses all submit. The youth recognizes the identity of the White Wolf King and becomes greedy, planning to present it to Gula. Simultaneously, Meng Hao also reveals himself and snorts coldly, stating that this matter has nothing to do with him. In the Wu military division of the 5 tribes of the Black God, the black-robed middle-aged man Gula is deeply revered. He claims to have found the true meaning of the dragon control technique, focusing his attention on his own flesh, bloodline, and bones in order to advance his path. One day, Gula receives news of a shattered jade slip. Learning that his 3rd disciple is in trouble, he takes out a recording, and sees his disciple rushing out on the back of the Wolf King. Surprised by the sight, Gula leads his tribe to search for the strange demon. At the same time, Meng Hao is traveling through the mountains with the White Wolf King when he encounters a young man from the Wu military division. As the 2 sides engage in battle, the young man shatters a jade slip, summoning a 7th order Zhao dragon demon venerable. However, Meng Hao recognizes the body of the Zhao dragon as one he had killed earlier, and which Gula had been feeding. Big Hair displays its astonishing strength, growing to a size of over 130 feet and defeating the Zhao dragon demon venerable in just a few breaths. At the same time, a group of green wood bats and green wood snakes join the battle, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing that the situation is turning against him, the young man reveals a piece of dark flesh that he had been hiding. With an earth-shattering, deafening roar, a terrifying creature is summoned. A deafening roar echoed from afar, shaking the heavens and earth, striking terror into the hearts of all. The faces of the Wuda tribe members paled, and some even coughed up blood. The monstrous beasts also trembled with fear, not daring to move rashly. Amidst the roar, a powerful aura permeated the air, causing the cultivators to tremble in fear. Damo adopted a vigilant stance while a black bat stared intently in the direction of the roar. At this moment, Meng Hao emerged from the forest. His appearance filled the Wuda tribe members with joy, as if they had met a long-lost loved one. Meng Hao looked towards the distant forest, sensing an enormous figure rapidly approaching. The instant Meng Hao appeared, the monstrous beast's aura dissipated, and Mao even affectionately ran towards him. The other beasts gathered around him as well. Damo stood obediently by Meng Hao's side, and the black bat hovered nearby, vigilantly watching the distance. Jiyu La's third disciple, a youth holding a dark piece of flesh, mocked Meng Hao, claiming that the approaching savage giant would crush them. Meng Hao smiled faintly, revealing that the savage giant was his pet, leaving the youth in disbelief. At that moment, the ground shook violently and another deafening roar reverberated. The savage giant's colossal form appeared before their eyes, exuding an AWE-inspiring aura. Jiyu La's third disciple tossed the piece of flesh at Meng Hao, hoping to incite the savage giant to attack him. However, when the savage giant charged towards Meng Hao, its body suddenly trembled and the manic in its eyes dissipated, replaced by surprise and grievance. It let out a roar and crouched down beside Meng Hao, behaving with extreme docility. This scene shocked everyone, including Jiyu La's third disciple. They had never encountered such a tame savage giant, leading them to realize that this behemoth belonged to Meng Hao. Meng Hao scolded the savage giant, ordering it to shut up. The savage giant immediately ceased its roaring and crouched obediently. Jiyu arrived with 7 or 8 others, and the youth anxiously called out, "Master, save me!" When the 7th Order envoy of the Wu, Segula, arrived with arrogance, he was puzzled by the colossal, docile barbarian giant on the ground. However, as he glimpsed Meng Hao emerging from behind the giant, his expression changed drastically, becoming filled with horror as if he had seen a ghost. Segula had assumed Meng Hao was far away in the West Desert, but fate had once again brought them together. He felt an urge to cry, remembering his tortuous encounter with Meng Hao in the Mo soil. Unaware of this history, the members of the Wu tribe gathered to confront Meng Hao, accusing him of stealing the Demon King that Segula had discovered. However, Segula, terrified, turned and tried to flee without explanation. His third disciple, however, blocked his path and threateningly faced Meng Hao. Segula was aghast and grew even more anxious. In desperation, he pretended to meet Meng Hao for the first time, forcing a smile, but Meng Hao would not let him escape so easily. He uttered a casual remark that sent shivers down Segula's spine. Segula felt a mix of anger and fear, but dared not show it, frantically searching for a way out. Meanwhile, Segula's third disciple continued to provoke Meng Hao, stating that provoking a 7th Order envoy would lead to certain death. Segula's face grew pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. Upon learning Meng Hao's identity, Jiyu La's heart was filled with fear and unease. He ordered his disciple to silence himself and personally struck him down. Shock and disbelief ran through the black soldier tribe as they learned that Meng Hao was Jiyu La's young master and that Jiyu La was the guardian of a mysterious inheritance from the Western Desert. To avoid Meng Hao's pursuit, Jiyu La pledged allegiance to him, stating that he would continue to care for the barbarian giant. Although his heart palpitated after Meng Hao's departure, Jiyu La resolved to obey Meng Hao's orders, not daring to risk escape. The Wu Da tribe witnessed everything, their reverence and admiration for Meng Hao growing stronger. Wu Chen couldn't help but inquire about Meng Hao's relationship with Jiyu La, to which Meng Hao simply explained that Jiyu La was merely a servant responsible for feeding the barbarian giant. However, Meng Hao's words left Wu Chen and the others dumbstruck, for they realized that even Meng Hao's servant who cared for exotic beasts was a 7th Order dragon scout. Wu Ling also visited Meng Hao late in the night, apologizing for her previous offenses and vowing never to reveal the day's events. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness under Meng Hao's cold demeanor. In her confused state of mind, she eventually shed her clothes under the moonlight, offering her body as a gambit to win Meng Hao's favor. When Meng Hao first met Wu Ling, he involuntarily reminisced about the deceased Chu Yu Yan. Wu Ling implored Meng Hao to support her younger brother Wu Chen, promising her body in exchange. Meng Hao categorically declined, stating his disinterest in carnal desires and his focus on the great cause of becoming an immortal. His ambition being to enter the eastern continent's great Tang and surpass the Ji family. However, When Meng Hao noticed the pendant on Wu Ling's chest, the sealed nether flower within his body showed signs of awakening. Realizing the impending crisis, Meng Hao seized the pendant, discovering that it was a 7-petaled silver flower that provoked the nether flower's instinctive reaction. Excruciating pain engulfed Meng Hao's entire body, which he suppressed with his formidable cultivation and circulated his immortal energy to uncover the pendant's true nature, a nether flower seed. Meng Hao surmised that the nether flower had been lurking, waiting for an opportune moment to strike, and Wu Ling's pendant triggered its reaction, providing him with the fortuitous revelation. Understanding the peril of the nether flower, Meng Hao resolved to use it as a subject of observation and exploit its weaknesses rather than destroy it. He intended to remain within the Raven clan, investigating how Wu Ling's mother acquired the seed and seeking out a metallic totem to address his own shortcomings. While subduing the nether flower, Meng Hao's yearning for immortality intensified. He believed that mastering the secrets of the nether flower would aid his ascent to an even higher realm. Meng Hao's resolve was unshakable, and he was confident that one day he would fully assimilate the nether flower, becoming its true master and transcending its constraints. Time flew by, and the day of the 5 tribes' ancestral ritual of the Black God tribe was fast approaching. The ancestral ritual was of utmost importance to the Black God tribe, not only as a ceremony but also as a competition to determine their strength rankings. The most crucial aspect of the ancestral ritual was the pond of creation located in the sacred land of the Black God tribe. Every so often, a mystical pool water would appear in the pond, and stepping into it could significantly enhance one's totem energy. To seize the opportunity bestowed by the pond of creation, the 5 tribes held a competition each year to determine the order in which they would enter it. During the ancestral ritual competition, bloodshed was forbidden, so it was always the honored guests of each tribe who engaged in the contest. The patriarch of the Wu Da tribe announced the rules of the competition, and the tribesmen, honored guests, and cultivators of the Western Desert all prepared themselves. The rank 7 dragon diviner Mo Zi spoke confidently, while Meng Hao had a calm expression. Observing the dragon diviners from the other tribes, one inconspicuous middle-aged man caught Meng Hao's attention. Blessed with immortal qi, Meng Hao was able to discern the faint presence of a celestial beast in his body. As the sound of a horn echoed, golden light surged into the sky, and the cultivators from the 5 tribes ascended simultaneously towards the sacred land, heading straight for the golden platform suspended in the golden light. The first battle was a totem refinement competition, and the Wu Da tribe sent a team of 3 into the fray, including the seemingly ordinary Western Desert cultivator. Meng Hao activated his immortal qi and used his clairvoyance to discover a celestial beast concealed in the cultivator's body, along with traces of a gelatinous beast and a parrot. With his missing parrot returned, Meng Hao theorizes it has come to some agreement with the celestial fiend. During the battle on the golden platform, the 3 totem cultivator advisors from the Wu Da tribe behaved suspiciously, with the celestial fiend disguised as a middle-aged man initiating battle while the other 2 retreat. In the midst of the melee, the middle-aged man displays a shameless and vulgar divine ability, targeting the buttocks of his opponents in a provocative manner. Advisors from other tribes attack him, putting the Wu Da tribe at a disadvantage. Meng Hao feels guilty, realizing that his parrot's mischief may have led to this situation. Suddenly, he notices peculiar expressions on 2 advisors from the Wuan and Wubing tribes, who have recognized Yan Song and the others in disguise. Under the middle-aged man's relentless attacks, all the advisors are severely injured and forfeit. Only the middle-aged man continues his rampage, eventually standing alone on the platform. The Wu Da tribe chief rejoices and declares the middle-aged man the victor. The celestial fiend reveals its true form and brutally kills an advisor, leaving it as the only one remaining on the platform. The Wu Da tribe is astonished, and the chief promises it a spot in the creation pool. The middle-aged man returns triumphantly, but his eyes avoid meeting Meng Hao's. The others from different tribes retreat in fear, and the Wu Da tribe announces the start of the second competition, dragon control. In the second battle of the contest between the divine dragons, Meng Hao emerged strongly and unexpectedly launched an attack on Mo Zi. He released Da Mao and a swarm of bats, stunning everyone with the ferocity of the assault. Enraged, Mo Zi unleashed hundreds of water strider dragons, including more than a dozen twin-headed dragons. Undeterred by Mo Zi's counterattack, Meng Hao summoned his 11th order spirit of an otherworldly demon, the Ying Long. The Ying Long's spectral form exerted a formidable aura, causing Mo Zi's dragons to tremble and retreat, and some even disintegrated under its might. The Ying Long's spectral form devoured all of Mo Zi's dragons, leaving him pale-faced. In a desperate bid to survive, Mo Zi sacrificed his son, Mo Fang, using his soul to awaken the ancestral otherworldly demon of the Mo clan's divine dragon lineage, the nine-headed ink dragon. As Mo Fang's corpse roared, 7 black dragon heads erupted from his body, fusing with Mo Zi to form a colossal nine-headed ink dragon. On the golden stone platform, Mo Zi transformed into an 8-headed dragon and fought against Meng Hao's Yinglong. Despite the 8-headed dragon's formidable power, it was no match for the Yinglong and was eventually devoured by it. Mo Zi was horrified and begged for mercy. However, the Yinglong did not relent and broke through the golden light, consuming half of Mo Zi's body. Upon witnessing Mo Zi's demise, the golden stone platform was in an uproar. The tribal priests of the 5 Wu clans were astounded, recognizing Meng Hao's Yinglong as the legendary Great Sea Dragon. However, they also sensed that the Great Sea Dragon was injured and had limited transformation abilities. While everyone was stunned, the old female cultivator, white-haired old man, and angler-clad sea dragon on the platform suddenly attacked, greedily attempting to carve up Meng Hao's injured Great Sea Dragon's power. Meng Hao summoned the eyeless silkworm without fear, and the silkworm's threads tore apart the 3 cultivators' mystical beasts. The old female cultivator desperately summoned a one-eyed giant ape, but it was effortlessly subdued by the barbarian giant. The white-haired old man fled the golden stone platform on a crane, but was pursued and killed by the Han parrot. The angler-clad old man used the secret technique of cause and effect, merging with his mystical beast earthworm to fight against Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao detected the strangeness of the secret technique of cause and effect and looked up into the sky. A gigantic vortex appeared, and a silver thread descended from it towards the angler-clad old man. Time around them froze, and only Meng Hao and the silver thread could move freely. High atop the golden altar under the vast sky, time seemed to stand still. Meng Hao found himself free to move amid the hushed silence, witnessing a breathtaking battle of cause and effect. A silver thread slashed through the void from the sky, piercing the earth like a fishing line. It latched onto an enormous earthworm beast, hoisting it aloft. Meng Hao watched in horror as the ancient earthworm was impaled by the line, becoming bait. That's not a thread, it's a fishing line. Meng Hao's mind roared in realization. A deep, raspy voice echoed from the end of the line. Rarely do cultivators of the Western Desert master the secret art of cause and effect, transforming themselves into bait. To hook this man, we may draw out a great fish from the Western Desert. As the voice spoke, the heavens and the earth grew dim, and faint threads appeared upon each person's being like threads of destiny, intertwining. The vast earthworm hanging from the fishing line connected to this web of beings, knowing or remembering any knowledge or events would entangle them in a web of cause and effect. May all cause and effect cease. The raspy voice announced the annihilation of cause and effect. All the threads connected to the earthworm snapped, causing all the cultivators, other beings, mountains, and rivers connected to him to shudder in the process. Meng Hao noticed in horror how the threads connected to the ancient earthworm on the cultivators around him began to crumble, forcibly erasing his memory and any trace of the earthworm from their minds. Across the heavens and the earth, an irresistible force seemed to attempt to wipe away Meng Hao's memories of the earthworm. At that critical moment, the ancient demon sealing jade in Meng Hao's storage pouch released a gentle power that shielded him, preserving his memories of the earthworm. However, the fishing line reappeared, racing towards Meng Hao. A fish escaped the net. How dare you disrupt the erasure of this old mon's cause and effect? The resonant voice boomed as the heavens once more fell silent, leaving Meng Hao alone with the ability to move. Realizing that if the fishing line were to hook him, he would be utterly erased from existence, Meng Hao raced towards the Golden Gate without hesitation. Time resumed, and the Crow God ancestral ritual ended, with the Wu Da clan emerging victorious with Meng Hao's help. However, Meng Hao felt uneasy. He realized that the Ji clan's causal threads were unparalleled in their power, capable of effortlessly erasing both existence and memories. Suddenly, a suspicion dawned on Meng Hao. If someone still retained memories, the causal threads would be flawed. Recognizing danger, Meng Hao bolted towards the Golden Gate. As he made his escape, the world around him froze, and the fishing line reappeared, heading straight for him. Vast as the heavens and the earth may be, where can you flee? The raspy voice echoed through the world. leaving Meng Hao with a life or death decision. Meng Hao finds himself in a desperate situation, facing an unprecedented life or death crisis. The mysterious death of the old earthworm has made him realize that he cannot resist the impending karmic extinction. In a moment of despair, Meng Hao discovers a golden light. He rushes into the gate amidst the golden light and finds himself in a desolate land surrounded by the dark gold mountains. Everything is eerily quiet and time seems to have stopped, with only Meng Hao able to move. However, Meng Hao's reprieve is short-lived. A silver fishing line emerges from the golden light, once again enveloping the world. The strange beasts of the desolate land are frozen in place, each one presenting an opportunity to Meng Hao. Seizing this rare chance, Meng Hao frantically collects the strange beasts. He exerts all his strength, activating blood flash collapse, and repeatedly shuttles between a volcano crater, a beehive, and a swarm of mosquitoes, capturing them in his cosmos bag. As he approaches the central volcano, he notices a strange burial mound. In the mound's crevice, a bizarre human beast skeleton clutches at a wooden sword. Meng Hao instinctively recognizes that this is the third wooden sword he has encountered, and it faintly exudes a spirit-cleaving aura. Faced with imminent danger, Meng Hao chooses to risk it all and descends into the burial mound. Seizing the wooden sword, almost simultaneously, the silver line catches up and pursues him into the volcano. Meng Hao remains calm amidst the peril and steps into the central volcano, with the silver line following close behind. Within an unfathomable crater, Meng Hao races frantically, pursued relentlessly by silvery threads. Enigmatic and forbidden, the crater is shielded by formidable barriers, barring entry to all non-crow demons. Yet, the silvery thread's appearance shatters the sanctuary, making Meng Hao the first outsider to breach it. Arriving at the pool of fortune at the crater's base, despair overwhelms Meng Hao. His hope of the pool deterring the silvery threads is dashed upon finding it empty. As Meng Hao resolves himself to a showdown, the silvery threads ensnare him. In an instant, Meng Hao's soul and body separate, his consciousness hazy. An ancient voice echoes through his mind, revealing his true identity: Meng Hao, the slayer of GZ, the target of the G clan's relentless pursuit. G19, claiming to be an immortal of the G clan, executes the annihilation of karma technique, severing all ties between Meng Hao and the G clan. However, the spell also erases the memories of Meng Hao from everyone in the southern heaven, including the western desert's crow demon tribe, the Golden Light Sect, the Ink Soil Taoist, the southern domain cultivators, and Xu Qing. Unmoved by the annihilation of karma technique, the pill ghost holds onto the pill that encapsulates Meng Hao's past, safeguarding his memories. A female voice from the Cave of Rebirth also intervenes, preventing G19 from severing Meng Hao's connection to the cave. G19 is furious, astounded by the complexity of Meng Hao's relationships. The toll of the annihilation of karma technique far exceeds his expectations, leaving him in a state of disbelief and horror. The mysterious Turtle Island floats on the Milky Way, and a thunderous roar from the island alerts an entity in the void. The Turtle Island is home to the mountain-relying ancestor, who once had dealings with GZ of the G clan, who was later killed by Meng Hao. Meanwhile, on another island, a humpbacked old man paints a portrait for a poised young man, and after noticing an anomaly in the sky, whips his brush with ink, infusing it into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky turns jet black, unleashing a piercing scream from the void as G19's causality is recovered. All the causality strings of cultivators in the southern domain who have a connection with Meng Hao are restored, and Xu Qing resolves to fuse with the Phoenix ancestor to enhance her cultivation. Within the Black God Sanctuary in the Western Desert, Meng Hao emerges from the creation pool, noticing black lines spreading across the void, transforming into screams. A hazy figure manifests, revealed to be G19. Relentlessly, Meng Hao employs the Blood Finger, Blood Handprint, Blood Slaughter Realm, Lotus Sword Formation, Violet Chi Decapitation, and Faceless Words Battle Flame Succession techniques, but none inflict significant damage on the figure. In this critical moment, Meng Hao deploys the three-tailed banner, dragging the figure into the real world. Mountain Sea Emperor Banner, the figure exclaims, then shows fury. Meng Hao interrogates the figure about the words spoken to Shui Donliu, and upon confirmation, his fury intensifies. Faced with the figure's regenerative powers, Meng Hao wields the lotus sword formation, an immortal slaying sword, to hinder its recovery and refines it into a blood spirit. Coincidentally, Fang Yu from the Great Tang in the Eastern Lands suffers a severe injury due to the causality backlash, prompting her mother, the Phoenix Dance, an ancestor of the Fang clan, to vent her fury by planning revenge on the ancestral home of the Ji clan. In the Ji family's ancestral residence in the Eastern Land, a thunderous explosion shattered the ground, reducing the entire mansion to rubble. Meng Li, a beautiful middle-aged woman, rushed out with her daughter Fang Yu, heading straight for the Ji family's imperial palace in the Eastern Land. The palace stood majestic and splendid, with mythical beasts carved into its gates and adorned with 927 precious nails. Meng Li kicked open the gates, triggering a deafening roar that alarmed the palace guards within. Fang Yu tried to dissuade her mother, but Meng Li shouted her down. Fueled by rage, Meng Li punched the ground, creating a web of cracks. She charged into the palace, sweeping aside all resistance as hundreds or even thousands of guards fell in defeat. Fang Yu followed closely behind, excitedly delivering finishing blows. Like a whirlwind, Meng Li headed straight for the palace's immortal gate, intercepted by dozens of Ji family elders. Meng Li single-handedly fought the crowd, the black wind howling as she repelled the elders. She punched the immortal gate, causing the golden nails to snap and the gate to shatter into 4 pieces. 18 resurrected giant dragon statues charged forward, only to be crushed by the fragments of the immortal gate. Meng Li rushed into the palace, unleashing a terrifying power and wielding the Juexian sword. She slashed a devastating sword strike towards the South Heavenly Gate on the mountaintop. A young man emerged from beside the South Heavenly Gate, watching the sword strike descend in silence. The South Heavenly Gate collapsed, but the young man, out of respect for Meng Li's father, chose not to pursue the matter. He warned Meng Li not to provoke the Ji family again. Meng Li declared that she acted not as a representative of the Fang family but as a mother seeking revenge. With a wave of the young man's hand, everyone disappeared. Meng Li's voice echoed through the air, "Let this be a warning." With a flick of his hand, the shattered Nantianmen was instantly repaired. But he knew the cultivation base of the cultivators inside had been damaged. He bound and poisoned Ji Shiju, intending to refine his essence and soul into a ritual artifact material. The teenager discovered that Ji Shiju possessed a causal eradication fishing line of the same origin as his own fishing rod. And he speculated that Ji Shiju had many more secrets. The teenager entered the pool of fortune and discovered that the pool water could transform totems. So he crossed his legs and entered a meditative trance. The totem power in the pool of fortune surged into the teenager's body. And his azurewood totem showed annual rings and old bark, showing signs of atavism. At the same time, outside the crater, the Uda tribesmen came to this place and were shocked to find that the mist in the pool had been swallowed by the teenager. And an azurewood phantom emerged. The teenager absorbed the water from the pool in the white air rising from the 6 surrounding craters, making the azurewood totem more and more lifelike. And the signs of atavism became more and more obvious. The Uda tribesmen exclaimed, "Azurewood atavism." The teenager opened his eyes and was surprised to find that his azurewood totem was transforming. And he couldn't help but wonder about its final form. Meng Hao, after assimilating the power of supreme azurewood, developed an unprecedented wood totem on his forehead, representing all trees in the world. Simultaneously, he sensed a calling from the celestial wood at the end of the path beneath the creation pool. Meng Hao stepped into the creation pool and vanished before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the Uda tribe members also rushed to the creation pool, while other tribes outside, seeing the dimmed golden light and diminishing power of the creation pool, also stormed into the Yu deity Holy Land to seize the remaining pool water. The nascent soul elders of the 4 major tribes, Yansong, Li Tian, Mo Li, and Wang Luomo, infiltrated the 7th fire crater, intent on breaking the prohibition and entering the site of ancient alchemy. Meng Hao emerged in a different realm, resembling a world beyond the heavens. Returning to the fire crater, he beheld a colossal golden ancient tree, with a golden crow perched atop its canopy, and beneath the tree, a skeleton and a decaying furnace. Meng Hao sensed the calling emanate from the golden tree and approached it. The golden crow opened and closed its eyes before Meng Hao discovered a jade slip in the skeleton's hand inscribed with spirit-severing pill. As Meng Hao examined the furnace, he realized it had a hole in its back, devoid of any pill but bearing traces of alchemy. He inferred that a pill had existed before the furnace's destruction. But the pill had escaped on its own. Meng Hao came to a golden world and found a towering golden tree and a golden crow. With his spiritual sense, he found that the great tree had long lost its vitality and only a wisp of a parting aura remained. And when the golden crow opened its eyes, it released a surge of vitality, which briefly revived the tree. Meng Hao realized that this vitality did not come from the tree, but from the golden crow. He inferred that the golden crow might be the embodiment of the ancient pill that had broken out of the furnace. Because the pill contained spirituality. After breaking out of the cauldron, it accompanied the tree. Many years later, the tree withered, and the golden crow used its own strength to maintain the vitality of the tree. Meng Hao was moved by the golden crow's persistence in its similarities to his master Dan Gui. He cast the 9-generation monster sealing technique, recognizing the golden crow as a demon, blessing its path and soul. In gratitude, the golden crow gifted Meng Hao with a golden crow totem, representing the formidable power of the metal element. Just then, an explosion was heard from the 7th crater, and 4 figures rushed out. Meng Hao realized that someone had discovered this place and hurriedly removed his hand from the tree. Walking out, at that moment, the golden crow's body weakened considerably, and it gazed at Meng Hao, as if expressing gratitude and farewell. Meng Hao felt a complex emotion, sharing a final glance with the golden crow before turning and leaving. At the 7th crater, Yan Song, Li Tian, Mo Li, and Elder Wang burst out with a roar. They were drawn to the gray sky and golden tree. And then they noticed a cauldron next to Meng Hao and a skeleton. Yan Song and Li Tian were hostile towards Meng Hao, while Mo Li and Elder Wang had other thoughts. The 4 found the cauldron damaged and guessed that a pill had been stolen. Meng Hao claimed that he had only found jade slips in a broken cauldron and refused their request to search him. Li Tian refused to relent and wanted to search Meng Hao's storage pouch. Meng Hao retorted sarcastically, mocking Li Tian for not reaching the spirit-severing realm. A conflict broke out between the two, with Li Tian wielding a black spear and Meng Hao defending with the wooden totem and the year's sword formation. Li Tian used a black light to counteract the power of the years, but was still affected by it, causing his body to age. Meng Hao took advantage of the situation and used the bloodburst flash and the blood body avatar. Li Tian was no match for him and spat out his nascent soul's energy to defend himself. Seeing that Li Tian was about to be hit by the lotus sword formation, Yan Song, Mo Li, and Elder Wang stepped in to stop him. Yan Song wanted both sides to calm down. Meng Hao appeared calm on the surface, but secretly rejoiced. The formidable combat power he had displayed had caused the 4 of them to be cautious, giving him a glimmer of hope. Upon learning that the true treasure was still on the island, Yan Song and his men became eager to search for the soul-severing pill. They released a black worm to approach a golden tree, only to be confronted by a weakened golden crow. Yan Song and his men realized the golden crow was guarding the soul-severing pill and began planning to seize it. At this moment, Meng Hao suddenly took action. After putting on a mask, his cultivation skyrocketed. He summoned the 3-tailed banner, releasing a formidable power that severely injured the 4 of Yan Song with a single blow. Meng Hao explained to the golden crow and the tree spirit that the soul-severing pill had become a spirit monster and no longer possessed its medicinal effects. However, Yan Song and his men refused to believe him, claiming that the pill had merely gained sentience. Meng Hao fell into thought. For the second time, he was reminded of his master, the pill demon. The golden crow gave him a familiar feeling. He resolved to protect the golden crow and the tree spirit, even if it meant becoming enemies with Yan Song and his men. The golden crow was surprised by Meng Hao's actions and approved of his choice. The golden crow told Meng Hao that it had accompanied the tree spirit for its entire life and they would remain together regardless of life or death. Meng Hao agreed with its choice and related it to his experiences with the pill demon. To show its gratitude, the golden crow gave Meng Hao its golden veins of the life essence. During the conflict over the soul-severing pill, Yan Song and his men finally realized the golden crow's true identity and became wary of Meng Hao. As the golden crow and tree spirit grew weaker, an intense battle erupted between Meng Hao and the 4 of Yan Song. Eventually, Meng Hao chose to protect the golden crow and tree spirit, even if it meant making more powerful enemies. Amidst the enchanting melody of the golden crow, a radiant golden light surged toward Meng Hao, merging with the metallic totem within him. transforming it into the prime metallic pattern. Simultaneously, Yan Song and his 3 companions sensed an unprecedented crisis. Among them, Li Tian found himself trapped and unable to escape. As the woman manifested by the golden crow tapped his forehead, turning him into a golden iron statue, ending his life, the woman unleashed the second fate, Celestial Net, transforming the entire world into a storm of golden iron. Mo and Wang were ensnared within, their bodies reduced to nothingness. She then dragged Yansong back and cast the third fate, Elixir of Negation, refining him into a crimson pill. As the woman's form dissipated, the withered tree crumbled into ashes. Before Meng Hao's eyes, a man clad in azure and a golden woman exchanged gazes and departed into the void. He realized that his metallic totem had transformed into a single gold character, and the encounter with these individuals had irrevocably altered his fate. Meng Hao clasped his hands in a bow of gratitude, causing the surrounding golden light and the world of golden iron to collapse. In the place of his metallic totem, the gold character emerged, a symbol of this extraordinary encounter. Meng Hao's alchemy results in a 5-colored nascent soul, elevating his cultivation to the nascent soul realm. Returning to the divine lands of the Black Crow, he finds the sacred grounds in ruins, with alien monsters rampaging. Amidst the chaos, he escapes with the Wuda tribe and Dayan Parrot. With the divine lands in ruins, the protective power of the Black Crow dissipates, stirring nearby tribes to action. The Wuda tribe faces extinction, seeking help from Meng Hao. As the grandsire of dragons, Meng Hao can control alien monsters, giving hope to the tribe. Meng Hao's status soars, earning immense respect. He retreats to subdue alien monsters, enhancing his strength. The Wuda tribe designates a back mountain as Meng Hao's sanctuary, with Gura and the barbarian giant as guardians. A formidable force from a mysterious tribe emerges, riding on giant spiders led by a middle-aged white-haired man. He issues a blood letter, declaring 3 challenges at the ruins of the Black Crow to 5 major tribes, threatening extinction for those who fail. Meng Hao and the Wuda tribe confront this new threat. They must emerge victorious from all 3 challenges, or face annihilation. A resplendent spider cloud darkened the sky, while a deafening roar reverberated through the realm. The tribespeople of the 5 tribes were aghast, their eyes fixed on the spectacle above. 20 nascent soul cultivators appeared, guarding the tribes. However, their expressions turned grim when they beheld the colossal spider horde and 32 10th-grade cryptids that rivaled nascent soul power. Meanwhile, a pitch-black meteor descended. Zhou Yi, clad in purple, seated within, he proclaimed himself as the 9th-grade dragon steward of the Great 5 Poison Sect. Challenging all cultivators, he offered the tribes 3 battles, promising to raze them to the ground if they failed. The nascent soul cultivators fell silent, recognizing this as a test from the Great 5 Poison Sect. After weighing their options, they resolved to accept the challenge, intending to deter the sect. At that moment, Da Mao and his wood wolf pack charged into the battle zone. Zhou Yi noticed Da Mao, a mutated wolf king, and his eyes glinted with excitement. He ordered Da Mao and the wood wolves to be captured. The spider horde and cryptids surged towards Da Mao and the wolves. The hulking barbarian resisted valiantly but was ensnared by countless spiderwebs. Da Mao was gravely injured by Zhou Yi's dragon steward's secret technique and fled back to his tribe. Zhou Yi pursued Da Mao, leading him to Meng Hao's secluded retreat. Da Mao's mournful howl echoed in the air, reaching the ears of Meng Hao, who was meditating cross-legged. As Meng Hao's eyes opened, thousands of eyes within the boundless darkness also opened. A dozen of those eyes radiated a formidable aura, signaling Meng Hao's triumphant return. In the dim meteorite, Zhou Yi looked around with pride. But when his gaze fell on Gula, he showed disdain. He believed that Gula only had the 7th-ranked dragon speaker's cultivation, and so he invited Gula to join him. However, at this moment, a cold hum came out of the fog, instantly shattering a giant spider. A figure slowly walked out of the fog. It was Meng Hao. Zhou Yi was shocked to discover that Meng Hao was not only a dragon speaker but also a dragon speaker with nascent soul cultivation, which was an almost invincible existence. Meng Hao was followed by a large group of terrifying heterogeneities, including demon mosquitoes, demon ravens, profound flame demon crocodiles, and heaven-slaying lizards. He caused the meteorite used by Zhou Yi for defense to crack and collapse with just a strike. Zhou Yi knew that he had gotten himself into big trouble and tried to escape using the meteorite. However, Meng Hao would not let him go. He struck the meteorite 3 times and crushed it with his bare hands. Seizing Zhou Yi screamed as Meng Hao squeezed his arm to pieces. Then, Meng Hao made another move and snapped Zhou Yi's neck, killing him. Meng Hao's gaze swept over the nascent soul seniors of the 5-section alliance. His eyes cold, he only said 4 words: "You were fortunate." Meng Hao summoned the exotic beasts and rescued the trapped behemoths and other beasts from the spider web, putting the 5 divisions of the Raven God under pressure. The 5 divisions' nascent soul cultivators were astonished by Meng Hao's powerful horde of beasts and realized that he had the identity of a great spirit dragon. Meng Hao demanded the 5 divisions hand over the exotic beasts and spirit stones as compensation, or he would sever ties with them. Upon seeing the situation, the 5 divisions quickly offered 23 to 7th level exotic beasts as congratulations. Provided 300,000 spirit stones from each tribe as cultivation resources, and invited Meng Hao to become the Grand Elder of the 5 Divisions Alliance, a status equal to that of a clan chief. In addition, the 5 divisions promised to provide exotic beast food, to share war spoils with Meng Hao, and grant him the stepping on the Immortal Bridge quota once they had overcome their crisis. Meng Hao accepted the 5 divisions' conditions, and the fog dissipated, revealing his figure. 2,000 exotic beast totems were branded on his body, emanating an aura of savage desolation. The 5 divisions' nascent soul cultivators were astonished, realizing that Meng Hao had become a powerhouse of the Western Desert, comparable to a nascent soul initial stage cultivator. Meng Hao expresses his gratitude to the 5 Wu God tribes and offers to fight alongside them, but demands respect. The Wu God tribes, feeling remorseful, cease their testing. Meng Hao also learns about the Stepping Immortal Bridge, a celestial bridge remnant located in the Ruins Bridge realm, an ancient relic site. This bridge contains immortal land and immortal techniques and opens once every millennium. Only the totem cultivators of the Western Desert are eligible to enter, and there are only 23 spots available. The Wu Bing tribe promises to gift Meng Hao with an immortal bridge stone if he assists them, allowing him to enter the Ruins Bridge realm. Meng Hao is intrigued by the immortal land, as his 5 elements totem lacks water, fire, and earth, and the immortal land from the Ruins Bridge realm may meet his needs. Meanwhile, the 5 Poisons tribe on the Blood Wasteland, upon learning of the fall of the Wu God sacred land, decides to send the Poison Spider lineage to wage war against the Wu God tribes. After 7 days of teleportation, the 5 Poisons tribe army arrives at the Wu God Mountains. Meng Hao is in the process of fusing his 3 totem seeds when he suddenly senses a gruesome black fog rolling in from the horizon, taking the form of a colossal spider and carrying with it the power to annihilate the mountains. Amidst the gloomy mountains, 5 pillars of light and protective barriers isolate the Wu Shen Wu Bu from the outside world. The 5 tribesmen fight fiercely, vowing to protect their tribe. However, the 3,000 cultivators of the poisonous spider clan approach, threatening the tribe's survival. The poisonous spider clan's saintess, Zhao Yulin, plans the attack, summoning the poisonous spider totem to seal the battlefield and lure out the 5 tribe chiefs. The poisonous spider clan elders break the protective barrier, forcing the 5 tribe elders and priests to intervene. Simultaneously, the totem ancestor of the 5 tribes engages in an intense battle with the spider saint of the poisonous spider clan. Nascent soul cultivators engage in fierce combat, while thousands of cultivators clash in a bloody battle on the misty battlefield. Facing the invasion of the poisonous spider clan, the 5 tribesmen display an indomitable fighting spirit. They understand that defeat would threaten their homes and loved ones. To break the stalemate, the poisonous spider clan's black-robed Silong releases nearly 10,000 demon beasts, while the Wu Shen Wu Bu summon reinforcements, the barbarian giants. Meng Hao witnesses this from the rear, recalling the war in the Holy Snow City. He vows to protect the 5 tribes and continue the tribe they established. With the addition of the barbarian giants, an even more intense battle unfolds. Outside the light screen, 3 9th-level shadow spider overseers took action and summoned a large number of strange creatures, including gray seagulls, giant ants, and wasps. Meng Hao appeared riding on a barbarian giant and led ravens, wood spirit wolves, and black bats to meet the enemy. The shadow spider overseers ordered the strange creatures to besiege Meng Hao. But Meng Hao, relying on his powerful totem power, transformed into more strange creatures, including crocodiles, black lizards, and mosquito demons. Meng Hao's swarm of strange creatures advanced relentlessly, surrounding the Shadow Spider Overseer's strange creatures. At this time, the Shadow Spider High Priest took action. But Meng Hao was prepared. He retreated rapidly and cast a defensive spell. The leader of the Wu tribe also took action to block the Shadow Spider High Priest. Forming a fifth battle, Meng Hao sensed something was wrong and guessed that the opponent was hiding a secret attack. When Zhao Yulan opened a wooden box, a burst of black light instantly spread out, attracting the attention of the cultivators of the 5 factions. Meng Hao used the Blood Slaughter Realm to resist the influence of the black light. But his nether flower suddenly erupted at this critical moment. Meng Hao realized that the Shadow Spider clan scheme was probably related to the inner demons. He ordered his swarm of creatures to gather around him to deal with the upcoming crisis. In the intense battle between the 5 Poisons tribe and the 5 divisions of the Crow God, the 5 Poisons tribe unleashed their ultimate weapon, the extraterritorial heart demon flower. This flower can cause hallucinations and incinerate the victim's soul, leaving little chance of survival for anyone below the spirit-severing realm. Although the tribe's formation light curtain repelled the heart demon flower's attack, the 5 divisions tribesmen were not spared. In an instant, over 300 tribesmen were incinerated, their screams echoing throughout the battlefield. As time passed, the death toll continued to rise, including nascent soul stage cultivators. Zhao Yulan, leader of the 5 Poisons tribe, used the heart demon flower to eliminate a large number of 5 divisions tribesmen while ensuring that her subordinates in the arachnid lineage were unaffected and could fight back. The 5 divisions tribesmen witnessed the slaughter of their kin. Filled with despair and rage, Gong of the Wu clan sacrificed himself to transfer his vitality to the other nascent soul stage cultivators, allowing them to continue resisting the heart demon flower's invasion. Gong of the Wu Bing clan managed to escape the flower's influence and retreat into the light curtain to heal. Outside the light curtain, apart from Meng Hao and his horde of otherworldly beasts, all of the 5 divisions tribesmen had been slaughtered. Within the light curtain, only 7 nascent soul stage cultivators remained of the 5 divisions. Surrounded by hatred and despair, Zhao Yulan ordered the arachnid lineage to attack Meng Hao with full force, while also having the elders bombard the light curtain. As the light curtain teetered on the brink of collapse, Meng Hao's horde of otherworldly beasts suffered devastating casualties. Just when the situation seemed dire, Meng Hao overcame the resistance of the equinox flower within his body. His eyes filled with a fierce aura. As the equinox flower began to suppress him once more, the tide of battle began to turn in Meng Hao's favor. After suppressing the nether flower, Meng Hao noticed that the demonic flower of divination no longer influenced him. He opened his eyes, only to hear cheers of joy from non-human creatures. While the 3,000 cultivators surrounding him were visibly shaken, Meng Hao surveyed his surroundings, taking in the shattered remains of the 5 armies outside the light barrier and the barrier itself collapsing nearby. Of the 30,000 non-human creatures around him, half remained. Saddened by the brutality of the scene before him, he resolved to fight back and no longer flee. Meng Hao's right hand swept through the air, summoning an endless stream of monstrous energy that he infused into the 10,000 non-human creatures, who promptly underwent transformations. The mosquitoes sprouted wings and venomous thorns. Crows formed overlapping illusions. The giant beast became a silver wolf. A spider grew a human face and fangs on its back. Crocodiles evolved into yin dragons, and lizards became fire-breathing monsters. With his aura erupting like that of a chief dragon, Meng Hao caused a stir among the surrounding non-human creatures. 3 chief dragons from the venomous spider tribe were profoundly shocked by his power. The monstrous horde surged towards the non-human creatures and cultivators surrounding them. Meng Hao unleashed the blood collapse maneuver, instantly teleporting and slaying one of the chief dragons. 2 elders from the venomous spider tribe and an aged chief dragon tried to intercept him, but Meng Hao dispatched them too. Amid the chaos, Meng Hao exhibited incredible combat prowess, slaying 3 chief dragons in the midst of 1,000 enemy soldiers. Hope was rekindled in the hearts of the survivors of the 5 decimated armies, who hailed Meng Hao's name. Zhao Yulan was bewildered by Meng Hao's strength. Sensing the murderous intent in his gaze, she realized he was targeting her, but she dismissed the notion that he could overcome the formidable obstacles to reach her. In this tribal war, Meng Hao, with his formidable strength, broke through the blockade of 3,000 poison spider cultivators. Backed by the force of the demon swarm, he transformed into a sharp arrow and sped straight towards Zhao Yulan. The Archpriest and 9 nascent soul elders of the Poison Spider clan did their best to intercept him. But Meng Hao cast Silkworm without eyes, withstanding the full force of the self-detonation and nascent soul mid-stage attacks. Retreating only a few steps, wearing a bloody mask and exuding an aura of bloodlust, he summoned a colossal red face that, together with the other demons, shattered the golden bell defense of 6 nascent soul elders. At this moment, Meng Hao was only 10 jong away from Zhao Yulin. Over 10 blue-faced totem cultivators around her charged at him. But Meng Hao killed or captured them all. In this critical moment, the Archpriest of the Poison Spider clan intervened, striking Meng Hao's Silkworm without eyes with his staff, forcing Meng Hao back a few steps but not causing any fatal injuries. Meng Hao's appearance and stunning performance shocked everyone present, including Zhao Yulin and the elders of the Poison Spider clan. They realized that this young man possessed unimaginable strength and willpower, far beyond what they had initially anticipated. Meng Hao engages in an intense confrontation with the Great Priestess and Saintess Zhao Yulin of the Poison Spider clan. Pursued by 9 nascent soul elders, the Great Priestess, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, proves a formidable opponent for Meng Hao to defeat in open combat. Meng Hao employs the Noid Silkworm threads to ensnare the Great Priestess, simultaneously deploying the 8th prohibition of the Grand Demon Seal to immobilize her. Despite her efforts to break free, the Noid Silkworm threads remain firmly attached, hindering her mobility. Zhao Yulin unleashes the extraterrestrial Heart Demon Flower to disrupt Meng Hao's mind. However, Meng Hao counters with his metallic totemic suppression, dispelling the Heart Demon Flower's influence. Zhao Yulin's Spider Totem unleashes the Soul Annihilation Wind. But Meng Hao's experience in suppressing the Nether Flower proves effective in resisting this attack. Meng Hao's Wood Attribute Totem materializes as a verdant radiance, successfully countering Zhao Yulin's Spider Totem. Gravely injured, Zhao Yulin sacrifices her vitality for speed in a desperate attempt to escape. Meng Hao catches hold of her arm, unleashing the powers of his destruction. In a moment of crisis, a colossal spider shadow descends from the heavens, threatening both parties. Zhao Yulin decisively severs her right arm and makes her escape with astounding speed. Meng Hao secures Zhao Yulin's severed arm and the extraterrestrial Heart Demon Flower while lifting the seal on the Great Priestess. Confronted by the descending spider shadow, Meng Hao confidently wields the Noid Silkworm threads. He believes they will suffice to counter the attack of the Divine Spider, as they have proven effective in mitigating lightning tribulation. In the great battle between the 5 divisions of Yu Shen and the venomous spider lineage, Meng Hao, from one of the divisions, single-handedly faced the attack of the venomous spider lineage's Saint Spider. The Saint Spider's colossal spider leg descended, its domineering aura overwhelming everyone. All believed that Meng Hao would undoubtedly die. However, Meng Hao defended against the Saint Spider's sickle with a cocoon woven tightly from the silk of the Blind Eye Silkworm. As the sickle relentlessly approached, Meng Hao's body trembled and blood trickled from his lips. But the domineering aura paled in comparison to the heavenly tribulation. With a cold gaze, Meng Hao deemed the sickle too weak. Ultimately, the sickle disintegrated into dust, 3 inches from Meng Hao heavenly spirit. Its power drained. Simultaneously, the venomous spider lineage's true form, the Saint Spider itself, appeared, but was tightly entangled by the totemic saint ancestor of one of the 5 divisions. The tribesmen of the 5 divisions surged out of the light barrier, led by the brand of revenge, and launched a frenzied attack on the venomous spider lineage. The venomous spider lineage's morale plummeted, and in the face of Meng Hao's might and the ferocity of the 5 division tribesmen, they began to cower. As the fierce fighting raged, the tribesmen of the 5 divisions sought revenge against the venomous spider lineage by detonating themselves. Within the light barrier, fewer than 1,000 tribesmen of the 5 divisions sang a funeral song, sending off their fallen brethren. The funeral song reverberated, stirring the tribesmen of the 5 divisions to greater resolve. The cultivators of the venomous spider lineage were filled with dread and retreated. 7 nascent soul cultivators of the 5 divisions charged towards 9 elders of the venomous spider lineage, officially commencing the desperate battle between Ushan's 5 divisions and the venomous spider lineage. As the war song of the Arachnida tribe reverberated through the air, the 5 tribesmen clashed with the Arachnida tribe in a fierce battle. Meng Hao led 3,000 cultivators into the Arachnida's formation, unleashing the sword array of the years and the blood finger divine ability. Slaughtering the Arachnid cultivators, During the chaotic battle, mysterious black bats appeared, devouring the flesh of the cultivators and growing stronger. The strange monsters of the 5 tribes also displayed their powers, including Big Hair, the swarm of mosquito monsters, the crocodile resembling a yin long, and the lizards. The killing continued for a long time, and the 5 tribesmen paid a heavy price. But the morale of the Arachnida tribe was already broken. Just as the Arachnida tribe began to flee, a purple rain suddenly started falling from the sky, touching everyone. Meng Hao and Zhao Yulin both sensed something unusual about the purple rain. As the 5 tribesmen were about to pursue, the sound of war horns echoed from a distance. The Blackline army of the Scorpion tribe surged like a black sea, with a giant red scorpion hovering above. This sudden reinforcement reignited the fighting spirit of the Arachnida cultivators. While the 5 tribesmen fell into despair, the high priest and the chief of the Wubbing tribe realized that if they continued to fight, the 5 tribes would definitely be annihilated. Therefore, they ordered their troops to cease their pursuit and gather all their tribesmen to prepare for the arrival of the Scorpion tribe. This war that was originally evenly matched turned on a dime with the reinforcement of the Scorpion tribe. The fate of the 5 tribesmen now faced an unknown challenge. The Poison Scorpion lineage's formidable army composed of over 5,000 black-robed cultivators. As they approached, the air filled with deafening horns and a colossal spectral scorpion emerged, engaging the venerable arachnid in battle and shattering the balance of the conflict. From the Wudu tribe, the totemic ancestor, Stone, fell in the battle against the scorpion, causing the cultivation of Wudu tribesmen to plummet and their morale to collapse. Subsequently, the totemic ancestor of the Wuan tribe also perished, dealing a heavy blow to the Wuan tribesmen. Recognizing the dire situation, Meng Hao rallied the 5 tribesmen to fight valiantly, resisting the onslaught of the Poison Scorpion lineage. However, the Poison Scorpion lineage's saint child, Zhao Chunmu, dispatched 18 secret guardians to assassinate Meng Hao. With his formidable strength, Meng Hao dodged their attacks and managed to kill 3 secret guardians. Enraged, Zhao Chunmu ordered another squadron to assassinate Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao confronted the secret guardians, defeating them one by one. Throughout the fierce battle, Meng Hao displayed exceptional strength and leadership. He inspired the 5 tribesmen to fight back fiercely while simultaneously thwarting the Poison Scorpion lineage's assassination attempts. Meng Hao's presence became the last hope for the 5 tribes, galvanizing them to continue the battle. Amidst the carnage of the battlefield, Meng Hao displays his formidable killing prowess. He effortlessly dispatches 2 female cultivators from the Venom Scorpion lineage and subsequently vaporizes 5 opponents with poison. Meng Hao's actions attract the attention of the Venom Scorpion lineage, who discern his possession of the formidable Blood Slaughter realm and demonic aura, which grants him a premonition of danger. As Meng Hao relentlessly pursues them, 4 women attempt to flee but are entrapped and crushed within his Blood Slaughter realm. Just as Meng Hao faces the onslaught of Zhao Chunmu and other Venom Scorpion cultivators, a shadow approaches him stealthily. However, upon reaching within a foot of Meng Hao, the shadow encounters an invisible barrier and emits a piercing scream. Meng Hao seizes and kills the critically injured shadow, his gaze turning icily towards Zhao Chunmu. In the face of Meng Hao's murderous intent, a wave of bone-chilling terror washes over Zhao Chunmu. At that moment, Zhao Chunmu commands 10 subordinates to besiege Meng Hao. Yet, simultaneously, the Uder totem in the sky, the Arborman, shatters, its life force infusing the bodies of the 5 tribespeople. Coincidentally, the wood totem on Meng Hao's forehead emits a blinding radiance, manifesting the phantom of a colossal tree. The totem of the Uder tribe has transformed into Meng Hao's wood totem, forging a fervent and reverent bond between them. Meng Hao's power surges, establishing himself as the Uder tribe's totemic ancestor. He summons Faceless and subsequently deploys a word, repelling 9 Venom Scorpion elders. Bolstered by the strength of the Uder tribe, Meng Hao executes the 3rd form of Beacon Link for the first time. The Venom Scorpion lineage's sky-reaching sacrifice sustains severe injuries. Recognizing that Meng Hao has harnessed the incense power exclusive to totemic otherworldly beasts, Meng Hao levitates, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light, as an inexhaustible stream of incense power flows into him, bestowing unprecedented might upon him. As Meng Hao executed the 3rd supernatural ability of the Blood Immortal, black smoke billowed from the 9 nascent soul elders in the celestial sacrifice, formed as they burned their life essence in an attempt to counter Meng Hao's ability. However, Meng Hao recognized the smoke as being similar to the celestial death energy he had encountered in the Zhao kingdom and cast blazing fires to the heavens, unleashing the immense power of incense on his opponents. The 10 nascent soul cultivators charged towards Meng Hao with reckless abandon. But he summoned his illusionary face and uttered the word collapse. As the word reverberated, the black smoke exploded, gravely injuring the 10 nascent soul cultivators, damaging their life essence and reducing their lifespans. At that moment, a great transformation took place in the battle of the totem ancestors in the sky. The totem ancestors of the Wu Bing and Wu Yan tribes self-detonated, forming a golden crow that sealed the remaining 2 tribes' totem ancestors within the totems of a poisonous spider and a scorpion. Simultaneously, the metallic totem of the Wu Bing tribe vanished, replaced by the same ancient gold script as Meng Hao's. A torrent of incense power surged into Meng Hao's body, causing him to radiate a world-shattering golden light. The people of the Wu Bing tribe hailed him as their totem ancestor. And at that moment, the long-dormant undying fire of the eastern furnace within Meng Hao's body also manifested. With the everlasting fire of the east burning within him, Meng Hao gains enlightenment that the path of the 5 colors and 5 elements is not limited to totems. He can harness the essence of all things to create his own 5-element opportunities. In the presence of the members of the Crow Flame tribe, Meng Hao absorbs and assimilates the seeds of the 5 fire property totems of the Crow God, illuminating the ancient script fire within his dantian. With the influx of the power of incense, the 3 ancient totem scripts within Meng Hao's body rotate, emitting dazzling light. His cultivation explodes. The world before his eyes blurs and countless lines and electric light appear, leading him to realize that he has mastered the teleportation ability that only nascent soul cultivators possess. Meng Hao uses his fire sea and golden liquid abilities to turn the tide of the battle, causing the cultivators of the poison scorpion branch to retreat in terror. The 5 tribes of the Crow God all bow to Meng Hao as their holy ancestor. Simultaneously, a nascent soul middle period cultivator from the 5 Poisons tribe observes Meng Hao, intending to study him thoroughly, and dispatches troops to teleport him away. At the same time, a devastating rain of purple water descends. Meng Hao's gaze sweeps to Zhao Chunmu, causing his mind to tremble. Understanding that the other party wants to kill him, the 9 nascent soul elders and the heavens-reaching sacrifice step forward to intercept. But Meng Hao uses teleportation to bypass them and pursues the fleeing nascent soul cultivator. Faced with Meng Hao's devastating attack, a nascent soul cultivator self-destructs to save his life while his nascent soul escapes. Meng Hao relentlessly pursues, catches up in the blink of an eye, and delivers a thunderous blow, ending the nascent soul cultivator's life. Amidst deafening explosions, Meng Hao's eyeless silkworm easily withstood the enemy's self-destructions. With a decisive swing of his right hand, the silkworm's thread shot through the air, instantly decapitating a nascent soul cultivator. The cultivator's futile resistance and despair proved useless as the thread effortlessly tore him apart. Meng Hao's ruthless display stunned all present. His teleportation abilities and the prowess of the eyeless silkworm granted him the power to match nascent souls. The demise of the venomous scorpion elder shattered enemy morale, causing the celestial sacrificer's face to darken as he hastily retreated. The remaining 8 nascent soul cultivators retreated in fear and trepidation. Meng Hao sighed, realizing that he could have killed more had he intervened sooner. However, nascent souls were cunning and difficult to extinguish. He decided to halt his pursuit, instilling a shadow of retreat into the enemy and creating an opening for future eliminations. Now brimming with confidence, Meng Hao had not only slain his first nascent soul single-handedly but had also bridged the gap between the golden core and nascent soul realms. Appearing beside Zhao Chunmu, he effortlessly delivered the killing blow. On the battlefield, the 5 divisions of Wushan fought fiercely against the venomous scorpions. Meng Hao's demon swarm played a pivotal role, holding back the scorpion's relentless onslaught. His gaze fell upon Zhao Yulin again, intimidating the elders and priests of the venomous spiders. Suddenly, an eerie thunderclap echoed from the sky, and purple rain began to shower down. A sense of danger enveloped Meng Hao's heart as he looked up. Simultaneously, a teleportation beam descended nearby, bringing the tribesmen of the 5 Poisons clan into the fray. Led by over 30 nascent soul elders, 6 priests, and a nascent soul later stage grand sacrificer, the 5 Poisons clan arrived with unstoppable momentum. The remaining venomous scorpions and venomous spiders erupted in jubilation, realizing that the Wushan tribe couldn't withstand the 5 Poisons clan's assault. Meng Hao commanded the surviving demons to guard the shield's perimeter and unleashed his final trump card, the Han Shui clan's Iron Thorns. Thorns instantly pierced into the ground, forming a protective barrier of sharp spikes that adamantly defended the Wushan tribe. As the 5 Poisons clan's demons and cultivators slammed into the Iron Thorns, a deafening roar reverberated, but the barrier stood firm. The Grand Sacrificer let out a cold snort and ordered all forces to attack the thorns. Amidst the fierce battle, the ethereal thunderclap boomed once more, and the purple rain intensified, forming puddles across the land. Meng Hao and the Grand Sacrificer of the 5 Poisons clan noticed the anomaly simultaneously. And the Grand Sacrificer's complexion changed abruptly, as if he had discovered a profound secret. In the silent Western Desert, an ancient legend lingers. The Western Desert was once a vast purple sea that isolated all life and spiritual energy, leading to the destruction of the entire land. And now, the legendary purple rain has descended once more. The great priest of the 5 Poisons tribe discovers in horror that his cultivation is suppressed by the rain. Realizing that a cataclysmic disaster is imminent, he hurriedly activates the teleportation array, only to find it malfunctioning, casting a pall of despair over his heart. According to legend, the only hope for salvation lies in Mo-Tu, a land connected to the southern region. The great priest of the 5 Poisons tribe realizes that the super tribes that once campaigned in Mo-Tu had long foreseen the catastrophe and taken possession of it, holding sway over the lives and deaths of the thousands of tribes in the Western Desert. In order to survive, the 5 Poisons tribe abandons its war with the Black Gods tribe and flees the northern region with all haste. Migrating southward, Meng Hao, the forefather of the Black Warriors tribe, also comes to understand the true reason for the Mo-Tu campaign. Realizing that it is a great catastrophe for the Western Desert, the purple rain engulfs the entire Western Desert, cutting off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and annihilating all life. However, Meng Hao discovers that this catastrophe is not so for him. His innate 5 elements attribute allows him to sense the ocean, and his unique cultivation method and pill refining abilities enable him to resist the annihilating power of the rain. Meng Hao realizes that he may be the only one with the ability to survive the great catastrophe in the Western Desert. However, as he looks upon his tribesmen cheering in ignorance of the impending catastrophe, he falls silent, pondering his responsibility and mission. The great catastrophe of the Western Desert has arrived. The sky darkens, and the land is consumed by the purple rain, heralding an unprecedented calamity. Within a few days, the tribes in the Western Desert have made a difficult decision to migrate. However, for the Wushan tribe of more than 2,000 people, migration is tantamount to extinction. The teleportation formation almost failed. The low-lying terrain in the north caused purple rain to flood. The Wushan tribe suffered great losses in combat power and could only migrate on foot. In addition, half of the tribe members had no cultivation base, and the thousands of years of migration were an insurmountable gap for them. The Wushan tribe general earnestly asked Meng Hao to leave the Wushan tribe and seek a chance of survival in Mo-Tu. Mo-Tu is the only hope of the Western Desert, but as a small tribe, the Wushan tribe is not qualified to enter Mo-Tu. Meng Hao was in a dilemma. On the one hand, the Wushan tribe was facing a crisis of extinction, while on the other hand, he had a chance to survive. He couldn't give up the bond of this period, but his reason told him that the Wushan tribe had no hope. Just as Meng Hao was lost in thought, a voice covering the entire Western Desert came from the sky. The Heavenly Court Alliance announced that the purple rain would soon wipe out all life, and the only way out of the Western Desert was Mo-Tu. However, the area of Mo-Tu is limited, and only tribes with monster spirits are allowed to enter. This announcement aroused the fighting spirit of the monks in the Western Desert. They began to look for no more than 10 monster spirits that would be born in the Western Desert. Meng Hao's eyes lit up, and he saw a glimmer of hope for the Wushan tribe. Meng Hao discovers a mystical item called the Yaling that could save the Western Desert tribes from impending doom. After learning that the Yaling might appear in the Ruins Bridge realm, Meng Hao and the tribe leader of the Crow God 5 divisions decide to explore. The tribe leader of the Crow Soldier division reveals some information about the Ruins Bridge realm, stating that the method of entering and leaving is vague, as if their memories had been tampered with. Meng Hao anticipates the good fortune that could await him in the Ruins Bridge realm, hoping to obtain earth elemental abilities. After the purple rain subsides, a magnificent bridge appears in the sky, the Immortal Treading Bridge, the gateway to the Ruins Bridge realm. Meng Hao notices the Immortal Treading Bridge emits an aura that surpasses spirit energy, which he can also absorb. As Meng Hao attempts to grasp the Immortal Bridge stones on the bridge, a powerful force whisks his body away, sending him hurtling towards the Ruins Bridge realm. Simultaneously, qualified individuals from various tribes across the Western Desert also embark on the Immortal Treading Bridge, including Zhao Yulin from the Five Poisons Division. Meng Hao becomes the first to grasp an Immortal Bridge stone, and his figure vanishes on the Immortal Treading Bridge, entering the Ruins Bridge realm and embarking on an unknown and perilous adventure. As the mysterious Immortality Bridge transformed into a shuttle, Meng Hao and the other cultivators from the tribes were transported into a void. Among them was a woman who resembled a puppet, yet led them through the void with breathtaking speed. Meng Hao sensed the unusual nature of the woman, determining that she was not a real person but a special aspect of the Immortality Bridge. Scores of silhouettes flitted by at an incredible pace. Before long, the earth had shrunk to a tiny speck, and Meng Hao even caught sight of the Western Desert and Southern Domain. Most astonishing to Meng Hao was a small island in the distance. He recognized it as the island where the patriarch of Mount Reliance resided. After that, he saw the Violet Fate Sect and beyond the Southern Domain, a vast expanse of land known as the Eastern Lands. A mix of emotions surged through Meng Hao. He had finally glimpsed the Eastern Lands, the object of his longing and dreams. As he gazed in wonder, a nearby cultivator was suddenly dragged away and disintegrated into a bloody mist. A surge of danger compelled Meng Hao to grip the Immortal Bridge stone tight. As the temperature around them plummeted, he witnessed the entirety of the Western Desert, Southern Domain, and the Milky Way Sea, and then the Eastern Lands, until the earth curved and collided violently with an invisible barrier. Pain and blood surged into Meng Hao's mouth before he vanished. When his vision returned, he was astonished to find his own blood floating before him. In the inky void, countless stars twinkled, and in the distance, he perceived a dilapidated stone bridge, the Immortality Bridge. As Meng Hao neared the Immortality Bridge, 8 indistinct dark figures emerged before them, emanating an overwhelming immortal aura. Meng Hao recognized them as 8 immortals. They besieged the woman, triggering a deafening explosion that severely wounded all the cultivators present. Meng Hao realized the woman was not a puppet but had disguised herself as one to escape pursuit. The 8 immortals belonged to the Fiend Immortal Sect. They had recognized the woman as the Viridian Fiend, whom they had been hunting for a century. The Viridian Fiend sought to escape using the Immortality Bridge, but the 8 immortals were in close pursuit. During the chase, Meng Hao's body was suddenly sucked into the Immortal Bridge stone by an irresistible force, and he vanished along with the other tribesmen. The 8 immortals were unable to enter the Immortality Bridge and could only wait outside. Anticipating the Viridian Fiend's reappearance, Meng Hao is transported into a fractured world called Broken Bridge Realm by the Bridge Stone. It is a desolate prison covered with deathly vapors, containing ruined cities and ancient ruins. Meng Hao finds no trace of life or immortal lands, only an abyssal nothingness sliced by the void in the distance. After exploring the realm for a month, he encounters a stone stele inscribed with the faded word Sound City. Meng Hao recalls Zhao, a vixen disguised as a puppet he had encountered earlier, who was trying to evade the pursuit of 8 immortals. He realizes that Zhao may not have escaped but instead is hidden within this realm or lurking nearby. When Meng Hao observes a colossal, 1,000-meter-tall boulder crashing into the abyssal void, creating a rift, he has an epiphany regarding the way to leave Broken Bridge Realm. He surmises that the realm is composed of countless small entities and that the boulders traveling through it could serve as a means of departure. Meng Hao waits for 3 months before finally boarding a 700-meter boulder and following it as it hurtles into the abyssal void. Inside the abyssal void, Meng Hao experiences extreme cold, countering it with his cultivation and fire totem but still developing frost. Suddenly, a boulder over 300 meters in size flies towards him, carrying a middle-aged man with a golden lion totem. The man, coveting Meng Hao's lack of cold-repelling treasures, attempts to seize his vitality. Meng Hao senses the man's presence and immediately becomes vigilant, preparing to resist with his divine abilities. Amidst the vast void, Meng Hao crosses paths with a middle-aged man intent on robbing him of his spirit-cold treasure. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Meng Hao relies on his unwavering will. ingeniously wielding his imperishable fire and frost. When the middle-aged man is caught off guard, he launches a swift attack, severely injuring his golden lion. The middle-aged man, recognizing his predicament, flees in panic. Unrelentingly, Meng Hao gives chase, activating his lotus sword formation, unleashing an overwhelming wave of time force that catches the middle-aged man by surprise. As he faces imminent annihilation by the time force, the middle-aged man resorts to desperation, summoning a black monkey statue in a futile attempt to resist the relentless power. However, the statue rapidly withers under the onslaught of time force, and the middle-aged man's body begins to decay. Driven to despair, the middle-aged man forcibly extracts his nascent soul, attempting to escape the sword formation. But Meng Hao anticipates his intentions, mercilessly attacking the nascent soul with his nascent soul. The middle-aged man perishes, and Meng Hao claims his storage pouch in the black monkey statue. Among the treasures, the most significant discovery is a map revealing the location of 4 immortal bridge stones, including the one in Meng Hao's current city of Melody Town. Another remarkable find within the storage pouch is a small box containing black sand the size of fingernails. Meng Hao instantly recognizes it as the legendary immortal soil, which he realizes is crucial for condensing totems. Suddenly, Meng Hao senses the presence of a colossal floating continent nearby, identifying it as another immortal bridge stone. With newfound vigor, he surges toward the continent. Upon entering the continent, Meng Hao encounters relatively calm weather, but soon discerns 7 long rainbows in the sky, locked in a fierce battle for possession of a white ball of light. Within the ball of light lies a fragment of immortal soil. Meng Hao notices a colossal boulder, 700 zhong in size, plummeting towards him with a stoic face of himself standing atop it. Realizing his teleportation is disrupted, Meng Hao swiftly intercepts the impact, dashing in front of an old man with crimson hair and blasting him away with a punch. Despite Meng Hao's overwhelming power, the remaining 6 individuals pose a formidable challenge. They launch a barrage of attacks, with 4 of them targeting Meng Hao directly. Meng Hao's forehead wood character flashes, summoning a towering tree that blazes with an inferno. With a flick of his wrists, the sea of flames roils forth, engulfing the approaching quartet and severely injuring them. The 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, witnessing this, cease their rivalry to confront Meng Hao jointly. Meng Hao wields his tri-tail banner, repelling the purple-robed cultivator. Subsequently, he unleashes the evil prohibition, subduing the white-robed cultivator and seizing the opportunity to acquire the immortal soil. However, a black-robed youth identifying himself as Yichenzi suddenly emerges, snatching half of the immortal soil. Yichenzi's cunning nature prompts Meng Hao to summon the blood mask, unleashing his cultivation and pursuing Yichenzi. Yichenzi transforms into a vulture, but Meng Hao's word divine ability swiftly disintegrates it. Meng Hao's relentless chase forces Yichenzi to flee, while he secures half of the immortal soil. In the desolate wilderness of the western desert, Meng Hao, wearing a crimson mask, pursued a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Yichenzi. Yichenzi's figure was ghostly, his escape technique astonishing, but Meng Hao, relying on his powerful divine abilities and magical treasures, relentlessly pursued him. After a day of chase, Yichenzi used a evasion technique escape technique, transforming into a wisp of smoke and speeding away. Meng Hao took out the lotus sword formation, and under the impact of the self-destructing magical treasure, the sword formation swiftly pursued. However, Yichenzi's escape technique was uncanny, and the sword formation could not surround him. Just as Meng Hao prepared to once again use his 8th demonic seal, a 300-yard stone suddenly appeared in the sky. Whooshing past, Yichenzi controlled the stone to change its direction, preparing to escape by mounting it and using a stone evasion technique. At the crucial moment, Meng Hao unleashed his 8th seal, aiming it directly at the stone. The stone instantly paused, and boundless demonic silk enveloped it and sped it up, allowing Meng Hao to appear on the stone. Yichenzi and Meng Hao engaged in a fierce battle on the stone. But Yichenzi was knocked away by Meng Hao's punch. Just as Meng Hao was about to kill him, the world suddenly transformed into a gray sea of mist, everything becoming motionless. Then, a figure holding a bridge of illusory celestial stone appeared in the sea of mist, softly chanting an eerie song. Meng Hao and Yichenzi found that they could not move and were trapped in the sea of mist. Amidst ethereal mist, Meng Hao encounters a haunting spectacle. Ghostly figures emerge from the mist, carrying fragments of celestial bridge stones, exuding an eerie presence that chills him to the bone. A sense of imminent danger grips Meng Hao, a premonition that contact with these figures spells certain doom. One of the ghostly figures claims the essence of a celestial bridge stone, draining it of its vitality. Abruptly, a tempestuous storm engulfs the realm, relentlessly pummeling Meng Hao, Yichenzong, and all within its path. Amidst the violent winds, Meng Hao clings to survival, eventually escaping the storm and seeking refuge in a cavern to heal his wounds. As the storm subsides, Meng Hao discovers a desolate landscape, the enigma of Celestial Bridge Realm leaving him with an unsettling sense of mystery. Meanwhile, suspended in the sky, Meng Hao notices specks of celestial soil. He realizes that the storm had unearthed soil concealed beneath the surface. Eagerly, he embarks on a quest, gathering copious amounts of celestial soil. Meng Hao recognizes the celestial soil as a crucial element for obtaining the Earth Totem. Ruthlessly, he seizes soil, even resorting to murder when necessary. His reputation for brutality grows, and he earns the title Visage of Blood. Having amassed a significant amount of celestial soil, Meng Hao departs the realm, venturing toward the next destination where celestial bridge stones are forming. However, his search for the demoness Zhixiang and Zhao Yulin remains elusive. Along his journey, Meng Hao encounters a middle-aged man capable of traversing the void with his physical body. Emanates a power that strikes awe into his heart. Recognizing this man as a formidable being far beyond his comprehension, Meng Hao realizes he has encountered an existence of immense strength. While on a desolate journey, Meng Hao encounters a mysterious middle-aged man in green clothing named Han Shan, whose cultivation is unfathomable. Han Shan reveals the shattered seal continent that Meng Hao is about to visit and accompanies him on a giant boulder on their journey. Throughout the journey, Han Shan remains silent, but his eyes reflect a deep sense of desolation. One day, eerie figures appear from the void, calling themselves bridge slaves. They emanate coldness, searching for something. Han Shan gazes at the bridge slaves with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Han Shan explains that these bridge slaves are the remnants of the once collapsed immortal ascension bridge fused with those seeking eternity. They have achieved immortality but lost their freedom, forever toiling away to repair the unrecoverable bridge. Meng Hao is shocked, realizing the cost behind eternity. Time passes as Meng Hao and Han Shan silently travel together. Eventually, they reach a vast land of immortal bridge stones. Han Shan bids Meng Hao farewell, gifting him a wine pill that can unleash two of Han Shan's treading heaven sword chi, a force of immense power. With a sigh, Han Shan says, "You ask when we shall meet again. I have sought you for 3,000 years. Meng Hao watches Han Shan depart, his heart filled with emotion. He understands that everything in life comes with a price, and eternity is not his pursuit. With that, Meng Hao steps onto the immortal bridge stone land. Embarking on his exploration of this expansive world, Meng Hao enters the greatest immortal bridge stone world within the ruins bridge realm, where he encounters a landscape marked with strange runic patterns. Utilizing the Immortal's Guide and the Immortal Eye technique, he perceives the mountains on the ground as roaring black dragons and a black butterfly in the distance consuming the black dragons, within which a vast amount of immortal soil is being cultivated. Recognizing the value of the immortal soil, Meng Hao immediately takes flight towards the black butterfly's location. 7 days later, he arrives at a basin where over a dozen mountain ranges meet. Shrouded in dense fog, Meng Hao sends his flying sword to scout the path ahead, discovering structures within the basin entirely built from immortal soil. However, a destructive force suddenly strikes, obliterating the flying sword and shattering Meng Hao's spiritual sense. Meng Hao realizes the danger of this place but is unwilling to abandon the immortal soil. Shortly after his disappearance, Zhao Yulin appears, sensing abnormalities behind the fog and sends out a white spider to investigate. At this moment, Meng Hao emerges and engages in a fierce battle with Zhao Yulin. Zhao Yulin's cultivation has skyrocketed to the peak of the core formation stage, while Meng Hao wears a blood-colored mask, unleashing the battle prowess of 5 blood bodies to combat Zhao Yulin. After a heated confrontation, Zhao Yulin sacrifices a drop of her blood, transforming it into a fire phoenix that engulfs Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao releases the power of ice and fire, countering the fire phoenix. A fierce battle erupted within the basin. Meng Hao's body was wreathed in blazing flames, countering fire with fire. Encircling Zhao Yulin, but unable to penetrate her white shield. Meng Hao outsmarted her, trapping Zhao Yulin with a drop of metal water and hurling her into the basin's mist. Just as Meng Hao thought victory was his, the golden sphere shattered, an ear-piercing sound searing Meng Hao's mind, causing his 7 orifices to bleed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yulin emerged with an overwhelming killing aura, her uncanny abilities piercing Meng Hao's body with blood holes without touching him, causing black mist to spread and his life force to drain. Faced with life-threatening danger, Meng Hao made a calm judgment. Instead of fleeing, he summoned his lotus sword formation, its power surging forth, rapidly depleting Zhao Yulin's lifespan. Meng Hao seized the moment and unleashed a powerful punch, overwhelming Zhao Yulin, forcing her to retreat. As Meng Hao prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a tiny figure appeared on Zhao Yulin's shoulder, emitting a piercing cry, disrupting Meng Hao's focus. Suddenly, a red flower with Meng Hao's face materialized in front of Zhao Yulin, shattering instantly, decimating his soul. In a moment of crisis, Meng Hao's alcohol elixir and treading song sword energy erupted, a torrential sword intent sweeping across the continent. The tiny figure on Zhao Yulin's shoulder was filled with terror, calling Meng Hao the sword immortal Han Shan. Abruptly, the sky darkened, and mist cloaked the land as a group of Chao slaves approached from the basin. Meng Hao realized that this place may be their abode. A young Chao slave suddenly charged at Meng Hao and Zhao Yulin in a frenzy. A chilling cold approaching. Zhao Yulin, panic-stricken, joined forces with Meng Hao to resist. Amidst the hazy mist, Meng Hao and Zhao Yulin are attacked by a horde of Chao Nu maidens. The little person on Zhao Yulin's shoulder deploys a mysterious flower, disrupting the Chao Nu's attacks. But at a cost, Meng Hao vanquishes the Chao Nu with the treading song sword chi, causing the heavens and earth to change color. As the Chao Nu's body fades away, a strand of hair emerges from the void. Meng Hao senses the Chao Nu's loneliness and helplessness in life, stirring his emotions. Zhao Yulin and Meng Hao then work together to fend off the Chao Nu's attacks. The little person on Zhao Yulin's shoulder, known as Zhixiang, proposes a collaboration to explore the area after witnessing the power of Meng Hao's treading song sword chi. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Hao agrees to Zhixiang's proposal. They enter the mist, arriving in a region with numerous immortal abode structures. Zhixiang uses her blood and red flowers to suppress the protective screen, granting them 2 hours of entry and exit. Zhixiang and Zhao Yulin venture into the palace complex in search of treasures, while Meng Hao focuses on the immortal abode tiles. He uses the year's sword formation to pry away the palace roof tiles and floor tiles, even taking the stone lion statues with him. In the ruins of the immortal palace, Meng Hao stumbles upon opulent palaces. Though the palaces are sealed by restrictions, Meng Hao's peculiar obsession draws his attention to their building materials. He transforms into a demolition maniac, using his flying sword as a tool to dismantle the palace's exteriors, pillars, and embossments. Each palace is reduced to rubble, leaving only bare frameworks and strewn tiles. Meng Hao even uproots the surrounding grass. Amidst his demolition frenzy, Meng Hao ignores the shocked gazes of Zhao Yulin and the enchantress Zhixiang. They've never witnessed such madness, where everything in his path is laid waste like a locust swarm. Zhao Yulin attempts to alert Meng Hao of a grander palace in the center with finer materials, but Meng Hao heartlessly dismisses her, intent on continuing his current demolition spree. Time passes, and Meng Hao finally clears all the palaces, leaving only Zhao Yulin's intact palace group with regret. Seizing the opportunity, Zhixiang proposes a partnership, with Zhao Yulin unlocking the central palace's restrictions and Meng Hao demolishing it, and they would split the treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Hao agrees and swiftly heads towards the central palace. His gaze sweeps across every detail of the palace, seeking key demolition points and ways to avoid triggering the restrictions. His professional demolitionist demeanor impresses Zhao Yulin, who discreetly activates a spell. In the most grandiose palace among the 99 floors of the immortal treading bridge, the restriction was formidable. Zhixiang and Zhao Yulin invited Meng Hao to help open the gate to the palace. Meng Hao found that Zhixiang addressed him as Grandmaster Meng and speculated that his previous demolition work had influenced Zhixiang. Meng Hao used his experience to guide Zhixiang and Zhao Yulin to destroy the stone blocks on the surrounding walls and the gaps in the floor tiles, making the restriction around the palace disappear. Zhixiang used her powerful divine ability to break open the cracks in the ground, which invalidated the restriction imprints and dissipated them. However, Meng Hao found complicated runes beneath the floor tiles that formed a butterfly-shaped imprint, under which struggled a black butterfly bound by silver threads. Zhao Yulin had a red thread on her body and tried to connect it to the butterfly. Meng Hao realized that Xu Qing had an ulterior motive and intentionally let Zhao Yulin take action to entice him into breaking the restriction. So Meng Hao pretended that his storage bag was full and quickly escaped. Xu Qing discovered that Meng Hao had seen through her plan and seized Zhao Yulin, reshaping her into a 7-colored butterfly that emitted a powerful demonic aura. Meng Hao realized that this butterfly was a demon spirit and was astounded. Amidst darkness, a vibrant butterfly emerged from nothingness, its beauty captivating all. Its appearance drew the gazes of Zhao Yulin and Meng Hao alike. Seeking entry to the ancient realm of the monster immortals, Xu Qing yearned to capture the spirit butterfly. Meng Hao, believing it to be the hope for his Wu Shen tribe's survival, also pursued it relentlessly. However, as they neared the butterfly, it unleashed a potent force, shielding itself and shifting its location. Meng Hao and Xu Qing gave chase. During their pursuit, they encountered formidable nascent soul cultivators Xu Bai, Chen Mo, and others vying for the butterfly. Xu Bai, with his formidable physical prowess, temporarily controlled the spirit butterfly. Xu Qing seized the opportunity, attempting to claim it, just when she believed she had it in her grasp. Meng Hao displayed his Qi Nan heritage, transforming into a colossal beast with immeasurable power. Xu Qing was shaken by the impact. Losing her grip on the butterfly, Meng Hao took possession of it. Xu Bai and Chen Mo were severely wounded, forced to use the immortal bridge rock to escape the void bridge realm. Other cultivators also fled due to Meng Hao's attack. Meng Hao secured the spirit butterfly, granting the Wu Shen tribe access to the ink earth and a chance of survival amid the impending cataclysm. Xu Qing, meanwhile, harbored a growing sense of trepidation toward Meng Hao's capabilities and cunning. After obtaining the sentient spirit, Meng Hao immediately attempted to flee. However, formidable cultivators Xu Bai, Chen Mo, and the demon woman Ji Shang were hot on his heels. Assessing the situation, Meng Hao realized that he could not escape alone, nor was he willing to give up the sentient spirit. At this moment, Ji Shang proposed an alliance with Meng Hao, showing her sincerity by severely injuring Xu Bai and Chen Mo. While Meng Hao was tempted, he remained skeptical and continued his flight, feeling the immortal soil. 10 days later, Meng Hao had successfully grasped the structure of the immortal soil and attempted to fuse it with the Wu deity's 5-elemental earth totem. After several days of effort, a yellow-brown vortex appeared on Meng Hao's right arm, frantically absorbing the immortal soil. However, the immortal soil in his storage bag was quickly depleted, but the vortex's absorption grew stronger. Meng Hao realized that he needed more immortal soil to complete the fusion of the earth totem. After much deliberation, Meng Hao decided to risk an alliance with Ji Shang. He returned to the ruins where he had acquired the sentient spirit and absorbed the remaining immortal soil. However, the vortex's absorption remained relentless, and Meng Hao understood that he needed even more immortal soil to complete the earth totem. Weighing the risks and benefits, Meng Hao made a bold decision to join forces with the demon woman Ji Shang in an unwavering pursuit of immortal soil. On a vast platform stretching into the void in the eastern mystic land, Zhao Yulin, who possessed the body of Xu Qing, sat cross-legged for over a month, quietly awaiting Meng Hao's arrival. As she anticipated, Meng Hao arrived, riding the rainbow. Xu Qing, with her extraordinary beauty, demonstrated her sincerity in obtaining immortal soil for Meng Hao. Recognizing his significant need, she revealed her knowledge of a hidden path leading to over 20,000 worlds abundant with the desired soil. In exchange, Xu Qing requested Meng Hao's assistance in acquiring a second demon spirit. She divulged that demon spirits were keys to enter the demon immortal ancient realm, and only those possessing them would have the opportunity to enter when it appeared in the ruins immortal realm. The demon immortal ancient realm, created by the demon immortal sect, produced a demon spirit only once every 30,000 years. As a disciple of that sect, Xu Qing shared hidden secrets and curses about the realm, emphasizing that Meng Hao's ability to break the curses was crucial for their collaboration. Meng Hao pondered deeply about Xu Qing's words. After careful consideration, he decided to trust her once. Consequently, Xu Qing and Meng Hao embarked on a journey to the depths of the ruins bridge realm. In the pitch-black void, they encountered a middle-aged cultivator with a large sword on his back and a jug of wine in his hand. The cultivator had a forlorn expression, holding a portrait and muttering to himself, as if searching for a lost love. In the pitch-black void, Xu Qing and Meng Hao stepped into a vast and icy land. Despite Meng Hao's many previous travels through the void, the cold this time was unusually severe, far surpassing anything he had encountered before. Protected by her status as an immortal, Xu Qing remained unaffected, but Meng Hao's protective light ward gradually shattered. Seeing Meng Hao unable to withstand the cold, Xu Qing offered him shelter, but Meng Hao resolutely refused. Before Xu Qing's eyes, he destroyed the light ward and used his inexhaustible inner fire to fight the cold. Xu Qing was shocked by Meng Hao's determination and strength. After more than half a month of arduous travel, Xu Qing deduced a junction point where they needed to rest for 7 days. Meng Hao verified her deduction using the divination technique she provided. Xu Qing pressed down on the floating dust stone to stop it, waiting for the 7 days to pass before continuing their journey. During this time, the duo changed floating dust stones more than 10 times, traversing the vast void. 5 months later, they arrived at an unfamiliar desolate land, with mountain ranges and ruins, but rarely any sign of life. Xu Qing and Meng Hao speculated that the floating dust stone leading to the next world might be there. But as they entered it, their expressions changed instantly, as if they had discovered something abnormal. Meng Hao arrives in a mysterious world, summoned thrice by a voice that promises eternal life, defiance of fate, and a singular destiny. He witnesses countless mortals rushing forth, seemingly drawn by the same call. He and Xu Qing are swept along in the chaos. As the earth quakes, the sky splits open with an earth-shattering roar. The sentient land roars in defiance, and Meng Hao and Xu Qing are flung back, gravely injured. In the void, Meng Hao uses a secret technique, sacrificing his life force to heal his wounds. He and Xu Qing witness a colossal, misty Kirin beast erupt from the earth, howling as it dashes off into the distance. They are swallowed into the Kirin's maw and forced to follow in its wake. As they travel, Meng Hao notices an increasing number of mortals appearing in the void. Large and small, all rushing in the same direction. Xu Qing surmises that their destination is the Bridge Soul Mountain. In the distance, a mountain of ethereal light, inscribed with countless names, floats in the void. The mortals desperately charge towards it. A weathered palace standing atop its peak. On the far side of the mountain, Han Shan, clad in azure robes and wielding a word, his eyes blazing, confronts someone within the palace. In the void, Han Shan's voice boomed like thunder, deterring millions of bridge slaves. Meng Hao witnessed Han Shan's power, realizing that he did not intend to harm the bridge slaves, but was worried about accidentally injuring his wife. Shui'er, with one strike from Han Shan, a wave of alcohol permeated the air, condensing 10,000 of his figures, releasing an immense sword aura that transformed into a blue dragon charging towards the target mountain peak. However, a cold snort came from the palace on the mountain peak, freezing the blue dragon and turning the void into a frost-covered land. Xu Qing recognized the voice as that of the Frost Earth Demon Emperor and her face turned pale, realizing his formidable presence. At this time, the bridge slaves grew more ferocious and attacked Han Shan from all sides. Filled with grief and anger, Han Shan turned to face them, unleashing 9 more sword strikes that coalesced into a sword soul that charged towards the mountain peak. The Frost Earth Demon Emperor intervened and shattered the sword soul, demanding that Han Shan slay all the bridge slaves within 100 breaths to see Shui'er. Han Shan's killing intent surged as he wielded his sword, slaughtering the bridge slaves, but their sheer number made it difficult to complete the task within the time limit. In the midst of the battle, Han Shan summoned his wine jar, and the wine transformed into 10,000 flying swords, each trailed by an illusion of Han Shan that surged towards the bridge slaves. The colossal beast that Meng Hao was on was also slain, and he experienced firsthand the formidable power of Han Shan's sword aura. However, when Han Shan's sword aura was about to strike Meng Hao, it suddenly faltered and bypassed him. Meng Hao realized that the earth totem within his right arm was absorbing the frost earth, giving him a chance of survival. Trapped in the icy confinement, Meng Hao's body transformed into an ice sculpture, with only the whirlpool on his right arm rotating furiously, absorbing the endless power of the frigid earth. Meanwhile, Xu Qing was also frozen, but her celestial willpower enabled her to endure longer than Meng Hao. On the mountain summit, The elderly man and the boy servant witnessed everything, the latter smiling as he counted the deaths of the bridge slaves. When 100,000 clones eradicated all the bridge slaves, an astonishing sight unfolded. The slain bridge slaves reappeared, unscathed. Meng Hao realized in horror that one of them was someone familiar to him. The elderly man questioned Han Shan, demanding why he had broken his vow and no longer revered the spirit of the immortal treading bridge. The boy servant narrated the spirit of the immortal treading bridge's anger and resentment. Accusing Han Shan of reneging for the sake of a woman, Han Shan lapsed into silence, his mind drifting back 3,000 years to his wife's desperate pleas and persuasions. He came to realize his own mistakes and remorse, and resolved to betray the spirit of the immortal treading bridge. As Han Shan's resolute footsteps echoed, the bridge slaves charged once more. Han Shan took a deep breath and began to sing a song of life, each verse diminishing the number of clones by 10,000, and the bridge slaves around him instantly freezing. However, Han Shan's hair was rapidly turning white, the signs of aging becoming more pronounced. Meng Hao witnessed firsthand Han Shan's might and tenacity and came to understand the power and meaning of life. With each strike of Han Shan's sword, the mountain peak trembled, and the palace atop it began to fissure. The elderly man and the boy servant grew fearful, the latter turning into a chilling ice under the force of Han Shan's fifth sword strike. Han Shan revealed his true identity as the Frost Earth Fiend Emperor's clone and understood his mission to evade Jizu's pursuit. As the mountain peak disintegrated, 2 demonic butterflies were born, but no one paid them any attention. Han Shan's eighth sword strike targeted the elderly man, but a woman suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the sword. The woman was a bridge slave, with a hazy memory that she chose to discard in order to become the new bridge soul. The elderly man calmly faded away, uttering, "There is no animosity. It is all destiny." The woman looked at Han Shan, a tragic smile on her face. "Kill me. Release me from this." Meng Hao watched this scene, filled with a sense of loss. He had a sudden realization that a moment of clarity was all that a bridge soul ever had. On the frostlands of the immortal bridge, Meng Hao's right arm's vortex rapidly absorbs the boundless power of the frostlands, condensing an ancient script of the word earth that emits a white glow. As the ancient script becomes clearer, Meng Hao's cultivation significantly increases. He realizes that this frostland is more potent than the immortal lands and resolves to absorb it with all his might. Meanwhile, Zhao discovers Meng Hao's actions and is shocked, realizing that he is absorbing the rare frostlands, the legendary birthplace of the Frostland Demon Emperor. Meng Hao absorbs far more frostlands than he requires for immortal lands, rivaling even one of the creations of the immortal bridge's 3 demons. At this moment, Han Shan sighs, seeing his wife controlled by the immortal bridge's spirit, and decides to kill her to release her from her agony. He recalls Meng Hao and Zhishang's ice sculptures, leading to Zhishang being injured and retreating. The power of the frostlands surges into Meng Hao as his ice sculpture shatters, forming an enormous white vortex that ceaselessly absorbs the frostlands. Witnessing this, Han Shan sighs and uses his demon emperor's origin power to transform the endless frostlands into true frostlands, even more potent and pure than before. This Tenjong blue land merges into the vortex of Meng Hao's right arm, causing his cultivation to spike again, and ethereal images of gold, wood, earth, and fire materialize behind him. Han Shan grants Meng Hao his azure sword and wine gourd, asking him to carry on his inheritance and kindness. A cold wind catches Meng Hao and Zhishang, carrying them away from the frostlands. Meng Hao looks back to see Han Shan embracing his wife, becoming a bridge slave. Han Shan's eyes hold a sense of bewilderment, but his loneliness and desolation have disappeared, for his wife will always be by his side, even as a bridge slave, and he is content. In the ruins bridge realm, Meng Hao acquired Han Shan's sword and the frost totem on his right arm, and he was deeply influenced by the Han Shan couple. In order to repay their kindness, he vowed that if he ever shook the ascent to Immortal Bridge, he would return to rescue them. Meng Hao firmly believed in the principles of repaying kindness and punishing evil, and he adopted magnanimity and active pursuit as his way of life. This path included the method of repaying kindness and killing those who offend him, allowing him to cultivate a self-confidence and a way of dealing with others. Meng Hao's cooperation with Zhishang had ended, but Zhishang suggested that they go to the ancient realm of fairies and immortals together after 200 years to find a way to save Han Shan. Meng Hao did not stop Zhishang. But he also knew that Xu Qing was not completely unguarded against him. After leaving, Meng Hao chased after the escaped demon spirit butterfly, deciding to keep it as a preparation for going to the ancient realm of fairies and immortals in 200 years. Meng Hao took out Han Shan's sword. Although it was unremarkable, he felt the terrifying power contained within it. He recognized Han Shan's sword as his own and vowed that when he rescued Han Shan, he would return this sword to him. As Meng Hao's cultivation level increased, he discovered that his earth totem had an extremely strong resistance to cold. He caught up with another demon spirit butterfly at great speed and subdued it. Meng Hao held the azure sword in his mouth and sacrificed it in his golden core, intending to use it as a trump card for assassination. When he returned to the western desert, Meng Hao found that it was raining heavily. The spiritual energy was exhausted, and there was an aura of death everywhere. At this time, a familiar figure descended from the sky. It was Yichenzhi, whom Meng Hao had once pursued. After being chased by Meng Hao in the Ruins Bridge realm, Yichenzhi was still fearful and chose to come to the northern region to wreak havoc. He recognized Meng Hao and was wary of him, but he also planned to kill him and take his belongings for blood sacrifice to advance his cultivation. After earth-shaking tremor, the fiend cultivator Yichenzhi blood sacrificed 5 people, shrouding the entire tribe. His cultivation base rose constantly, but his greediness led him to slaughter more people in order to break through the late nascent soul stage. Following the map, Yichenzhi set his sights on the Wushan 5 departments, a once magnificent ancient tribe. He discovered that although the Wushan tribe had few people, they were tenacious and resourceful, and might even possess immortal land. As he approached the Wushan tribe, Yichenzhi felt a powerful aura. The tribe leader, Wu Bingbu, fought desperately, but the cultivation gap between them was too great. Just as the Wushan tribe was about to be exterminated, 4 vine whips roared out of the sea, entwining Yichenzhi's giant hand. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on the rushing river, Meng Hao returned from the Ruins Bridge realm. His spiritual sense detected the vine whips, and the tragic scene of the Wushan tribe surfaced in his mind. An uncontrollable anger burned within him as he roared. Yichenzhi. Outside the peak of the Wushan tribe, Yichenzhi faces the tenacious resistance of the vine, determined to use blood sacrifice to promote himself. However, a black light suddenly shoots out from the purple lake, heading straight for Yichenzhi's forehead. Yichenzhi narrowly dodges it, but the sharp thorns of the root life pierce his cheek. Furious, Yichenzhi grabs the vine seed, intending to crush it, but is desperately blocked by a group of strange monsters led by Damao and Ermao. However, their attacks are all dissolved by the Black Moon's supernatural powers. Just as Yichenzhi is about to destroy the vine seed, a shrill sound rings out. A parrot flies in from a distance, aiming straight for Yichenzhi's buttocks. Terrified, Yichenzhi transforms into a mist and flees. But the parrot attacks faster, piercing the mist again and approaching Yichenzhi's buttocks. Just when Yichenzhi's life hangs in the balance, the celestial beast roars from a distance. Yichenzhi, recognizing the celestial beast, is terrified and realizes the unfathomable depth of the Wushan tribe. He immediately unleashes an escape technique and flees. However, Meng Hao appears out of the void and intercepts Yichenzhi with a cold snort. Seeing Meng Hao, Yichenzhi lets out an unprecedented scream, filled with fear and trembling. Meng Hao's appearance filled the Crow God tribe with excitement. His arrival gave them hope, as they believed that he could lead them out of their predicament. Upon meeting Meng Hao, Yichenzhi was terrified. He had previously stolen Meng Hao's belongings. Knowing Meng Hao's power, he regretted his actions deeply upon their encounter. He tried to escape, but Meng Hao's tactics left him no way out. Meng Hao punched Yichenzhi with immense force, grievously injuring both his physical body and his primordial spirit. Unwilling to be outdone, Yichenzhi used his ultimate technique, consciousness kill, attempting to attack Meng Hao's mind sea. However, Meng Hao's 5 elements easily neutralized the attack. Under Meng Hao's pressure, Yichenzhi's nascent soul fled his body, only to be attacked by Tian Fang, the parrot, and Meng Hao. The parrot and Tian Fang relentlessly attacked, leaving Yichenzhi's nascent soul severely injured and on the verge of collapse. As Yichenzhi was about to self-destruct, Tian Fang devoured him whole. Yichenzhi's body and spirit were completely destroyed, killed by Meng Hao's pet. Meng Hao's return brought hope. He decided to lead the Crow God tribe to relocate to the thriving land of Motu. To accomplish this, they needed a flying vessel capable of carrying over 1,000 people. Meng Hao embarked on the migration path with the Crow God tribe. As they left, he glanced back at the mountain range where he had once seen the black bat. He knew that as long as he did not allow it, he could find the bat even if it escaped. The Crow God tribe's migration was fraught with challenges, but they believed that under Meng Hao's leadership, they would reach Mo-Tu and begin a new life. In the face of depleting spirit stone resources, the Wu Shen tribe embarked on an arduous journey of migration. As the purple rain descended, diminishing the spiritual energy of the realm, spirit stones became an indispensable supplement. Led by Meng Hao, the Wu Shen tribe pressed forward, their raincoats shielding them from the purple rain. His monster horde trailed behind, while cultivators like Ji Yula grew increasingly weak, their vitality waning. Along the way, the Wu Shen tribe faced an ambush by the Tai Han tribe. The 5 nascent soul cultivators of the Tai Han tribe coveted the treasures possessed by Meng Hao and launched a fierce assault. Unfazed by the crisis, Meng Hao responded with swift and decisive action. His fire and metal attribute totems erupted, instantly slaying a nascent soul cultivator from the Tai Han tribe. Confronted by the 9-headed lion tiger of the black-robed elder from the Tai Han tribe, Meng Hao shattered it with a punch and subsequently suppressed the elder's cultivation base with a single finger. From the black-robed elder, Meng Hao seized a compass that revealed his location. Aware that his movements were being tracked, Meng Hao grew cautious. He activated his lotus sword formation, unleashing the power of time, and plundered the elder's life force and memories. Meng Hao's soul search uncovered a startling revelation: the Tai Han tribe was acting on behalf of a mysterious force, intent on intercepting the Wu Shen tribe and seizing their inheritance. Upon learning of this conspiracy, Meng Hao resolved to safeguard the Wu Shen tribe at all costs, even resorting to the blood sacrifice soul search technique to eliminate his adversaries. After searching the memories of an old man in a black robe, Meng Hao learned that the Mo-Tu Heaven Court Alliance had begun distributing compasses that can detect the presence of spirit beasts throughout the Western Desert. The Wu Shen tribe, due to its isolation, was not aware of this, but Meng Hao understood that their migration would become increasingly difficult. The old man in the black robe also revealed that the Mo-Tu Alliance had issued an announcement welcoming tribes possessing spirit-severing experts to take refuge in Mo-Tu. This led Meng Hao to realize that only the medium and small tribes would likely be fiercely determined to obtain the spirit beasts. Over the next 3 months, Meng Hao escorted the Wu Shen tribe, encountering attacks from multiple tribes which he used to strengthen his own spirit beast horde, which grew to 20,000 in number. Meng Hao planned to continue acquiring resources and spirit beasts through constant warfare to increase his own strength. However, as the Wu Shen tribe was about to leave the mountain range, Meng Hao learned of the existence of the Hengyu tribe ahead, who had also gotten wind of the spirit beasts. The Hengyu tribe was a medium-sized tribe who were sending out a large army intending to seize the spirit beasts for themselves. Meanwhile, one branch of the 5 Poison sect had also learned of the spirit beasts, but because they had suffered heavy losses in a previous battle with the Wu Shen tribe, decided to not meddle in this affair. As Meng Hao and his followers were about to encounter the Hengyu tribe army, he summoned a vine seed which rapidly formed a thorny dome to protect the Wu Shen tribe inside. The Hengyu tribe army, consisting of thousands of cultivators and tens of thousands of spirit beasts, arrived with the intent to kill everyone. Meng Hao let out a roar and led his own spirit beast horde into battle, vowing to protect the Wu Shen tribe to the death. Faced with a siege by nearly 10,000 cultivators and tens of thousands of demonic Meng Hao remained calm. He released the demonic energy absorbed by Feng Zheng and transformed it into a monstrous shadow of demonic energy, as if a great demonic of heaven and earth had descended. The demonic group sensed Meng Hao's aura and submitted one after another, showing signs of atavism, their strength increasing significantly. Even one of the alien demonic mutated into a being similar to the statue of the saint ancestor of the Hengyu tribe. Meng Hao summoned his own 20,000 demonic group and let them absorb the demonic energy to mutate, engaging in a fierce battle with the demonic group of the Hengyu tribe. 5 nascent soul cultivators launched an attack on Meng Hao, but they were blocked by the 5 elements totem released by Meng Hao. 2 nascent soul elders attacked, and Meng Hao put on the blood fairy mask, casting the Black Moon Eye, seriously wounding one of them and intimidating the other patriarch. 60,000 mutated demonic groups launched a relentless attack on the Hengyu tribe, and the members of the Hengyu tribe were quickly defeated. A group of black crows absorbed the energy from the corpses, resurrecting them and adding them to the battle. The Hengyu tribe patriarch summoned the ancestral ghost, but it was blocked by the heavenly beast. The parrot kept harassing the ghost, distracting it. Meng Hao released a blood-colored face that repelled the nascent soul cultivators. And the tribesmen of the Corvus tribe, shrouded in thorns, joined the battle. As the Hengyu tribe's demonic group defected, the situation on the battlefield reversed. Meng Hao led his demonic group in the Corvus tribe to a great victory, and the Hengyu tribe was utterly defeated. In the midst of a fierce battle, the Hengyu tribe suffered heavy losses. Meng Hao chased after the escapees to keep the secret of the spirit entity safe. The Hengyu tribe surrendered and became enslaved by the Wushan tribe. The Wushan tribe grew in strength, acquiring 50,000 alien spirits, thousands of tribesmen, and 7 Yuan Ying cultivators. 2 years later, the Wushan tribe migrated south, engaging in 7 wars and annexing other tribes. Meng Hao began refining pills to help the tribe survive the Purple Rain. As the Purple Rain fell, Meng Hao gained insights and attempted to comprehend the water totem from the rain. The rise of the Wushan tribe caught the attention of the 5 Poison Sect. Upon learning of the Wushan tribe's spirit entity, the sect decided to either align with the Cloud Sky Grand Sect or annihilate the Wushan tribe. The 5 Poison Sect employed the essence of the heavens to fuse the strength of 10,000 people, creating a spirit body intended to eliminate Meng Hao. After the mysterious blood shadow left the 5 Poison Sect, the entire sect mobilized and flew on their colossal python-shaped flying treasure. The treasure was crafted from the remains of an ancient patriarch of the sect and possessed an AWE-inspiring aura. The 5 Poison Sect spared no expense, loading over 30,000 people onto the treasure and heading straight for Meng Hao's location. Among the crowd, Xu Qing kept her head down, secretly speculating about the identity of the blood shadow. She discovered that it was a drop of Ji family blood. Though diluted, it still contained immortal power. The giant python roared as it flew, reaching a lake several days later. As night fell, the clan's patriarch, sensing the heaven's blood approaching its target, decided to launch a night attack to assassinate the great shaman dragon of the Raven God tribe. Within the Raven God tribe, Meng Hao was engrossed in cultivation and enjoyed a revered status. He immersed himself in the blood-colored mask, using a wooden sword to torment the Ji family's 19th ancestor. Ji 19th was weak and overwhelmed by misery, while the Li family's ancestor was ecstatic, transforming into a thunder spirit to guard Meng Hao. As Meng Hao sat in meditation, a crack suddenly appeared in his tent, and a blood-colored finger extended, pointing directly at his brow. Crisis descended, and Meng Hao fought back with all his might. But the blood-colored finger was irresistible. A blood-colored figure emerged, its aura reaching the heavens. It engaged in a fierce battle with Meng Hao's blood-colored mask. Meng Hao employed the 4 totemic treasures and the Azure Rainbow Immortal Sword, but couldn't stop the blood-colored figure from approaching. On the verge of life and death, Meng Hao summoned the demon swarm and transformed into a wisp of smoke. Escaping, however, the blood-colored figure condensed into a drop of spirit blood and pursued Meng Hao with incredible speed. The spirit blood emanated the aura of Ji family blood, causing the 3-tailed banner and Ji 19th to tremble. At that moment, the 5 Poison Sect's colossal treasure approached, and tens of thousands of tribesmen filled with killing intent rushed towards the heart of the Raven God tribe. With their enemies face to face, a deadly battle was about to unfold. The imminent bloodbath between the Wushan and Wudu tribes was about to erupt. The Wushan tribesmen, eyes bloodshot with surging hatred, vowed to fight to the death to protect their homeland. The Wudu tribe was equally frenzied, launching a desperate battle for the survival of their tribe. During the fierce fighting, the Wushan tribe's army of strange creatures emerged as an undeniable force. With its 80,000 creatures capable of offsetting the enemy's numerical advantage. However, the Wudu tribe's 3 tutelary ancestors remained formidable, engaging in a fierce battle with the Wushan tribe's own ancestors, Padong, Tianfeng, and Parrot. On another battlefield, Meng Hao found himself entrapped by a strange ball of blood. Unable to escape, the Wudu tribe's leader seized the opportunity, intending to use the blood ball to kill Meng Hao and seize the demon spirit. However, Meng Hao's formidable cultivation allowed him to see through the enemy's plot, and he retaliated with an evil spell, severely injuring the Wudu tribe's leader. To further seal Meng Hao's fate, the Wudu tribe's leader cast multiple layers of seals, attempting to trap him within the blood ball forever. The Wushan tribesmen witnessed their ancestors' entrapment with despair, but they believed that Meng Hao would overcome this adversity and lead the tribe to victory. However, the Wushan tribe's advantage was gradually slipping away. The Wudu tribe's plan was meticulous, with the clear objective of annihilating the Wushan tribe and seizing the demon spirit. For the Wushan tribe, this war represented a life-or-death crisis. The war between the Wushan tribe and the Five Poison Sect is on the verge of collapse. Meng Hao is trapped within the blood seal, unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, a brilliant idea strikes him, refining the Ji clan's blood body to withstand the crisis. To obtain the spirit blood, Meng Hao uses the blood mask to seal Ji Shiju, forcibly taking his spirit blood. At the same time, he fuses this with the Ji clan's quasi-ancestral spirit blood that he had previously obtained, creating 3 generations of Ji blood. Meng Hao sits cross-legged, performing the blood immortal grand magic to fuse the spirit blood. The blood seal begins to contract ominously. The Five Poison Sect Grand Master attempts to stop it, but to no avail. The roars from within the seal are earth-shattering. As 20,000 faces are forced out, a terrifying aura surges forth, surpassing the spirit-severing realm. As more spirits of the Five Poison Sect are forced out, a powerful aura capable of turning the tide of battle erupts from the blood mass. The heavens and earth change color. The winds and clouds transform, and the world becomes a blood-colored yellow springs. The Five Poison Sect Grand Master and the Great Sacrificer are filled with terror and join forces to prevent Meng Hao's escape. The Five Poison Sect's sacred ancestors and priests struggled to reinforce the seal but could not stop the imprisoned blood sphere from shrinking. When the blood sphere was only a foot wide, the Five Poison Sect spirit was forced out and spread everywhere. A terrifying aura erupted, choking and seriously injuring 7 nascent soul cultivators. The 3 totemic sacred ancestors trembled and expressed unprecedented fear. At that moment, the blood sphere no longer contained the Five Poison Sect spirit. It was replaced by Meng Hao's blood immortal spell, shrinking into a human form, very image of Meng Hao. The ruler of the Five Poisons tribe roared and led everyone to attack Meng Hao. But Meng Hao's blood-colored figure did not react. Meng Hao realized that he was refining the celestial blood, the Five Poison Sect's most precious treasure. If his refinement succeeded, it would be as if the Five Poison Sect had handed it over themselves. Meng Hao now understood the power of this blood body, within which a trace of will was awakening. This was the effect of the blood immortal method, which stimulated the pure bloodline power contained in the blood. Meng Hao knew the key to refining the blood body. He needed to find a core for it to condense an immortal body. This blood body came from the Ji family. 1 drop of blood came from the Ji family's prodigy. 1 drop from the Ji family's 19th patriarch. And most importantly, 1 drop came from a mysterious ancient ancestor. The attacks of the Five Poison Sect could not stop the blood shadow from condensing, and Meng Hao's body gradually became visible. The ruler sensed a terrifying aura and ordered everyone to kill Meng Hao at all costs. The totem sacred ancestors also attacked, for they instinctively felt that if the bloodlight took form, they would be powerless to resist. Just as their divine abilities approached Meng Hao, the bloodlight condensed at the center of his brow, transforming into a blood-red dot. Meng Hao opened his eyes, and the blood-red dot turned into bloodlight, shooting straight at the totemic sacred ancestor of the poison serpent. The poison serpent's sacred ancestor's eyes narrowed, and despair surged through him. His soul trembled as the blood shadow pierced him, instantly draining his entire body of essence blood. The totemic sacred ancestor's death shocked the Five Poison Sect, and nearly 10,000 people spurted blood, their body totems disappearing and their cultivation levels plummeting. Several priests were also seriously injured, and the sacred ancestor fell. After devouring the poison serpent's sacred ancestor, the bloodlight let out a swallowing sound and transformed into Meng Hao's figure. Pursuing the other 2 totemic sacred ancestors, Meng Hao summoned a demon horde, unleashing boundless demonic energy. The demon horde let out a deafening roar, and the Five Poison Sect's demon horde also submitted and roared. The Five Poison Sect was thrown into chaos and retreated steadily. Meng Hao summoned the tribesmen of the Black God tribe who were loyal to him and attacked the Five Poison Sect. The blood shadow pursued the totemic sacred ancestors, and the decisive battle between the Black God tribe and the Five Poison Sect had begun. Ji clan's physical manifestation pursued the Five Poison tribe's 2 totem ancestors. Ji clan's actions heavily injured the ancestor and severely weakened the 5 poison tribe. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's 40,000 demon beast horde, influenced by his spiritual energy, became more savage. The Dark Raven tribe members, led by Meng Hao, fought desperately and defended their tribe. The battlefield was strewn with corpses. About 1,000 bodies slowly stood up. The illusory ravens above their heads squawked and joined the fight. The Dark Raven tribe members fought with their backs to the water, swearing to protect their tribe even with their lives. Meng Hao's killing intent surged as he fully displayed the prowess of his blood immortal ability. He aimed directly at the 5 poison tribes' most potent force. The 5 poison tribes' patriarch and a grand priest tried their hardest to stop Meng Hao. But their late nascent soul realm cultivation could not match Meng Hao's incredible speed and power. Meng Hao defeated several 5 poison tribe priests and used words to evoke fear and despair in the tribe. As the last totem ancestor of the 5 poison tribes succumbed, the cultivation of all tribe members dropped sharply, and their morale collapsed. At this moment, only the patriarch and the grand priest were still holding out with difficulty. Meng Hao turned to the two and asked if the grand priest dared to fight him. Out of desperation, the grand priest allied with the patriarch to fight Meng Hao. But their strength began to dwindle, as the other nascent soul priests of the 5 poison tribe fell. The Dark Raven tribe slaughtered the rest of the tribe members. Meng Hao's eyes glinted coldly beneath his blood-red mask as he prepared for a decisive battle with the patriarch and the grand priest. A fierce battle ensued between the Wushan and Wudu tribes. Meng Hao, the totemic ancestor of the Wushan tribe, devastated the Wudu tribe's chief priest and unleashed his bloodthirsty blood shadow, which drained all the blood from the Wudu tribe members. Faced with the threat of extinction, the Wudu tribe leader begged for mercy, pleading with Meng Hao to spare them. Meng Hao paused, but declined, stating that he would not grant such a request if the Wushan tribe were to be defeated. The Wudu tribe leader comprehended that the war was without mercy, with the victor annihilating the vanquished. In his despair, he launched a final desperate charge against Meng Hao, cursing the Wushan tribe to perish along their path to the Mo continent and hoping for their future greatness. Meng Hao felt a mix of emotions but wasted no time. After a fierce 30-breath battle, the Wudu tribe leader perished, body and soul extinguished. Simultaneously, the last Wudu tribe survivor was consumed by the blood shadow. The war against the Wudu tribe had ended. However, just as Meng Hao relaxed, his refined body of the Ji tribe showed signs of rebellion, attempting to devour all life. Meng Hao intervened, restraining it with the means of his blood demon inheritance. Meng Hao recognized this rebellion as an ominous sign and decided to develop stronger restrictions through sacrificing blood spirits. After the war, the Wushan tribe packed up, carrying the totemic ancestors' bones and the Wudu tribe's flying vessel. From a distant mountain peak, Zhixiang witnessed the events, awed by Meng Hao's power. She contemplated his remaining secrets and decided to roam the Nantian star before the opening of the immortal ancient realm. Meng Hao also sensed Zhixiang's presence, a gleam of anticipation for future challenges in his eyes. After a bloody battle with the 5 poison sect, the Crow divinity tribe emerged victorious but at a great cost. With only 3,000 members remaining, they rose from the ashes, their spirits unyielding. The crucible of war had forged within them a fearlessness towards death, inspiring them to delve into the true meaning of the cultivator's path. Reborn and reinvigorated, the Crow divinity tribe's combat prowess surged beyond their former peak. While war could shatter a tribe, it could also ignite its resurgence. Now, standing at the cusp of a new era, the Crow divinity tribe signaled their potential to become a formidable force amidst the chaos of the Western Desert. Meng Hao's indomitable rise and repeated feats of valor had earned him the zealous devotion of his people. This fervent belief manifested as a tangible power, enveloping Meng Hao and amplifying his vitality and divine abilities. Meng Hao discovered that the tribe's faith empowered him, while his strength, in turn, accelerated the cultivation of his clansmen. Furthermore, they had acquired the 5 poison sects and flying artifact. This colossal serpent carried the Crow divinity tribe with astonishing speed. As they ventured southward, the landscape transformed, lakes dwindled, rivers widened, plains emerged, and life gradually returned. Crossing the Black Scale Mountains marked their entry into the heartland of the Western Desert. This was a realm of numerous tribes, where spiritual energy and vitality surged, invigorating the spirits of the Crow divinity tribe. However, Meng Hao harbored a hint of unease. With more tribes came heightened competition. Cautiously, Meng Hao dispatched his black crow to reconnoiter their surroundings. Days later, the crow returned with a detailed map, revealing the presence of 7 medium-sized tribes nearby, 2 of which had already detected Meng Hao's divine spirit. One peculiar sight caught Meng Hao's attention: an allied market formed by 7 or 8 tribes. The tribe's nascent soul cultivators surmised that this alliance was forged in response to the apocalypse, providing a market platform to facilitate the survival of its member tribes. Meng Hao, however, perceived such a market as an invaluable opportunity for the Crow divinity tribe to replenish resources and potentially acquire flying artifacts or totemic ancestors. Faced with the allied market, 2 options emerged: trade or war. Meng Hao's ultimate decision: raid with allies. Engage in war with adversaries epitomized the Crow divinity tribe's pragmatism and growing strength in their newfound era. Meng Hao and the Crow divinity tribe agree to send his demon body to the 8 Veins Union to trade. Elder Sun accompanies him, and the 2 are vital to the Crow divinity tribe's migration. During the journey, Meng Hao notices Elder Sun's unusual familiarity with the 8 Veins Union and inquires about his past. Elder Sun reveals an old grudge, which explains his knowledge of the area. After a 10-day flight, they arrive at the 8 Veins Union. O Yunzi receives them but raises concerns about Meng Hao's demon body's cultivation. Elder Sun cleverly responds that they come from the north to trade goods. In the Union's market, Meng Hao discovers its vast size and offerings, which include flying magic treasures. However, at the totem shop, Meng Hao senses a demon aura, possibly the totem ancestor. However, a middle-aged man dressed as a scribe intercepts Meng Hao and informs him that all items in the shop are up for auction. Meng Hao observes that the man cannot detect his divine sense, which raises his suspicions. The auction system in the market intrigues Meng Hao, who senses that valuable objects are consolidated for auction, hinting at a greater purpose. As night fell and purple rain poured down, the bustling marketplace was alive with activity. Meng Hao and Sun Dehai rented a tent and discussed their next course of action. Sun Dehai had learned that the 8 Veins Alliance had been staying in the area for 4 months, holding auctions at the end of each month. The auctions had featured coveted items. Yet despite some cultivator being injured or killed, none had been linked to the 8 Veins Alliance. This suggested that their purpose was solely to trade. In 10 days, the final auction would be held, and there were many people from nearby tribes in attendance. It was rumored that rare treasures from the Western Desert would be present. Sun Dehai believed the 8 Veins Alliance couldn't harbor malicious intent. Otherwise, they could simply raid the surrounding tribes for resources instead of setting up a marketplace in this roundabout way. Meng Hao pondered this for a moment and agreed with Sun Dehai's reasoning. But he also raised another possibility: what if the 8 Veins Alliance's goal was neither trade nor resources? Meanwhile, Meng Hao, the avatar in the shaman tribe, received news and immediately gathered his tribesmen. They boarded a flying magical treasure and set off for the 8 Veins Alliance. While the shaman tribe was on their way, Meng Hao and Sun Dehai were busy acquiring supplies in the marketplace. The 8 Veins Alliance had been promoting the upcoming auction, showcasing various treasures including flying artifacts, totemic cultivation methods, beast hordes, and 3 weakened totemic ancestors. The 8 Veins Alliance proclaimed that all these items would be up for auction, emphasizing that some could not be purchased with spirit stones but required specific items. Each day, announcements echoed through the marketplace, stating that they would soon leave this location for the next phase of their trading. The number of people in the marketplace increased, and Sun Dehai believed there was safety in numbers. However, Meng Hao sensed a hidden formation beneath the ground that could gather demonic energy. It was extremely well concealed, and ordinary cultivators would have been unable to detect it. But Meng Hao's demonic cultivation body allowed him to. Meng Hao continued to observe the formation, discovering that its central point was beneath the altar. Pretending to pass by, he used his spiritual consciousness to probe the ground. He saw the vast formation and a black mist in the center. At that moment, the ancient seal of demons in Meng Hao's body let out a deep voice that shook his mind. 3 generations of seal of demons blood refinement. A desolate tomb of demonic soldiers. The lineage of the seal of demons. 1 generation as ancestors. 2 generations of legacy. 3 generations of strength. 9 generations of extremes. If they are not extinguished, they will reach the pinnacle. While Meng Hao's demonic body responded within the 8 Veins Alliance, his main body, located far away, also hastened toward it, his heart shaken. However, he feigned composure, turning away without attracting any attention. Late that night, Meng Hao pondered in his tent when news arrived from the central region of the western desert's northern part. A demon spirit had appeared, setting off a scramble among 7 tribes within the Eight Veins Alliance. The news ignited a heated debate among the Alliance Parliament. Ultimately, the elder in the red robe decided that the demon spirit's arrival was a positive development, as it could draw more cultivators, enabling them to enact their blood sacrifice plan. At dawn the next day, the Eight Veins Alliance's auction commenced, attracting tens of thousands. Meng Hao and Sun Dehai participated. However, Meng Hao sensed something amiss, noticing that a demon energy formation was operating, with 16 unstable cultivators floating in the air, casting runes. By noon, the formation and mist were at their peak, transforming the ground into a crimson demon aura that formed a colossal vortex. Meng Hao noticed that this vortex bore a striking resemblance to one he had seen elsewhere. And as it roared, a black hole emerged, revealing a world within. At that moment, Meng Hao's heart lurched as he realized the source of the world's familiarity. His shock evident. Atop the Tang Tower in the Zhao nation, Meng Hao ascends and gazes afar, his sights set on the eastern Tang dynasty. As he inadvertently looks back, he notices a colossal vortex appear in the sky, containing an ancient battlefield. In the midst of a sea of corpses stands a colossal altar, cloaked in layers of dark mist. Amidst the mist, the vague outlines of countless distorted faces can be seen, emitting piercing roars as if attempting to break through the mist. Meng Hao senses a powerful calling, originating from both his heart and the dark mist. Simultaneously, the cultivators of the Eight Veins Alliance fervently worship the vortex in the sky, merging their demonic energy into the mist. Meng Hao discerns that these faces are the totems of the Eight Veins Alliance cultivators, deeply connected to the dark mist within the vortex realm. He is even more astonished to discover a seeming connection between the mist avatars and the exorcists. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators of the Eight Veins Alliance launch an offensive, utilizing their transmuted faces to devour demonic energy and encircle Meng Hao. Overpowered by the combined force of 6 cultivators, Meng Hao reveals his true form, a mass of demonic energy. The crowd is astounded as the 6 cultivators unleash their ultimate techniques, severely damaging Meng Hao's mist avatar. However, as his avatar vanishes, Meng Hao's true form appears in the distance, his words reverberating through the heavens and the earth: "I will return. I have already arrived." A thunderous roar reverberated across heaven and earth as a colossal serpent emerged, bearing thousands of merciless cultivators from the Yu-God tribe. Their baleful aura suffocated the cultivators of the Eight Veins Alliance. Meng Hao, clad in azure robes with an icy expression, stood at the serpent's head. His appearance sent shivers down the spines of 16 nascent soul cultivators, for his visage mirrored the vaporous demon they had slain. The Yu-God tribe's war cry echoed deafeningly. Like a tempest, thousands of long rainbows transformed into streaks of slaughter, descending upon the Eight Veins Alliance cultivators below. Simultaneously, 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Yu-God tribe emerged behind Meng Hao, joining the fray. The Eight Veins Alliance cultivators fought back valiantly, but to their horror, Meng Hao waved his hand, summoning nearly 60,000 demonic beasts from the void. They surged toward them in a relentless torrent. Donning a crimson mask, Meng Hao unleashed a potent technique that shattered both magical treasures and divine abilities. His face morphed into a gargantuan blood immortal, sweeping across the battlefield and sending 10 nascent soul cultivators flying, coughing up blood. His second step brought another manifestation of his face, unleashing a silent sound wave that pierced their hearts, causing 4 to collapse severely wounded. With his third step, the bodies of 10 exploded, their nascent souls released. Even 4 nascent soul mid-stage cultivators, including O Yunzi, met their doom as their bodies ruptured, their nascent souls fleeing in panic. Only 2 nascent soul-old monk managed to hold out, but they too were grievously injured. All across the Eight Veins Alliance's territory, the air was filled with the cacophony of screams. The Yu-God tribe's cold-blooded slaughter and boundless baleful aura made it clear that the Eight Veins Alliance was no match for these martial tribes. Amidst a fierce battle, the nascent soul cultivators of the Eight Veins Alliance suffer heavy damage. 2 nascent soul late-stage elders perform an extraordinary formation, summoning an array called the Wu Shen tribe using demon chi. which brings forth a black-robed middle-aged man. This black-robed man calls himself Huang Mu and possesses the power to destroy worlds. Ignoring the nascent soul cultivator's respect, he crushes and absorbs one of the nascent soul mid-stage elders. Displaying his astonishing strength, Huang Mu notices Meng Hao's identity as a demon seal master and shows a look of greed. Meng Hao senses Huang Mu's aura and realizes a new way to use demon qi. However, Huang Mu's power fills him with dread. Assisted by the parrot and the sky beast, Meng Hao struggles to avoid Huang Mu, and an intense battle ensues. Meanwhile, above them, an angry roar emerges from the whirlpool in the sky, as if it is attempting to break free from its suppression. Multiple faces within the fog desperately struggle to contain it. This scene is connected to Huang Mu's appearance, and Meng Hao recognizes that there is a greater secret behind him. A battle is brewing between the demon seal master and an unknown force. In the desolate void, a figure draped in black robes uttered sinister words, causing the memories and minds of the present cultivators to become chaotic and tremble. However, Meng Hao remained unaffected because he sensed the immense dreadfulness of the black-robed figure. Realizing that confronting him would be akin to courting death, with lightning-fast thoughts, Meng Hao recalled the guardian of the Reliance Sect's ancestor, the demon soldier of the desolate tomb, and realized the black-robed figure's true identity. As the black-robed figure raised a hand and pointed, demonic energy condensed into a demonic energy spear, which charged towards Meng Hao. In that moment of crisis, Meng Hao recognized the black-robed figure's mastery in utilizing demonic energy. Sparking a sudden realization, Meng Hao summoned demonic energy, condensing it into a massive vortex that confronted the black-robed figure's demonic energy spear. Although he was outmatched, he had already glimpsed the approach to using demonic energy. Witnessing this, the black-robed figure was both startled and astounded, and proceeded to unleash 3 divine spells. The first spell, Slaughter Startling Immortals, involved 9 black dragons roaring into existence, carrying the lamentations of countless corpses. Meng Hao deployed his chronomancy wooden sword, forming a lotus sword formation supported by a blood mist and the sword of slaying immortals. Engaging in a fierce battle with the 9 dragons, as the lotus sword formation crumbled, the 9 dragons also collapsed. The second spell, Annihilation of Reincarnation, consisted of a black spear tearing through space, revealing illusions of Meng Hao's 1,000 lives of reincarnation, sealing off his escape route. At the crucial moment, Meng Hao activated the Azure Blood Immortal Sword, severing his own reincarnation, and crushing the black-robed figure's offensive. The black-robed figure manifested the black spear once more, preparing to cast the third spell, but was caught off guard by Meng Hao's sudden attack. Meng Hao unleashed the 3-tailed banner, enveloping the heaven and earth in darkness. The black-robed figure understood that his time was running out and planned to temporarily suppress the damage inflicted by the scripture of sealing demons on his body. Unaware that Meng Hao had already foreseen his intentions, Meng Hao roared, "Your 3 spells are nothing," and waved the 3-tailed banner, charging directly at the black-robed figure. Under the formidable power of the 3-tailed banner, the black-robed figure was ultimately defeated. Amidst the suffocating silence, Meng Hao unleashes a furious attack with his banner's tail towards the man in black. The cloaked figure turns pale, attempting to evade, but the banner's swiftness ensnares him. Despite the explosion of his body, the Mon's form reappears, albeit weakened. Meng Hao seizes the moment, chanting the scripture of the bound demon, further damaging the black-robed figure. As the assailant falters, Meng Hao summons the blood corpse of the Ji clan, drawing the Mon's life essence. Undeterred, the man in black conjures a demonic spirit known as the Wilderness Tomb. Originating from the resentful spirits of the demon soldier, the Wilderness Tomb attaches itself to the black-robed man, boosting his power. Meng Hao senses the surge and counters with his blood immortal divine ability. At the brink of the assailant's triumph, a mighty roar reverberates from the heavens. The pale spear that had pierced the black mist on the Altarth true demon soldier Wilderness Tomb breaks through the fog. The demonic spirit of the Wilderness Tomb emits a piercing wail as the black-robed figure crumbles into nothingness. With the demonic spirit dispersed, the gravely injured Meng Hao emerges victorious. The surrounding cultivators witness the epic battle in awe, marveling at Meng Hao's unmatched strength. In the ancient realm of Yaoshen, a mysterious altar stands tall, adorned with a 3-jom-high halberd known as Wangtu. This weapon, forged from the blood of 3 generations of demon tamers, carries the grudges of innumerable cultivators and ancient demons. As Meng Hao steps onto the altar, a pale light bursts forth from Wang Tu, piercing the black hand that seeks to capture him. Feeling the weapon's call, Meng Hao reaches out and grasps the pale light, transforming it into a pale spear. Wang Tu's weapon spirit reveals to Meng Hao a shocking secret: the 3 generations of demon tamers perished in a conspiracy, and their legacy lies hidden within the ancient realm of Yaoshen. Wang Tu requests that Meng Hao subdue its demonic spirit and inherit the mantle of the demon tamers. At the same time, a mysterious and powerful figure clad in black robes appears. Meng Hao confronts the black-robed figure with the power of the ancient demon-taming scripture, awakening the demonic aura of Wang Tu. Amidst the howls of countless vengeful spirit, Meng Hao employs Wang Tu to vanquish the black-robed figure's demonic spirit, regaining control of the weapon. Thus, Meng Hao becomes the 9th inheritor of the ancient demon weapon Wang Tu, and of the lineage of demon tamers. He wields the demonic spear, surrounded by a whirlwind of darkness and countless faces wreathed in agony, exuding an aura of unmatched intimidation. With the devil spear in hand, Meng Hao had gained control over countless totem faces, making him the holy ancestor of the 8 Veins Alliance. The Yushan people bowed in reverence and tens of thousands of monsters roared. Upon seeing this, the other tribes became apprehensive and surrendered one after another. Meng Hao requested each tribe to leave behind 10,000 monsters. But when the Luo tribe disobeyed, Meng Hao pierced them with the devil spear, leading the tribe to submit. The surrounding tribes kept their word and left behind the monsters as they departed, and Meng Hao no longer obstructed them. The 8 Veins Alliance became a vassal of the Yushan tribe. The number of monsters increased, resources became plentiful, and its strength grew significantly. The Yushan tribe boarded their flying magic treasure and began migrating south, aiming to traverse the center of the western desert, enter the south, and step into the Inklands. The parrot was overjoyed and, as per Meng Hao's request, taught the Yushan tribe the Inklands formation in the hope of uniting the 2 armies in the Inklands. During the calamity in the western desert, the purple rain intensified, turning the northern region into a purple ocean, annihilating all living beings. The calamity spread to the central region, where the isolation of spiritual energy caused the cultivation of cultivators to decline and the tribal totemic ancestors to weaken. The flying magic treasure of the Crow God tribe struggled to survive in this catastrophe. Having experienced countless battles, Meng Hao's monster group was reduced to only 70,000. But their strength was far more formidable, although there were only 8,000 tribesmen. Each one was a seasoned warrior. Meng Hao honed his skills amid life and death, reaching a higher realm in his mastery of demonic energy and the tempering of totem power. Meanwhile, 3 monster spirits emerged, sparking a contest among the tribes. Meng Hao's Crow God tribe also experienced battles as a result, with Meng Hao suffering 2 serious injuries. However, the appearance of the monster spirits diverted attention from the Crow God tribe, allowing it to grow stronger. Half a month's flying distance away from Meng Hao, the 3 black sword magic weapons of the Yantian tribe were approaching through the air. These 3 tribes were the Yantian tribe's war clans, supervised by Zhao Decan, a master of alchemy who had been captured and sent to the western desert after entering the Ink Earth. Zhao Decan was extremely arrogant and had volunteered for this mission, intending to take advantage of it to go sightseeing. The fates of the Crow God tribe and the Yantian war corps intersected in mid-air in the central region of the western desert, and a great battle was about to break out. Mid-air, the colossal barge of the Raven Diviner tribe confronted the 8,000 warriors of the Cloud Sky tribe's battle unit. 3 black swords shuttled swiftly, appearing at the head of the barge. Both sides gathered killing intent, creating a tense atmosphere. The Raven Diviner tribesmen looked fierce, having experienced many a battle, while the battle unit members exuded killing intent, their foreheads bearing the imprint of a black sword. The 2 sides were equally matched, sensing each other's formidable battle spirit. The Raven Diviner tribe had 13 nascent soul cultivators, including those in the mid and latter phases, nearly the strength of a mid-sized tribe. The battle unit's nascent soul cultivators also noticed the Raven Diviner tribe's strength. Realizing that this would be a difficult battle, just as both sides were about to clash, Meng Hao and Zhao Decan exchanged glances from the crowds, separated by hundreds of meters. A wry smile passed between their eyes, breaking the deadly silence. The battle unit's high priest ordered an attack, but Zhao Decan interrupted with a reprimand. He explained that they had been ordered by the sect leader to negotiate a surrender. The battle unit's high priest and clan elder were furious. But due to Zhou Decan's status, they could only order their tribesmen to retreat. The two tribes stood apart, and Meng Hao and Zhou Decan flew to the sky to negotiate. The negotiations lasted 2 hours, and the two sides exchanged stories, recalling the past and sharing their experiences. The Raven Diviner tribesmen waited patiently, while the battle unit members wondered why Zhou Decan had spent so long negotiating a surrender. The sky gradually darkened, but the negotiations were still ongoing. As darkness fell, Zhou Decan wore a grave expression as he notified Meng Hao of the Crow Divinity tribe that the Cloud Sky Major clan had dispatched their war tribe to exterminate them. However, Zhou Decan said he would protect Meng Hao because he felt a deep connection with him. To buy some time, Zhou Decan proposed a plan to put on a show with Meng Hao. Zhou Decan claimed he would attempt to win people over with virtue and give the Crow Divinity tribe 10 years, during which time he would not pursue them. Meng Hao agreed to the plan and publicly declared he would not submit to Zhou Decan. Over the next 3 months, the war tribe caught up with the Crow Divinity tribe multiple times. But Zhou Decan kept blocking them with various excuses. Zhou Decan even helped the Crow Divinity tribe clear their path, preventing the war tribe from interfering. With time, the war tribe grew numb, understanding the close relationship between Zhou Decan and Meng Hao. Despite Zhou Decan's attempt to win them over, he eventually agreed to a one-on-one duel. Cultivators from both tribes took turns fighting in the air, limited to 2 at a time, with Zhou Decan stopping the duel whenever someone was in mortal danger. Gradually, the cultivators from the two tribes even became friends, exchanging insights into their cultivation techniques. The clan ancestor and archpriest of the war tribe had long understood that their mission had failed, so they decided to do Zhou Decan a favor. They maintained a harmonious relationship with the Crow Divinity tribe and ceased fighting. Until one day, 3 angry jade letters arrived from the Cloud Sky main clan, questioning why Zhou Decan and the war tribe had not completed the mission. When Zhou Decan learned of this, he could not help but let out a sigh, for he knew he was no longer able to escort Meng Hao. Thus, with Zhou Decan's tacit permission, the Crow Divinity tribe crossed the central region of the southern domain, drawing near to its southern edge. Upon their departure, the War tribe and the Black God tribe exchanged farewells and expressions of respect. The patriarch of the War tribe and the 2 late nascent soul cultivators of the Black God tribe were filled with emotions as they recalled their extraordinary encounters over the past 6 months. Zhou Decan presented Meng Hao with 10,000 private demon swarm and borrowed 20,000 different demon swarm from the War tribe, increasing Meng Hao's demon swarm to a massive 15,000. Such a quantity of demon swarm was enough to shake most tribes, surpassing even those with a spirit-severing patriarch. Meng Hao led the Black God tribe on their journey to the southern part of the western desert. Along the way, they witnessed the devastation caused by the floodwaters, which had submerged the western desert and extinguished all life. The southern region remained the only area untouched by the sea, becoming a gathering place for the tribes of the western desert. As the Black God tribe approached the southern border, a yellow light composed of tens of thousands of locusts descended upon them. It was the flying locust tribe of the Cloud Heaven tribe. They arrogantly demanded that the Black God tribe hand over their demon spirit, threatening to annihilate them otherwise. Meng Hao remained expressionless as he summoned his army of 15,000 demon swarm. Their roars shook the heavens and blocked out the sun. The flying locust tribe was astonished, their hopes fading as they recognized the vast chasm in power between the two forces. Meng Hao coldly repeated the flying locust tribe's earlier words, giving them 3 breaths to consider how they would dissuade the Black God tribe from their path of destruction. The flying locust tribe was terrified, realizing they were trapped in a desperate situation. The Fei Wang tribe is terrified as they face the threat of 150,000 monsters. Desperate, the patriarch of the Fei Wang tribe reports the situation to the Yushan Grand tribe. Soon, a green-robed envoy from Yushan arrives through magical means. The envoy displays a powerful aura and reveals the secret of Meng Hao's possession of a demon spirit, warning that if the Wushan tribe insists on going to war, the Yushan Grand tribe will not hesitate to destroy them. The envoy also offers the option of submitting to Yushan, but the people of the Wushan tribe show only unwavering determination to fight. Meng Hao refuses to submit, declaring that the Wushan tribe will fight Yushan. Seeing this, The green-robed envoy realizes that continuing the war will cost the Yushan Grand Tribe dearly. So he changes strategy, announcing that the misunderstanding has been cleared up and wishing the Wushan tribe a safe journey to Motu. The Fei Wang tribe takes advantage of this opportunity to retreat. Led by Meng Hao, the Wushan tribe continues on their way with the 150,000 monsters, heading towards Motu. As they approach Motu, the excitement and anticipation of the Wushan tribe grows. They know that this final journey will be fraught with danger. But they have been transformed and have become a formidable force to be reckoned with. 3 months later, the Wu Shen tribe ventured deep into the southern region of the Western Desert. But strangely encountered no wars. The brutality displayed by Meng Hao and the Wu Shen tribe deterred many tribes, making them hesitate to act even though they knew that the Wu Shen tribe possessed a demon spirit. The reputation of the Wu Shen tribe had spread throughout the Western Desert, making it the strongest tribe south of the central region. At the Duan Nan Pass, which borders the Motu region in the southern part of the Western Desert, the Wu Shen tribe encountered a sea demon tribe guarding the pass. The sea demon tribe established a rule that those who wished to pass through the pass must pay half of their tribe's resources and demons. The arrival of the Wu Shen tribe attracted the attention of other tribes, and 3 plundering tribes watched eagerly, waiting for the Wu Shen tribe to weaken after passing through the pass before attacking. The Duan Nan Pass was backed by the shadow of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Putting the Wu Shen tribe in a difficult position. Passing through the pass would mean facing the extortion of the Sea Demon tribe and the attacks of the plundering tribes, while not passing through would prevent them from continuing to the Motu region. The other tribes within the pass also waited to see what the Wu Shen tribe would choose. However, the elder of the Sea Demon tribe was arrogant and disrespectful, urging the Wu Shen tribe to leave. At this moment, Meng Hao's calm voice boomed like thunder, shaking the surrounding silence. As the words of the Wushan tribe reverberated across the inner and outer walls, Meng Hao, wielding a malevolent black spear, pointed it directly at the commander of the Broken South Gate, the elder of the Sea Monster tribe. This spear was forged from a wisp of demonic thought in the desolate tomb of demonic soldiers, possessing 1/10 of its original power. Meng Hao's actions instantly drew the attention of the 3 factions, the 3 plundering tribes outside the gate filled with anticipation, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the inner wall holding their breaths, and the elder of the Sea Monster tribe on the Broken South Gate looking on with disdain, convinced that the Wushan tribe would never dare to act rashly. However, to everyone's surprise, Meng Hao suddenly hurled the demonic spear. With a piercing shriek, the spear enveloped in black mist and a grimacing face shot straight toward the elder of the Sea Monster tribe. Caught off guard and his mind reeling, the elder was unable to dodge and was impaled in the chest by the spear, which pinned him to the city wall of Broken South City. Instantly, the black mist spread and devoured the elder's flesh, leaving behind only a skeleton. This scene shocked all the onlookers. The Wushan tribe's decisiveness and Meng Hao's boldness terrified the Sea Monster tribe, horrified the cultivators on the inner wall, and shook the resolve of the plundering tribes. Immediately, Meng Hao gave the order. Charge! Tens of thousands of Wushan tribesmen let out a thunderous roar, charging towards Broken South City like a horde of savage warriors. Simultaneously, a horde of 150,000 bloodthirsty demon beasts surged forward, densely covering the ground as they attacked the gate. A bloody battle was about to begin. A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by the sounds of rampant slaughter. Over 10,000 tribesmen of the Raven Divinity tribe surged forth with blood-red eyes, unleashing their 5 elements totem and formidable techniques, initiating a bloody massacre. Wu Chen, no longer the young man he once was, now possessed a cold and deadly demeanor. With his hands, he conjured the wood totem, tearing the enemy leader apart and holding his head aloft, sending a thunderous roar into the sky. The other tribesmen of the Raven Divinity tribe followed suit, decapitating their enemies and brandishing their severed heads, striking terror into their hearts. War had become their way of life, their indifference to death and their unwavering desire for the Black Ink territory leading them to view any obstacle as an obstacle that must be destroyed. Their actions were swift and ruthless, their murderous intentions permeating the air. Their war cries struck fear into the Sea Monster tribe, stirring up panic and despair. The Raven Divinity tribe swept across the southern checkpoint like a tempest, leaving a trail of dead Sea Monster tribesmen in their wake. The sea monster tribesmen discovered that the Raven divinity tribe possessed an astounding fighting strength, far surpassing that of the northern tribes, capable of slaying spirit cultivators from a major tribe. This realization sent shockwaves through their hearts, and they began to flee in disarray. On the battlefield, the tribesmen of the Raven divinity tribe were like tigers among sheep, their ferocity unmatched. Their nascent soul cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with their sea monster tribe counterparts, the clash of their powers echoing across the battlefield. Meng Hao stood aloof, observing the carnage with an indifferent expression. His monster horde swept over the enemy horde, devouring them in their wake. Suddenly, two elderly cultivators from the sea monster tribe emerged, their fury blazing. Meng Hao brandished his demon spear, unleashing a strike that sent demonic mist roaring forth, carrying countless faces that surged towards the elderly cultivators, inflicting heavy wounds upon them. At that moment, the ground beneath the southern checkpoint began to tremble violently, and a beam of azure light shot up into the sky. A strange being with blue skin and a long fishtail emerged, wielding 4 tridents that radiated an AWE-inspiring aura. Tianfang Beast and the Parrot engaged this being, and the surrounding area reverberated with the deafening sounds of their battle. Just as the sea monster tribe was on the verge of annihilation, their patriarch let out a piercing roar. The southern checkpoint shook, and cracks began to spread across the ground. A colossal, 8-armed statue, its form a deep, malevolent black, erupted from beneath the soil, exuding an ancient and sinister energy. The statue's eyes opened, and a sense of impending doom washed over Meng Hao. Without hesitation, he thrust his demon spear forward, aiming for the statue's brow. However, the statue seemed to ignore the spear, its gaze fixed upon Meng Hao. A single word escaped its lips: vanish. This word carried the weight of a command, causing Meng Hao's entire body to tremble. Blood seeped from his mouth, and his soul felt as though it were being torn apart. It was at that moment that the 3 great plundering tribes from beyond the checkpoint appeared, preparing to take advantage of Meng Hao's weakened state and finish him off. As fierce battles raged between the Wushan tribe and sea monsters at Duan South Pass, a colossal figure descended from the distance: the Darkness Dragon Regiment. This black dragon, thousands of feet long, carried tens of thousands of cultivators, their right wrists bound with black cords that emanated an ominous aura. The cultivators' faces were resolute, a black dragon totem etched upon their foreheads. They were the once glorious Darkness Dragon Regiment, who had journeyed with great peril to this place after capturing a demon spirit in the eastern western desert. Behind the Darkness Dragon Regiment hung a swarm of skeletal skulls connected by ropes, numbering over 100,000. They soared in the air, propelled by the dragon's movement, presenting an eerie sight. Several elders stood at the head of the dragon, with a sturdy young man standing out among them, who was none other than Xu Bai. Years ago, Xu Bai had fought Meng Hao in Ruin's Bridge Realm for a demon spirit and had been defeated. Since then, he had led the Darkness Dragon Regiment through countless battles and trials. But their spirit remained unyielding. The arrival of the Darkness Dragon Regiment caught the attention of the cultivators within the pass, who speculated about their intentions. Xu Bai's gaze swept across the battlefield, noting Meng Hao's desperate struggle, along with the strange 8-armed statue in the 3 plundering tribes. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Bai declared, "I, Xu, most abhor those who interfere in others' battles. These 3 plundering tribes, my Darkness Dragon Regiment will assist the Wushan tribe in holding them back." The 10,000 cultivators of the Darkness Dragon Regiment roared in unison, transforming into streaks of light that shot towards the plundering tribes. Xu Bai explained that they and the Wushan tribe were natural allies against the calamity, and pledged that the Darkness Dragon Regiment would fight alongside them until the end. Seeing the support of the Darkness Dragon Regiment, Meng Hao wiped the blood from his lips, ceased his retreat, and focused his attention on the statue. He discovered that the statue was immune to all magic treasures and divine abilities, with only the demon spear able to inflict any damage. After some reflection, Meng Hao surmised that the statue's weakness lay in the moment it spoke. Thus, when the statue opened its mouth, he launched a barrage of attacks, including the demon spear, blood body, time sword formation, and blood immortal divine ability. Finally, the statue could no longer withstand Meng Hao's relentless assault and collapsed into dust. Though Meng Hao himself suffered grievous injuries, he was elated to have uncovered the statue's vulnerability. With that, the The Battle of Duan South Pass drew to a temporary close, as the Darkness Dragon Regiment and the Wushan tribe forged an alliance, uniting against the invaders and laying the foundation for their future campaign to reclaim the Ink ruins. On the outskirts of Duannan City, a bloody battle was unfolding. A fierce fight had erupted between the Wu Shen tribe and the Sea Monster tribe, with the Wu Shen tribe exhibiting unexpected strength that surpassed the Sea Monster's expectations. The Sea Monster tribesmen were being steadily beaten back, despair hanging heavy in the air, until only about 1,000 remained, their screams echoing through the battlefield. Meng Hao closed his eyes to heal his wounds, absorbing the power of his elixirs. However, the carnage outside persisted, and the Sea Monster tribe's strongest warriors attempted to disturb Meng Hao, only to be intercepted. Moments later, all the ordinary members of the Sea Monster tribe had fallen, with only 10 or so nascent soul cultivators surviving. Meanwhile, Meng Hao had also devoured the Sea Monster tribe's horde of demons. The tens of thousands of cultivators inside and outside Duannan Pass witnessed this scene, their hearts trembling. The strength of the Wu Shen tribe had deeply shocked them. The 3 raiding tribes who were engaged in battle with the Black Dragon Legion saw what was happening, and their hearts skipped a beat as they began to retreat. Meng Hao opened his eyes and seized the opportunity, the demonic spear in his hand piercing the heart of the Sea Monster tribe's elder. He then lunged at another elder, draining his life force. Shortly after, the Sea Monster tribe's patriarch, high priest, and grand elder fled the scene, just as the Sea Monster tribe's totem saint was about to perish. The patriarch and the 2 elders coughed up blood and retreated. Meng Hao brandished his demonic spear, his blood form pursuing them in hot pursuit. 2 elders from the 8 Veins Alliance also joined the fray. 3 loud bangs echoed through the air, and the Sea Monster tribe's patriarch was killed. The high priest was devoured by the blood form, and the grand elder was slain by the combined efforts of the 8 Veins Alliance's patriarch and high priest. The Sea Monster tribe had been utterly annihilated. The tens of thousands of cultivators inside the pass watched the Wu Shen tribe with awe. Meng Hao turned his gaze outside, where he saw the Black Dragon Legion and the 3 raiding tribes engaged in fierce combat. The Wu Shen tribesmen charged onto the battlefield, joining forces with the Black Dragon Legion to besiege the raiders. Xu Bai also joined the battle, the Black Dragon circling him as he fought ruthlessly. Meng Hao and Xu Bai engaged in a contest to see who could destroy the enemy tribes faster, each leading the Wu Shen tribe and the Black Dragon Legion respectively in their assaults on 2 of the raiding tribes. The 2 tribes fled in disarray, but one of them was completely wiped out, demonstrating the overwhelming power of the Wu Shen tribe and the Black Dragon. On the border of West Desert, Meng Hao reunites with Xu Bai, the leader of the Wushan tribe. They recall their experiences in the Ruins Bridge realm, but the formidable challenges ahead are now more pressing. To seize the qualifications for entering the Ink soil, the Black Dragon tribe and the Wushan tribe engage in fierce battles with plundering tribes. The 2 sides are evenly matched, but the Wushan tribe gradually gains the upper hand with the assistance of Meng Hao's beast horde. To break the stalemate, the Black Dragon tribe unseals its restrictions, significantly boosting its strength. The Wushan tribe also unveils its astonishing potential, as the number of beasts in its horde unexpectedly increases. The 2 sides ultimately reach a standstill. Meng Hao and Xu Bai recognize the importance of unity and form an alliance. The Black Dragon tribe contributes 70,000 beasts, bringing Meng Hao's total beast horde to 240,000. Along their continuing expedition, the Black Dragon and Wushan tribes encounter countless plundering tribes, and Meng Hao's beast horde plays a crucial role in battles. Within a month, Meng Hao's horde swells to over 300,000 beasts. The second month brings even more intense combat, including a combined siege by plundering tribes. With the terrifying might of Meng Hao's 400,000 beasts, the enemies are crushed and dispersed. In the third month, they proceed unimpeded, heading straight for the Ink soil. However, a sense of crisis lingers. When they finally arrive at the Ink soil, they are met with a shocking sight. On the border between Mo-Earth and the Western Desert, there was a cliff-like fault that towered into the clouds, isolating the purple sea catastrophe of the Western Desert. On top of this cliff stood the majestic Mo Gate, stretching over 80,000 feet, separating the Western Desert and Mo-Earth. The scenes inside and outside Mo Gate were vastly different. Outside Mo Gate, purple rain raged, and there was no light inside Mo Gate. The sky was clear, with white clouds and an abundance of life. The only entrance to Mo Gate was also the only way for Western Desert cultivators to enter Mo Earth. However, it was not easy to enter Mo Earth. More than 20 plundering tribes and more than 400,000 demon hordes were stationed in front of Mo Gate, watching vigilantly, blocking anyone who wanted to enter Mo Earth. These tribes were murderous and greedy, vowing to fight to the death with invaders. There were tens of thousands of bamboo poles stuck in the ground, with the heads of all the tribesmen of the Heavenly Wind tribe hanging on tame, a tragic tribe that had been exterminated. Another bamboo pole was empty, indicating the fate of the Raven and Black Dragon tribes. On the city wall of Mo Gate, tens of thousands of cultivators looked on coldly, treating this life and death battle as a play. Among them, the giants of the Heavenly Court Alliance and the cultivators of the Western Desert's great tribes were in high positions, overlooking the carnage on the battlefield. Meng Hao and Xu Bai led the Raven and Black Dragon tribes into a final battle with the plundering tribes and the demon hordes. The tribesmen of the Raven tribe lifted their seals, their bodies expanding, transforming into velociraptors. With Xu Bai's order, the tribesmen of the Black Dragon tribe also lifted their seals and fought alongside the Raven tribe. The 400,000 demon hordes also joined the battle, with Da Mao, Mao, San Mao, the barbarian giant, and Gula all appearing. The parrots screeched, reminding everyone to form an array. A bloody battle was about to break out. Despite facing overwhelming odds of 200,000 against 20,000, the Wu Shen and Black Dragon tribes face a battle that will determine their fate. Their only hope lies in the Wu Shen totem ancestor Meng Hao and his army of 400,000 demons. As the battle erupts, the clash of steel against steel shakes the earth. Wu Shen tribesmen quickly change formations, effectively repelling the enemy's advances. Meng Hao commands his demon hordes in a fierce battle against the 400,000 demons of the Marauder tribe. Nascent soul cultivators engage, creating a torrent of destruction. However, Wu Shen and Black Dragon tribes suffer a severe shortage of nascent soul cultivators, and Meng Hao becomes the enemy's primary target. 3 totem ancestors and 7 late nascent soul cultivators team up to hunt him down. Using the Blood Mask's lightning power and his blood immortal divine ability, Meng Hao fights back but sustains grievous injuries. Faced with the relentless pressure from the enemy, Meng Hao did not panic, but instead used his speed and the Bloodburst flash skill to constantly maneuver and wait for the opportunity to kill the isolated Foundation establishment cultivators. The Marauder tribe, in order to force Meng Hao to fight, even threatened to massacre the ordinary members of the Raven deity tribe. Just as the enemies were about to disperse, the more than 7,000 members of the Raven deity tribe finally completed the deployment of the formation. Mist permeated the air, and the parrot proudly exclaimed, "Believe in the fifth lord, and gain eternal life." At this moment, the fate of the Raven deity tribe rested in the hands of Meng Hao in this mysterious formation. Despite enemy threats to massacre the tribe's ordinary people, Meng Hao remains unyielding. Just as his enemies are about to disperse, the 7,000 Wu Shen tribesmen complete the arrangement of their formation. A dense fog descends as a parrot proclaims, "Trust in the fifth master, and you shall live forever." The fate of the Wu Shen tribe now rests in the hands of Meng Hao in this enigmatic formation. As the voice resounded, it astonished every cultivator in the vicinity. The 20 tribal clansmen from the Plunderers' Alliance were stunned, and even the Black Dragon tribe was taken aback. Simultaneously, the thick fog rolled in, and the clansmen of the Dark Shaman tribe emanated formidable auras that forced the Plunderers' Alliance cultivators to retreat, while those cultivators who were enveloped by the fog let out piercing screams. Meng Hao, as the sole cultivator of the Dark Shaman tribe outside the tribe, utilized his Azure Smoke movement technique to flit about, seizing the opportunity to eradicate the elders of the Plunderers' Alliance. His actions attracted the attention of the nascent soul cultivators, and nearly 70 of the Plunderers' powerhouses, including over a dozen totem ancestors, besieged him. In the face of such formidable enemies, Meng Hao remained calm and collected. He abruptly halted and produced a flower of the extraterrestrial devil heart. In an instant, a deafening roar engulfed everyone's minds, and the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Exploiting the brief moment when the flower of the extraterrestrial devil heart affected his opponents, Meng Hao unleashed his divine abilities, which included the 5 elements totem and the blood fiend body. In the span of 8 breaths, he decimated 5 totem ancestors and 13 nascent soul elders. and successfully subjugated 400,000 of the Plunderers Alliance's monster horde. As the flower of the extraterrestrial devil heart withered and dissipated, the Plunderers Alliance cultivators came to their senses and found themselves facing Meng Hao, who now commanded a horde of 800,000 monsters. This unprecedented spectacle stunned everyone present, including the cultivators from the Heavenly Court Alliance on the walls of Inkgate City and Patriarch/Spirit. The 800,000 monster horde swept through the Plunderers Alliance, and howls of agony reverberated through the air. The Dark Shaman tribe and the Black Dragon tribe were untouched under the protection of Meng Hao's monster horde, leaving the Plunderers Alliance in dire straits. With this single move, Meng Hao had reversed the tide of the battle and become its master. Meng Hao realizes that the Wu Shen tribe stands little chance against the 20 tribes of the Looter Alliance. In order to save his tribe, he decides to utilize his strongest ability as a demon sealer. Meng Hao releases the extraterrestrial heart demon flower, causing the hundreds of Looter tribe manipulators hidden within the demon hordes to fall into a coma, buying time to gain control of the hordes. With the 80,000 demon hordes charging, Meng Hao's plan succeeds. The sheer momentum of the demon hordes inflicts heavy casualties on the Looter tribes, and the totem ancestors and nascent soul cultivators also rush into the hordes, heading straight for Meng Hao. Meng Hao realizes that blood is also a form of power, a source that can condense totems. The combined formations of the Wu Shen tribe and the Golden Light Sect join the fray from both sides, further weakening the Looter Alliance. After intense fighting, the Looter tribes are reduced to only 50,000 tribesmen. Meng Hao's eyes turn blood red, and his skin, robes, and hair all become a vibrant crimson hue. He has comprehended the blood totem, and his cultivation skyrockets, astounding the powerhouses and totem ancestors of the Looter Alliance. Meng Hao incorporates the blood body of the Ji tribe into his finger, imprinting it with a blood totem. His cultivation bursts forth at that moment, reaching a shocking height. Above the blood lake of the Western Desert, Meng Hao activated the power of immortal blood, awakening the terrifying blood totem. The power of the blood totem swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the blood of the Plunderer tribe and the cultivators of the Mo sect to surge uncontrollably, as if about to burst out of their bodies. At the same time, in the Tay ancient temple of the southern region, all the divine statues shed bloody tears, paying homage to the resurgence of the blood immortal's power. Meng Hao looked up at the sky. The blood totem condensed on his index finger. He temporarily unified the power of the 5 elements, and the fusion of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth created the meaning of the beginning of chaos. With the unification of the 5 elements, Meng Hao's perfect golden core transformed, giving birth to a nascent soul that belonged to him. Meng Hao's cultivation exploded, breaking through from the golden core realm directly to the nascent soul initial stage, then rapidly climbing to the nascent soul middle stage peak. Only one step away from the nascent soul late stage, 5-colored heavens appeared behind him, with gold, azure, blood red, black, and white surrounding his body, exuding an indescribable aura of terror. At this moment, Meng Hao's cultivation had reached the nascent soul middle stage peak, sufficient to crush nascent soul cultivators. However, he understood that this was not the true perfection of the 5 elements. He looked forward to fusing the blood immortal inheritance and the purple rain of the Western Desert's cataclysm, obtaining the water totem's greater perfection, thus breaking through the nascent soul middle stage. Faced with the assassination of the Plunderer Alliance's peak expert, Meng Hao unleashed the power of the 5 elements unification, instantly disintegrating a 1,000-foot boulder with 5-colored light. Then, he flicked a finger, 5-colored light condensing on his fingertip, shooting towards the old man in an instant. The old man had no way to dodge and was heavily injured on the spot, his body turning into a golden statue and finally burning to death in a sea of fire. Meng Hao's power of the 5 elements unification allowed the old man to witness true power. After a fierce battle, Meng Hao led 800,000 demon forces to defeat the siege of the Plunderer tribe, smashing their attempt to exterminate them. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the Plunderer Alliance admitted defeat and sullenly left the battlefield. With the withdrawal of the Plunderer Alliance, Meng Hao led the Wushan tribe, Jingguang sect, and Hailong tribe to the foot of the Mo sect. He ordered the Wushan tribe and Hailong tribe to enter the Mo sect with demon spirits. And after a moment, the Mo sect slowly opened, revealing a huge entrance, Xu Bai of the Hailong tribe expressed his gratitude and led the tribe to enter the Mo sect first. Then, Meng Hao looked at the people of the Wushan tribe, especially the people of the former 5 tribes of the Wushan tribe. With mixed feelings in his heart, Meng Hao gave the Wushan tribe vine seeds and transformed them into guardians of the tribe. He merged the Jingguang sect into the Wushan tribe, renamed it the Jinwu tribe, appointed Gula as the dragon master of the Jinwu tribe, presented the Jinwu tribe with savage giants, and left 800,000 demon forces as their fighting force. Faced with the reluctance of the Jinwu tribe, Meng Hao refused their retention politely. He believed that his gratitude to the Jinwu tribe and the Wushan tribe had been repaid, and that the place he was going now was not suitable for the Jinwu tribe. Under the reluctant gaze of the Jinwu tribe, Meng Hao turned and left. Stepping into the vast sky, he realized the profound meaning of cause and effect, understanding that there was a result for every cause and a cause for every result. With the appearance of the Ji family's fishing rod, Meng Hao sensed that all beings were entangled in the threads of cause and effect. And he realized a deeper realm. The crimson rain engulfs the western desert, threatening to submerge the Ink sect, resulting in a catastrophe that will last for 10,000 years. Meng Hao chooses to leave the Ink territory to comprehend the crimson rain and transform it into his own water totem. After parting ways with the Crow God tribe, Meng Hao senses the approach of the Soul Slayer. As expected, a translucent Soul Slayer figure materializes out of thin air. However, Meng Hao is prepared and sacrifices his second demon spirit to sever his connection to the Crow God tribe. The Soul Slayer relentlessly demands that Meng Hao surrender his demon spirits. Meng Hao's parrot and pudding anxiously deny being his accomplices. However, Meng Hao deliberately reveals the parrot's true identity as the demon spirit, immediately drawing the Soul Slayer's attention to it. The parrot and pudding curse Meng Hao's shamelessness but tremble in fear before the Soul Slayer's formidable presence. A fierce battle is about to break out, where Meng Hao, the parrot, and pudding will face the imminent threat from the Soul Slayer. The ethereal nature and power of the Soul Slayer realm lie in its comprehension of different life experiences, which manifest in unique sword techniques. Each of the Soul Slayer's 3 cuts represents the embodiment of a specific concept, with each cut elevating the cultivator's realm. The path of the Soul Slayer is treacherous, with each cut exacting a heavy price, causing many cultivators to remain at the great circle of nascent soul cultivation. The first cut of the Soul Slayer grants the cultivator an additional 500 to 1,000 years of lifespan, making it an extremely challenging endeavor with few successful attempts. Meng Hao yearns for the Soul Slayer realm but is aware of its perils. He seeks an unprecedented path to immortality, with the Soul Slayer being only the first step. As the Soul Slayer pursues him, Meng Hao prepares himself for the confrontation with an overwhelming force, promising a fierce and relentless battle. Facing the parrots and aspects blame, the translucent figure let out a cold snort, making the world stand still with intimidating pressure. Although Meng Hao had once engaged the slashing spirit grandmaster, it was his first time receiving such pressure alone, which forced blood out of him. The slashing spirit grandmaster ridiculed Meng Hao's 5 elements totem as childish and laughable, claiming to take over his body. His finger released potent, cold energy, attempting to freeze Meng Hao's emotions and transform him into a suitable vessel for possession. At the critical moment, Zhixiang intervened with a blooming white lotus that shattered the slashing spirit grandmaster's fabricated world. Meng Hao recovered but still felt the chill in his heart. Despite Zhixiang's reluctance, Meng Hao did not mind and used her hindrance to perform a blood collapse flash escape. The slashing spirit grandmaster pursued, but Zhixiang used the little immortal energy she had left to hinder him. Buying Meng Hao time, Meng Hao escaped to the purple rain-soaked southern continent for a month, his cultivation gradually weakening. After leaving the southern desert, he entered the central region and saw the boundless purple sea. Under the gloomy sky, violet rain poured down, submerging the entire world into a vast ocean. Meng Hao stood alone over the firmament, gazing at the boundless sea, overcome by an immeasurable sense of solitude. Yet, Meng Hao did not succumb to despair, but instead resolutely pressed forward. A parrot fluttered its wings high, occasionally letting out arrogant cries, as if oblivious to the cataclysmic scene. After months of relentless flight, Meng Hao reached the heart of the former western desert. Once prosperous mountain peaks had now become desolate islands, protruding from the surface of the silent sea. Meng Hao selected this place as his secluded retreat. For the all-devouring violet rain posed no threat to him but rather assisted him in communing with the violet rain totem. As days turned into months, Meng Hao's cultivation steadily advanced. He understood that the final blood totem represented life and defiance of death, while the violet rain totem symbolized mortality and the extinction of life force. Only by merging life and death could he achieve the culmination of the water totem. Thus, Meng Hao resolutely leapt into the violet sea. As he submerged, the aura of death washed over him. But he gritted his teeth and came to a halt at a depth of about 10 fathoms. This was the limit he could endure. With time, Meng Hao came to perceive the destructive force stemmed from the opposition between life and death. He realized that the key to understanding the violet rain totem lay in resolving this contradiction. Only when both life force and deathly aura coexisted would the destructive power be annulled. Allowing Meng Hao to grasp the essence of mortality, Meng Hao persisted in the violet sea for a year, finally finding his balance point at a depth of 300 fathoms. His aura became ethereal, his skin translucent, as if he had been reborn from the dead. A decade passed, and the violet rain continued to fall. But the sea no longer deepened. Meng Hao understood that his comprehension of the violet rain totem was merely rudimentary, and he would require prolonged cultivation to truly master its power. At this juncture, a swarm of spectral beings circled warily around Meng Hao. These specters were the emissaries of the violet sea, intent on claiming all remnants of life. Meng Hao engaged them in battle and gradually came to realize that the violet rain totem not only extinguished life force but also enabled him to control the specters, converting them into his own power. Meng Hao dedicated himself to further cultivation, biding his time until the opportunity arose to elevate the violet rain totem to its ultimate state of mastery. The specter, meeting Meng Hao's gaze, hesitated but then abruptly exploded into death chi. Charging toward Meng Hao, Meng Hao countered the specter's death chi with his vitality. Annihilating the specter entirely, he realized that over the past decade, as his comprehension of life grew, so too did his control over the will of life and annihilation. As Meng Hao continued to comprehend the violet sea, his vitality slowly weakened, while his death chi grew increasingly dense, and his body neared that of a specter. After many years of diving through the seafloor, he finally reached the deepest part of the seabed, where he felt an endless aura of death and formed a symbiosis with it. After 40 years of comprehending the will of death in the seabed, Meng Hao suppressed his vitality to the extreme, and his body became permeated with death chi. He succeeded in comprehending death in the violet rain and realized that only by becoming the violet rain could he truly understand its will. During this time, drastic changes took place on the Inklands. 6 forces rose to power, among which the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan was the most formidable, possessing a horde of 1.8 million Yao beasts and a totem ancestral saint. In addition, Meng Hao's former pets, the parrot and the meat jelly, returned to the Inklands and became dragon conquerors. The Purple Fate sect from the southern domain forged close ties with the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan since Meng Hao, of whom there had been no news for 40 years, was once a disciple of the Purple Fate sect. The news of this revealed the long-standing enmity between the Ji clan and Meng Hao. Far away from Meng Hao in the violet sea seabed sat a young man dressed in black robes adorned with a bat symbol. His left eye was a maelstrom containing an eerie skeleton. He called himself the remnant spirit of the 7 true spirits of primordial times and sought to reclaim his spirit, taking the path of a true spirit once more. 4 decades later, Meng Hao had disappeared without a trace, submerging himself in the purple sea at the bottom of the western desert. He was not dead, however, but sitting cross-legged in meditation, secluded for many years. The annihilating intent of the purple sea gradually dissipated, but with it, Meng Hao's vitality also waned, sustaining only a thin thread. Another 2 decades passed, and Meng Hao had spent a full 60 years contemplating the purple sea. The outside world had nearly forgotten his existence. Conflicts between the Black Dragon and Golden Crow tribes escalated, but Xu Bai's staunch suppression prevented their widening. Until one day, Meng Hao opened his eyes, gradually recovering his wits from his daze. He realized that the annihilating intent had not fully dissipated, hindering his merging with the purple sea. In order to fully comprehend, Meng Hao resolutely shattered the last shred of vitality within his body. With the disappearance of vitality, the annihilating intent dissipated, and the deathly energy of the purple sea instantly surged into Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body gradually turned gray, merging with the purple sea. His consciousness also dissipated, forgetting everything. Only the death intent of the purple sea remembered him, continuously permeating his body until he became a part of it. 90 years later, the purple rain of the western desert finally ceased. At this time, the purple sea underwent a transformation, each wave seemingly carrying Meng Hao's will. However, Meng Hao remained ignorant, only remembering that he had become the purple sea. He saw the youths of the Black Dragon tribe fleeing in terror and watched as cultivators established sea cities in the purple sea, capturing lost souls. As time passed, Meng Hao gradually became bored and settled down. Unbeknownst to him, an elderly alchemist wearing a white robe appeared on the purple sea. Gazing at the ocean, he sensed Meng Hao's familiar aura. The elder sighed lightly, recognizing that Meng Hao was transforming into a demon. With a hint of complexity, he turned and left. Meng Hao's body trembled slightly, but his consciousness had long since become oblivious. He had merged with the purple sea, becoming a celestial demon, severing ties with his past. Deep beneath the purple depths of the western desert sea, Meng Hao slumbered, his form taking on a demonic shape. However, fragments of his memories remained. Familiar faces like Xu Bai, Chen Fan, and Little Fatty appeared, but Meng Hao could not recall their names. Even the totemic sacred ancestor, Big Mao, visited, his cultivation formidable, but not the legendary 12th rank. Instead, he was at the 11th rank, close to severing spirit. Meng Hao knew that due to the western desert's calamity, the totemic sacred ancestor's strength had weakened. Yet, an 11th rank celestial demon like him, capable of transforming into a totem, was rare. One day, a 10th rank Dao King cultivator of the ancient and revered Zhao clan arrived but could only leave in disappointment, leaving behind an ominous aura and a sense of regret. The crimson-clad Chu Yuyan and the alchemical genius, Xu Qing, also appeared in the purple sea. Chu Yuyan left an elixir, while Xu Qing left a tear and lingered on the island for a year. Gazing out at the sea, Meng Hao's thoughts stirred with these memories, and the purple sea began to churn. As he questioned himself, the sea roared with titanic waves. Xu Qing's tear, filled with endless bitterness, flowed unimpeded through the sea, reaching Meng Hao's body. It became a bitter fluid that seeped into his lips. At that moment, Meng Hao's body trembled, and an unprecedented aura erupted. As Meng Hao opened his eyes, countless memories and images flooded him, restoring everything. He understood that death was not the end but a new beginning. He was Meng Hao, a cultivator who had chosen to fathom the purple sea. In that moment of clarity, the purple sea's waves subsided, and the wandering spirits disappeared. Meng Hao's life force surged, and the purple sea no longer rejected him. For Meng Hao was the purple sea, and the purple sea was Meng Hao. Raising his right hand, he caused the sea to sink 10 meters, and a portion of water coalesced on his hand, forming a purple character. This symbolized his mastery over the purple sea's power of death, granting him the purple sea totem. Meng Hao then fused his blood totem of life into the purple sea totem, creating the purple blood nascent soul that represented both life and death. Imprinting it upon his golden core, Meng Hao had forged a path of his own, using his body as a cauldron and his heart as an alchemy recipe. He embarked on the unprecedented path of refining the five-colored nascent soul, a journey never attempted before. In the vortex of energy selection, the purple-red light within Meng Hao surged forth, gradually condensing into a hazy humanoid shape. As the vortex continued to expand, a sea of purple encircled Meng Hao, causing tremors throughout the entire West Desert Purple Sea and leaving the cultivators in awe. At this moment, Meng Hao closed his eyes and concentrated, the purple-red light within his body growing stronger. The humanoid outline gradually solidified, eventually transforming into a 7-inch tall, semi-transparent little person, the purple blood nascent soul. This nascent soul possessed a formidable aura, comparable to that of an untainted nascent soul. As soon as the purple blood nascent soul appeared, it flew out of Meng Hao's body and sat cross-legged above him. Meng Hao's cultivation also erupted, reaching the early nascent soul stage, but it was much more stable and powerful than what he had obtained outside the Ink sect. Immediately, the golden totem within Meng Hao's body flickered and dissipated, merging into the chaotic energy vortex. Meng Hao used his body as a furnace to refine the true spirit power of the golden crow, condensing a second nascent soul, golden nascent soul. This golden nascent soul was also 7 inches tall, its entire body shining with golden light and emitting a divine aura. Following its appearance, Meng Hao's cultivation soared again, reaching the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Next, Meng Hao refined green wood and condensed the wood nascent soul, breaking through to the middle nascent soul stage. Using the undying fire as a catalyst, he refined the fourth nascent soul fire nascent soul, advancing his cultivation to the peak of the middle nascent soul stage. Finally, Meng Hao integrated the true origin power of the frost soil demon emperor and condensed the 5 elements earth nascent soul, stepping into the late nascent soul stage. At this moment, Meng Hao possessed 5 nascent souls: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, completing the first step of the 5 colors nascent soul. In the history of the southern domain, Meng Hao was the first cultivator to reach the first stage of the 5 colors nascent soul, becoming the strongest existence in his realm. Meng Hao's spiritual awareness surged to 9,000 zhang, granting him the divine sense unique to nascent soul cultivators. He contemplated his cultivation path, realizing the gap between himself and the legendary perfect nascent soul. To close this gap, Meng Hao ingested an ancient, miraculous one-color soul-gathering pill. After consuming 14 pills, he felt a piercing pain in his brow and sensed a hidden force in his divine sense. This force was a strand of white kunpeng wind, which Meng Hao speculated was his wind totem. Through the refinement of his 5 elemental nascent souls and the aid of the soul-gathering pills, the kunpeng wind was forced out and condensed into a 6th nascent soul, wind nascent soul. Meng Hao's cultivation rose to the peak of the late nascent soul realm, and his divine sense expanded to 9,999 zhang, reaching the limits of a perfect nascent soul. However, this perfect nascent soul came at a cost. His lifespan would be reduced by 6 times, expiring in 100 years. Just as Meng Hao was about to complete the self-created path to a perfect nascent soul and fuse his 5 elemental nascent souls, the nether flower within him erupted once more, attempting to seize his opportunity. Above Violet Sea continent, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and tribulation clouds rolled. This strange phenomenon startled cultivators in the 10 marketplaces of Violet Sea, who speculated that a treasure had appeared or someone was undergoing tribulation. However, the tribulation only manifested over Violet Sea, and cultivators on Obsidian continent were unaware of it. In a seaside pavilion of the second marketplace, the son of spirit-severing patriarch Hu Yanyunming, Hu Yanqing, indulged in pleasure. Suddenly, the sky thundered, and Hu Yanqing sensed something amiss. Accompanied by nascent soul great perfection cultivator Old Wu, he took a sedan towards the source of the thunder. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was cultivating underwater and sensed the netherflower stirring. He had expected the netherflower to act during his tribulation. Not at this moment. Meng Hao responded calmly, merging his gold, wood, water, and fire nascent souls, increasing his battle prowess. However, as Meng Hao was about to merge his earth nascent soul, the netherflower revealed a 5th petal, related to Meng Hao's nascent soul refinement and unity of the 5 elements. The netherflower attacked with full force, trying to possess Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao merged his earth nascent soul, uniting the 5 elements and increasing his battle prowess to 8 times the peak of late nascent soul. The netherflower's 5th petal being related to unity of the 5 elements and a 1-color nascent pill surprised Meng Hao. He realized that the netherflower might be a means to ascend in the future. Determined to defeat it head-on, he fought the netherflower with all his might. As the 5 elements merged, Meng Hao's battle prowess skyrocketed, reaching 16 times the peak of the late nascent soul stage, surpassing the great perfection of nascent soul. This astonishing battle prowess stemmed from Meng Hao's self-created nascent soul Dao, which not only gave him perfect combat abilities but also transcended them. When confronting the Lycoris radiata that had bloomed its 5th petal, Meng Hao's terrifying battle prowess directly shattered it, forcing it to retreat deep within Meng Hao's body. Subsequently, Meng Hao fused his 6th nascent soul, forming a 6-colored nascent soul, and his battle prowess once again climbed to 32 times the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Equivalent to the great perfection of nascent soul, Meng Hao suppressed the Lycoris radiata, leaving his mark within its core, forcing it to bloom its 6th petal within a century or face annihilation. In the meantime, Meng Hao consumed the pill gifted by the Dan Devil, replenishing a vast amount of lifespan, restoring it to half a jiazi. Meng Hao's body grew taller, his flesh incredibly robust, By controlling the fusion of the six-colored nascent soul, he could toggle between the six fate nascent soul transformation divine abilities, manifesting only the power of the first fate in his normal state, maintaining his cultivation at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. At this moment, Meng Hao emerged from the depths of the violet sea, reappearing in the heavens and earth. Tribulation clouds spread out, and heavenly tribulation roared. Meng Hao calmly faced the tribulation, uttering, "Long time no see." Meng Hao's life encompasses two major parts: his path to imperial examination success and his path of cultivation advancement. His cultivation journey has involved life or death escapes and numerous heavenly tribulations. Now, standing on the violet sea and facing countless lightning bolts within a tribulation cloud, he can't help but sigh that this is the challenge he has been waiting for. Meng Hao had experienced a perfect foundation establishment and a golden core tribulation. Yet, he now faces everything with composure. He raises his head to look at the sky, calmly accepting the arm-thick red lightning bolts that approach him. With a casual wave of his sleeve, he neutralizes all threats. The tribulation grows enraged and sends down 4 red lightning bolts at the great circle of nascent soul level. However, Meng Hao remains fearless and allows them to strike him. After the 4 lightning bolts, Meng Hao remains unscathed, maintaining the first level of his 6 fiends transformation. The tribulation clouds churn again, and 8 more powerful red lightning bolts descend. Meng Hao activates his second level, doubling his combat power and expanding his body with majestic momentum. He took the offensive, refusing to back down, and smashed his way through the encirclement of 8 lightning strikes. 18 red lightning bolts roar toward him, and Meng Hao activates his third level, causing his body to expand even further and revealing a hint of an ominous aura. Relying on multicolored incantations, he blocks the 18 lightning bolts. His fourth level activated, Meng Hao's height doubles, and his ominous aura intensifies. He points his finger into the void, summoning the azure rainbow immortal sword and the demon spear. He directly faces the 20 bolts of lightning descending from the tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud condenses 7-colored heavenly thunder into a ferocious 7-colored thunder dragon. Meng Hao activates his fifth level, causing his combat power to soar. The azure rainbow immortal sword and the demon spear join forces to crush the 7-colored thunder dragon. Finally, the tribulation cloud condenses 7-colored lightning into a massive finger, as if it intends to crush Meng Hao. Meng Hao activates his sixth level, causing his 6 nascent souls to merge into one, achieving power that surpasses all but severing spirit cultivators. He throws a punch to meet the 7-colored finger, and with the impact of fist and finger, an astonishing explosion reverberates, causing the entire world to tremble. A several hundred-meter high, multicolored lightning finger descended with a loud rumble, but was shattered with a single punch from Meng Hao, transforming into a 1,000-meter-wide thunder pool. Under this tribulation, Meng Hao merely coughed out a mouthful of blood and easily neutralized it, revealing his strength at the peak of the mortal realm. However, the tribulation clouds that seemed to be on the verge of dissipating transformed into a colossal fist that carried the intent to annihilate and struck down relentlessly. Meng Hao advanced instead of retreating, summoning the violet sea and condensing a purple arm that met the fist of tribulation clouds head-on. The earth-shaking roar shook the heavens and the earth as the fist condensed from tribulation clouds erupted with deafening thunder. But it eventually dispersed with a loud boom under the destructive power of the violet sea's arm. The tribulation clouds receded, but Meng Hao derived insights into the profound mysteries of thunder from the experience. The lightning coursing through his body gathered into a lightning sphere, which then condensed into a miniature version of Meng Hao, a lightning infant. With the birth of the lightning infant, Meng Hao's cultivation instantly broke through to the great perfection stage of the nascent soul, reaching the ultimate nascent soul realm. However, defying all expectations, the tribulation clouds descended once again with a humanoid lightning bolt. Its aura was unclear, but its might was terrifying. Meng Hao activated his 7th destiny, merging 6 nascent souls into his lightning infant, unleashing the power of 64 great perfection nascent souls to confront the humanoid lightning. At this moment, Meng Hao's strength was astounding. Though inferior to a spirit-severing cultivator, he no longer had any fear, reaching the realm of the strongest below the spirit-severing realm. After being baptized by the tribulation of heaven, Meng Hao enters his 7th life, his physical body becoming immeasurably powerful and his aura intimidating to all. After the tribulation clouds dissipate, A humanoid lightning attacks Meng Hao, but he repels it with a single finger, using his battle power equivalent to 64 Yuan Ying Grand Consummations. The humanoid lightning regroups and Meng Hao charges out, hitting its chest with a fist. The humanoid lightning's claws tear at Meng Hao's skin, but cannot penetrate. Meng Hao then uses the purple chi slash, breaking through the humanoid lightning's lightning ball defense and cutting it in two, causing it to disappear. The tribulation clouds vanish and Meng Hao exits the seventh life state. His body utterly exhausted, he realizes that the seventh life greatly consumes his body, lifespan, and cultivation. Meng Hao's 7-life nascent soul transformation is born, making him the first person under the spirit realm to possess the qualifications to cross the Heaven River Sea to the Eastern Tang dynasty. At this moment, Meng Hao senses that the mastiff inside the blood-colored mask is about to awaken. At the same time, the sky of the western desert lights up again. A few days later, a palanquin appears, carried by 4 mysterious black-clothed figures. Inside the palanquin sits Xu Qing, one of the 3 giants of the Ink Heavens League. They have come to search for the place where the celestial treasure was born. But to no avail. Just then, they discover Meng Hao sitting on the sea. Meng Hao seems harmless, but his cultivation is unfathomable. One of them, an elder with the power of a Yuan Ying Grand Consummation, feels unease. Xu Qing and the others are also cautious, sensing that Meng Hao's presence is unusual. 7 nascent soul cultivators from the Heaven Opening tribe were tasked with protecting Huyan Yunming. While on the sea, they encountered Meng Hao sitting cross-legged on the Violet Sea. When Hu Yanqing insulted him and demanded that Meng Hao hand over his unusual thunder treasure, Meng Hao's gaze pierced through their minds like a sharp sword. Wu Lao was the first to recognize Meng Hao's strength, realizing he was a nascent soul grand perfecter. The other cultivators were shocked but undeterred, relying on the protection of the Heaven Opening tribe and ancestor Hu Yan. Enraged by Meng Hao's gaze, Hu Yanqing ordered a black-clad cultivator to kill him. The cultivator attacked with malevolent energy, but it was instantly shattered by Meng Hao's surge of overwhelming killing intent. The 7 cultivators were terrified. Wu Lao intervened, explaining that he was a member of the Heaven Domain Pavilion, pleading with Meng Hao to spare them. Meng Hao, realizing it had been a misunderstanding, agreed to let them go. However, Hu Yanqing had wicked intentions, ordering Wu Lao and the others to kill Meng Hao and absorb his cultivation. Pressured by Hu Yanqing, Wu Lao reluctantly attacked. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with killing intent. He unleashed his killing energy, teleporting behind a mid-nascent soul cultivator and obliterating him with a single touch. The other cultivators were horrified and begged Hu Yanqing for help. Hu Yanqing laughed, but Meng Hao appeared before him in an instant. Wu Lao turned in despair, ready to fight to the death. Meng Hao, a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, unleashed an annihilating force while fighting, swiftly killing a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Elder Wu intervened, trapping Meng Hao in a quicksand formation and executing his ultimate technique. 8 Dragon Disarm. 8 spectral dragons materialized in the sandstorm, trapping Meng Hao. Hu Yanqing gloated, confident that Meng Hao had no escape. However, Meng Hao activated his second life, and his cultivation instantly doubled to twice the peak of the nascent soul stage. 20 self-exploding mid-nascent soul illusions were rendered harmless as Meng Hao effortlessly weaved through them. He breached the formation and instantly appeared before Elder Wu, piercing through the storm of sand and 3 protective jade slips with a single finger strike that landed on Elder Wu's forehead. The annihilating force erupted within Elder Wu, tearing him apart instantly, with his cultivation doubled to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao effortlessly overcame Elder Wu's 8 dragons formation and the combined assault of several mid-nascent soul cultivators. Leaving them astounded, Elder Wu lamented that even with his trump card, he was no match for Meng Hao's formidable power. Meng Hao decimates 3 treacherous nascent soul grand elders with a thunderous display of power, leaving Hu Yanqing aghast and terrified. He pursues one escapee with blood tracing, another with his demonic spear, while his fishing rod latches onto the nascent Sulater stage Grand Elder entering a spatial rift. Through his rod, Meng Hao activates the Eye of Karma and observes the multicolored strands of karma above each individual. The crimson ones thick and significant. Grasping their importance, Meng Hao casts his rod, its line piercing through the void. The quivering nascent Sulater stage Grand Elder is reeled in. Meng Hao extracts the Grand Elder's soul, and shattering it deepens his understanding of karmic threads. Hu Yanqing is horrified by this, and the other two nascent soul middle-aged grand elders flee in terror. Meng Hao's rod slices through the void, claiming another soul as well. Meng Hao's slaughter and control over karma, along with his formidable power and unfathomable methods, leave the witnesses in awe. Hu Yanqing is overwhelmed by fear, his will to resist completely shattered. In the fierce pursuit, 3 bodyguards were instantly killed by Meng Hao's spells, leaving no bones behind. Meng Hao's gaze swept majestically over Hu Yanqing. Recognizing his illustrious lineage, Hu Yanqing claimed that his father was the slashing spirit patriarch of the heavenly follower tribe of the Mo-Earth Celestial Plane Alliance, threatening that Meng Hao would not dare kill him. However, Meng Hao declared that he would spare his life and let him leave. Hu Yanqing was perplexed but escaped in embarrassment. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in meditation, contemplating a bold idea to condense the 8th and 9th nascent souls, breaking through his divine sense to rival the slashing spirit realm. At the same time, he deduced that he could consume the one-color spirit condensation pill twice due to his unprecedented cultivation foundation. Days later, Hu Yanqing received news that his heavenly follower tribe had sent reinforcements, thinking that he was finally safe. But just as he resolved to change his arrogant ways and enter closed-door cultivation, a youth dressed in black suddenly appeared, strangling him to death. As he died, Hu Yanqing noticed subtle differences between the youth in black and Meng Hao. At that moment, a furious roar came from the Violet Sea. Meng Hao sensed Hu Yanqing's death and, filled with murderous intent, pursued the youth in black with astonishing speed. Startled by the roar, the youth in black tried to flee, but Meng Hao relentlessly pursued him, determined to uncover the conspiracy that framed him. Amidst the Violet Sea in the western desert, Meng Hao senses a familiar aura and identifies a young man in black. The man transforms into the black humanoid bat had encountered earlier, who had tried to use Meng Hao as a scapegoat for Hu Yanqing's death. Meng Hao relentlessly pursues, and the young man flees desperately. However, with his newfound 7th fate, Meng Hao's speed is formidable, and he overtakes his adversary within 3 hours. The target hurriedly attempts to repair a teleportation rift but manages less than 20%. Meng Hao delivers a devastating blow, unleashing the combined might of 64 nascent soul grand consummations. The young mont's abdomen explodes into a bloody mess, and Meng Hao relentlessly pursues as he tries to escape. A second punch shatters his lower body and wings. The young man lets out a piercing wail, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Meng Hao notices that his left eye lacks a skeletal shadow, leaving him perplexed. You aided me in breaking the seal years ago, yet now you dare act with such malevolence. Meng Hao roars, and with another attack, he tears off one of the young mont's wings. The young man continues to flee, but Meng Hao's lightning-fast speed proves too much. He catches up with him again and obliterates him. The young assassin, responsible for infiltrating the Reliance Sect and orchestrating Hu Yanqing's demise, finally meets his end at Meng Hao's hands. During Meng Hao's 7th rebirth, he easily defeated the youth in black. However, as the youth was about to collapse, he transformed into thousands of scattered bats. Without hesitation, Meng Hao cast the magic spear, unleashing countless sinister faces that devoured the bats. Eventually, a few hundred bats managed to reform into a humanoid shape, but it became the previous giant black bat. Meng Hao swiftly approached, pointing a finger at the giant bat's brow and killing it, leaving only its skull behind. However, at the moment of the giant bat's death, a half-human, half-beast skeleton located in the depths of the Purple Sea in the northern part of the western desert, the true youth in black, suddenly opened its glimmering eyes and revealed an eerie smile. He disclosed that he had performed the golden cicada sheds its shell tactic, making Meng Hao believe that he had perished so that he could secretly observe the battle between Meng Hao and Patriarch Huyan. However, Meng Hao detected the skeleton's causal thread using the G's fishing rod, exposing its plot. Consequently, Meng Hao sank into the Purple Sea, uniting with it and once again casting the monsterification. He commanded the Purple Sea to stir up a tempestuous wave and extended a colossal hand toward the skeleton. The skeleton exerted ancient power to resist the Purple Sea hand, but its strength was diminished. Meng Hao continued to summon more enormous hands, compelling the skeleton to continually cast uncanny spells in order to barely escape. Eventually, Meng Hao's true form emerged, his enormous face protruding from the sea's surface, exerting immense pressure on the skeleton. Simultaneously, in the land of ink, Patriarch Haiyan's avatar received news of his eldest son, Huyan Qing's demise. Igniting his wrath, holding the shattered life slip of Huyan Qing, he manifested as light and shadow. Pursuing the murderer relentlessly, he discovered the youth in black's image and swore in fury to exterminate his entire clan before heading to the Purple Sea in the Western Desert to avenge his beloved son. On the Violet Sea, Patriarch Huyan discovers powdered jade slips depicting Meng Hao's appearance, startlingly similar to the totemic saint of the ancient Golden Crow tribe. However, Qinger's precise time and cause of death remain a mystery, and Meng Hao is not believed to be her killer. Patriarch Huyan uses a spell to reconstruct the scene where Meng Hao killed Wu Wei and others. Noticing that Meng Hao's appearance resembles that of the young man in black who killed Qinger, Patriarch Huyan deduces that someone has framed Meng Hao and is pushing him to reveal himself. By pressuring the Golden Crow tribe, he intends to force Meng Hao to show his hand. However, Meng Hao has merged his consciousness with the Violet Sea and manifests in its form, engaging in a fierce battle with the bat skeleton. During the fight, Meng Hao harnesses the Violet Sea to trap the skeleton in a colossal water column, then forms fists, a head, and arms from the seawater to attack it. The skeleton counters with 8 runes but is ultimately shattered into dust by Meng Hao's massive Violet Sea hand, with only its head escaping with a faint black light. Meng Hao notices the peculiar power the skeleton's head wields and notes that his immortal slaying wood sword reacts strongly to it. As he prepares to leave the sea, a powerful divine sense sweeps across the western desert from the Celestial Realm. Searching for something, Meng Hao merges with the Violet Sea, avoiding detection. Several days later, the divine sense vanishes, and Meng Hao emerges from the water once he is certain it has departed. He suspects that the celestial divine sense was searching for the immortal slaying sword. He decides to bide his time and further investigate the truth behind these events. Meng Hao, bearing the head of the black bat, intended to resolve the conflict with ancestor Huyan. He flew to the 7th marketplace over the western desert sea, built by the cultivators of black ink, and handed the head over to the Celestial Court Alliance, revealing the truth of Huyan Qing's death. Within the marketplace, the Alliance received news of Meng Hao's wanted status by ancestor Huyan and quickly gathered all nascent soul cultivators to capture him. The 7th Elder, leading the tribesmen of the Black God tribe, also made their way to the marketplace, awaiting Meng Hao's appearance. As Meng Hao roamed the marketplace, he stumbled upon 50 or so severely wounded clansmen of the Golden Crow Black Dragon tribe hanging on shelves, including Wu Ling. Enraged, his killing intent surged. Cultivators of the Alliance arrived and attempted to apprehend Meng Hao. In the ensuing melee, Meng Hao's anger erupted, freezing the marketplace with his frigid qi and causing the seawater to surge into an enormous wave. At that critical moment, Wu Ling turned her head with difficulty and saw Meng Hao. She smiled, filling him with remorse and intensifying his rage. The tragedy of the Black God tribe and the division and strife within the Golden Crow Black Dragon tribe struck a chord within Meng Hao. He realized the lengths to which ancestor Huyan would go in his pursuit of the totem ancestor, slaughtering innocents. His rage ignited, vowing to seek justice for the Black God tribe. Meng Hao witnesses the gruesome death of his close friend, Huyan Qing, and is filled with rage. He publicly denounces the Tiankong tribe within the market district. The Heavenly Court Alliance seeks to execute Meng Hao, blaming him for Huyan Qing's murder. Meng Hao's defense falls on deaf ears, but he destroys the bat skull before the gathered cultivators, proving his innocence. Driven by anger, Meng Hao declares his intention to exterminate the Tiankong tribe and unleashes his third life, releasing the power of 4 nascent soul completion cultivators. The formation is unable to withstand Meng Hao's terrifying aura and instantly crumbles. He kills 9 nascent soul cultivators, with only 2 elders escaping in a panic. Meng Hao summons the Blood Mastiff, a beast that has been sleeping for 2 centuries. Crimson light erupts, consuming the fleeing elders. Meng Hao's resolve is unwavering. He vows to destroy the Tiankong tribe, seeking blood for blood and tooth for tooth. The awakened Blood Mastiff joins Meng Hao in the battle, marking the beginning of a war of annihilation. The Crimson Fog, spanning 10,000 leagues, condensed into a colossal crimson eye exuding a spine-chilling gaze. The center of the crimson eye opened into a black hole, expanding into an aperture 1,000 leagues wide. The crimson eye and the black hole resembled a pupil and an iris. forming an eerie celestial canvas. The people of Fangxi were paralyzed with terror. Drenched in cold sweat, imprisoned in a nightmare that refused to end. A deafening roar thundered from the black hole, shaking the heavens and earth. The majority of the Fangxi cultivators fainted. The void distorted, and ships sank amidst the tumultuous purple sea. Then, a colossal crimson claw emerged from the black hole, covered in long fur and tipped with sharp claws that tore through the void. A massive canine head followed, bearing crimson fur, menacing fangs, and blood-red eyes that radiated an untamed aura reminiscent of the ancient mythological guardian dog. The canine howled at the heavens, causing the world to tremble and the purple sea to surge. All the cultivators in Fangxi collapsed into unconsciousness. Meng Hao, gazing at the canine, was flooded with memories of its companionship and protection. Stirring his emotions, he addressed it gently. Blood Mastiff. The canine turned its head, its eyes softening with fondness and surprise, and it lowered its head to Meng Hao's touch. Meng Hao recalled the selfless act of the Blood Mastiff in the Rebirth Cave, and he was filled with gratitude. Old friend, let us obliterate the heavenly tribe. Killing intent surged in Meng Hao's eyes. The Blood Mastiff let out a resounding roar and carried Meng Hao towards the heavens. The tribesmen of the Crow Divinity tribe, including Wu Ling, followed their lead. Meanwhile, the heavenly tribe, eager to draw Meng Hao out, had commenced a war against the Golden Crow tribe. They had captured over 500 tribesmen and had them paraded in 10 Fangxi markets for public humiliation. However, Meng Hao no longer sought the power of totemic faith. His presence was to fulfill a promise made long ago to rescue the Golden Crow tribe. Our carnage shall commence in these 10 purple sea Fangxi markets, Meng Hao declared, his gaze resolute and murderous. The Blood Mastiff roared, heading straight for the second Fangxi, which belonged to the heavenly tribe. With a thunderous roar from the Blood Mastiff, the Fangxi's defensive array shattered, and a gale unleashed havoc. The allied cultivators of the heavenly court were instantly annihilated. Only one nascent soul realm cultivator survived, trembling in terror as he begged for mercy. Meng Hao coldly stated his identity and mission. I am Meng Hao. Totemi. With a command from Meng Hao's lips, a colossal purple chi blade shot out, instantly killing a cultivator from the Heaven Attendant tribe. In the wake of the blade, the Blood Mastiff howled, its deafening roar shattering the lives of all who protected the Heaven Attendant tribe's marketplace. Meng Hao stepped inside, rescuing 50 captive members of the Crow Divinity tribe. Among them, 2 elders recognized him and, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "Great Saint!" Meng Hao vowed to exact revenge on their behalf, leading the group to other marketplaces. Wherever he went, Meng Hao mercilessly slaughtered any cultivators of the Celestial Alliance who bore the insignia of the Crow Divinity tribe. At each stop, he gathered surviving tribesmen, only to discover more gruesome evidence of their kin's annihilation. Arriving at the 8th marketplace, Meng Hao found that his tribesmen had all been murdered, their corpses left to rot. He was consumed by rage, gathering the bodies as he prepared to wreak vengeance upon the Heaven Attendant tribe. Meng Hao knew that his presence would draw the attention of the Celestial Alliance, particularly Hu Yanlao, but he did not fear the confrontation, for he had the Blood Mastiff, and on the Violet Sea, he could contend with a spirit-severing cultivator. With his devil spear, Meng Hao assaulted the 9th marketplace, corroding its defensive formation and unleashing a swarm of grotesque faces that devoured their foes. In the end, the marketplace was reduced to ruins, leaving only the sanctuary where the Crow Divinity tribe had taken refuge untouched. Meng Hao led the tribesmen to the 10th marketplace, where, unbeknownst to him, a clone of Hu Yanlao was rapidly approaching. Hu Yanlao had sworn to avenge his son's death, but he alone could claim Meng Hao's life. On the Violet Sea, the climactic battle between Meng Hao and Hu Yanlao's clone was about to unfold. The 10th market city braced itself, activating all its formations, illuminating the surrounding waters with dazzling lights. 16 nascent soul cultivators meditated cross-legged, sustaining the formations. Having heard of the decimation of the previous 9 cities, they were filled with trepidation at the prospect of facing Meng Hao. Yet, they possessed unwavering confidence in their formations, believing that Meng Hao would be unable to breach them. Within the market city were corpses of the Black God tribe, with the most prominent being the severed head of their chieftain, Gula. Meng Hao arrived atop his mastiff, his gaze sweeping over the formations before lingering on Gula's head. A surge of rage welled within him as he raised a finger. conjuring an immense vortex of purple seawater that swallowed the entire market city. The torrent of purple seawater shattered the formations, carrying ships and cultivators into oblivion. With a mere thought from Meng Hao, the 10th market city was utterly annihilated. Patriarch Huyan emerged, clad in black robes, his footsteps seemingly unaffected by the void. A cold, unyielding aura enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a black whirlwind that distorted the very fabric of reality. His voice boomed with unprecedented authority, a force akin to the laws of nature. As he intoned the incantation "Speak and the law obeys," the power of this incantation shook Meng Hao to his core, threatening to sever his soul from his body. However, all 7 of Meng Hao's nascent souls opened their eyes simultaneously, unleashing a potent burst of consciousness that countered Haiyan's attack. A strange look crossed Haiyan's face, yet he continued to stride towards Meng Hao, his aura intensifying with each step, drawing him closer to the abyss of the heavens. He demanded to know who had slain his son. Xu Qing. A cold glint appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he recalled Zhisheng's words, identifying this man as a mere avatar of the true Patriarch Huyan. A battle of epic proportions was imminent. Meng Hao faced the provocation of Patriarch Huyan calmly and commanded his black magic spear to shoot out with vast demonic energy, intending to prove his strength. However, facing Patriarch Haiyan's Fangkin divine ability, the spear dispersed and the demonic energy almost dissipated. Patriarch Huyan created a realm of Fangkin with his technique, possessing absolute power. Any divine ability that could not break through it could not cause harm. Meng Hao experienced the formidable power of a soul-severing cultivator for the first time. Under the pressure of Patriarch Huyan, the demonic energy escaped with severe injuries. Suddenly, a mastiff appeared, exuding an aura comparable to the soul-severing realm. It entered Patriarch Haiyan's Fangkin realm and displayed the undying realm, somewhat affecting Patriarch Huyan. Meng Hao observed from the side, weighing the gap between himself and a soul-severing cultivator, and decided to fight. He utilized the 7 nascent soul transformation, fusing multiple nascent souls, increasing his strength dramatically and reaching the terrifying combat power of 8 times the nascent soul grand completion. Patriarch Huyan was surprised by Meng Hao's might but knew that he had only temporarily increased his cultivation with a secret technique. However, when Meng Hao awakened the 5th soul, the combat power of 16 times the nascent soul grand completion shocked Patriarch Huyan. Patriarch Huyan realized Meng Hao's potential and decided to eliminate him at all costs. He extended a part of the Fangkin realm toward Meng Hao, declaring that nascent soul cultivators were nothing but ants in front of a soul-severing cultivator. Unfazed, Meng Hao awakened the 6th soul, reaching a cultivation of 32 times the nascent soul grand completion, setting a new record for the strongest nascent soul cultivator in the cultivation world. Meng Hao activates his 6th life, tearing through Huyan Patriarch's confining pressure. He summons the Mastiff, and together they launch an assault on Huyan Patriarch. Huyan Patriarch shrinks his confining pressure to 540 feet, increasing its potency. Meng Hao and the Mastiff endure the 50 zhong pressure with their physical bodies and celestial beast secret techniques, engaging in a head-on confrontation with Huyan Patriarch for the first time. Huyan Patriarch is forced back, and his confinement pressure is further reduced to 25 zhong. The Mastiff uses its claws, teeth, and head to attack in rapid succession, fighting to the death. Meng Hao activates his 7th life, and his physical body expands as his nascent soul strength rises to 64 portions. He forcibly breaks through the 25 zhong confinement pressure and shatters Huyan Patriarch's spirit-severing confinement pressure with a single punch. Huyan Patriarch unleashes the Wheel of Time, reversing time to restore the confinement pressure Meng Hao had broken. Meng Hao retreats, but his 7th life is broken down by the power of time. Huyan Patriarch pierces Meng Hao's back, but his power is greatly reduced by the silkworm thread. The Mastiff risks its life to protect its master, entangling Huyan Patriarch. Huyan Patriarch looks for an opportunity to kill Meng Hao, but the Mastiff's relentless attacks leave him no time. Meng Hao's coughed-up blood returns to his mouth. Amidst the perilous Violet Sea, Meng Hao and ancestral Patriarch Huyan engaged in a fierce duel. Meng Hao combined Han Bai's Tao of Years, the other Tao of Years from the Jade Slip, and his own refining of years to counter ancestral Patriarch Haiyan's formidable power of Time Wheel. However, Meng Hao discovered that ancestral patriarch Huyan also possessed the power of years and could see through his Han family secret with a single glance. To counter ancestral patriarch Haiyan's time wheel, Meng Hao activated his blood immortal divine ability, incorporating the blood mastiff's power into it, forming the true blood immortal technique. Simultaneously, he unleashed his year's sword formation and demonic spear, while ancestral patriarch Huyan relied on the time wheel to resist Meng Hao's attacks. His time wheel was also affected. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to activate the 8th seal of demon sealing, suppressing ancestral patriarch Haiyan's cultivation and retrieving the first tail of the three-tailed banner, manipulating its formidable power with his divine sense. With the blood mastiff pinning him down, ancestral patriarch Haiyan's spiritual connection with the time wheel was severed completely. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to snatch the time wheel. Although ancestral patriarch Huyan broke free from Meng Hao's seal with his bursting cultivation, the blood mastiff's entanglement prevented him from pursuing Meng Hao. Meng Hao's intention was not to kill ancestral patriarch Huyan but to seize his treasure, the time wheel. Based on ancestral patriarch Haiyan's earlier words, Meng Hao speculated that the treasure was connected to the Han family. Through a series of maneuvers, he managed to seize the time wheel at the cost of sustaining injuries, leaving ancestral patriarch Huyan filled with fury. Meng Hao suppressed the wheel of time, releasing the Ji clan's blood body to deal with ancestor Huyan. Although ancestor Huyan was powerful, he found it difficult to withstand the combined attacks of Meng Hao, the blood mastiff, and the blood body. Just when ancestor Huyan was in trouble, he released his heartless will, attempting to destroy Meng Hao's emotions and thus destroy his soul. Images of Meng Hao's loved ones and friends appeared in his mind, and these memories turned into black flames that burned his soul. Meng Hao's body gradually weakened as he sank into the purple sea. As he touched the seabed, his eyes suddenly cleared and he muttered, "Emotions are not a burden, but make life complete." The purple sea roared, and a giant water giant resembling Meng Hao rose from the ground and fused with him. Becoming a heartless being, the purple sea giant punched, forcing ancestor Huyan to retreat and shattering his heartless will. Ancestor Huyan was shocked to realize that Meng Hao had fused with the purple sea. Becoming a heartless being, he couldn't understand how Meng Hao survived his heartless will and became even more powerful. High above the southern heaven continent, 3 divine sense of cutting spirits ancestors were looking down at the fierce battle taking place below. They were the ancestors of the barbarian Yan Grand Tribe, the monster butterfly Grand Tribe, and the cloud sky Grand Tribe. The battle between Meng Hao and Patriarch Haiyan's avatar was exceptionally intense. Meng Hao fused with the violet sea, unleashing his most formidable divine ability, summoning 7 giants and making his mastiff burst forth with all its strength. However, Patriarch Haiyan's avatar was no ordinary being either, possessing an independent primordial spirit immortal, comparable to his true self's 70 combat power. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Patriarch Huyan revealed his cutting spirit's realm, his physical body dissipating and his primordial spirit immortal appearing. He unleashed the expulsion divine ability, triggering a heaven and earth rejection that expelled all existences below Celestial Immortal from the southern heaven continent. Meng Hao suffered heavy injuries from the expulsion force, but in that critical moment, he retrieved the blood-colored mask and fused with the blood mastiff's cultivation. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, and his cultivation surpassed great perfection nascent soul, reaching the cutting spirit's realm. A blood-colored shadow appeared behind him, revealing the blood immortal of the Tay clan. Relying on the power of cutting spirits, Meng Hao resisted the expulsion of Patriarch Haiyan's avatar and looked up towards the sky. As if sensing something, the 3 cutting spirits ancestors were shocked, realizing that Patriarch Haiyan's avatar was on the verge of falling, while Meng Hao had already obtained the qualifications to stand on equal footing with them. Empowered by the soul-severing force, Meng Hao's cultivation soared, and he unleashed the last 3 moves of the blood immortal inheritance. The sky turned blood red, the purple sea turned black, and the blood rain fell in torrents as the Black Sea surged, creating a stunning spectacle. The formidable blood immortal divine ability caused the primordial spirit of Patriarch Huyan to collapse repeatedly in the blood rain and clouds. In desperation, he summoned the soul-severing avatars of 3 old friends to aid him. However, Meng Hao's blood immortal divine ability was unstoppable, and he effortlessly defeated the 3 avatars. In his despair, Patriarch Huyan activated his ancestral body, burning his life force to transform into a bizarre body sewn from human skin. This body possessed immense destructive power, tearing through Meng Hao's blood immortal divine ability in an instant. Patriarch Huyan's grotesque body closed in on Meng Hao, launching a deadly attack, while Meng Hao had less than 7 breaths of soul-severing time remaining. Unfazed, Meng Hao sneered and activated his soul-severing force to resist Patriarch Huyan's attack. He realized that Patriarch Huyan had lost his mind, acting only on instinct, and that using his sinister abilities had taken a heavy toll on him. Meng Hao coldly remarked that he had more tricks up his sleeve, and that the outcome was far from certain. Meng Hao engages in a fierce battle with Patriarch Huyan, who falls into madness and sees a surge in his fighting strength. Meng Hao chooses to confront him. After using the power of Severing Spirit, Meng Hao offers the immortal soil rune he has comprehended for many years within his body. The rune pierces through Meng Hao's body and rushes towards Patriarch Huyan. The 3 scales on Patriarch Huyan flicker, briefly restoring his sanity, but the rune charges forward and knocks him into the purple sea. Meng Hao seals Patriarch Huyan's nascent spirit in a blood-colored mask and seizes his time wheel, using his divine consciousness to brand and refine it. At the moment Patriarch Huyan's nascent spirit is captured, his avatar in the Ink Earth continent suffers a heavy blow, and his lifespan and cultivation are greatly reduced. Learning that his precious treasure has been seized, Patriarch Huyan is forced to leave seclusion and, enduring his internal injuries, makes a deal with 3 severing spirit powerhouses who have come to demand the treasure. He withdraws from the Celestial Court Alliance and offers 3 treasures in exchange for their promise not to favor Meng Hao. In his heart, Patriarch Huyan is both resentful and apprehensive towards Meng Hao, and he resolves to recover his peak strength before confronting Meng Hao again. Within the Blood Demon Mask, Patriarch Li becomes Meng Hao's first lightning spirit, delighting in torturing Ji Jushin, who has become the second lightning spirit. Ancestor Hu Yan's avatar is pulled into the mask. Disheveled and defeated, Meng Hao realizes that severing experts have spatial reserves not only in their storage pouches, but also within their divine senses. Meng Hao dispatches 7 violet sea giants and summons hundreds of thousands of specters from the Crow God tribe. Marching toward Black Ink, violet sea waves crash against the Black Ink gate, and Blood Mastiff exhibits the aura of a severing expert, shocking the Black Ink cultivators. Meng Hao proclaims himself the totemic saint of the Crow God tribe, stating that he has come to Black Ink only to punish the Heavenly Sect tribe. The Black Ink sects forbid their members from joining the conflict, allowing Meng Hao to proceed without hindrance. As Meng Hao travels to the Crow God tribe, the battle rages on. 100,000 Heavenly Sect tribe cultivators besiege the Crow God tribe's 50,000 defenders. With the aid of their allies, including the Spiny Vine, the Golden Light Sect's formations, and Heavenly Beasts, the Crow God tribe desperately holds out. However, the Heavenly Sect tribe's deep resources gradually tip the balance against them. Heavenly Sect tribe prodigy Zhang Wenju orders 3 vassal tribes to attack from the flanks, while leading the main Heavenly Sect tribe force to obliterate the Crow God tribe from the front. The Crow God tribe defenders resist tenaciously, calling upon their saint to strengthen their defenses. Hovering in the sky, the clan elder and chief priest of the Tian Kong tribe coldly watched the battlefield. Killing intent spreading through the air. The Tian Kong tribe, following Zhang Wenju's plan, attacked the Wu Shen tribe from 3 sides, like 3 sharp blades piercing the heart of the Wu Shen tribe. The chariot formed of divine treasures galloped past, destroying all obstacles, while over 100 nascent soul cultivators and over 20 totem ancestors displayed their formidable combat skills, suppressing everything in their path. As the battle raged on, the Wu Shen tribe continued to shrink, their rattan and thorns spreading like wildfire. But the Tian Kong tribe's offensive grew more ferocious. At this moment, 3 black pillars appeared, carried slowly by over 30 people. The pillars were carved with ferocious beasts and emanated waves of black energy. They were erected in 3 directions outside the Wu Shen tribe, forming a colossal black light barrier that enveloped the tribe within. The Tian Kong tribe clansmen began chanting incantations, and the 3 pillars were drawn up into the air, descending onto the earth and piercing the ground. In an instant, a vast black light curtain descended, and the Wu Shen tribe's vitality began to fade. The Tian Kong tribesmen hammered the nails into the ground, and as the nails sank deeper, the light curtain grew denser. causing the Wu Shen tribesmen to wither and despair to set in. Just as the Wu Shen tribe was on the brink of extinction, the earth rumbled, and a strong wind roared through the sky, revealing hundreds of thousands of apparitions. 7 towering giants formed of purple mist leapt up, carrying the pungent scent of the sea. The giant at the forefront carried a group of clansmen from the Jin Wu tribe, including those who had been captured in the past. Right after, a colossal, blood-red mastiff charged out of the gale, the man in azure on its head being none other than Meng Hao. An aura of monstrous killing intent erupted from him, signifying the failure of the pursuit led by the incarnation of the ancestor of the Tiankong tribe. The Wu Shen tribesmen were overjoyed, welcoming the return of Meng Hao with renewed hope. Emerging as thunderclap on a tumultuous battlefield, Meng Hao's declaration, "I have returned," revealed his fateful connection with the Wu God tribe and an unfathomable vendetta against the Tiankong tribe. As the Tiankong warriors roared their intent to obliterate him, Meng Hao's bear mount unleashed an aura that quashed spiritual attacks, leaving them in awe, followed by 7 violet sea giants, hundreds of thousands of ethereal spirits, and various creatures like Pudgy and the parrot. The battle's tide swiftly turned. Meng Hao unlocked his 3rd life and 4th life, showcasing the formidable strength of 8 nascent soul divine completion stages. He effortlessly eradicated the first soul extinguishing nail. Then, with the aid of his bear mount, he shattered the second. When the 3rd nail succumbed, the dark shroud over the Wu God tribe dissipated, restoring their vitality. The enraged Wu God tribe warriors emerged, fighting alongside Meng Hao and routing the Tiankong tribe. The Tiankong tribe's patriarch and Zhang Wenju witnessed Meng Hao's overwhelming power, losing all courage to confront him. Under Meng Hao's leadership, the Wu God tribe achieved victory. The Tiankong tribe was reduced to ashes, while the Wu God tribe regained their livelihood. They harbored both gratitude and reverence for Meng Hao, their former tribesman. This conflict cemented Meng Hao's status in the cultivation realm and further solidified his bond with the Wu God tribe. Amidst the war cries of the Wushan tribe, the massacre commenced. Tribesmen, demon hordes, and totems swarmed into the heart of the Tiankong tribe, unleashing a bloody carnage. Meng Hao, wielding a black nail, his gaze icy, unleashed his killing intent. His right hand transformed into a bloodthirsty mastiff, emanating a blinding red light that sealed the Tiankong tribe's escape route. Simultaneously, 7 violet sea giants crushed everything in their path with terrifying force, extinguishing all life. The nascent soul cultivators and totemic saints of the Tiankong tribe fought back valiantly. But Meng Hao's powers were overwhelming. With a single thrust, he pierced an elderly matron through her nascent soul. 7 bolts of red lightning annihilated 3 totemic beasts. Panic spread, and in their desperation, the high priest and tribal chief of the Tiankong tribe summoned their ancestor. Meng Hao sneered and fixed his murderous gaze on the tribal chief of the Tiankong tribe. As their eyes met, the chief's mind was struck with excruciating pain, leaving his thoughts blank and blood gushing from his 7 orifices. Meng Hao's momentum was unstoppable as he tore through all resistance, leaving a trail of slaughter and destruction. Frost congealed enemies, while whirlwinds repelled attackers. As Meng Hao took his 3rd step and placed his right hand on the tribal chief, he uttered the single character gold, transforming the tribal chief of the Tiankong tribe into a golden statue, signifying his demise. The Wushan tribe erupted in cheers, their voices echoing with reverence for their saint and their unwavering determination to wipe out their enemies. The bloody conflict raged on, the vendetta between the tribes of the southern heavens spiraling into an abyss of vengeance and ruin. In the midst of the Tiankong tribe's peril, its people desperately cry out for their ancestor, Huyan Yunming, to come to their aid. However, a massacre ensues, with Meng Hao at its apex, mercilessly taking lives. The Tiankong tribe fights back valiantly but fails to prevent its demise. In despair, the Grand Priestess sends out a mournful plea to the heavens. Meng Hao watches coldly, casting the soul-killing nail formation and draining the life force of the Tiankong tribe members. As his victims fall one by one, the Grand Priestess' cries are filled with resentment and despair. Yet, Huyan Yunming never appears. Just as the Tiankong tribe is on the verge of annihilation, a white light curtain disappears, forming a white bead. The bead does not fly away, leaving a sense of mystery. At that moment, the demon spirit from the Void Bridge realm within Meng Hao's storage bag radiates intensely, foretelling the opening of the ancient immortal demon realm. Realizing that Huyan Yunming has some ulterior motive, Meng Hao decides to head to the Tiankong tribe's mountain gate. The people of the Wu divine tribe bid farewell to Meng Hao with reverence, their faith granting him inexhaustible cultivation power. Meng Hao collects the remains of the Tiankong tribe members and rides the mastiff to the mountain gate. The parrot and gelatinous block follow behind, with the parrot's eyes blazing with a fanatical desire for the mastiff, sending chills down gelatinous block's spine. Meanwhile, Zhixiang appears on the Purple Sea, discovering that the ancient immortal demon realm has opened and learning that Meng Hao hasn't further demonized. Overjoyed, she waits for the opportunity to enter the realm. On the Mo Soil continent, other beings also sense the power of teleportation and bide their time. As Tian Kong's tribe is wiped out, their clansmen die with resentment. At that moment, within the forbidden grounds of Tian Kong's tribe's mountain gate, Hu Yan's ancestor suddenly opens his eyes, cold on and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Thousands of wronged souls appear beside him, silently echoing with mournful wails. Hu Yan's ancestor's expression is calm as he looks at these wronged souls and coldly explains the significance of their deaths. He believes that their sacrifice is necessary for him to reach the peak of his soul-kill the spirit path. As for Tian Kong's tribe, it still exists in his eyes. As long as he is there, the tribe will never perish. At this time, Meng Hao leads the mastiff and parrot to the mountain gate of Tian Kong's tribe with a gloomy face. Faced with the parrot's shameless confession and infatuation with the Tibetan mastiff, Meng Hao has a headache. He and Pai Dong put up with the parrot's lovey-dovey courtship and the Tibetan mastiff's violent rejection as they gradually approach the mountain gate of Tian Kong's tribe. This mountain gate is a huge gourd-shaped mountain peak, and the entrance is the gourd mouth at the top of the mountain. Meng Hao senses the power of forbidden and realizes that there is a world in the gourd mouth. Meng Hao arrives at the colossal gourd mountain, encountering innumerable houses, tribal areas, and over 10,000 members of the Sky tribe sustaining the restriction with their lives. The surrounding sky is filled with divine senses and magical treasures, bearing witness to the showdown between Meng Hao and the Sky tribe. Meng Hao's mastiff destroys hundreds of layers of restriction, but numerous restrictions within the gourd mountain continue to resist him. Meng Hao summons the Purple Sea Giant, unleashing an annihilating force that shatters the restrictions and annihilates the Sky tribe members. Meng Hao then uncovers a gateway to the second layer realm and forcefully breaks it open with his whirling power. In the second layer, Meng Hao encounters the remaining 2,000 Sky tribe members, who he annihilates with the Purple Sea Giant as well. The Sky tribe is entirely eradicated, but Meng Hao fails to locate ancestor Huyan. He orders the Purple Sea Giant to bombard the gourd mountain, crushing it, and uses the bones of the Sky tribe members to construct a mountain of corpses outside the entrance. As the mountain of corpses and the Sky tomb appear, the divine senses of various tribes across Ink Heaven observe, acknowledging Meng Hao's rise and reputation. At this moment, a black cloud rapidly approaches with a voice filled with deep resentment, prompting Meng Hao to open his seventh life and prepare for a decisive battle against ancestor Huyan. Meng Hao employs his newly created totemic method of the seven infants, releasing a colossal tornado that strikes the incoming black cloud. This battle shakes Ink Heaven, causing a stir among 70% of the tribes. The duel between Meng Hao and ancestor Huyan officially commences. In the Demon Butterfly tribe, Meng Hao's fierce battle with ancestor Huyan was broadcast through light curtains across the Inklands, captivating countless eyes. 70% of the tribal elites and nearly all spirit-severing ancestors paid close attention to this fight. Utilizing his seventh destiny, Meng Hao unleashed formidable battle prowess, executing the 5 elements totem transformation technique. Each element materialized as a colossal tree, vast sea, Dharma artifact, sea of fire, and icy wasteland. Subsequently, Meng Hao merged the 7 totems into a single chaos totem, but unexpectedly encountered instability during the fusion process. Originally believed to be flawless, the 5 elements totem underwent a subtle change with the inclusion of wind and lightning. These elements seemed to transcend the 5 elements, causing an unprecedented transformation in the chaos totem. Simultaneously, an image of a battlefield strewn with corpses emerged in Meng Hao's mind. A gigantic coffin engraved with 9 butterflies. This vision shook the entire world. Murmurs arose from the southern heaven lands and various other regions, speculating the arrival of beings from beyond the 9 seas. This commotion also awakened Ugly Door Platform, sealed away by the Kunpeng woman, originally deceased. Ugly door platform's eyes snapped open. Sharp gaze capable of penetrating the heavens and earth. Exuding an imposing aura, he perceived Meng Hao as the opportunity he had long awaited, a vessel for his resurrection. In the midst of the great transformation of the southern heavenlands due to Meng Hao's unification of the seven infant totem, the battlefield between Meng Hao and Patriarch Huyan remains unaffected. Meng Hao realizes that the single totem resulting from the fusion of the seven totems has undergone a change, an apparent enhancement, but he also senses a precarious instability in the unity of his external totems. As Meng Hao contemplates, Patriarch Huyan wields his pitiless blade against Meng Hao's single totem. However, the single totem emanates an unprecedented aura, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. Patriarch Huyan is aghast as his pitiless blade shatters into 7 fragments, heavily wounding him. Simultaneously, the observing spirit-severing patriarchs are astounded by the aura of Meng Hao's single totem. The crimson-robed boy of the Cloud Sky Division senses Meng Hao's extraordinary nature, while the spirit-severing patriarchs of the Wild Flame and Monster Butterfly divisions abandon their intentions to intervene. Suddenly, Patriarch Huyan unleashes the full extent of his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the first severance of the spirit-severing realm. Meng Hao senses intensified teleportation energy emanating from the monster souls within his storage pouch. And despite his inability to control it, he dons his mask and summons his mastiff to merge with it. As the blood immortal manifests, the world plunges into crimson hues, the sky turning blood red. A blood-red throne materializes behind Meng Hao, with a masked woman resembling Meng Hao seated upon it. Meng Hao's eyes ignite with determination, preparing to confront Patriarch Huyan in a life-or-death struggle. Meng Hao and the transformed youthful Patriarch Hu Yanzhao engaged in an intense battle. Patriarch Hu Yanzhao perceived the potent battle force erupting from within Meng Hao and his ability to absorb faith energy as the Totem Saint Patriarch. Despite achieving great perfection in the first severing spirit saber, he discerned the perilous nature of this battle. As the fight intensified, both sensed the constant transmissions from the spirit beasts within their storage pouches, urging them to end the battle. Patriarch Hu Yanzhao's murderous intent intensified as he called out Tian Kong, summoning the celestial Tian Kong dragon serpent. The dragon serpent's emergence unleashed a formidable aura, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the Tian Kong dragon serpent was ensnared in an illusionary web. Patriarch Hu Yanzhao severed the dragon serpent's tail, transforming it into a purple serpent bone whip. The whip possessed immense power, but only the bloodline of Patriarch Hu Yanzhao could wield it. However, Meng Hao realized he shared the blood of the Tian Kong tribe's clansmen and could thus indirectly control this treasure. Hence, Meng Hao cast the 8th demon lock spell to restrict Patriarch Hu Yanzhao's movements. Simultaneously, he deployed the time wheel and the sword of time, reversing the flow of time and separating Patriarch Hu Yanzhao and the serpent bone whip. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao seized the serpent bone whip. Before the astonished onlookers, Meng Hao successfully claimed the serpent bone whip. Patriarch Hu Yanzhao resisted with all his might, but Meng Hao unleashed the demon lock once more, damaging himself in the process to suppress Patriarch Hu Yanzhao's cultivation. In the end, Meng Hao secured the serpent bone whip, leaving everyone present astounded. In a fierce battle with the ancestral Hu Yan, Meng Hao braved the dual backlash of the power of time reversal and the 8th restriction of the Yao seal, and seized the treasure of the Hu Yan tribe, the celestial serpent bone whip. As the ancestral Hu Yan attempted to kill Meng Hao utilized the unique properties of the Yao spirits to make his body intangible, avoiding the ancestral Hu Yan's supernatural attacks and the backlash of the serpent bone whip, and quickly teleported away. During teleportation, Meng Hao detected 4 other streaks of rainbow light soaring into the sky, heading towards the ancient immortal Yao realm, in addition to himself and the ancestral Hu Yan. Simultaneously, Meng Hao's keen senses captured a 5th streak of rainbow light in the direction of the southern territory, which caught his attention. However, he could not see who was inside and could only vaguely sense that the number of people teleporting from the southern territory was greater than from the Ink Earth. Meanwhile, in the eastern lands, 3 paragons from the Fang family also stepped into the transmit light and headed for the ancient immortal Yao realm. At the ancestral home of the Ji family, a ghostly young man warned the Ji family members that the opening of the ancient immortal Yao realm marked the beginning of the road to becoming an immortal. and that the immortal path only allowed one person from the southern heaven great earth to become an immortal. The Ji family hoped that their family members would seize the opportunity and strive for the path to immortality. In other regions, such as the northern desert, transmit lights also appeared, and countless paragons gathered at the ancient immortal Yao realm. This was not only an event to compete for creation, but also a battle for survival. A showdown between the heroes of the southern heaven great earth. In the southern heaven region, a strange phenomenon occurs. A teleportation light erupts for 3 days, and the spiritual energy concentration and the laws of heaven and earth become diluted. At the same time, the stars shift, revealing a new starry sky. Dozens of cultivators are teleported out of the southern heaven region and scattered in the endless starry sky. Among them is Meng Hao, who closes his eyes and moves with the river of stars. Time seems to have frozen, and the starry sky is silent. Just as the river of stars reaches the celestial bridge, countless specks of light flicker on the bridge. 2 of them are particularly noticeable: the reincarnated demon emperor Han Shan and his wife. Han Shan senses Meng Hao's presence and uses his power as the bridge servant to awaken him. Meng Hao opens his eyes and finds himself conscious, but his body still out of control. He sees Zhao Fang also in the river of stars. As the river of stars crosses the celestial bridge, it enters an invisible barrier. The river of stars stops moving, but time flows backward. Meng Hao is immersed in his comprehension of time. Abruptly, the star sea trembles again, breaking through another invisible barrier and revealing a shocking world. The dust and debris in the river of stars vibrate, and a closed-eyed woman next to Meng Hao bumps into him, their bodies colliding and a faint fragrance emanating from her. Meng Hao is unexpectedly pressed against a woman's body, blocking his view. Despite the woman's fragrant and soft touch, Meng Hao grows impatient, yearning to witness the world before him. Relying on his memory and mental sketches, Meng Hao pieces together an image: an endless mountain range, its 7 peaks ascending like a connection between heaven and earth. Interspersed throughout the range are ruins and remains, steeped in an atmosphere of death. Meng Hao takes a deep breath and looks upward, discovering that the first peak bears the blood-stained words Celestial Demon Sect. He instantly recognizes this as the ancient realm of the celestial demons, the remains of their sect. Meng Hao's gaze roams over the peaks, noticing gigantic skeletons: a winged dragon, a black bat, a beast-headed humanoid, and a colossal dragon. He realizes that this ancient realm holds a profound connection to him. The 3 wooden swords likely originating from here. At that moment, Meng Hao spots a figure with its back to him on the 4th peak, exuding an aura of solitude and timelessness. However, in a blink of an eye, the figure vanishes. Soon after, a misty fog envelops the ancient realm, and Meng Hao strains his cultivation and immortal's gaze technique to pierce through its depths. A thriving celestial demon sect manifests before Meng Hao's eyes. Cultivators traversing the peaks, divine beasts soaring through the skies, winged dragons in flight, and formidable black bats. The sound of scriptures and teachings echoes from the 5th peak. Suddenly, the figure from the 4th peak reappears, this time turning to face Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind roars, the vision before him shattering into the grim reality of ruins. Simultaneously, the star river that Meng Hao is in surges towards the ruins, scattering him and the other cultivators to their respective locations. Regaining control, Meng Hao strikes the ground with a palm, landing at the foot of the 2nd peak. Despite the waves of decay surrounding him, his gaze remains sharp, glinting with an unwavering determination. Upon entering the demon immortal ancient realm, Meng Hao discovers that his divine sense is limited to investigating a radius of only 99 zhong. Understanding that his knowledge is limited, he chooses to gather information before seeking any opportunities. In the desolate ruins, Meng Hao encounters hundreds of skeletons whose physical strength far surpasses his own 4th phase life state. He deduces that the disciples of the ancient sect likely cultivated their physical forms as well as their magic, achieving astonishing levels of resilience. After examining over 1,000 corpses, Meng Hao notices that many of these bodies were killed with a single strike, their remains scattered in pieces. He suspects they were ordinary disciples of the ancient sect. Thus, he develops a newfound appreciation for the sect's power. As dusk approaches, Meng Hao continues his exploration and discovers a collapsed palace. He sees 2 women standing nearby. One of them is the icy beauty whose chest had previously pressed against his cheek, and the other is Fang, the violent woman who left a deep impression on him in the mortal realm. Meng Hao hopes to avoid them. But Fang Yu catches sight of him and demands that he stay. Meng Hao flees, and Fang Yu pursues him relentlessly. She even summons a pair of gauntlets and forces the icy beauty, who attempts to intervene, to retreat. Meng Hao is shocked by Fang Yu's formidable strength and realizes that he has no past grievances with her and should not be entangled in her affairs. The icy beauty, observing Fang Yu's fury toward Meng Hao, senses a connection between them and resolves to compete with Fang Yu. Thus, she follows Fang Yu as she chases Meng Hao, setting the stage for a heated rivalry. Meng Hao flees from the icy woman but unexpectedly encounters the violent Fang Yu. Fang Yu angrily chases Meng Hao, but can't catch up. After activating multiple life souls, Meng Hao's speed skyrockets, allowing him to easily shake off Fang Yu. Meanwhile, the man in the blue robe, Ji Mingfeng, appears and uses the Mingan technique to calculate Fang Yu's path, setting up the 8-sided illumination formation to seal her within. Ji Xiaoxiao and Ji Mingfeng indicate they won't harm Fang Yu but will instead use her to sever her path to antiquity. Meng Hao witnesses Fang Yu being sealed and struggles with whether to intervene. In the end, pierced by the disappointment and pain in Fang Yu's eyes, Meng Hao activates his 7th life soul, unleashing the battle power of 64 peak nascent soul cultivators, and charges toward the seal. Meng Hao and Fang Yu join forces to break through one of the light pillars, and Fang Yu escapes the seal and counterattacks Ji Xiaoxiao. Ji Mingfeng and Ji Xiaoxiao, seeing the situation as unfavorable, retreat. Fang Yu wants to pursue them, but Meng Hao stops her. Fang Yu scolds Meng Hao for not escaping earlier and demands that he address her as elder sister. Meng Hao reluctantly agrees. Fang Yu asks about Meng Hao's choice of body, and Meng Hao bitterly smiles, feeling that he saved the wrong person. But Fang Yu ultimately shows a gentle expression. In the ancient realm of demons and immortals, a portal opens every millennium, known as the place of the dead. Those who enter must find a skeleton to inhabit in order to explore the realm's secrets. The initial stage lasts for 36 hours. During this time, individuals seek suitable skeletons to inhabit for the second stage. Memories of the ancients. Within the ancient illusion, the identity of the skeleton one inhabits is crucial. Higher-ranked skeletons provide greater opportunities. Therefore, it is advisable to choose skeletons with a long existence, such as inner court and core disciples. In the southern heavenly lands, the Ji family has an advantage, obtaining the skeletons of inner court and core disciples, while the Fang family possesses only inner court disciples' skeletons. Upon entering the second stage, everyone loses their memories and believes themselves to be the person whose skeleton they inhabit. The speed at which one awakens determines their advantage and level of danger. Legend holds that there are 3,000 great paths within the ancient sect of demons and immortals. The top 50 being the great paths. The Ji family, with their core disciple status, has acquired the soul connecting technique, ranked 408th. However, the most powerful technique, the Shan Hai Jing, remains unknown in terms of its ranking. Meng Hao learns of a third stage within the ancient realm of demons and immortals, accessible only to a select few who meet certain requirements. In this third stage, restrictions are lifted, granting access to the treasures left behind by the demon and immortal sect. Fang Yu guides Meng Hao to the skeleton of a Fang family inner court disciple, seeking his inhabitation. While pondering the strategies of various factions within the realm, Meng Hao remains vigilant to potential threats. Fang Yu's words reveal her plan to use Meng Hao to make Ji Xiaoxiao suffer for her loss. Meng Hao, although deceived by Fang Yu and mistaken in assuming her help in pitting himself against Ji Xiaoxiao, was secretly prepared. However, Fang Yu, unaware and instead pleased by his reaction, hatched a plan for him to become Ji Xiaoxiao's concubine. Meng Hao, following Fang Yu, arrived at the ruins of an ancient realm of demon and immortal. Fang Yu meticulously described the formations and traps here and offered a jade slip recording the experiences of her predecessors within. Meng Hao wondered why Fang Yu trusted him so much. Within these ruins, they discovered the remains of Xu Long, an inner disciple of the demon and immortal sect with formidable strength. Meng Hao, upon examining the remains, realized their superiority to anything he had encountered before. At this point, Meng Hao recalled the silhouette on the fourth peak that he had seen upon entering the realm and recognized it as an opportunity. After deliberation, Meng Hao resolved to abandon his current safe haven and venture to the fourth peak in search of clues regarding the silhouette. He believed this to be an exceptional chance that could not be missed. Resolutely abandoning his status as an inner disciple of Xu Long, Meng Hao embarked on a solitary journey seeking a predestined encounter. He sped forth, commencing a perilous expedition into the realm of the second layer. After many hours of strenuous travel, Meng Hao ascended to the third peak. As he prepared to summit the fourth peak, a thunderous noise drew his attention. Upon careful observation, Meng Hao discerned that a fierce conflict had erupted at the source of the clamor. Engaged in the intense duel were Zhao Fang of the Cloud Sky Sect and a man and woman. Namely the white-robed youth Wang Lihai and the purple-robed maiden Han Bei. Zhao Fang was gravely wounded. Facing imminent peril, recalling his promise, Meng Hao resolved to intervene. He surged through the air, the black moon gleaming, and appeared before the trio in a flash. Han Bei recognized Meng Hao. Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Lihai, too, remembered Meng Hao, and upon realizing his cultivation had advanced to nascent soul-grade perfection, was profoundly astonished. Meng Hao cast a cold gaze over the three, offering Han Bei a slight smile. Han Bei's heart trembled violently. As Meng Hao's cultivation left her awestruck, Wang Lihai similarly comprehended Meng Hao's extraordinary status, and the atmosphere between them quickly grew dense and intricate. Above the billowing cloud sea, young prodigies and Dao children from various sects and clans gathered to compete for the ancient Dao Well's opportunities. Meng Hao, a cultivator with extraordinary experiences, has also arrived. Wang Lihai, the Dao child of one of the three great families in the southern domain, has maintained a low profile for several years before defeating a nascent soul Dao child to claim his status. After encountering Meng Hao, he realizes that Meng Hao's strength far surpasses his own and becomes wary. He chooses to withdraw. Meanwhile, Meng Hao learns from Han Bei that Xu Qing is also present. Before leaving, Han Bei warns Meng Hao that there are powerful individuals who covet the remains Zhao Fang obtained. Meng Hao ignores Zhao Fang's plea for help and continues to head towards the fourth peak. As time draws near, he ascends to the summit. Meng Hao reflects on his experiences. Understanding that gains and losses are transient, he does not force opportunities but strives to do his best. In the final hour, he strolls leisurely, taking in the grandeur of the immortal fiend sect's ruins. Ultimately, Meng Hao ascends to the summit of the fourth peak before time runs out. Bringing a temporary conclusion to the treasure hunt, Meng Hao ascends to the summit of the fourth peak, finding a plaza surrounded by numerous restrictions. In the center of the plaza lies a wooden coffin without a lid. Empty within, with only 80 breaths until the second boundary opens. Meng Hao decides to step into the coffin. With 10 breaths remaining, Meng Hao realizes that someone had deliberately led him here. He turns to look at the distant fifth peak, spotting a white-clothed figure with disheveled hair. The white-clothed monk's gaze betrays a sense of desolation and regret. Asking an entity named Night to let him in. As the sky resounds with a loud boom, a ripple covers the sky of the entire ancient demon immortal sect. Others fuse with skeletons, while Meng Hao vanishes, his body gradually turning translucent before disappearing completely into the light. Simultaneously, the ancient demon immortal sect is enveloped in a gentle glow. Returning to the ancient era, Meng Hao enters with his true body, assuming the identity of the white-clothed Meng Jusi, one of the 7 personal disciples of the immortal sect. The sky in the ancient era is blue. Meng Hao opens his eyes to see cranes flying and auspicious beasts circling, while a desolate voice narrates a legend about the true spirit night. Contemplating the boundary between dreams and reality, he sinks into deep thought. When a woman awakens him, Meng Hao regains consciousness, finding himself seated on a mountaintop altar, adorned in white robes and surrounded by 9 massive cauldrons. He comprehends that he has entered the second boundary but has retained his consciousness. Alongside this, his identity as Kjusi becomes vivid in his mind. Dressed in white, Meng Hao sits atop the fourth peak of the Yaoshen sect. His mind is flooded with chaotic fragments of memories, causing a splitting headache. He realizes that his identity has undergone a drastic transformation. He has become Kjusi, one of the legendary 7 direct disciples that have never appeared. This identity holds unparalleled honor, placing him above all other disciples, even granting him the power of life and death. Amidst his shock, Meng Hao recalls a figure granting him this identity after the Yaoshen sect was destroyed. He speculates that it may have been the previous Kjusi in the Yaoshen ancient realm, for an unknown purpose. Suddenly, He is interrupted by the discontent voice of a woman. Meng Hao looks up to see a charming woman. After she leaves, Meng Hao is lost in the implications of his new identity. Looking around, he sees the beautiful peaks and abundant spiritual energy. Immortal beasts soar through the sky, and cultivators in the distance listen to sermons. It all resembles the ethereal scenes of the Yaoshen ancient realm. But he notices 3 enormous, upside-down peaks floating high in the sky. Meng Hao is filled with questions and wonders how the role of a demon sealing master will change in this era. He decides to find Zhao's host and destroy it. However, as he stands up, a thunderbolt strikes him. Meng Hao collapses, noticing the strange expressions on the disciples' faces. Some even gloating. 9 lightning chains bind him and strike him again. Meng Hao is terrified, realizing this is a punishment. He remembers the woman's warning and understands that he has caused great trouble. The cultivators of the 4th peak fly over and urge him to admit his wrongdoing. Meng Hao recalls the memories in his mind, learning that Xu was a debauched and domineering man who to oppress men and bully women. His theft of the 6th peak's treasure and gifting it to an outsider had enraged the sect leader, resulting in his punishment. Meng Hao smiles wryly to himself. He is trapped on the platform, and any movement will provoke the thunderbolts. He realizes that while becoming Xu has granted him supreme authority, it has also burdened him with a heavy weight. On the 4th peak of the Yaoshen sect, Meng Hao's identity is revealed and he acknowledges his mistakes, leading sect master Yunhai to take him into his cave dwelling for punishment. Yunhai bestows Meng Hao with a jade slip containing the formula for the divine transformation technique and expresses his earnest expectations for him. Meng Hao leaves the cave dwelling and sets out to other peaks in search of any trace of the South Heaven cultivators. Along the way, he gathers a group of debauched disciples, intending to utilize their strength to dominate the other cultivators. Meng Hao learns that the Yaoshen sect possesses 3,000 techniques, but the contribution points required for their cultivation are hard to come by, especially for core disciples who can only exchange for 2 or 3 techniques. Realizing the significance of contribution points, Meng Hao surmises that the sect's contributions may be the primary means of obtaining technique inheritance. Meng Hao flies to the 3rd peak with the disciples following him, encountering more debauched descendants of other peaks along the way, their identities revealed by the white lotus marking. Meng Hao recognizes that these debauched disciples can become his asset in the ancient world against the South Heaven cultivators. However, he also understands that acquiring techniques ranked outside the top 100 among the 3,000 techniques requires elusive contribution points. Meng Hao predicts that the other South Heaven cultivators will face similar difficulties in obtaining techniques, thus giving him an advantage in the competition at the 2nd level. As Meng Hao and his companions traversed the Violet Fate sect, they stumbled upon a massive and profound chasm between the 4th and 3rd peaks, emanating a potent demonic aura. Immense, verdant vines proliferated within the abyss, evoking a sense of foreboding in Meng Hao, who suspected that they led to the beast god's lair. Meng Hao ventured onwards to the 3rd and 2nd peaks, seeking the whereabouts of his host, Fang, but to no avail. Upon reaching the 1st peak, he abruptly detected a faint disturbance, homing in on an expressionless youth. The youth, sensing his presence, revealed an aura unique to the Ji clan. Recognizing him as Fang, Meng Hao witnessed the spectral image of the Ji clan awakening behind him. Determined to prevent Fang from disrupting the sect's affairs, Meng Hao swiftly acted, striking his spirit with a palm technique that sent it trembling. To onlookers, Meng Hao appeared to have merely knocked the youth unconscious. But unbeknownst to them, Fang's spirit struggled to revive. Despite interference from others, Meng Hao was resolute in his pursuit, joining forces with fellow unrestrained disciples to utterly shatter Fang's spirit. At the moment of Fang's demise, the first ancestor of the Southern Heaven, residing in the Ji clan's ancestral home, sensed the aura of his demise and paled in disbelief. The first jade slip he had intended to touch crumbled to dust, signifying Fang's departure, leaving him in shock. Within the ancient demon immortal sect, Fang's death caused a great uproar. The young Ji family members, enraged, deduced the secrets of heaven and discovered an unprecedented variable that had not existed for 90 years, affecting the passage of time and the river of years. At the same time, in the 2nd realm of the ancient demon immortal sect, Meng Hao and more than 10 dissolute disciples killed a core disciple of the 1st peak. The sect's magnates announced severe punishments for Meng Hao and the 17 others, revoking their status as personal disciples, demoting them to inner disciples, and subjecting them to 3 purgatorial lashes. When Meng Hao learned of this, he was filled with indignation and falsely claimed that he had killed because his junior sister had been seduced. Faced with the punishment of 3 purgatorial lashes, Meng Hao and his companions suffered grievous injuries. When Ke Yunhai learned of this, he was enraged, believing that Meng Hao was a traitor and wanted to whip him to death. However, under the soft sigh of the 7th Peak Supreme and the entreaties of the 6th Peak Supreme, Ke Yunhai finally suppressed his killing intent. When the 4th lash fell, Ke Yunhai had Meng Hao cry out in pain as a way to deceive the others. Although Meng Hao was severely injured, he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that the disciples of the 4th Peak had not abandoned him. After returning to the 4th Peak, Ke Yunhai roared again, telling Meng Hao to come at once. Meng Hao let out a wry smile and walked towards Ke Yunhai cave. Meng Hao, also known as Ke Jusi, presents himself as arrogant but has violated clan rules by killing a fellow disciple. His father, Ke Yunhai, instructs him that as a member of the Ke family, actions must be decisive but should be concealed from the public eye to protect the family's reputation. With Ke Yunhai's aid, Meng Hao acquires 2 formidable terracotta warriors containing soul blood and 300 secret techniques of the clan. Meng Hao senses that his situation is unusual, as he retains memories of Ke Jusi and finds the environment unfamiliar. He realizes he may have entered an illusionary dream of the Fiend Immortal Sect. Nevertheless, he resolves to pursue the cultivation legacy within this dream. As Meng Hao reads the jade slips containing cultivation techniques, he discovers a myriad of extraordinary abilities, including both human and demonic cultivators' techniques. He is astonished to find that one such technique, Fish Rock Intent, resonates with the Kunpeng he witnessed in the Netherworld Cavern, leading him to ponder the connection between the dream and reality. Meng Hao gradually comprehends that this dream of the Fiend Immortal Sect presents boundless possibilities. He cannot discern whether the dream is real or illusory but chooses to devote himself to his cultivation path within its confines. In the enigmatic and ancient realm of South Heaven, Meng Hao stumbles upon a jade slip containing 300 Taoist practices, including the legendary Devour Mountain art that promises to transform him into a formidable demon. However, these practices are not ordinary but rank among the top 1,000 of the 3,000 Taoist practices, with some even in the top 500, making their value immeasurable. Meng Hao immerses himself in studying the Taoist practices, unaware that a night has passed. As dawn breaks, he realizes that his world has been irrevocably altered. While others can only acquire 1 or 2 Taoist practices, he possesses 300, an unprecedented fortune. He chooses to cultivate the Devour Mountain art and embarks on the Observe the Mountain cultivation. Gazing upon the 4th peak, he comprehends the form of the mountain, and the spirit of the mountain, enabling him to transform his body into a mountain peak. He then advances to the 2nd stage of the Devour Mountain art, absorbing the mountain peak into his body, shaping his divine body, and refining his physique. During his cultivation, Meng Hao inadvertently glimpses a pale-faced woman ascending the 4th peak. She is Xu Qing, his acquaintance from his previous life. Meng Hao's heart stirs as he recognizes the woman's soul. It is her from his past life. Although she has yet to awaken, filled with a myriad of emotions, Meng Hao decides to bring Xu Qing back to his cave dwelling for cultivation. He declares her the core disciple of the 4th peak and names her Xu Qing. The woman is both astonished and grateful, realizing that it was the lingering connection from their past life that enabled Meng Hao to recognize her among countless others. From this moment on, Meng Hao's life takes a decisive turn. He inherits the extraordinary fortune of 300 Taoist practices, reunites with his beloved from his past life, and embarks on his own path to immortality. However, his heart carries a bittersweet mix of joy at finding his soulmate and nostalgia for the memories of their past. On the 4th peak, Peak Lord Meng Hao holds immeasurable power, and his words carry the weight of law. When he abruptly seizes the hand of an outer sect disciple, the crowd is astounded. The woman, panic-stricken and unable to resist, is taken back to Meng Hao's dwelling. The woman's name is Xu Qing, and her appearance awakens memories within Meng Hao. In the Samsara cave, he had a pact with a woman named Xu Qing who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one before him. Though that Xu Qing had perished, Meng Hao has unwavering faith that she will be reborn on the 4th peak. As the sun descends, Xu Qing is found trembling in a secluded corner of the mountain. Meng Hao, displaying unexpected kindness, covers her with a robe and builds a bonfire nearby. His actions leave Xu Qing bewildered and uncertain. Upon waking the next morning, Xu Qing discovers 2 robes draped over her and a dying fire. Meng Hao has also left behind a rare spirit fruit. Hesitantly, Xu Qing takes a bite and is overwhelmed by its exquisite taste. Meng Hao reveals that he has settled her debts and dealt with the outer sect disciples who wronged her. Shocked, Xu Qing cannot help but inquire as to why. Meng Hao delicately suggests that she is his reincarnation, and they had forged a pact in her past life. Xu Qing gazes at Meng Hao, her eyes hardening with determination. She demands to know the reason behind the favoritism she has received. Meng Hao, after a brief silence, turns his gaze to the horizon, reminiscing about the vow he made to Xu Qing in the Samsara cave. Will we ever meet again? I will wait for you. This pact, transcending the boundaries of life and death, reunites them on the 4th peak. Meng Hao believes that the real Xu Qing will awaken later today, and the woman before him will vanish accordingly, for she is but a vessel sent to bear witness to their reunion. A woman misunderstands Meng Hao's words, thinking the afterlife refers to her near future. After a long silence, she consumes the spirit fruit in her hand and expresses her willingness to fulfill Meng Hao and Xu Qing's wish to meet at the ancient demon sect. At this moment, the woman's initiative triggers a change, causing her to merge with the skeleton she inhabits. Gaining the former owner's cultivation techniques and enlightenment, she chooses to close her eyes, quietly waiting for Xu Qing to awaken. Meng Hao guards her, his thoughts racing. He envies Juce's loving family, reminiscing about his own parents and childhood. He ponders Juce's willingness to sacrifice silently for his father, and becomes lost in memories of the past, gradually sinking into bitter thoughts. Meng Hao brings out his wine jug, recalling his lost childhood joys. At this moment, Xu Qing awakens, embracing Meng Hao with longing and affection. Meng Hao turns, noticing that Xu Qing's soul has replaced Han Bai's. Xu Qing smiles happily, not surprised by her awakening, as she has always believed in her destiny with Meng Hao. Meng Hao and Xu Qing exchange knowing glances, their unwavering faith in their reunion transcending time. Xu Qing recalls her past with Meng Hao and their secrets, revealing that she has been to the Ink Earth and the West Desert, both of which Meng Hao had witnessed. Under the moonlight, they cuddle together, and Xu Qing suddenly notices that Meng Hao maintains his human appearance, rather than the skeleton form. This change is a result of the woman's willingness to fulfill their meeting. When Meng Hao realizes that he has entered this place in his true form, rather than his soul entering a dream, he is deeply shocked. He sees that his appearance is identical to his real identity, which makes him understand that he is different from the other cultivators who have arrived from the southern domain. This revelation prompts a series of thoughts in Meng Hao's mind. He recalls how he did not find any remains within the first realm, only an empty coffin. He speculates that he may have entered this place with his true body, while the others are souls inhabiting borrowed bodies. This conjecture leads to a bold idea, turning this place into a real past. Although he understands that this is nearly impossible, a glimmer of hope stirs within him. He decides to attempt to use some of the unique cultivation methods or training areas of the Demon Immortal Sect to strengthen his physical body and verify whether his idea is correct. Meng Hao first ventures to the 9 Nether Cave, where boundless 9 nether sands, which possess both extremely yin and yang properties, exist. Despite the perilous environment within the 9 Nether Cave, Meng Hao, relying on his powerful physical body in the eruption of his 7th life, manages to endure for 10 breaths before retreating. Upon exiting, Meng Hao is delighted to discover that his physical body has become noticeably stronger. This confirms to him that his idea was correct. Cultivating his physical body in this place is effective. He resolves to combine it with body refinement cultivation methods to further enhance his physical resilience. This discovery ignites hope within Meng Hao's heart, as he believes that perhaps through this path, he can turn the temporarily illusory experiences of this place into a genuine past. As time passed, the disciples of the 4th peak were astonished to find that their tyrannical junior disciple, Meng Hao, had undergone a drastic change in temperament and remained confined to his peak. Day and night, he devoted himself to the comprehension of Taoist techniques and the tempering of his physical body, which inexplicably reached the formidable level of the lower bodies. Meng Hao realized the significance of physical cultivation and found a new direction for his breakthroughs. He meticulously selected 3 Taoist techniques from the 300 available: the Swallowing Mountain Tactic, the Celestial Demon Transformation, and the Soul Severing Tactic. The Swallowing Mountain Tactic focused on physical cultivation. The Celestial Demon Transformation allowed for transformation into a celestial demon, and the Soul Severing Tactic was a technique for achieving immortality. However, Meng Hao found himself unable to comprehend the Soul Severing Tactic. After a month, Meng Hao concentrated on practicing the Swallowing Mountain Tactic and the Celestial Demon Transformation, making his physical body incredibly resilient and enabling him to endure 30 breaths within the 9 nether cave. The hedonistic disciples who were punished alongside him were puzzled and bewildered by his remarkable transformation. Meng Hao explained that he foresaw potential future punishments, and if he did not temper his body in time, he would only be forced to submit. His words resonated with the hedonistic disciples. One day, Meng Hao and Xu Qing ventured outside the 4th peak when a white lotus blossomed in the sky, heralding the mobilization of the sect's malcontents. They summoned their comrades and headed towards the small mountain outside the 7 peaks of the Fiend Celestial Sect. A luxurious palace stood atop the small mountain, and Meng Hao sat at its head, surrounded by the hedonistic disciples of the Fiend Celestial Sect. Zhao, an elder of the Fiend League, introduced a Ji family woman, Ji Xiao, who had recently joined the League. Next to Meng Hao detected a familiar aura of soul in Ji Xiao, similar to Ji Mingfeng's, and also noticed Song Yunshu, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. He recognized Ji Mingfeng and Song Yunshu, and they recognized him in turn. Ji Xiao was incredulous to see Meng Hao possessing Zhao's nascent soul and becoming a personal disciple. Another Ji family disciple recalled that Zhao had killed a core disciple a month ago and instantly understood that Meng Hao intended to eliminate them. Song Yunshu was equally shocked to witness Meng Hao's attainment of the status of a personal disciple. A cold gleam flashed through Meng Hao's eyes, and he thought to himself, "How interesting, I've encountered 3 of them at once." In the Grand Palace of the Monster League, Meng Hao confronts the privileged offspring of the League. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Meng Hao exposes their true identities, leaving them feeling threatened. Ji Xiao and others try to justify themselves, but Meng Hao stands firm, demanding they undergo trials at the stronghold of the Monster League to prove their worthiness as members. Faced with the threat of death, Ji Xiao and another Ji family member reluctantly agree and offer a token of submission. Meng Hao sends the Ji family members to the Soul Ignition Cave, while Song Yunshu is spared for refusing to join the League. Realizing Meng Hao's danger, Ji Xiao reveals the location of Ji Mingfeng's body and explains the circumstances of his death. Intrigued by this act of submission, Meng Hao allows the other privileged offspring to take the Ji family members and accepts Ji Xiao's soul. The remaining offspring in the palace express their acceptance but sense an underlying complexity. Ji Xiao understands she must convince the other Ji family members of Ji Mingfeng's accidental death or risk facing danger herself. As time passes, Meng Hao diligently cultivates the heaven swallowing technique and refines his body on the 4th peak, making significant progress. Xu Qing immerses herself in the 3,000 laws, displaying exceptional talent. Amidst this, Ke Yunhai's voice summons Meng Hao. Meng Hao finds Ke Yunhai looking frail and exhausted, revealing that he has paid a great price to secure 2 opportunities for Meng Hao to enter the Monster Immortal's pagoda. Ke Yunhai introduces Meng Hao to the formidable body-refining cultivation methods, the 9 firmaments seal in becoming a fleshly saint, revealing their ranks within the 3,000 laws. He bestows upon Meng Hao a collection of carefully crafted artifacts, demonic weapons, talisman seals, and monster jade, urging him to use every means to acquire the laws within the Monster Immortal's pagoda. Meng Hao is deeply moved by Ke Yunhai's love and sacrifices, and he instinctively calls out Father. Meng Hao's master, Ke Yunhai, is both proud and regretful upon hearing Meng Hao's progress in his cultivation. He bestows upon Meng Hao a beast skin pouch containing his love for his son. Meng Hao is moved by his father's affection as he reflects on the pouch in his cave dwelling. 3 days later, the Immortal Demon Tower opens, causing a stir throughout the Immortal Demon Sect. The colossal bronze tower descends from the sky, shrouding it and becoming the sect's most prominent structure. The 7 sovereigns appear and announce the rules of the Immortal Demon Tower on each level. One has a chance of acquiring one of 3,000 Taoist arts. while on the 99th level, one may select any of the top 10 Taoist arts except for the Great Wilderness Scripture. Upon hearing the rules, Meng Hao resolves to ascend the tower not only for his own sake but also for Kjusi. He soars towards the immortal demon tower and vanishes inside under the watchful eyes of the 7 sovereigns. Within the immortal demon sect, speculation runs rampant about how high Meng Hao can ascend. Xu Qing refrains from entering the tower and instead resolves to seek out Meng Hao after the trial. Outside the demon immortal tower, millions of demon immortal sect disciples were watching the imposing tower with tense anticipation. Inside the first level, hundreds of thousands of specks of light represented the millions of disciples. Suddenly, many of the specks of light vanished, and tens of thousands of figures were ejected from the tower, covered in blood. At the same time, a speck of light appeared on the second level, indicating that someone had broken through the first level. More specks of light gradually ascended to the second level. Meng Hao entered the first level and faced 10 illusory figures of nascent soul great perfection. With his own cultivation, he battled the ancient powerhouses and ultimately defeated them. Obtaining a rune imprint and comprehending the demon fire spell technique, Meng Hao realized that the assessment's difficulty was based on the cultivator's level and deduced that the reward for the first level was the understanding of the Swallow Mountain tactic. He proceeded to the second level and encountered 10 black statues comparable to nascent soul great perfection. Activating his second life, Meng Hao displayed a physical strength comparable to the fourth life and fought fiercely for half an hour. Shattering all the statues, however, the statues transformed into a vast ocean that converged into a colossal water mountain, which crashed towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao discovered that this water mountain was also an application of the Swallow Mountain tactic. And he was astonished. He gazed at the falling water mountain, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Outside the 7th level of the first heaven of Monster Immortal Sect's Monster Immortal Tower, K Yunhai, one of the 4 great supremes of Monster Immortal Sect, was filled with worry. He gazed at the Monster Immortal Tower. Although he couldn't see inside, he knew that the competition within the tower was extremely important. In the tower, Meng Hao was going through layers of tests. With the exquisite comprehension of the Devouring the Mountain formula, he broke through to the 7th level all the way. At this moment, he opened his 4th life, and his physical body was incomparably powerful. Faced with the test of the 10th level, Meng Hao did not hesitate to open his 6th life and even his 7th life. Following a punch, the heaven and earth shook, and the Devouring the Mountain formula rune marks integrated into his body, helping him truly comprehend the technique. Stepping into the 11th level, Meng Hao faced dozens of figures with high cultivation. He was not afraid, sacrificed a number of runes, caused the heaven and earth to undergo extraordinary changes, and forcibly destroyed the entire battlefield. With a rumble all the way, Meng Hao continued to rise. In the 15th level, he even caused a huge magical artifact to fluctuate. Outside Monster Immortal Sect, all the disciples were shocked. They witnessed him climbing to the upper level of the Monster Immortal Tower at an astonishing speed. And while shocked, guessed the many magical artifacts he possessed. During the opening ceremony of the Demon Immortal Pagoda, a light shot up at an astounding speed, reaching the 15th floor and enveloping nearly a tenth of the level in brilliant light. As everyone stared in amazement, the light continued to soar, passing the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th floors before coming to a halt on the 20th floor. At that moment, there was a roar on the 20th floor, and about 30 of the area around the light was covered in blinding light once more. Everyone was astounded, wondering how many treasures the cultivator behind the light must have used. While everyone was still discussing, another roar echoed from the 20th floor, as a scarlet seal shot towards the cultivator in the light. The seal carried an aged voice that resonated throughout the Demon Immortal Pagoda and the entire Demon Immortal Sect Dawn Scripture. The disciples inside and outside the Demon Immortal Sect were shocked. The Dawn Scripture was one of the top 30 supreme scriptures among the 3,000 scriptures, reputed to allow its user to darken the sky with a flip of their hand and brighten it with another. The cultivator in the light was Meng Hao, who had acquired the legacy of the Dawn Scripture but had not comprehended it there. Instead, he continued to ascend to higher levels. As he climbed, the astonishingly bright light followed him, eventually covering nearly half of the 29th level. When Meng Hao arrived at the 30th floor, 7 enormous, 3-headed, 6-armed statues appeared, emitting another divine ability, the 7 Buddha's scripture. This was also one of the top scriptures among the 3,000 scriptures, driving the Demon Immortal Sect disciples even wilder. However, Meng Hao had used up too much of his essence stones. Helplessly, he could only ride on the pagoda. Dad, I am out of essence stones. Send me some. Outside the Demon Immortal Pagoda, the Demon Immortal Sect disciples and the Southern Heaven cultivators were completely shocked. They could not accept that Meng Hao was cheating to seize good fortune, even resorting to asking his father for help. Anger and dissatisfaction erupted instantly. Just then, Kei Yanhai appeared at the Demon Immortal Pagoda, delivering a storage pouch in front of everyone while saying to Meng Hao, "Keep going. Get to the 90th floor for me." Everyone was stunned, finally realizing Meng Hao's identity. Kei. As it turned out, the opening of the pagoda was solely for Kei, and everyone else had been kept in the dark. Although some Southern Heaven cultivators were unwilling, they also understood that they could not compete with good fortune acquired through cheating. In the end, everyone could only watch with jealousy and envy as Meng Hao continued his ascent, breaking through the 70th floor and reaching the 71st floor. At that moment, an arrogant voice sounded out. "Little brat, are you here to challenge this level? My Taoist name is Patriarch Reliance. Come, let this patriarch give you some good fortune." Meng Hao was taken aback, feeling a sense of familiarity amidst the unreliability. In the illusion realm of the Reliance Sect, Meng Hao encounters the Reliance Patriarch of the Memories, a colossal tortoise. Despite the patriarch's smaller size compared to his recollection, his untrustworthy and treacherous nature remains unchanged. Anger and vengeance surge through Meng Hao as he relentlessly attacks the patriarch with an onslaught of runes. Leaving him battered, the patriarch attempts to surrender, but Meng Hao shows no mercy, continuing his bombardment. With no escape, the patriarch's turtle shell shatters, and he finally succumbs. Meng Hao carves Meng Hao's turtle onto his back, marking his victory. As Meng Hao prepares to depart, the patriarch spits out a golden imprint. It hovers before Meng Hao, emitting a formidable aura. Meng Hao recognizes it as the 3,000 Great Ways, top 10 immortal laws from the legend of the Demon Immortal Sect. Meng Hao touches the imprint, which transforms into a seed and enters his body. 9 seeds merge with his nascent soul. Simultaneously, an anomaly occurs above the Demon Immortal Sect. Among the 3 inverted demonic mountains, the Flaming Stone Demon Mountain trembles. The 7 Supremes are astonished, their spiritual appearances manifest as Meng Hao's form. A profound voice resonates across the Demon Immortal Sect, declaring that the law Meng Hao has obtained is the Withering Flame Demon Body Method. 3 towering inverted mountains exude distinct auras, with the Ragging Stone Fiend Mountain shaking violently, stirring the hearts of the Fiend Immortal Sect. 7 Supremes, including Sect Master Kei Yunhai, look toward the Fiend Mountains with solemn expressions. All disciples are confounded, but they understand that the Fiend Mountain's tremors signify extraordinary treasures within the Fiend Immortal Pagoda. Within the Fiend Immortal Pagoda at this moment, Meng Hao reveals his true appearance. His 7 nascent souls merging with the Withering Flames Fiend Dharma Ancestral Tao Dharma Seed. Elevating his cultivation, he bids farewell to Patriarch Reliance and prepares to depart the Fiend Immortal Pagoda. Unexpectedly, an ancient and indistinct voice is heard from the Ragging Stone Fiend Mountain. Uttering the words Withering Flames Fiend Dharma, the voice abruptly pauses. As the others are shocked, Meng Hao opens his eyes, realizing that the Dharma seed is firmly rooted and his strength has undergone a qualitative transformation. As Meng Hao exits the Fiend Immortal Pagoda, his figure appears on the 71st level. Beneath him is an enormous turtle. The crowd is stunned, especially cultivators from the Southern Heaven domain. They're jealous and furious, accusing Meng Hao of cheating. However, on level 80 of the Fiend Immortal Pagoda, a dazzling light erupts once more, and an aged and time-worn voice bestows upon Meng Hao the Dharma. 9 heavens collapse. At this moment, everyone's gaze falls upon Zhixiang. She recognizes the voice, it's that of Sect Master Li Mu. The 7 Supremes, including Kei Yunhai, are astounded. Their auras become distorted as they are shaken by Li Mu's voice. This event heralds the unveiling of an earth-shattering secret. The fate of the Fiend Immortal Sect and the various factions of the Southern Heaven continent will be irrevocably altered by Meng Hao's presence. In the trial of the Demon Immortal Pagoda, Meng Hao broke through the 80th level, but he encountered unprecedented hardships on the 89th level. Just when he was about to fail, the Supreme Elder of the Demon Immortal Sect, Kei Yunhai, disregarded his own safety and used the supreme decree to appear before Meng Hao. Ke Yunhai transformed into a powerful barrier, shielding Meng Hao from the divine abilities of countless cultivators. He smiled at Meng Hao, a doting smile on his face. 9 thoughts. Fear not, Daddy will take you through. This sentence awakened the deep paternal love in Meng Hao's heart, making him forget that he was not Kjusi. Meng Hao fought side by side with Ke Yunhai, the father and son working together to release a terrifying force that annihilated all the surrounding enemies. A phoenix heart dragon platform oil lamp outside Ke Yunhai's body emitted a dazzling light, providing Meng Hao with a constant source of support. Ancestor Kaoshan trembled, finally understanding Meng Hao's true identity. He had once bullied Meng Hao, but now that he saw Meng Hao's father, he couldn't help but feel terrified and afraid. Meng Hao and Ke Yunhai embarked on their journey together, the father and son fighting side by side. Invincible, they set their sights on higher realms, determined to obtain the 9 heavens treasure body seal in the secret method of sainthood for the physical body. Within the demon pagoda of the demon immortal sect, Ke Yunhai exerts his strength, single-handedly destroying barriers and escorting Meng Hao through the challenges. On the 90th floor, they encounter a projection of the ancient realm, an ancient battlefield. Ke Yunhai unravels the connection between the ancient realm and the 9 mountains and seas, as well as the origins of the longevity limit. On the 99th floor, they meet the Angler Elder. The Elder points out Ke Yunhai's violation of the rules, but considering his sacrifices and limited time, he bestows Meng Hao with an incomplete secret technique for physical sanctification. Ke Yunhai sacrifices his lifespan, using supreme coercion to fuse the 9 heavens body mark in Meng Hao's mind, making it Meng Hao's first Dao seed. Throughout the challenges, Meng Hao witnesses Ke Yunhai's formidable power and protection. The disciples of the demon immortal sect observe in awe and envy. Finally, Ke Yunhai and Meng Hao leave the demon pagoda while the Angler Elder laments Ke Yunhai's actions, yet remains helpless. Meng Hao acquires the 9 heavens body mark and the secret technique for physical sanctification, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Ke Yunhai and Meng Hao leave the Valley of Illusions and step into the unknown. Meng Hao is anxious, fearing the loss of his fictitious father-son relationship. Ke Yunhai turns around, lovingly rubs Meng Hao's head, and allays his concerns. The duo arrives at the Immortal Demon Tower, where the tower's entrance is closed. A beam of light shoots towards the dome, healing the cracks, and only a translucent ladder descends from the sky. The ladder is visible only to Meng Hao and disciples from the southern heaven realm. Ke Yunhai takes Meng Hao with him, and the Immortal Demon Tower incident concludes. Meng Hao returns to his cave and contemplates the extraordinary fortune he obtained from the tower, including the Dry Blaze Demon Law's true self-Dao, 9 heavens shattering, 9 heavens treasure body seal, and the secret law of fleshly sanctification. Half a month later, Meng Hao experiences the heaven gulping tactic outside his cave, and Zhixiang seeks his help with Dao techniques. Unable to resist Zhixiang's allure, Meng Hao leaves with her. En route, Zhixiang inquires about Meng Hao's encounter on the 80th floor of the Immortal Demon Tower, and Meng Hao is surprised to learn that it was the divine voice of the Immortal Demon Sect's holy son, Li Zhu. Zhixiang's gaze becomes solemn, suggesting a profound understanding of Meng Hao's experience and Li Zhu's voice. Meng Hao and Zhixiang meet in the second realm of the ancient sect of monsters and immortals, where Zhixiang reveals a shocking secret. The ancient sect of monsters and immortals was created by the 3 monster emperors of the Monster Immortal Sect, who also built the bridge to immortality. The Monster Immortal Sect was once the number 1 sect in the 9th Sea, founded by Grandmaster Li and supported by 2 major generals, the Ji and Fang families. In the past, Grandmaster Li renounced his destiny and sealed the path of travel, while the 2 major general families, the Ji and Fang families, fought for control of the 9th Sea, sparking a war that shook the entire area. In the end, the Ji family emerged victorious. The Monster Immortal Sect fell apart, and the 3 monster emperors perished. There are 2 inheritances within the Monster Immortal Sect: the Book of Mountains and Seas, and the Monster Immortal Body. The Monster Immortal Body is a cultivation physique condensed by Grandmaster Li that allows one to cultivate with demonic qi and even return to the source, becoming a heaven monster. Zhixiang invites Meng Hao to help her obtain the Monster Immortal Body, as she possesses the necessary conditions but requires Meng Hao's assistance. Zhao promises that if Meng Hao helps, the Monster Immortal Sect will grant him protection and the right to join the sect. Meng Hao states a condition, to which Zhao agrees. She reveals that the first two realms of the ancient sect of monsters and immortals are sure to appear, while the third realm requires a lucky coincidence. It needs Meng Hao, with his ability to be unaffected by the curse, to open a path in the third realm. Zhao also shares her plan to use a method prepared by the Monster Immortal Sect to enter the third realm. But Meng Hao's help will ensure that others can enter smoothly. Meng Hao contemplates in silence, analyzing the credibility of Zhao's words. Eventually, he puts forth a condition, to which Zhao readily agrees. Meng Hao and Zhao reach a partnership, working together to obtain the Monster Immortal Body and agreeing on an undisclosed condition. Zhao offers a condition if Meng Hao can be the first to enter the third level of the fairy pool of demons. She will grant him a request. Meng Hao states his condition as being the first to enter the third level. Zhao agrees and promises to help Meng Hao qualify for the fairy pool of demons within a month. Meng Hao asks Zhao to explain the record about Xu, and Zhao tells him about Xu's life. He was decadent by nature but fought desperately during the sect's crisis. Gained many battle merits, but ultimately perished along with the sect. Before he died, he bowed to the sect leader but was rejected and killed. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao feels a sense of empathy and sheds a tear. He realizes that Xu's love and yearning for his father are like his own for his father. Yunhai. After learning about the divine leaving technique, Meng Hao speculates that Xu did not die completely but became an intangible existence guarding the fairy sect of demons. 2 days later, Meng Hao and Zhao go to the fairy pool of demons. Outside the 7th peak, Zhao uses a token to obtain a third-class qualification. But as Meng Hao approaches the sword gate, the statue on the right shows him a supreme qualification, allowing him to enter all levels of the fairy pool of demons with unlimited time. Zhao is stunned, realizing that Meng Hao has a supreme status. Meng Hao, with his supreme status, arrived at the demon immortal pool of the demon immortal sect with Zhao to explore. Zhao was surprised by Meng Hao's special identity and felt both envy and jealousy. But out of the big picture, she still led the way into the demon immortal pool. The scenery within the demon immortal pool was beautiful, filled with the aura of immortal Ling. However, Zhao warned Meng Hao that the seemingly simple appearance concealed dangers and restrictions, and had even killed a quasi-Dao realm supreme in the past. Meng Hao dismissed her words, but Zhang's caution still gave him some pause. Meng Hao attempted to absorb the water from the pool, but he found that it only had a refining effect on his physical body and did nothing to help his soul. Zhao explained that in ancient times, they were only souls and so couldn't absorb it. After Meng Hao left, Zhao revealed a secret about the demon immortal pool and quietly told Meng Hao. Meng Hao later returned to the demon immortal pool and dived deep into the water to cultivate. The cold energy in the pool had a great refining effect on his physical body, breaking through his previous bottleneck. As Meng Hao continued to cultivate in the water, the cold energy around his body suddenly surged, squeezing him with a loud roar. He realized that the accumulation of cold energy here far exceeded his imagination, and its nourishment for the physical body was even more astonishing. Meng Hao believed that if he could continue to cultivate, his physical body would become incredibly powerful, possibly even comparable to the realm of flesh-destroying spirits. Just as he opened his eyes, revealing an astonishing brilliance, Meng Hao submerged himself in the demon immortal pool, absorbing its extraordinary contents to refine his physical form while enduring the invasion of its cold energy. He emerged promptly from the pool, but the cold poison had already entered his body, requiring time to expel. Meng Hao realized that despite the abundance of medicinal herbs in this place, he could not ingest physical pills. So, he sought an alternative approach, intending to refine an illusory pill, using an ethereal herb as the ingredient, attempting to concoct a pill out of nothing. His pill refining process faced repeated failures, but Meng Hao persevered, exploring various methods, gaining insights into the ancient art of alchemy and enhancing his proficiency. Concurrently, he mastered the first level of his mountain swallowing art, significantly augmenting his physical strength to the level of a fifth life cultivator. However, Meng Hao's aspirations extended beyond this. He yearned to achieve the physical prowess of a sixth life cultivator, capable of slaying spirits with his own body. To further refine his physical body, He had to submerge himself in the pool's depths. But doing so required extensive time to expel the cold poison. At that moment, the second realm began to exhibit signs of dissipation, indicating that this realm was nearing its end, leaving Meng Hao with dwindling time. Determined to take a risk, Meng Hao utilized the power of time imbued within his temporal wood sword, burying it deep beneath the earth. Should he successfully return to the real world, the sword would age for tens of thousands of years, transforming into a formidable weapon. Meng Hao, in search of an escape route, buried 10-time wood swords in 4 specific areas within the Celestial Sect, each sword representing his hopes for the future. As night fell, Meng Hao anticipated these swords would bring him an opportunity. As time went on, Meng Hao felt the world's convergence with increasing frequency. In the meantime, he learned from his father, Ke Yunhai, that a mysterious power was approaching. On a misty rainy night, a sword engraved with the character Fang descended from the sky, indicating an ally's aid. Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat upon receiving a message from the sword. In the morning, Meng Hao rushed to the residence of Outer Sect disciples and met with cultivators from the southern heaven, including the Ji and Fang families. Despite the Ji family's animosity towards Meng Hao, they showed no signs of killing intent. The 3 members of the Fang family appeared calm, but Meng Hao noticed concealed weapons in their hands. In addition to the Ji and Fang families, cultivators from the Northern Territory and Southern region were also present. The cultivators from the Northern Territory were arrogant, while among those from the Southern region, Meng Hao was surprised to see a familiar figure. Stirring his emotions, Meng Hao realized that the arrival of these cultivators signified an impending storm. He prepared himself, awaiting the dictates of fate. Meng Hao had faint memories of a woman from the Song clan, who was his nominal Taoist partner. However, upon meeting Song Zhao again after 100 years of separation, he found her profoundly transformed. Her former fragility had been replaced by a resolute demeanor, with a hint of imposing authority born from an enigmatic background. Song Zhao had come to understand that after Meng Hao's departure, the Song clan held mixed feelings towards her, granting her favor yet treating her as an outsider. After realizing her unique status, she also became subject to envy and persecution by her cousin, Song Yanshu, recognizing Meng Hao but harboring complex emotions that had accumulated over the years. Song Zhao averted her gaze upon making eye contact. Meng Hao remained silent, reflecting on the vicissitudes of time that marked the bittersweet reunion. At this juncture, Meng Hao encountered cultivators from the southern domain in the western wilderness, including his former acquaintance Li Shiqi and Li Daoyi's younger brother, Li Tiandao. Among them was an unidentified elder with a simian appearance, eliciting both envy and intrigue. Upon inquiry, Meng Hao discovered that he was the only one who hadn't located the disciples of the Purple Fate Sect and the One Sword Sect. Subsequently, Meng Hao met with cultivators allied with the Fang and Ji clans. They requested Meng Hao to ascend the ladder connecting the 3rd and 4th peaks, offering a generous amount of spirit stones as compensation. However, Meng Hao feigned physical discomfort and reluctance, prompting Fang Yu, who couldn't contain his frustration, to question whether Meng Hao's father was Ke Yunhai, an assertion that irked the latter. After careful consideration, Meng Hao agreed to enter the 3rd realm on the condition that the southern domain and western wilderness cultivators surrender half of their earnings. Weighing the pros and cons, they consented to Meng Hao's demand, binding their promise with a hard oath. As Meng Hao took his leave, he left a cryptic remark, suggesting that he had no interest in the fortuitous opportunities of the 3rd realm. His true intentions remained veiled. Within the 2nd layer of the Violet Fate Sect, Meng Hao, due to being qualified to step onto the Sky Ascension ladder, made an agreement with the other disciples. The group swore that after entering the 3rd layer, they would share their gains with Meng Hao, and the affirmation was made through the Tao. Meng Hao promised to step onto the Sky Ascension ladder as requested, but the timing would be up to him. After several months of waiting, Meng Hao was about to leave the ancient realm. He felt a sense of reluctance, especially towards the debt of gratitude he owed to his father, Ke Yunhai. Meng Hao immersed himself in beautiful memories of his time with Ke Yunhai, and he refined elixirs every night to dwell on his thoughts. One night, the elixir that Meng Hao was refining made an indescribable sound, like celestial music and also like a funeral dirge. The sound evoked each person's personal memories of their father, stirring up resonance and reminiscence. Everybody in the 1st heaven of the Violet Fate Sect, including elders and paragons, were overcome with emotion as they listened to the sound. The entire Violet Fate sect fell into silence. Only the sound of Meng Hao refining elixirs echoed through the air. In that moment, Meng Hao's elixir contained the emotions of fatherly love, surpassing celestial music. The 6 paragons looked up toward the 4th peak, where Meng Hao was, their expressions filled with melancholy. They were gratified by Meng Hao's growth, and they sent profound condolences for Ke Yunhai. The sound of Meng Hao refining elixirs gradually spread to other areas, allowing disciples from the outer sect, inner sect, and even elders to immerse themselves in thoughts of their fathers. The sound stirred up each person's inner emotions, and it became a memory that everybody in the first heaven of the Violet Fate sect would never forget. In the ethereal past of the Demon Immortal sect, the sound of pill creation resonates, stirring the heartstrings of all. Song Jia recalls her father's kindness. Fang Yu yearns for his departed father, and Ji Xiao indulges in reminiscing about the past. Li Shiqi expresses her gratitude to her master for raising her like a father. Meng Hao concocts pills, and the sound of the pills contain his miss for his deceased master Ke Yunhai and his longing for fatherly love. Behind him, Ke Jusa's illusory form materializes, watching him refine the pill. At this moment, the sound of a death bell reverberates, shaking the heavens and earth. Each toll of the bell signifies the demise of an exalted being. As the 9th toll rings, Meng Hao's heart trembles in fear, wondering if something untoward has befallen Ke Yunhai. He rushes out of the pill room, heading straight for Ke Yunhai's chamber. Outside the chamber, Meng Hao kneels down, crying out father in anguish. The death bell continues to toll, and with each toll, a cyan halo emerges above the 4th peak. The chamber door creaks open, and Ke Yunhai's weary voice can be heard, telling Meng Hao not to cry and that he has forged his life's treasure for him. Under the soft glow of the oil lamp, white light radiates from Ke Yunhai's body, as if he is nearing the end of his life. The death bell continues to toll, each sound striking Meng Hao's heart. Ke Jusa's figure manifests beside Ke Yunhai, gazing at the pill that is about to take shape in the pill furnace. The pill furnace explodes with a deafening roar, shattering 9 pills but concentrating their potency into a 10th pill, allowing it to complete its final transformation as it absorbs Meng Hao's blood. Meng Hao disregards the successful pill creation, rushing into the chamber and seeing Ke Yunhai on the verge of death. With tears streaming down his face, he kneels beside the bed and calls out father. Ke Yunhai looks at Meng Hao with loving eyes and tells him that he must forge his own path from now on. As the death bell outside tolls 57 times, Ke Yunhai's body gradually dissipates, and the oil lamp extinguishes. Meng Hao comprehends that Ke Yunhai has reached the final moment of his life. Grief-stricken, he kneels beside the bed, unwilling to leave for a long time. At the Yao Shenzong, Ke Yunhai entrusted Meng Hao with the divinity separation technique in a mysterious coffin, hoping that he would cultivate an immortal spirit. Ke Yunhai learned that his time was short, and his mind was preoccupied with Meng Hao's future and safety. Meng Hao was reluctant to part with him and wept profusely. Ke Yunhai explained that cultivators sought not only longevity but also the pursuit of the Tao, and that life and death were not the most important things. He hoped that Meng Hao would understand and take good care of himself. Ke Yunhai revealed that Meng Hao's siblings had all passed away, and that he should have died earlier, but had delayed his own demise in order to care for Meng Hao. Suddenly, Ke Jusa's figure appeared behind Meng Hao, merging with his own. Ke Jusi expressed his apologies and love to Ke Yunhai. Ke Yunhai praised Meng Hao with relief and stated that he was also his son. With the tolling of the funeral bell, Ke Yunhai's body was surrounded by white points of light and gradually faded away. At Ke Yunhai's remains, Meng Hao received his recognition and affirmation. He decided to ascend the heavenly ladder and leave the illusory world. As he looked back at the 4th peak, his eyes were filled with fond memories of Ke Yunhai and anticipation for the future. The cultivators of the Yao Shenzong watched Meng Hao, waiting for him to reach the summit, end the 2nd realm, and begin the 3rd realm. Meng Hao ascended to the summit of Violet Fate Sect's stairway of heaven, overlooking the peaks of the former 7 mountains. Before his eyes, the world had undergone astonishing transformations, as if tens of thousands of years had passed in an instant. He witnessed ancient structures, the rise and fall of life, and an epic war involving the downfall of 2 sacred grounds and 3 demon mountains. In the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a long-haired figure in white robes, protecting the land. The dreamlike scene vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only scattered remains and ruins. When Meng Hao awakened from his reverie, he found himself in the fourth peak's coffin, with the familiar broken sky above. He realized that the dream was a fragment of the distant past, providing him with new insights into his past and future. Meng Hao emerged from the coffin and found his former cave in the fourth peak. Despite its disarray, Meng Hao could still recognize familiar landmarks, stirring memories of his past. He stepped through the restrictions and entered the cave, finding it spotless as if it had been carefully tended to. It reminded him of the fatherly affection Kai Yunhai had shown him in the distant past. Meng Hao sat in meditation outside the cave for half a day, coming to understand that the third realm was a grand stage that bestowed incredible fortune upon cultivators. Standing up, he journeyed to Kai Yunhai cave and found it still standing intact. He stood there, thinking back to the past, and bowed deeply, paying reverence to his past life dream and the father-son bond they had shared. After waking from the dream, Meng Hao became determined to step into the third realm and seize its greatest opportunities. He realized that his fleshly cultivation from the distant past had been preserved, bolstering his confidence. He wondered if the wooden sword he had buried had succeeded and went to seek it out with both anticipation and trepidation. Meng Hao arrives in the illusory primeval era in search of the time wooden sword he buried in the past. He finds his first hiding place empty and searches the rest in vain. When he reaches the seventh peak where he buried the fourth wooden sword, he also finds nothing. Just when Meng Hao is in despair, he accidentally discovers a piece of wood the size of a fingernail that resembles the tip of the wooden sword. This piece of wood contains only 30,000 years of time power, unlike the 100,000 years Meng Hao originally buried. But he takes it nonetheless. Meng Hao decides to go to the burial domain, realizing that he may not have successfully buried the time wooden sword. On his way past the seventh peak, he is attacked by Lu Zixuan, a descendant of the Northern Imperial clan. Meng Hao unleashes the power of his first and second lives and easily defeats Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan escapes, but Meng Hao does not pursue him. Instead, he demands 80 of Lu Zixuan's future gains, threatening to kill him otherwise. Lu Zixuan escapes with the help of a treasure, and Meng Hao proceeds to the burial domain with a heavy heart. At this time, there is a roar throughout the third realm of the demon immortal sect. People from Nantian are fighting for good fortune and killing each other. Meng Hao does not participate, but he knows that due to his agreement with Lu Zixuan, his gains will far exceed those of others. After testing Meng Hao in battle, Lu Zixuan realizes the murderous intent and power Meng Hao possesses. Unable to gauge Meng Hao's true strength, Lu decides to avoid direct confrontation. Meng Hao, having claimed his third life, feels his power increase and believes he can slay the first of the spirit-severing blades. Meng Hao travels to the burial grounds and locates Kai Yunhai grave. Overwhelmed with grief, he kneels and kowtows to express his gratitude. Leaving the grave, Meng Hao learns from Zhixiong that only those with a third-class access token can enter the Forbidden Land. Using her token, Zhixiong unlocks the barrier, but Meng Hao is unexpectedly hindered as he attempts to enter. A weak voice recognizes Meng Hao's supreme status and permits him to enter freely. Zhixiong is astounded, realizing that Meng Hao's past life in the illusory primordial era granted him Kai Yunhai identity and left a mark that qualifies him as supreme. Zhixiong explains the existence of Night, a true spirit dwelling in the Reliance Sect who controls the dreamscapes of the second realm's illusory primordial era. Meng Hao is shocked to learn that their experiences in the primordial era were merely dreams orchestrated by Night. In the ruins of the Fiend Celestial Sect, Meng Hao and Zhixiong ventured into the third realm and discovered the shattered Fiend Celestial pool. Zhixiong shared the legend of the Fiend Celestial Night with Meng Hao, theorizing that the true spirit night was a form of time transportation. Determined to study the true spirit night, Zhixiong earned the qualification to enter the Fiend Celestial pool. However, as she approached the pool's waters, Zhixiong encountered a powerful curse. Meng Hao, unaffected by the curse, came to her aid and cleared the obstacles. Zhixiong attempted to enter the pool but nearly perished. She realized the curse targeted only her, while Meng Hao could pass freely. Desperate, Zhixiong pleaded with Meng Hao to assist her. Meng Hao took Zhixiong into the cursed grounds, where her body appeared in its true form. Unmoved, Meng Hao admired her beauty and prevented Zhishang from harming herself. They reached the pool's center, where the fragrance from Zhishang's body purified the murky waters, turning them clear. With this, Zhishang gained the qualification to enter the Fiend Celestial Pool, as witnessed by Meng Hao. At the demonic immortal pool's edge, Zhishang pulls Meng Hao into the water to use the unique scent released during her transformation into a demonic immortal body to refine his physique. She instructs Meng Hao to protect her during her transformation and reveals that the curse will no longer affect her. As Zhishang closes her eyes, the pool water emits a thick fog that envelops Meng Hao and Zhishang. The cold intensifies, and Meng Hao discovers that the fog is also nourishing his body. Realizing that Zhishang's words are true, Meng Hao decides to practice the mortal body sanctification secret technique. As the secret technique is applied, the fog and pool water swirl around, and Meng Hao's body constantly expands and contracts, becoming increasingly robust. At the same time, demonic energy from Zhishang materializes into numerous ancient powerful creatures that have died. The light released by these creatures benefits Zhishang but has the opposite effect on Meng Hao's mortal body sanctification secret technique. Amidst the alternating cycles of destruction and replenishment, Meng Hao's body endures immense pain but also gains unprecedented benefits. His bones are nourished amid the cracking, their strength far exceeding the enhancement provided by the mortal body sanctification secret technique. When the refinement of Meng Hao's bones stabilizes, his physical strength breaks through to the peak of the sixth mortal domain. However, this process is not yet complete, as the refinement of his flesh and veins begins. As Meng Hao's body repeatedly withers and recovers, a fissure appears above the 7 great peaks of the demonic immortal sect, and a colossal demonic immortal tower descends. A river of runes flies out of the tower's body and enters Meng Hao's body. At this moment, Meng Hao's body becomes a battleground for the demonic immortal tower's secret technique and Zhishang's demonic immortal body. Ultimately, the question becomes whether destruction will triumph over nourishment or nourishment will prove indestructible in this unprecedented battle. Within the demonic immortal pool, Meng Hao endures the double refinement from the radiance of the grand demonic immortal and the demonic immortal pagoda glyphs, experiencing both the excruciating pain of his flesh withering and expanding. As the secret technique fleshy sanctity progressively integrates, Meng Hao's body gradually strengthens, with his physical power reaching the level of a 7th severing cultivator. However, he discovers that his fleshly body still faces a bottleneck, which hinders the breakthrough of fleshly severing. Yet, under the continuous impact of the grand demonic immortal's radiance and the glyphs, Meng Hao's meridians are also refined, eventually breaking through the bottleneck. To Meng Hao's surprise, however, he does not sense the state of fleshly severing. At this moment, Meng Hao's body undergoes an astonishing transformation. Due to the ultimate enhancement of his bones, flesh, and meridians, he possesses the exceptional characteristics of a demonic immortal body while also having the vitality of fleshy sanctity. This unprecedented fusion forms a vital qi nascent soul within Meng Hao's core of vitality. The emergence of this nascent soul causes fluctuations in Meng Hao's cultivation, allowing him to sense the aura of the 8th severing stage. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, Patriarch Huyan arranges a formation, awaiting Meng Hao's appearance. He is determined that Meng Hao cannot borrow the Mastiff's power, and as soon as Meng Hao steps out of the Forbidden Zone, he will kill him. Meng Hao opens his eyes as he senses his companion, Zhishang, reaching a critical juncture in her transformation into an immortal. He disperses the imperceptible light of the heavenly and earthly great demon, easing her burden. After emerging from the pool, Meng Hao feels his body becoming more refined and a new 8th nascent soul, the Qi and Blood nascent soul, appears within him. Experimenting with fusing the 8 nascent souls, Meng Hao experiences a powerful surge in strength and enhanced divine senses. He discovers mysterious ripples deep within the Forbidden Zone, and the presence of a skeleton that imperceptibly erodes his divine senses. The skeleton holds a demonic immortal slaying sword, leaving Meng Hao in shock. After burying the skeleton, he senses the presence of Patriarch Huyan sitting cross-legged outside the Forbidden Zone. Driven by killing intent, Meng Hao turns back towards the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. He discovers that Patriarch Huyan has laid an ambush and decides to eliminate him first. Meng Hao steps into Patriarch Huyan's formation, relying on his robust physique to effortlessly break through the restrictive barrier. Patriarch Huyan employs his heaven and earth restriction, attempting to suppress Meng Hao. But Meng Hao activates his second life and forcefully breaks through the restriction. With a combination of 3 fingers, he consecutively defeats Patriarch Huyan's 7 desires, 6 obsessions, and 13 reincarnation techniques, driving him into a corner. Finally, Meng Hao delivers the finishing blow with his 4th finger, ending Patriarch Huyan's life. In the ruins of the monster Immortal Sect, an earth-shattering battle unfolds. Meng Hao faces the challenge of the formidable Patriarch Huyan. As Huyan attempts to unleash his ultimate move, Meng Hao activates his 4th life, using his resilient physique and cultivation to wound him. Sensing the immense threat posed by Meng Hao, Huyan bites the tip of his tongue to execute the Crimson Heaven Blade technique. However, Meng Hao effortlessly deflects the blade with his finger and strikes Huyan once more. Driven by fear, Huyan turns and flees. But Meng Hao relentlessly pursues, activating his 5th life and showcasing an even more astonishing physical prowess. In his desperation, Huyan unleashes the powerful Sever Emotion Destroy technique, yet it is shattered by Meng Hao's 5th finger strike. Huyan is forced to use his final trump card, activating the Sever Spirit Physique. Undeterred, Meng Hao activates his 6th life, releasing an unprecedented aura of Sever Spirit. Huyan executes the 4 lines restriction technique, intending to repel Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's formidable physique renders the restriction ineffective. With a roar, he shatters the lines and strikes Huyan again. Driven to desperation, Huyan sacrifices his life force, summoning a colossal black blade. Even with this surge of power, he fails to shake Meng Hao. As the blade descends, Meng Hao activates his 7th life, his cultivation and physique reaching unparalleled heights, seemingly transcending the limitations of the monster Immortal Sect world. With a single finger strike, Meng Hao shatters the blade into pieces, leaving Huyan severely wounded. Huyan's final gambit is to sacrifice his own life, summoning a Crimson Whip Soul. However, Meng Hao's formidable physique and Sever Spirit aura render it harmless. Ultimately, Meng Hao activates his 8th life, showcasing overwhelming power. Huyan succumbs in despair, and the intense battle concludes with Meng Hao's victory. After Meng Hao cast his 8th life-saving technique, the heavens and earth shook, and a giant whirlpool appeared in the void, knocking away Patriarch Huyan's whip. Subsequently, Meng Hao endured intense pain as his 8 nascent souls merged, his cultivation skyrocketing beyond the limit of the 7th life. The great completion power of the nascent souls in Meng Hao's body continuously climbed, from 64 parts to 99 parts, until it reached 115 parts, his aura becoming increasingly shocking. At the same time, his hair turned gray, his face weathered, releasing the power of spirit severing. The storm reached 300 zhang. The thunder transformed into a thunder pool, and Meng Hao's face carried the awe-inspiring majesty of extinguishing life and death. His gaze alone caused Patriarch Huyan to vomit blood and retreat. Meng Hao's physical body also began to transform. Flesh and blood shattered, bones pulverized, and meridians collapsed, but then quickly reformed. Within a few breaths, Meng Hao's physical body completed spirit severing, his chi and blood surging through his body, his heartbeat like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. His worldview changed. He heard the dust dance, the whispers of the dead, and the breathing of the giant beasts sleeping deep in the earth. Meng Hao's cultivation had reached the spirit-severing realm, and his physical body had also become the legendary fleshly saint. With a casual motion, he grabbed Patriarch Huyan's whip, and with a flick of a finger, detonated Patriarch Huyan's body. As Patriarch Huyan's primordial spirit escaped, a jade hand reached out from the forbidden zone, pinching his primordial spirit. At this time, a woman of incomparable beauty emerged from the forbidden zone, her voice completely different from Zishang's. Leaving Meng Hao flabbergasted, she smiled like a blooming flower, proposing to use Patriarch Huyan's primordial spirit to refine pills. Zishang, the divine maiden of the Reliance Sect, possesses beauty that could topple nations in a captivating demeanor. Clad in a scarlet dress, her every move exudes an ethereal aura, like a precious relic attracting the surrounding life force. Upon activating her Yaoxian body, her cultivation swiftly recovers, nearly regaining her immortal powers. She will soon bid farewell to the others and return to the Reliance Sect on the 9th mountain range. Meng Hao remains composed when Zishang requests his assistance and pledges his support. In gratitude, Zhang bestows upon Meng Hao the primordial spirit of ancestor Huyan, absorbing which enhances both Zhang's cultivation and allure. With a casual flick of her wrist, she grants Meng Hao an elder's jade token, symbolizing the Yaoxian sect's acknowledgement and favor toward him. Before her departure, Zhang divulges a crucial piece of information: the chasm between the third and fourth peaks holds the key to accessing the fourth realm. Meng Hao recognizes this as a potential avenue for him to advance. Upon parting with Zhang, Meng Hao proceeds to explore the third realm, his sights set on an array formation on the fifth peak. Within the array lies a cottage housing the skeleton of an elderly man grasping a flute and a radiant purple drum. Several cultivators, including Ji Xiaoxiao and Lu Zichuan, struggle to decipher the array's secrets. Meng Hao's arrival raises both suspicion and resentment from the group due to his past extortion in the second realm. However, he feigns sincerity and humility, hoping to facilitate their success and, thereby, benefit himself. His audacity and provocation enrage the gathering, ultimately triggering an attack from a cultivator of the northern lands. Confronted by a provocation from the northern cultivator, Meng Hao swiftly struck him to the ground. Despite the mont's desperate struggles, he was no match for Meng Hao's formidable physical strength and let out a miserable cry. Meng Hao interrogated the northern cultivator and his companion about their disrespectful actions while pummeling them. As Meng Hao prepared to continue his punishment, a member of the Ji clan intervened, arguing that the northern cultivators should not be severely punished for a first offense. However, Meng Hao countered with a question that silenced the crowd. Ji Xiaoxiao witnessed Meng Hao's violence with a mixture of awe and fear. In contrast, Lu Zichuan cheered him on, calling for him to kill all their enemies and scorning the others for their cowardice. In a moment of desperation, the northern cultivator offered to give Meng Hao 60% of their loot. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's hostility subsided, and he helped the man to his feet, saying that he was not heartless. The other northern cultivator swiftly pledged to give up 80% of their loot. The Ji clan members, not wanting to be outdone, also promised to give up 80%. Under Meng Hao's overwhelming intimidation, the three cultivators were forced to submit. As they were escorted away by their group, Meng Hao's gaze fell on a body lying beside the forbidden cottage. Recognizing the deceased as Yi Xuanzi, a disciple of the Immortal Devil Sect, Meng Hao was overcome with a sense of nostalgia. He resolved to bury Yi Xuanzi's remains. But the forbidden barrier remained closed. Just as Meng Hao was about to give up, the barrier shimmered, and a narrow opening appeared, as if it had been made specifically for him. The onlookers gasped in amazement as Meng Hao stepped into the barrier to lay Yi Xuanzi to rest. Meng Hao accidentally discovers that he can use the opportunity of the second realm to open the seal in reality. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he enters the forbidden area and finds the remains of a man named Yi Xuanzi there. Out of fondness for his old friend, Meng Hao holds a burial ceremony for Yi Xuanzi. At this time, a purple drum near Yi Xuanzi's grave vibrates and automatically flies into Meng Hao's hand. There are mysterious totems carved on the drum which contain great power. Meng Hao puts away the purple drum. As Yi Xuanzi's tombstone is set up, the ban is lifted, and he returns to the outside. By now, the others are more in awe of Meng Hao. Ji Xiaoxiao, a genius of the Ji family, also takes the initiative to show her goodwill towards him. When Meng Hao learns about Ji Mingfeng's whereabouts, he takes Ji Xiaoxiao with him to look for him. On the way, he finds that many people have already arrived at their destination, the entrance to a deep pit that leads to the fourth realm. After going deep into the ruins, Meng Hao and Ji Xiaoxiao find Ji Mingfeng's body and a three-eyed crow. Ji Xiaoxiao tells Meng Hao that there is a monster hidden in the black storage bag and reveals that the three-eyed crow is an exotic beast that Ji Mingfeng encountered when he was a child. Just when Meng Hao is about to collect the storage bag, the three-eyed crow suddenly attacks. At this time, the bronze mirror in Meng Hao's storage bag makes an excited sound, indicating that it had seen the three-eyed crow and calls it concubine. While exploring the third layer, Meng Hao encounters the three-eyed crow, and at the same time, the parrot Fifth Lord appears. Fifth Lord has a history with the three-eyed crow, but upon seeing Fifth Lord, the three-eyed crow panics, its feathers instantly falling out, transforming it into a bald crow. Fifth Lord is terrified and flees in a panic. Meanwhile, Meng Hao and his companions arrive at a deep pit between the third and fourth peaks. Preparing to find the entrance to the fourth layer, Here, Meng Hao meets Southern Domain cultivator Li Tiandao and the Ji family. Li Tiandao is dismissive, and Meng Hao knocks him to the ground with a slap, brutally beating him. With Han Bai's reminder, Li Tiandao surrenders in humiliation, handing over 2 magic treasures. Meng Hao then goes on to demand magic treasures from other cultivators, using ruthless tactics and shameless rhetoric, obtaining a large number of them. When he stands before Song Zhao, he hesitates for a moment, but hands her one of the treasures he has obtained. Suddenly, Fang Yu and 2 Fang family members arrive at the deep pit. The Fang family members are full of confidence, clearly having reaped a rich harvest. As the 3 figures leave, Meng Hao and his companions realize that there are still more secrets to be uncovered in the deep pit. Meng Hao encounters the Fang family of 3 but is met with hostility and denied a share of their spoils. His acquaintance from the second realm, Fang Yu, defends Meng Hao against the Fang family's disdain and assists in seizing their storage pouch. A deafening roar from the deep pit signals an opening to the fourth realm. Cultivators gather, but none dare enter lightly. Fang Yu reveals that an item must be sacrificed to enter the fourth realm and suggests the Fang family knows more. Meng Hao uses this opportunity to propose borrowing a magic item for double compensation, but is met with scorn. Eventually, Meng Hao finds a suitable location and, after sacrificing a magic item, descends into the pit via a vine. Despite the darkness, crystals illuminate the surroundings. Dozens of cultivators descend on vines near Meng Hao's, delving into the abyss of the fiend god ancient sect. Meng Hao and fellow cultivators discover the need to sacrifice treasures to the vines in order to advance into the fourth realm. As they descend, the biting cold intensifies, and the consumption of treasures accelerates. Li Tiandao attempts to ascend but is met with frigid blasts, forcing him to continue their descent. Well prepared, Meng Hao effortlessly sacrifices treasures and generously lends them to others, offering favorable terms of lend 1, return 3. Despite despising Meng Hao's cunning, the cultivators reluctantly borrow from him under duress. Meng Hao's wealth-gathering schemes flourish as he persuasively convinces cultivators to continue borrowing. Using the adage no pain, no gain, unable to resist temptation, Li Tiandao, Wang Lihai, Li Shiki, and others accumulate enormous debts. With the bottom of the pit still out of sight, Meng Hao exhausts his collection of miscellaneous treasures and expands his lending operations to unprecedented levels. He announces an unprecedented auction for his remaining 10 treasures. Enraged, the cultivators succumb to Meng Hao's exorbitant loan terms. Exploiting his exceptional financial acumen, Meng Hao amasses a fortune within the depths of the fiend god ancient sect. Returning with his coffers filled, Meng Hao arrives at a deep pit carrying a large number of miscellaneous magic treasures, hoping to sell them for a hefty sum of spirit stones. However, the bottom of the pit reveals an enormous realm resembling an ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, cultivators and monster clan are engaged in a fierce battle. Using earth-shattering divine abilities, Meng Hao and his companions are in awe of the scene, particularly drawn to 3 prominent figures. The first is an old man in a white and black robe holding a pair of black and white beads. His appearance is similar to the little tiger holding a white bead that Meng Hao encountered in the Zhao kingdom. The second is a large bat-like monster clan with wings and 7 wooden swords surrounding its body, identical to Meng Hao's immortal slaying sword. The most astonishing is the third figure, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He wields a silver spear covered in scales, exuding a formidable aura. Meng Hao's mind echoes with the words demon soldier, desolate grave. Realizing that this man is the 3rd generation of demon sealers, responsible for sealing the monster clan, the spear, created from the demonic thoughts of the desolate grave, reacts violently within Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao understands that he has a special connection to this demon sealer. The vast ancient battlefield is nearing its end, and a fierce battle is about to unfold, in which Meng Hao will find himself caught in the midst of great challenges and opportunities. Meng Hao discovered the traces of the fiend sealing abyss in front of the earth mirror in the fourth realm, which were the 3rd generation fiend sealing and the fiend sealing spear in his hand. Inspired by this, Meng Hao had great expectations for his 9th generation fiend sealing path. At this time, an emaciated old man took out a crimson flying bird, 2 swords, a fan, and a flying shuttle from the mirror by stimulating the surface of the earth mirror. Meng Hao reacted quickly and snatched the flying shuttle and the fan. Other cultivators also took action and fought for the treasures. The emaciated old man revealed that the Earth mirror's surface was a battlefield sealed in time. By stimulating the mirror's surface, a gap could be opened, and the items in the mirror could be sucked out. After learning this, everyone began to seek their fortunes. Meng Hao's goal was the third-generation fiend sealing, but he found that the characters in the mirror, though seemingly close at hand, could not be approached. On the way, Meng Hao found that there was a pattern of the lotus sword formation on a golden leaf magic treasure. He created a whirlpool by bombarding the mirror's surface and sucked the golden leaf out. However, the golden leaf in the mirror still existed. Meng Hao guessed that it might be an afterimage or not real. At this moment, Meng Hao found that his bronze mirror was shaking, and he realized that it might be related to the Earth mirror's surface. He stared at the mirror's surface, lost in thought. Meng Hao strolls across the mirror like Earth, understanding the distinct nature of this realm, where the existence of objects is uncanny. Relating this to the copper mirror in his possession, he suspects a connection between it and this space's peculiar ability to duplicate objects. Thus, Meng Hao resolves to remove the copper mirror to investigate the truth. At this juncture, a Yuan Ying Grand Completion cultivator claiming to be Han Danzi stealthily follows Meng Hao. Although initially wary, Meng Hao astutely detects a hint of demonic energy concealed within Han Danzi's aura, prompting him to feign ignorance and observe the situation covertly. Han Danzi proposes they search for the three paramount treasures together, which Meng Hao outwardly agrees to while harboring his own intentions. Han Danzi employs a secret technique to create a vortex on the mirror's surface, enabling them to bypass restrictions and enter the core of the battlefield. Meng Hao realizes that connecting the vortex to his cultivation can shorten the actual distance, leading the two to journey together. Within the core, Meng Hao and Han Danzi team up to shatter the vortex, forming a colossal black hole that absorbs nearby magical treasures. However, they are unable to move the seven flames of the demonic paramount. Simultaneously, the other magical treasures on the ground transform into 5 rainbow beams shooting towards the sky, drawing the attention of all cultivators present, who give chase. As the southern sky cultivators scrambled to fly toward the 5 treasures, Han Danzi proposed to join hands with Meng Hao to unlock the largest treasure trove there. He swore that he only sought a single flame and sealed his promise with a Dao oath in his life. Seeing Han Danzi's sincerity, the southern sky cultivators joined in one after another. However, Meng Hao remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanged. In order to convince Meng Hao, Han Danzi presented him with a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Meng Hao accepted the pendant and agreed to cooperate. After all the southern sky cultivators arrived, they combined their cultivation bases and bombarded the ground. A massive vortex and black hole appeared in the mirror world, absorbing over 10 magic treasures. Seeing that they could not pull away the 7 flames surrounding the great demon, everyone charged forward again, with Meng Hao unlocking his 6th life to help with all his might. The vortex and black hole expanded once more, and 2 of the 7 flames began to twist and shudder. Everyone unleashed their cultivation bases again, with the demonic chi on Han Danzi's body replacing the cultivator fluctuations, and Meng Hao unleashing his 7th life. The gravitational pull of the black hole drew 3 flames toward its edge. Suddenly, 1 flame vanished into the black hole, and a wooden sword shot up into the sky, with the Ji clan and Fang Yu racing after it. Soon after, the 2nd and 3rd wooden swords also flew out, sending everyone into a frenzy. At that moment, Han Danzi bit through his tongue, and the blood turned into a thread that entered the black hole, wrapping around the great demon and dragging it toward the black hole. A massive vortex appeared on the ground, and a colossal creature the size of 100 zhong with monstrous demonic chi slowly emerged. A colossal human head emerges from a mirror, standing hundreds of feet tall. It has 3 pitch-black horns, messy gray hair, and an ancient, weathered face resembling both a human and a lion. A 100,000-foot whirlpool swirls around the head, creating a fierce wind that shakes the heavens and earth. Han Danzi, kneeling before the head, becomes ecstatic. His appearance transforms, and 3 black horns grow from his head, mirroring the head. As he connects with the head, an earth-shattering power merges into him. The head, initially hundreds of feet tall, expands infinitely to thousands of feet before shrinking back down, distorting space. The onlookers are awestruck, their bodies losing control and spinning. The head continues to rise, revealing half its nose, showing its face more clearly. A large, jagged scar tears through its face, striking fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Demonic energy erupts, repelling all non-demonic energy from the heavens and earth. The demonic aura spreads, and Han Danzi trembles with excitement. He transforms his body, and his power surges. Non-demonic energy is repelled and pushed towards the passageway to the abyss. The passageway rumbles open, wilting vines wither, and non-demonic energy pours out. Meng Hao has a grave expression as he watches the Nan-Tien cultivators hovering in the whirlpool. They are caught in hallucinations, their bodies starting to show signs of becoming demonic. Land of the Three Saints. The power of the ancestors returns. Han Danzi cries out in exhilaration. Everyone here will become sacrifices and be transformed into demons. The whirlpool expands to 3,000,000 feet, revealing half of the human head's lips and sharp teeth. Demonic energy intensifies, creating a deafening roar. Meng Hao opens his eighth fate, doubling his physical strength and cultivation. He stands firm against the whirlpool, resisting its pull. He throws a punch, manifesting the phantom of the fourth peak and aiming it at the only passageway. There is an explosion as the phantom bursts in mid-air, the sound shaking hearts and shattering the hallucinations of the crowd. Meng Hao swings his arms outward, releasing a storm that fights the vortex. Fang Yu takes Xu Qing away, while the Nan-Tien cultivators retreat from the passageway. Meng Hao warns them that they owe him a debt that they must repay. As everyone escapes, the head fully rises above the surface, and Han Danzi gazes upon it with delight, also keeping an eye on Meng Hao. Meng Hao and Han Danzi are inside the body of Zhenlingye, fighting for the clone of the ancestor of the Yaoshen sect. Meng Hao discovers his ability to shake the demon qi and uses the demon sealing. Eighth restriction to seal Han Danzi and the gigantic head beneath him. However, the great demon on the mirror surface utters a strange sound, causing the emerged head to reappear and emit the same noise, shattering Meng Hao's seal. Seizing the opportunity, Han Danzi attempts to kill Meng Hao, but Meng Hao takes out the bronze mirror that has been with him for a long time. When the bronze mirror shines upon the mirror surface shakes and shrinks. The bronze mirror in Meng Hao's hand is astonishingly similar to the mirror surface, as if they were exactly alike. Han Danzi is drawn closer by the suction force of the mirror surface, while the eyes of the emerged head open and it shouts in a deep and aged voice. You actually have the Shanghai mirror. The appearance of the bronze mirror shakes the heavens and earth as if it were trying to swallow the mirror surface. Meng Hao plans to take advantage of the situation to seize the entire mirror surface. Han Danzi faces the imminent danger of being taken away into the mirror surface. And in the legendary Nine Great Shanghai, there exists a group of people called demon sealers who confuse with the power of demons. And Meng Hao's current abilities match the legends of the demon sealers. A primeval roar reverberated, and the earth seemed to transform into a mirror, slowly shrinking. Han Danzi was trapped within the mirror's surface, struggling in vain as his feet gradually sank, fear and despair growing in his eyes. The bronze mirror in Meng Hao's hand glowed an intense crimson, seemingly drawn to the mirror. He realized he was absorbing the fourth realm ground mirror of the Fiend Celestial Sect into the bronze mirror in his possession. This would bring him an unprecedented, colossal boon. As the ground mirror shrank, a vast brain emerged, shimmering with multicolored light, the memories of True Spirit Knight. Meng Hao perceived that this was where True Spirit Knight's head resided. Suddenly, an infant's cry echoed from afar, stimulating True Spirit Knight's brain. And amidst the flashing lightning, signs of its awakening became more apparent. Han Danzi cackled with amusement, prophesying Meng Hao's imminent demise. The ground beyond the fourth realm quaked and shattered, revealing 3 inverted mountains. The ground mirror contracted to a mere 10 feet, transforming into countless threads that surged towards the bronze mirror in Meng Hao's hand. Vanishing within it, the bronze mirror shed its patina, its intricate designs deepening and emanating a brilliant radiance. Within the mirror's surface, a grid-like pattern appeared, with one section in the top left glowing brilliantly, containing an ancient battlefield. Simultaneously, True Spirit Knight's brain fully manifested, crackling with electricity, its awakening echoing through the heavens. Night, the entity, had awakened, deep beneath the secluded ground of the Fiend God sect. The True Spirit Yi, who had slumbered for a millennium, was awakened by Meng Hao's copper mirror. Upon awakening, its mind released a myriad of lightning bolts, emitting a soul-stirring cry. Meng Hao sensed an unprecedented crisis and bolted towards the deep pit's passageway. However, the passageway was not a deep pit, but rather part of True Spirit Yes body. As True Spirit Yi awakened, the earth began to tremble violently, and the passageway where Meng Hao stood was continuously elevated, ultimately appearing in the air above the Fiend God Sect. Meng Hao witnessed a shocking sight: the earth collapsed, and 7 mountain peaks transformed into True Spirit Yes 7 colossal horns, while the Fiend God Sect's ground was nothing but a single horn atop its head. The passageway Meng Hao occupied was merely a breathing hole for True Spirit Yes antennae. True Spirit Yes' massive head lifted, emitting an earth-shattering suction force that abruptly drew Meng Hao into the passageway. Meng Hao desperately held onto a vine, gambling on True Spirit Yes' respiratory rhythm, and when the suction force subsided, he unleashed his cultivation base and successfully escaped the antennae passageway. Just as Meng Hao made his escape, True Spirit Yes' true form was revealed: an enormous, humanoid skull adorned with 7 colossal horns, covered in black scales, with half-open eyes radiating an astonishing aura. In comparison to True Spirit Yi, Meng Hao was as insignificant as an ant. He fled towards the southern heavens cultivators and witnessed the inspiring sight. Each of their faces paled in terror, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Meng Hao sped away as True Spirit Yes' first growl echoed in his wake. When the resonant voice of Zhen Ling Yi reverberated, a stellar radiance suddenly sparkled across southern heaven's skies. Amidst the starlight, countless fragments coalesced, forming a vast celestial river. This river surged with momentum, hosting a myriad of floating fragments that swiftly took shape, engulfing the multitude and returning them to southern heaven. However, the arrival of the celestial river marked the onset of an unprecedented catastrophe. The earth shook violently as the 4th realm of the ancient demon sect transformed into the unprecedented 5th realm. Zhen Ling Yi had awakened. With Zhen Ling Yes awakening, the heavens and earth warped and overlapped, exhibiting distinct scenes as if they had undergone countless eras. Amidst the overlapping realms, Zhen Ling Yes' colossal head slowly raised, plunging the entire world into catastrophe. Meng Hao and his companions were filled with terror, desperate to flee. At that moment, Zhen Ling Yi uttered a muffled sound: "Return the treasure mirror to me." The voice stunned the crowd, who recalled the mirror surface they had witnessed in the 4th realm, speculating that Meng Hao had stolen the demon beast's treasure, triggering Zhen Ling Yes' awakening. In an instant, greed and murderous intent surged through their hearts, and everyone set their sights on Meng Hao. Meng Hao unleashed his full speed, but the celestial river halted its advance in response to Zhen Ling Yes' roar. Zhen Ling Yi extended a colossal arm, reaching for the stationary river, attempting to reclaim Meng Hao. While the river spirited away the cultivators of southern heaven, Meng Hao was seized by Zhen Ling Yi and held before him. Facing Zhen Ling Yes' imposing presence, Meng Hao remained undaunted, preparing for a mortal struggle. At that critical moment, Xu Qing emerged, shielding Meng Hao from Zhen Ling Yi and confronting the ancient entity. Xu Qing declared Meng Hao as his younger brother, forbidding anyone from harming him. Zhen Ling Yi paused, informing Meng Hao of his options. After awakening, it returned the treasure mirror and resume its slumber, or claim the legacy of the Paramount Lord. Meng Hao opted for the latter, and Zhen Ling Yi granted his request, setting forth the conditions for obtaining the legacy: traversing 3 mountains, crossing sacred grounds, and ascending 4 heavenly realms. This revelation stunned the onlookers like a bolt from the blue. The catastrophe had abruptly transformed into an opportunity, and the allure of the Paramount Lord's legacy fueled jealousy and madness among the crowd. As the celestial river carried away the cultivators of southern heaven, Meng Hao embarked on his quest for the Paramount Lord's legacy. The cultivators of southern heavens witnessed Meng Hao's qualification to inherit the legacy of Lord Li. They were consumed by a mixture of jealousy and greed, burning with resentment, but they had to return to southern heavens. Within the Fiend Immortal Sect, Meng Hao was lifted into the air by night, the true spirit, facing 3 inverted fiend mountains. Having passed the first and second stages of the legacy, he now faced the third 9 bows to 3 mountains. Night, the true spirit, reminded Meng Hao that only those blessed by fate could pass this level. Meng Hao looked towards the first Frost Earth Fiend Mountain and bowed in gratitude to Han Mountain, who had gifted him the immortal sword and bronze vessel. His bow caused the Frost Earth Fiend Mountain to transform. A second bow towards the earthen totem created from the Frost Earth once again caused the mountain to tremble. For his third bow, Meng Hao pledged to rescue Han Mountain from the Void Bridge realm. Gaining the mountain's approval, an ancient voice echoed, and the Frost Earth Fiend mountain split open, creating a chasm that cut through the altar. A blue ember in the hands of the figure upon the altar surged into flames, illuminating a third of the sky. Meng Hao calmed his mind and turned to the second Blood Fiend mountain, wondering if it was related to the Grand Calamity ancient temple. With doubt in his heart, he performed a tentative bow. The Blood Demon Mountain. After Meng Hao made 3 bows, the Blood Demon Mountain erupted with an earth-shattering rumble. The figure seated on the mountaintop revealed a flicker of life. An aura instantly filled the entire Blood Demon Mountain, with blood-colored light soaring into the sky and a tremendous rumbling sound. Zhen Lingyi and Keiju Si were stunned, especially Zhen Lingyi, who realized the mountain-shaking phenomenon triggered by Meng Hao was extraordinary and likely had a deep connection with the Blood Demon Mountain. Meng Hao continued with the 4th bow, stating his affinity with the ancient ruins of Taiyi, his comprehension of the vitality within blood, and his respect for the Blood Demon Mountain's predecessors. The mountain rumbled again, and streams of blood light coalesced into a demonic flower, its radiance illuminating the sky. Simultaneously, the right hand of the figure on the mountaintop emitted red sparks, symbolizing its approval of Meng Hao, forming a 5-part radiance. But in the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. A strange light gathered in the eyes of the Blood Demon Mountain figure and converged on Meng Hao. Its left hand raised, as if demanding something. Meng Hao understood and donned the Blood Demon mask. Instantly, blood swirled around him, transforming his robe into a blood-colored garment, enveloped in a blood mist, as if he had become the Blood Demon incarnate. The demonic fire in the right hand of the Blood Demon Mountain figure blazed brightly, igniting the sky, its radiance approaching 6 parts, even revealing an illusory stairway leading to the 3rd heavenly realm, the 2 great holy lands. Zhen Lingyi gasped in disbelief that Meng Hao had such a profound connection with the Blood Demon as well. The Blood Demon Mountain took the initiative to speak, demanding that Meng Hao wear its mask, demonstrating their deep bond and even acknowledging Meng Hao as the Blood Demon's successor. Meng Hao expressed gratitude for the kindness of the Blood Demon and the Bloodhound, then made the 6th bow to the primordial Blood Demon Mountain. The mountain rumbled, and an ancient voice slowly resounded, acknowledged, representing the Blood Demon Mountain's complete approval. The radiance illuminated half the sky, making the outlines of the 2 great holy lands even clearer. Zhen Lingyi's heart was conflicted, realizing it could not stop Meng Hao from gaining the qualification. Meng Hao only needed to bow to the last Withering Flame Demon Mountain to undergo the inheritance trial. However, the Withering Flame Demon Mountain was the most arduous, and it remained unknown whether Meng Hao could achieve the 9-part radiance. Meng Hao gazed silently at the blazing Withering Flame Demon Mountain before him. He discovered this was a place of reincarnation, where those who jumped into the fire would be reborn. A voice from within the Reincarnation Mountain spoke, no need to bow to the Reincarnation Mountain. It then recounted the story of a self-proclaimed bitter slave named Withering Flame, inquiring how Meng Hao would respond. As the deafening rumble echoed across Mount Samsara, a colossal burning incense stick rose into the sky, billowing with smoke. The smoke intertwined with the mist, blanketing the heavens as the incense slowly burned. A somber and chilling voice proclaimed that if the incense extinguished before Meng Hao found his answer, Mount Samsara's flames would be quenched, and the light of transcendence would dissipate. Meng Hao stood transfixed, his gaze upon Mount Samsara as black mist and flames consumed the sky, obscuring all but a third of the celestial light. Zhixiang watched from afar, while Zhen Lingyi and Keiju Si silently regarded Meng Hao. A realization dawned on Meng Hao that Mount Samsara tested not only one's resolve but also the nature of their being in the cycle of rebirth. Keiju Si urged him to seek the true answer within his soul. As Meng Hao pondered, an image formed in his mind. He saw himself as the withered servant upon Mount Samsara, endlessly climbing, leaping into the volcano's mouth, and being reborn anew. Over and over, he understood that the sea of suffering and the realm of the transcendent were separated by a mere thought. To plunge into the mouth of the volcano meant death. To fall into the abyss meant rebirth. And the choice rested solely on his will. Thus, he chose to turn away from the volcano, to stride into the unknown, and break free from the shackles of reincarnation. As Meng Hao uttered his answer, Keiju Si was astonished, and Zhen Lingyi was profoundly shaken. Meng Hao had redefined the sea of suffering as a part of life's tapestry, revealing his boundless ambition and transcendental mindset. A moment of silence fell over Mount Samsara before a thunderous roar erupted. Validating Meng Hao's resolve, endless flames surged into the sky, illuminating 8.5 portions of the heavens, unleashing a cosmic force that propelled Meng Hao's cultivation to new heights. Meng Hao's cultivation rapidly improved after he absorbed the unique celestial force of the Samsara mountain. His figure was slender, and his demonic aura was more intense. He had already reached the half-step severing spirit realm. If he activated his 8th life, he would truly be able to sever the spirit, and his battle with Ancestor Huyan would solidify his unshakable status. However, Meng Hao was not satisfied with severing the spirit with 8 lives. He was determined to pursue perfection and yearned to condense a 9th nascent soul. To this end, he condensed a cyclone from the vigorous celestial force within his body. Surrounded by his 8 astonishing nascent souls, Meng Hao integrated the Kunpeng wind, heavenly tribulation lightning, and sanguine nascent souls into his 1st to 8th nascent souls respectively, and prepared to use the aura of the Samsara mountain as an external force to condense a 9th nascent soul. He would recondense his chi, establish his foundation, form his golden core and refine the pill into a nascent soul. On the basis of the 5 elements nascent souls, he used the aura of the Samsara mountain as an external force to condense a brand new Tao platform. This Tao platform represented the perfection of his foundation. Meng Hao's absorption caused the Samsara mountain to tremble, and black smoke flames diffused, transforming into a figure in a black robe. The figure asked Meng Hao a question: "What is the Tao?" A ripple stirred in Meng Hao's heart, but he could not answer immediately. He pondered the different understandings of the Tao of Lord Li, Lord Ji, and the withered flame great demon, as well as his own enlightenment of language and direction. Just as a stick of incense was about to burn out, Meng Hao finally spoke. The Tao is simple. It is speech. It is expression. It is the transmission of every sound. It guides the direction of our lives, helping us to make choices among many paths. It is everywhere, yet it may also not exist. I am searching for it. The Samsara mountain, Keiju Si, True Spirit Night, and Ji Shang were all silent. Deafening roars erupted as Samsara mountain acknowledged Meng Hao's answers. 9/10 of the sky was lit up, and an ancient character stood upright above one of the holy lands, carrying the aura of countless years. Samsara mountain's aged and chilling voice boomed again, expressing its appreciation for Meng Hao's answers and deciding to ask no more. At the same time, Samsara mountain released an overwhelming force of heaven and earth, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped Meng Hao. Meng Hao inhaled deeply, absorbing the power like a great dragon taking in water. Gradually, a crystal pellet the size of a rice grain materialized deep within his dantian. When the crystal pellet was completely formed, Meng Hao's absorption speed increased exponentially. In mere moments, the vortex vanished entirely. Meng Hao's dantian now housed a multicolored pellet the size of an infant's fist, radiating a potent demonic aura. It was a demonic pellet, and Meng Hao's 9th nascent soul, he demonic nascent soul. Meng Hao sensed that the demonic pellet was just one step away from nascency. So he looked up at Samsara mountain once more, indicating that he only needed one more absorption for the demonic nascent soul to be fully born. After a moment of silence, Samsara mountain released an even more colossal force of heaven and earth, forming a vortex that surged towards Meng Hao. The demonic pellet in Meng Hao's body instantly split open, revealing an ethereal figure, he demonic nascent soul. Nurtured by the power of heaven and earth, the demonic nascent soul grew rapidly, reaching the peak of latinascent soul. Meng Hao's 8 other nascent souls emerged, encircling him, while the demonic nascent soul exited Meng Hao's body, opening its green eyes and hovering beyond the others. Meng Hao's cultivation soared, making him the most dazzling figure in all of the Fiend Immortal Sect. After the dazzling glow erupted from Reincarnation Mountain, the sky was completely illuminated, and the 2 holy lands were clearly visible. Meng Hao successfully broke through and possessed 9 nascent souls, and he felt the powerful suppression from the 3rd heaven. True Spirit Night dissuaded Meng Hao from breaking through, but Meng Hao was determined to and opened his 3rd destiny, using his strong physical body to resist the suppression. As Meng Hao opened his 7th and 8th destinies, his cultivation soared, and his physical body became even stronger. He charged towards the 3rd heaven without hesitation, encountering enormous pressure at a height of 4,000 feet. Meng Hao did not hesitate to open his 9th destiny, and his cultivation skyrocketed to 256 portions of the consummation of the nascent soul. And his physical body also reached an unimaginable realm. Relying on his powerful will, Meng Hao charged to a height of 5,000 feet, completing half of the journey. His figure deeply shocked Zhao, making him an unforgettable hero in Zhao's heart. Meng Hao will continue to move forward, and his determination and perseverance are destined to create more miracles. Standing high in the 9 heavens, Meng Hao faced the oppression of 2 major sacred grounds while gasping for breath. Although opening his 9th life brought strength, he could barely move forward under the immense heavenly might. Even so, Meng Hao's disposition made him believe in the necessity of trying, even if he knew it would be extremely difficult. The oppression was like 1,000 weights pressing down on Meng Hao, causing every inch of his skin and flesh to tremble, producing a bone-chilling sound of friction. No matter how strong his physical body was, he couldn't break through. The 256 nascent soul consummation powers within his body fought back but were forced to retreat. Faced with such a desperate situation, Meng Hao refused to give up. He looked up at the 2 sacred grounds 50,000 feet above, and a resolute gleam flickered in his eyes. With his current cultivation, he couldn't take the next step. But Meng Hao had never bowed to others and was determined to try. Under the extreme oppression, Meng Hao's body bulged with veins. His blood flowed slowly, and his life signs gradually weakened. But he took a deep breath, and with determination, lifted his foot again and took the first step. A deafening roar echoed as Meng Hao's whole body trembled violently, and the sound of muscle friction was incessant. The 256 nascent soul consummation powers were squeezed to the point of almost shattering, and his face became as pale as paper. However, at this critical moment, Meng Hao discovered something unusual. He couldn't help but be stunned. And then a sense of ecstasy surged in his heart. Under the weight of oppression, the nascent soul power within Meng Hao's body showed signs of fusion. This was a phenomenon that was unique to this place. Only the oppression here had this seemingly overbearing yet gentle characteristic. If he could fuse the 256 powers into one, the power that would erupt would far exceed before. Reaching the true soul-severing realm, Meng Hao was thrilled and realized that this place was not a place of inheritance but a blessed land to help him complete the most important step on his path of cultivation. He sat cross-legged in mid-air and, taking advantage of the external pressure, began to compress the power within his body. Zhao was stunned, while Xu looked relieved. As time passed, the power within Meng Hao's body continued to condense, and his aura gradually increased. With each step he took upwards, his power diminished, but his overall strength became stronger. When he reached 300 feet, Meng Hao's body could no longer bear the weight and was covered in bloodstains. As if it could explode at any moment, he swallowed pills without hesitation to replenish his energy and nourish his body with pills that increased his lifespan. In the midst of extreme pain, Meng Hao continued forward. Finally, he reached a height of 400 feet, on the brink of collapse. However, he was unwilling to give up and used the power of the black moon to transform into a blood-colored meteor. Forcibly crossing 600 feet and reaching 6,000 feet, he spurted out blood, his body became blurred, and Meng Hao nearly collapsed. At the critical moment, Meng Hao used the purple pupil transformation and exhausted his lifespan to prop up his body for a short moment. In that instant, his power was compressed to 16, then to 8. His body finally couldn't bear it, and Meng Hao fell. But because the pressure had weakened, his injuries were also recovering. As he returned to Zhen Lingye's palm, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his long hair turned gray. But his eyes remained resolute. The power within his body erupted, forming a distorted vortex, far more imposing than before. Under the oppression, Meng Hao not only improved his cultivation but also tempered his body, laying a solid foundation for his future path of cultivation. Meng Hao undergoes the inheritance trial in the Immortal Sect of Yaoshen. Despite failing in his first attempt, he finds a way to sever spirits to condense his cultivation into an illusory knife. He learns that life and death will be decided by this first knife and earns the approval of Xu. Xu gives Meng Hao a jade slip and asks him to protect it in the ancestral shrine of the sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Zixiang, a descendant of the Immortal Sect of Yaoshen, also arrives and goes through the inheritance trial. She obtains the demon immortal physique, which was inherited from her ancestors. Xu recognizes her talent, gives her a jade slip, and expresses his hope to meet her in the starry sky in the future. Meng Hao and Xu Qing are transported out of the immortal sect of Yaoshen together. Meng Hao looks back at the immortal sect of Yaoshen, where Kjusi sits cross-legged in meditation with a profound gaze. The dust around them flows in reverse, and the 7 mountains rise again, restoring the immortal sect of Yaoshen to its original appearance. Meng Hao and Xu Qing leave on a star river, watching the immortal sect of Yaoshen gradually fade into the distance. Xu Qing promises not to break their initial agreement and gives Meng Hao a woman named Zhao Yulin, asking him to take her back to the southern heaven region. Meng Hao accepts gladly. Xu Qing leaves on a flying shuttle, teasing Meng Hao with a smile. Meng Hao watches her disappear into the starry sky. Feeling gratitude and anticipation, he sits down cross-legged, gazing at the boundless starry sky. Contemplating his future journey, he realizes that leaving the southern heaven region and flying into the stars will be a more exciting adventure. Remembering the treasures he obtained in the immortal sect of Yaoshen, including the devouring mountain art, the earth mirror, and the year's wood sword tip, Meng Hao's heart fills with excitement. He understands that his return from Yaoshenzong will attract much attention and decides to find a shelter from those who would covet his treasures. A mysterious voice shook the heavens and the earth, stopping all wind and cloud movement. Only the Milky Way continued to roar, carrying the newly awakened Zhao Yulin to a distant place. She vaguely glimpsed an immortal old man in a white robe with a withered and decayed face, as if he had crawled out of a grave. At the same time, Meng Hao felt a sudden confinement of the heavens and earth as he sped forward, and a life or death crisis descended upon him. A sinister and decaying voice sounded in his ear, urging him to unlock his 9th life. Meng Hao unleashed his cultivation, employed the mountain-swallowing art, sacrificed 10 heavy treasures, and engaged in a fierce battle with an illusory hand. Although the self-detonation of the heavy treasures had secured Meng Hao a glimmer of hope, the hand relentlessly pursued him. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to escape through a rift, only to be pierced by the old man's palm through the illusory mountain. Getting hit once again, at the critical moment, the power of Qinan descended, blocking the old man's palm. But Meng Hao still sustained serious injuries. The old man identified himself as the 10th ancestor of the Wang family and claimed that Meng Hao was his Taoist essence, intending to seize his perfect 4-realm Dao foundation. Unwilling to submit, Meng Hao turned and confronted him, brandishing the bronze immortal sword and displaying his swordsmanship as a lyrical piece. Against Meng Hao's attacks, the 10th ancestor employed his spells, summoning wind and rain, as if narrating the birth and extinction of rain in the heavens and earth. The battle between Meng Hao and the old man continued, and the outcome would determine the fate of both Meng Hao and the plot of the 10th ancestor. Amidst a fierce battle against the 10th ancestor of the Wang clan, Meng Hao, though severely injured, managed to escape with the aid of a teleportation jade slip. However, the 10th ancestor's pursuit didn't end there. He dispatched a clone to infiltrate the Tianhe Sea, determined to seize Meng Hao's flawless Dao foundation. Recognizing the gravity of his predicament, Meng Hao resolved to leave Zihai and seek refuge in the Tianhe Sea. The latter is a forbidden zone where even the Wang clan's pseudo-immortals hesitate to venture. Simultaneously, Meng Hao gained insight into the nature of pseudo-immortals. They comprehend the Tao of others, embarking on an unstable path to immortality. True immortals, on the other hand, comprehend their own Tao, gaining unparalleled power upon success. The 10th ancestor of the Wang clan coveted Meng Hao's flawless Tao foundation because it could significantly increase the chances of success in the tribulation of true immortality, even allowing pseudo-immortals to tread the path to true immortality. A surge of anger and murderous intent welled up in Meng Hao's heart. He vowed to eradicate the 10th ancestor and the entire Wang clan once his cultivation reached fruition. With that, Meng Hao crushed the teleportation jade slip and vanished into the Tianhe Sea. The 10th ancestor followed suit, launching a search, but Meng Hao's whereabouts remained elusive. Separated by the vast heavenly river, 2 continents formed the northern and southern lands. This body of water is divided into 4 rings, with the outer ring known as the Outer Sea. The heavenly river is constantly ravaged by hurricanes and towering waves, amidst which numerous islands and sea beasts exist. The monster cores of sea beasts are highly valuable, attracting countless cultivators to settle here and form factions of varying sizes. The formidable sects and clans occupy the 3rd ring, while the Outer Sea is scattered with minor factions. Legends abound in the heavenly river, one of which tells of an ancient vessel that bestows blessings upon those who behold it. At this moment, a colossal ship stretching 100 zhang sailed through the outer sea. On the deck, a middle-aged man from the Zhang clan narrated the legends of the heavenly river to the clan's younger generation. The ship carried over 50 people, including a dozen cultivators, as well as the patriarch's wife, who possessed foundation establishment Great Circle cultivation, and their young son. The middle-aged man informed the group that their Zhang clan ancestor had once seen the ancient vessel and received its blessing, which enabled him to break through to the core formation realm and establish a foothold for the Zhang clan. He emphasized the formidable power of the sacred island, Heavenly Dao Sect, and expressed the hope that their visit to the island for apprenticeship would bring about an opportunity for the clan to rise. Suddenly, a silent, pitch-black vortex tore open in the sky, and Meng Hao emerged from it with visible injuries. Meng Hao's gaze swept over the people on the ship, and his powerful aura sent shockwaves through their hearts. Defying the objections of the crowd, the patriarch's wife invited Meng Hao to rest and heal on their ship. Providing him with a room and medicinal pills, Meng Hao inquired about their destination and, upon learning of the fleet's voyage to Heavenly Dao Sect, agreed to stay on board. As Meng Hao healed in the chamber, the patriarch's wife delivered delicacies unique to the Heavenly River, a jade slip containing information about Heavenly Dao Sect, and a meticulously drawn map of the nearby waters. Meng Hao immersed himself in the knowledge from the jade slip, covering topics such as Heavenly Dao Sect, the state of Xi, and the Heavenly Dao Sect, all while continuing to recuperate. Time flies, and 7 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Meng Hao has been in seclusion to heal his wounds, which have gradually improved by 30. The Zhang family's mistress personally delivers meals to Meng Hao every day, treating him with the utmost respect, and provides spirit stones and information about the Milky Way Sea. The Milky Way Sea is calm and the Zhang family's boat sails through the waves. Meng Hao has not appeared yet and the Zhang family's youngsters begin to relax, laughing and playing. However, the 3 foundation building cultivators remain vigilant. They understand Meng Hao's strength, that even while seriously injured, he is not to be underestimated. The Zhang family faces a threat from the Lu family and, for the survival of their family, they decide to go Alan and send their young master to study in the Xiaoyao sect to ensure the Zhang family's safety for 100 years. But this journey is fraught with danger, not only from the Lu family but from sea monsters and rogue cultivators as well. One day, a black boat rushes forward. The character Lu emblazoned on it. The Lu family's ancestor personally arrives, his cultivation having reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The Lu family's cultivators clamor to kill all the Zhang family members. The Zhang family's mistress desperately begs for mercy, but the Lu family's ancestor scoffs and orders people to kill everyone. The Lu family's cultivators grin and approach, the youngsters terrified. At this moment, a calm voice can be heard from the Zhang family's cabin. Be quiet. The voice is like thunder, its coercion descending and drowning out all other sounds. Meng Hao opens his eyes and his gaze penetrates the cabin, scanning what is outside. The killing stops abruptly. The Zhang family is overjoyed, and the Lu family's cultivators are horrified. Meng Hao arrived at Zhang's houseboat and destroyed a Lu cultivator with one word, scaring the Lu ancestor into begging for mercy. The young woman thanked Meng Hao for his help and revealed that her son Nanner would be attending the Immortal Sect's disciple recruitment. Meng Hao remained silent, deep in thought. The houseboat continued forward and encountered Sage Island. Meng Hao sensed a massive island in the distance and knew that the journey was nearing its end. The young woman expressed her gratitude for Meng Hao's protection and mentioned that Nanner was talented, hoping that he would excel at the Immortal Sect. Meng Hao pondered her words. As dusk fell, Sage Island came closer. Meng Hao approached the island when an elegant old man in a luxurious palace on the island suddenly felt a surge of unease and palpitations. With Meng Hao's deafening roar, several Lu family Qi condensation disciples on the ship spewed blood, their bodies instantly torn apart. The other Qi condensation disciples and foundation establishment cultivators also suffered the same fate, their cries turning into blood mist. Even the Lu family's ancestor was shaken to the point of near death, begging for mercy in a shrill voice before his body exploded into pieces. The Zhang family's members were stunned, realizing that the newcomer was a nascent soul expert. The young woman quickly led everyone in paying their respects, and Meng Hao instructed them to continue on their journey. The ship fell silent, the atmosphere tense. 3 days later, The fleet reached the Four-Ring Sea area without incident, and Meng Hao's injuries had recovered by 60%. He realized that the path to slaying the spirit had been opened, and he was determined to become stronger, knowing that only then could he control his own destiny. As the fleet approached the sacred island, Meng Hao sensed the unease of an old man in a luxurious palace. The old man suspected that his palpitations were due to Meng Hao's presence. And unbeknownst to him, Meng Hao had already attracted attention on the sacred island. The former patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, also known as the Leaning Mountain Patriarch, lived in seclusion on the holy island of Xiaoyao. However, a sense of unease crept into his heart, giving him a premonition of an impending crisis. After searching far and wide to no avail, he extended his divine sense beyond the island's outer sea. In an instant, he detected Meng Hao's ship approaching the holy island. The Leaning Mountain Patriarch's heart sank. He had long since changed his name to the Xiaoyao Patriarch and had gone into hiding to avoid Meng Hao. Years ago, Meng Hao had seized countless treasures from him, causing him immense anguish. Seeing Meng Hao's arrival, he was filled with sorrow and resentment, wishing he could flee once more. However, on second thought, he realized that Meng Hao might not know of his presence. Therefore, he decided to disguise himself and let Meng Hao leave on his own. He believed that as long as Meng Hao did not discover his true identity, he would not suspect the secret of the Holy Island. Meanwhile, Meng Hao led the Zhang family's ship to the Holy Island. As he disembarked and set foot on the island's soil, the entire island trembled slightly, and the sea surged with massive waves. Meng Hao's divine sense did not detect anything amiss, but he felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. At that moment, the Leaning Mountain Patriarch's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that Meng Hao's arrival must have a purpose. In order to send Meng Hao away as soon as possible, he resolved to spare no effort. As Meng Hao ventured deeper into the Holy Island, the Leaning Mountain Patriarch's heart raced faster and faster. He remained vigilant, waiting for the opportune moment to make Meng Hao leave the island, never to be seen again. Sacred Island, home to the most powerful sect of the Four Rings, the Free and Easy Sect. Boats arrived one after another, the orderly docks and brightly lit towers guarding the entrance. Meng Hao and the Zhang family disembarked and discovered that flying was forbidden. They boarded carriages pulled by six-legged, ferocious beasts known as heavenly horses. Nearby, Xu Wendi and his party on another boat recognized the young mistress of the Zhang family, Zhang Wenfang, whom Meng Hao was escorting. Xu Wendi insolently accused Zhang Wenfang, mocking her for disgracing the family. He also treated the young boy she brought, Nanner, with disdain. Zhang Wenfang refuted their claims, revealing that she had already severed ties with the Xu family and intended to enter the Free and Easy Sect with Nanner. After a night's journey, the Zhang family reached the city of Sacred Island. Meng Hao felt an inexplicable familiarity with the land but could not decipher it despite deep contemplation. At an inn, Zhang Wenfang made arrangements for Meng Hao and informed him that the Free and Easy Sect would recruit disciples in 10 days. Meanwhile, Patriarch Leaning Mountain, upon learning that Meng Hao was escorting someone to join a sect, became enraged and immediately ordered the Free and Easy Sect to begin recruiting disciples early. A rainbow streaked across the sky, and the sound of bells echoed throughout the Free and Easy Sect. Hundreds of disciples flew out to notify the families that disciple recruitment would commence immediately. The Zhang family were invited to visit the Xiaoyao sect to pay their respects and ask for discipleship. But the date for accepting disciples was suddenly brought forward, causing speculation. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were ordered to summon the various families to the mountain gate. And although the Zhang family arrived late, they were led to the front of the line by a Xiaoyao sect disciple. The young woman was unaware of her family's connection to the Xiaoyao sect, and the disciple claimed to have a debt to repay to an old friend of the Zhang family. At that moment, a cultivator from the Xiaoyao sect who had reached the core formation stage stepped forward and claimed to owe a favor to the Zhang family. So he brought them to the first place in the line. This action surprised everyone, especially the Xu family cultivator who was standing nearby, just when the Zhang family members were at a loss about what to do. More than 10 cultivators from the late core formation stage flew out from the Xiaoyao sect, each claiming to owe a favor to the Zhang family and coming to pay their respects. This series of astonishing events filled the Zhang family members with both surprise and fear. Meanwhile, within the Xiaoyao sect, the elder ancestor of the mountain was manipulating the Xiaoyao sect disciples, secretly making arrangements. and using his personal connections to arrange the best possible conditions for Meng Hao to pass the entrance examination. Meng Hao was also surprised by this and vaguely felt that something was amiss. As the core formation cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect appeared, cultivators from various families in the outer sea cast envious glances at the Zhang family. The Xu family's faces turned pale, and they were filled with disbelief. Thus, the Zhang family was arranged to be at the front of the line, watched by everyone. To participate in the entrance examination, the Zhang family of the Outer Sea region came to the Xiaoyao sect to request discipleship but were mocked by other families like the Xu family. Unexpectedly, dozens of deacons from the Xiaoyao sect suddenly appeared and respectfully bowed to the Zhang family, acknowledging a debt of gratitude to the Zhang ancestor. Shocked, everyone learned that the Zhang ancestor had been a benefactor to the Xiaoyao sect, having saved the Six Valley Master 6 times. The Valley Master personally stepped in, making an exception to accept Zhang Nan'er as an inner sect disciple. Just when the Zhang family was overjoyed, a sinister elder appeared, obstructing the Zhang family's discipleship and punishing the deacons. But at that moment, a voice filled with anger resounded in the elder's ear, warning him from the back-relying ancestor. The Six Valley Master, startled, realized his recklessness and hastily changed his tune, respectfully addressing the Zhang family as descendants of the ancestor and volunteering to take Nan'er as a disciple. The back-relying ancestor, watching unseen, was anxious, hoping Nan'er would agree to the apprenticeship. However, as Nan'er hesitated, Meng Hao suddenly spoke up, stating that Nan'er's talent was exceptional and deserved a better status. The back-relying ancestor, hearing this, was filled with despair and let out a desperate roar. Ultimately, Nan'er's discipleship was temporarily put on hold, as Meng Hao had other plans. The 9 Grand Masters of the Valley accept Meng Hao as their disciple and he joins the Xiaoyao sect. Becoming a core disciple, the Zhang family establishes a connection with the Xiaoyao sect and is granted the right to build a home on the Saint Island. The Bat Mountain ancestor is overjoyed when he learns of this and hopes that Meng Hao will leave the Saint Island. However, Meng Hao suddenly turns back and heads to the Immortal City to buy supplies. The Bat Mountain ancestor is furious when he learns of this and realizes that Meng Hao may have tricked him. In order to achieve his goal, he swallows his anger and secretly provides Meng Hao with spirit stones, hoping only that Meng Hao will leave the Saint Island soon. Meanwhile, the Zhang family flourishes under the protection of the Xiaoyao sect, becoming a force that no one in the Outer Sea dares to provoke. The young mistress of the Zhang family expresses her gratitude for the happiness that Meng Hao has brought her. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect also have great respect for Meng Hao, believing that he will surely become the leader of the sect in the future. After purchasing his supplies, Meng Hao still does not leave the Saint Island, seemingly waiting for something. The Bat Mountain ancestor grows increasingly anxious and can only continue to endure, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meng Hao strolled in the picturesque and clear-skied Saint Island city. However, his mood gradually sunk. The city was heavily guarded, with patrols of the Xiaoyao sect disciples visible everywhere. He started to doubt if this Saint Island in front of him was the one he knew, or an inversion created out of his knowledge. As he was lost in contemplation, an intense battle broke out in front of him. 2 foundation building cultivators fought fiercely, releasing their magical treasures and secret techniques. Xiaoyao sect disciples in the city rushed over to stop them, and issued a warning prohibiting any further fighting. To his surprise, Zhao, a cultivator who just brushed past Meng Hao, surreptitiously tossed a storage pouch to him during the chaos, instructing him to keep it safe for 3 days. Otherwise, possession of the pouch and its contents would be Meng Hao's. Meng Hao was somewhat confused, but accepted the storage pouch nonetheless. Upon checking the contents, Meng Hao was shocked to find it filled with spiritual stones, numbering in the thousands. He realized that the storage pouch must have originated from that old man in his memories. Meng Hao surmised that the old man must have somehow escaped to Saint Island and covertly altered its landscape. In order to conceal his identity, he had intentionally created flaws and given him the spiritual stones. Meng Hao decided to continue exploring Saint Island and search for traces of the old man. He visited a magical treasure shop run by the Xiaoyao sect, and discovered that the prices were outrageously high. Meng Hao feigned disinterest and indicated he would browse other shops before making a decision. As he turned to leave, Patriarch Reliance used his divine sense to possess an old foundation building cultivator in the shop, attempting to dissuade Meng Hao from leaving. To keep his cover intact, Patriarch Reliance placed all the magical treasures in the shop at a discount of 30 spiritual stones for Meng Hao to take. Finally, Meng Hao satisfied his intention to clean out the entire shop, but not for the items, but to force Patriarch Reliance to reveal himself. Just as he was settling the bill, he pretended to realize that he did not have enough spiritual stones, driving Patriarch Reliance to the point of despair. In Chapter 641, Meng Hao purchased a large number of items from shopkeeper Diao's shop but only paid 5,000 spirit stones. Although furious, shopkeeper Diao sold him everything as part of a grand opening special. In the interest of his plan, after Meng Hao departed, shopkeeper Diao employed his divine sense to force all of the shops in the city to close and extinguish their lights, trying to drive Meng Hao away. Meng Hao noted shopkeeper Diao's actions and was enraged, believing him to be shameless in the extreme. He pretended not to notice anything amiss and continued flying forward. However, whenever he paused, the mountains and rivers would vanish or change direction. Meng Hao realized that shopkeeper Diao's methods were too obvious for him to pretend any longer. Therefore, Meng Hao feigned a relapse of his injuries and sat down cross-legged to meditate. After coughing up some blood, shopkeeper Diao discovered that Meng Hao was truly injured, and grew anxious. He didn't know what to do. He wanted Meng Hao to leave, but he was worried that Meng Hao would expose his secret. Meanwhile, the young woman Jiyu Yedin Sanyu watched the standoff with amusement, wondering which of the two unreliable individuals would emerge victorious. While Meng Hao heals, the Mountain Reliance ancestor attempts to lure him off of the sacred island with a precious provenance spirit fruit. However, Meng Hao's pet parrot ambushes the Grey Hawk, scattering the Mountain Reliance ancestor's divine will and causing him great pain. Furious, the Mountain Reliance ancestor wants to seek revenge against Meng Hao at any cost. But Jiyu Yiding and Sanyu dissuade him, revealing that Meng Hao is already preparing to leave. The Mountain Reliance ancestor struggles with his anger and decides to hold back. Meng Hao's wounds quickly heal after consuming the spirit fruit, and he senses the Mountain Reliance ancestor's rage, knowing that he cannot linger. However, when he slows his pace, the sacred island begins to tremble. Meng Hao is forced to move faster, heading toward the last cultivation city on the island. Meng Hao declares that he needs to sell magical treasures to gather spirit stones before leaving the sacred island. The Mountain Reliance ancestor is relieved, thinking Meng Hao is unaware of his existence. Meng Hao focuses on the city, planning to sell his treasures there before making his exit. Meanwhile, the Mountain Reliance ancestor, his provenance severely injured by the parrot, is furious but remains patient for the sake of the bigger picture. However, Meng Hao's plan to leave the island and sell his treasures unsettled the Mountain Reliance ancestor. Patriarch Baishan was initially reluctant to let Meng Hao into the city, but after much hesitation, he decided to allow it on the condition that Meng Hao refrain from any further action. Meng Hao immediately flew into the city and sat in a meditative posture in an open area. He took out a large number of magic artifacts and placed them around him, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Cultivators from all around approached, marveling at the many magic artifacts that Meng Hao possessed. Meng Hao marked the prices, which were much higher than the market price, but still attracted many cultivators to come and buy. As time passed, in addition to selling magic artifacts, Meng Hao also attracted several patrons who bought large quantities of magic artifacts at once. While most cultivators in the city were paying attention to Meng Hao's stall, Patriarch Baishan watched anxiously from his palace. Monitoring the situation, he saw Meng Hao's magic artifacts continuously being sold, but he still showed no signs of leaving. So he stealthily infused his divine sense into the bodies of several cultivators in the city and instructed them to go and buy from him. Soon, 7 cultivators came one after another and bought large quantities of magic artifacts. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Meng Hao sold out all his magic artifacts in just 1 hour. The crowd was amazed by Meng Hao's financial resources, and some of them even secretly sent out messages. At the same time, a nascent soul early-stage elder received the news that Meng Hao had hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and came by boat. When he saw the mountain of spirit stones on the ground, he couldn't help but gasp. Just when Meng Hao was about to leave, 3 core formation cultivators caught up to him and asked to borrow spirit stones and magic artifacts. Meng Hao pretended to be startled and agreed to their request. However, just as the 3 cultivators were about to make a move, Patriarch Baishan secretly intervened and killed them. Meng Hao was about to put away his spirit stones when he saw a nascent soul early-stage elder rushing over from the seaside. As soon as he appeared, the elder was stunned by the mountain of spirit stones on the ground. Meng Hao has just seen off his helper, the Tribulation Patriarch, when another nascent soul elder arrives at the Holy Island to create trouble. After deterring the elder, Meng Hao senses a powerful aura approaching from afar and issues a warning. Meanwhile, the 10th Patriarch of the Wang family appears, releasing a powerful pressure that instantly reduces Meng Hao's cultivation level from 7 to 6 vanas. Meng Hao desperately resists the 10th Patriarch's gaze attack, and his Patriarch of the Back Mountain steps forward to save him. Assisted by Ship Spirit and Jiyu Yiding, the 10th Patriarch delivers a palm strike, intending to destroy the land and Meng Hao. The Patriarch of the Back Mountain roars and blocks the 10th Patriarch's attack. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity to escape, leaving the Patriarch of the Back Mountain to confront the 10th Patriarch. The emergence of the Patriarch of the Back Mountain throws the Holy Island into chaos. Disciples of the Free and Easy Sect exclaim in shock as a gigantic whirlpool appears in the sky and the sea emits a piercing roar. The 10th Patriarch's gaze is like a knife, targeting Meng Hao, but Meng Hao uses his fleshly vibration technique to neutralize the 10th Patriarch's killer move. Meng Hao flees the battlefield, with the 10th Patriarch in hot pursuit. At a critical moment, the Patriarch of the Back Mountain and the 10th Patriarch of the Wang family engage in a head-on confrontation, resulting in an unprecedentedly intense battle. In the turbulent sky of the sacred island, tremors shook the ground. The Patriarch of Mount Reliance, draped in an azure robe, his hair disheveled and his rage blazing, traversed half the island in a single stride, appearing between Meng Hao and the 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan. With a wave of his right hand, water vapor billowed and monstrous aura surged, colliding with the 10th Patriarch's palm. The deafening roar reverberated, sending the Patriarch of Mount Reliance stumbling back, his vitality draining. The 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan smirked, preparing to extinguish the Patriarch's life. Meng Hao's mind raced, comprehending the method of tremors, momentarily delaying the withering of his life force. He concealed his plans, biding his time to escape. Meanwhile, the mighty cultivator from the Xiaoyao sect arrived, his nascent soul trembling in fear. The 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan unleashed his annihilation finger, turning the world ashen in an attempt to destroy the Patriarch of Mount Reliance. In the nick of time, the Patriarch of Mount Reliance reassembled his body, declaring his unwavering vow to protect Meng Hao at the cost of his own life. He repeatedly regenerated, defying death, blocking the 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan's path. However, Meng Hao shrewdly detected a hint of deceit, suspecting that the Patriarch of Mount Reliance possessed a means to evade the demonic seal. True to his suspicion, the Patriarch of Mount Reliance, despite his seemingly unwavering loyalty, harbored wicked intentions. He had exploited his own essence, deceiving the demonic seal, turning his duty to Meng Hao into a protective shield. Each regeneration weakened him, yet, paradoxically, his unyielding resolve touched the 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan. When the Patriarch of Mount Reliance Vienov transformed into a turtle, recklessly pursuing Meng Hao, a glimmer of surprise lit the 10th Patriarch's eyes. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless demonic beasts, but none had displayed such unwavering fidelity. He was swayed, abandoning his relentless pursuit of Meng Hao and turning his attention to the Patriarch of Mount Reliance. On Sacred Island, a deafening cry from the ancestor of Mount Reliance shakes the heavens. The cultivators of the untroubled sect are in shock and learn the exalted status of Meng Hao, who is under the protection of the ancestor. Unexpectedly, the 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan does not pursue Meng Hao but hovers in the sky. Showing his appreciation, the 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan proposes to subdue the ancestor of Mount Reliance and make him his divine protector. This insulting proposal ignites the ancestor's fury, his eyes turning bloodshot and his body contorting violently. He confronts the Wang Patriarch, questioning how he dares to call him a demon turtle and have him as a watchdog. The ancestor of Mount Reliance's anger triggers the emergence of his true form, a colossal alligator snapping turtle. Ghostly lanterns appear from the depths, releasing a frenzied aura. The ground splits, and the seawater explodes, forming a massive whirlpool. The revelation of the ancestor's true form sends shockwaves through Sacred Island, and the 10th Patriarch of the Wang clan is horrified to recognize it as a demon immortal. He turns with difficulty, only to face the creature's colossal head blocking out the sky, filling his heart with terror. As the ancestor roars, the world shakes, and the 10th patriarch of the Wang clan vomits blood. Retreating continuously, he realizes the futility of demanding a demon immortal as his guardian. Meng Hao's spirits soar when the ancestor mentions the word fortune. Understanding that the time has come for his departure, he hurriedly retreats, feeling both relief and lingering fear. However, he takes comfort in knowing that he has the ability to restrain the ancestor of Mount Reliance. Patriarch Reliance roared and lunged at the 10th ancestor of the Wang family with astounding speed. The 10th ancestor of the Wang family fought hard to resist but still had half of his body bitten off. Simultaneously, Meng Hao acted swiftly and took away the 10th ancestor of the Wang family's blood. Patriarch Reliance originally wanted to pursue Meng Hao but was restrained by multiple restrictions that rendered him immobile. Meng Hao gave Patriarch Reliance a cold look, leaving behind some provoking words. Infuriated by those words, Patriarch Reliance went after Meng Hao madly. However, the soul of the 10th ancestor of the Wang family had already dissipated. When faced with the threat of a demon immortal, he threw caution to the wind and fought Patriarch Reliance. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao escaped and raced all the way to the holy island of the Xiaoyao sect. He asked the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect for spirit stones, promising that ancestor Xiaoyao would compensate them 100-fold. Patriarch Reliance, overhearing these words, was filled with rage, but due to the restrictions in his reputation, he could only suppress his anger. After taking the disciples' spirit stones, Meng Hao left boldly. Patriarch Reliance witnessed the scene and let out a chilling roar. He turned and glared at Meng Hao. Just then, the holy island suddenly traveled at high speed across the sea surface and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, the main body of the 10th ancestor of the Wang family was severely injured, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He realized that Patriarch Reliance was hostile to Meng Hao and decided that when he went after Meng Hao again, it would be when Meng Hao lost his foundation. The Celestial River Sea is divided into 4 rings, with the outer sea beyond the rings occupied by small-scale cultivation families. The 4 rings are dangerous for them, filled with raiders and fierce sea beasts, as well as more powerful sects and families, but also concealing opportunities. Within the 3rd ring, there are numerous sea beasts, and their hearts, the demon hearts, are as valuable as spirit stones, attracting countless cultivators to venture into the area. Between the 3rd and 4th rings is a storm barrier called the 3rd ring hurricane, blocking the passage of cultivators. After a month of leaving the sacred island and traveling the Celestial River Sea, Meng Hao learns more about the 3rd ring. He discovers that it is controlled by the 3 severing spirit sects: Sea Zenith Sect, Sky Immortal Sect, and Sun Soul Dao. They manage the quotas and qualifications for entering and leaving the 3rd ring and have built 3 sea cities. Following the guidance of the Jade Slip, Meng Hao avoids the sea cities and heads directly to the 3rd ring hurricane. He discovers that the hurricane also exists underwater, reaching deep into the sea. However, sensing an unknown danger, he doesn't continue exploring. Meng Hao adjusts his aura, activating his 9th life, making his physical body extremely strong and his presence formidable. He directly charges into the hurricane, using his severing spirit cultivation and powerful physique to force his way through. He absorbs the lightning strikes that bombard him and advances 1,000 feet into the hurricane, demonstrating his astonishing strength. Amidst the howling winds of the river heaven hurricane wall, Meng Hao's footsteps were light, unaffected by the storm. On his shoulder, his parrot perched with an air of contentment, while bells passed through the tempest unperturbed. This wind barrier was a forbidden zone of river heaven, accessible only to spirit-severing cultivators. As Meng Hao pressed on, the surrounding gales intensified, and lightning became more frequent. Yet, Meng Hao remained unruffled, even harnessing the lightning as a tonic, accelerating the circulation of his cultivation. As time passed, shimmering runes emerged within the storm, forming arrays that posed a threat to Meng Hao. However, instead of retreating, he proactively engaged them. In one encounter, he grasped the intricacies of these runes. Alone, runes held limited power, but their might multiplied exponentially as their number increased. When an array of runes exceeded 100, even spirit-severing cultivators would hesitate to touch it. With 1,000 runes, they formed a spirit-severing aura and became spirit-severing treasures. Meng Hao's interest peaked, and he encountered a battle axe composed of 1,000 runes. Its momentum was unstoppable, but Meng Hao's illusory mountain shadow halted its advance, leading to a violent collision. Meanwhile, a black ship navigated the barrier. Atop it fluttered a crimson banner emblazoned with bloody runes that remained unscathed amidst the tempest. 10 or so cultivators stood within, maintaining their composure amidst the fear. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated around the ship as the hurricane shook and runes surged. Terror filled the ship, and the helmsman suspected stowaways were being annihilated by punishment. However, 2 undisturbed cultivators on board shared a knowing glance, their eyes fixed on the distance, speculating the presence of a 10-rune or 100-rune array. The battle between Meng Hao and the battle axe caught the attention of the cultivators on the ship. Many reveled in his misfortune, believing his hubris would lead to his demise. However, the ship was too far away to witness Meng Hao's encounter with the battle axe firsthand.